Yeah, it's another pumping day here at Sorake, and we're going to finish men's round of 128 and then move into the round of 96. Try to do as many heats as we can today. The surf looks like it's pretty pumping again this morning and hopefully builds throughout the day.
Well, that's what the models are showing, is that we're expecting a little bit more. So we had a good day yesterday, also squeezed in the opening ceremony as well. So you're pretty happy with how things are going so far?
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an amazing place here, and the waves are as good as it gets for a QS, really. And yeah, just excited to see what the day brings, and yeah, hopefully get some great surfing.
I'm sure we will. There was a lot of highlights yesterday, and there still seems to be enough waves left over today, and you know the free surfers are making it look really good. So with the forecast due to ramp up a little bit throughout the afternoon, I think we're in for a killer day. So good luck. Let's have a ripping day too.
Yeah, can't wait.
Good on you, everybody. See you for a start at 7:30. And welcome to Nias Lagundri Bay for this year's Nias Pro. Yesterday was pumping. It was up to 8 foot on the sets. There's still plenty of leftovers here this morning for day one. With the men's round of 136, there's 4 heats of those. And right now over my shoulder, there's got to be 60 people having a warm-up surf because it's still pumping. So day one's going to kick off in fine style, starting at 8 o'clock. Woohoo! And I can't wait.
Seconds to start.
30 seconds, really? Oh my God, there's still people paddling. Oh, that thing. Can't see anything on there. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Nias. And it's a ripping morning down here, perfect conditions. We are at Sorake Beach in the Lagundri Bay area. And we are looking at day 2, heat 6 of the round of 128 of the men. We're having issues clearing the lineup, which I imagine was always going to happen. It's pretty hectic out there in the mornings, but it is Mark Clift here this morning, joined by True Starling. So, True, good morning and welcome to day 2.
Good morning, Mark. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited. Day 2 here at the Nias Pro 2025, and it's been a pretty hectic morning, as you said. It's been a little bit tricky to clear the lineup. That's just because it's been so fun all morning. There's been some great waves coming through. So, yeah, there's no doubt that we're going to have a really good day. We had the opening ceremony yesterday, which was pretty exciting. And, huge day, 24 or something heats.
We've got 24 heats on our format today, which is good news for everybody tuning in. There's going to be a lot of action. All men surfing today. The ladies have the day off. And we are going to clean up the back end of this round of the 128, which includes 11 heats first up.
Yeah.
And then we're going to try and squeeze 13 heats out of the next round of 96. So sort of stick around. Hang in there, everybody. We've got some huge names. Our first matchup is featuring Ryuichi Inoi from Japan in the red, Kenshin Matsunaga in the blue, also out of Japan. Local favourite on the point here is a huge name, Rahel Wow. Big deal out here. He really goes well. He's in white, but I believe he's running a little late. And Raju Sena out of Padma in Bali surfs in green. That's our matchup. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think Kenshin Matsunaga, we saw him over in Krui. He had some great results. So I'm excited to see him here in this event as well over in Nias. These back-to-back events are so exciting. It's just great to watch some, very informed surfers just go to town on some pretty perfect waves.
Yeah, and yesterday we'll probably get a highlight reel of what happened yesterday because there was plenty of big moments. There were some really good tubes. We had some ladies surfing yesterday as well and finished with 5 heats of men's before the opening ceremony took us out of the picture for the rest of the day. But Kenshin was a big performer down in Korea, as you said. He made the Pro Junior final and looked pretty strong in the QS part of life as well. Here's blue, first wave of the day.
Yeah, Kenshin, quick in and out there. Unfortunately, just caught a little bit behind. So first waves have been ridden in this heat. And have you been watching it this morning? What have you been seeing, Mark?
Look, it always looks like there's a lot of waves when there's 50 people out there, right? Because there was this morning, and I noticed it was a little smaller and maybe slower. But every time I looked up, there seemed to be someone riding a wave. So due to the fact that you've got huge numbers in the morning warm-up surfs, might have had something to do with it. But it definitely looks a little smaller overall. Everybody's pretty confident with the forecast that the swell period ramps up, swell starts to increase throughout the day. So hence we've got 24 heats booked for that very reason. We are expecting things to improve throughout the day. So day 2 could end up in fine fashion for sure.
Yeah, bring it on, I think. We've had some great heats yesterday. We're going to roll into the round of 96 after this, which is super exciting. I think we'll have some pretty impressive surfers in that round as well. Thank you. And we'll see. We'll potentially go up to heat 13 of the men's round of 96. So we'll see the likes of Kyan Falvey, Bodie Williams, Harley Walters, Taki Kanazawa. Oh, I'm excited to see him because his brother Roy was actually over in Krui. Kanazawa and Taki is also an incredible surfer as well. I think Roy got to the semis or maybe even the final, I think, as well.
All right. Yes, I think he did. So he got a third.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So heat 1 in the lineup now. I know a little bit about. Okay, let's have a look at Kenshin again, the big fella here. So he's quite a strong lad. And he does big turns. He doesn't mess around. These heats are pretty loaded this morning. You don't want to be slipping off with limited opportunities this morning. Kenshin just perhaps just a little nervous. His first surf at this year's Nias Pro. First heat of the day. Everyone's watching. So the spotlight is well and truly on. There he is.
That was a nice first turn. I really liked how on rail he got. Unfortunately, those mistakes, early on in these heats kind of cost you by the end of it. Hopefully you can get a couple, but this is Raju Saran. Pulls in but doesn't find an exit, unfortunately. But it'd be hard to be the first heat of the morning out here. He set the bar for the rest of the day.
Yep. All right. So 2 rides. Raju Sena out of Padma.
Yep.
He was lurking around down in Crewe. He got a call up into that event with a late withdrawal and got through a few rounds and surfed really well. So I know he's a favourite down there. I imagine quite a few of the Bali boys are tuning in this morning down there at the Legian area, Padmar Way, because he's a favourite down there. And he's just had a little bit of time living in Australia recently, and he's back on home soil, back with the rash vest on. Had a really good junior career. It's a little bit of a familiar Caleb Tancred kind of a story that he was, a really hyped junior for a long time. Moved away to Melbourne and did some stuff and started working. And
Wow.
and then he came back and gone, oh man, what was I thinking? When he got back, he goes, I'm back and I want to stay again. So it's nice to see him in the Rashy because I really like what he can bring.
How could you not? I mean, really, like, it's pretty amazing to travel the world, do what you love in some pretty incredible places, and surf some of the best waves. Especially this tour, this Australian and these co-sanction events with Asia as well. We go to some pretty beautiful places around the world. Next stop we're going to have is in Korea at the wave pool over there, which is going to be super exciting, and I think it's just, it's such a dream.
Yep, we've been to a lot of different islands over the years. We might break that down a bit later on. Looks like we've got some lines rolling through. Red seems to show some interest here. He's got priority over green. So let's have a look at Ryuichi's first wave. Nice clean surface as I look out the window. Ripping into his second manoeuvre now. So just pacing himself, not getting too excited with this wave. He wants to get to the channel and lock in some sort of number. That'll be the better score so far. So Ryuichi just playing the game and just banking a wave early. Meanwhile, I love what this guy does, Rahel.
Yeah, wow. Tucks in. Does he find an exit? Looks like he might have just got clipped, unfortunately, but he was really close to coming out of that one.
Man, he is such a good surfer out here, honestly. And everybody that's ever surfed the point will know the name Rahel, right? He demands respect because his surfing is next level. He's one of sort of the top 3 or 4 big chiefs on the point, and he's got one of the deadliest top turns. When he gets it going and he really winds up, he's just unbelievably explosive off the top of this wave. Blows it to pieces. In the last few years, though, he's been packing a bit of a knee injury.
Oh, no.
He surfs with a brace. And I spoke with him yesterday about that, and he said it's more just for his confidence and his headspace. He goes, it doesn't feel like there's anything really wrong with it, but he's had it on for so long, he just keeps it on because he lacks confidence without it, is what he told me. So 317, the better number. Plenty of room in the scale for our men's surfing here today. The judges leaving it wide open. Rahel could have nailed the best number had he come out of that tube.
Yeah, he really could have. I mean, a 317 for Ryuichi for his first wave is a good number. But, yesterday we saw that. We saw there was 5s and 6s were the best waves of the day yesterday, and 3s and 4s were making it through heats. So hopefully today we've seen an increase in the swell a little bit. So hopefully we'll start to see some waves start to open up a little bit more, maybe start tubing, and we'll see those.
I reckon it's going to be a great afternoon.
Yeah, I think those 7+ scores could start to roll through today.
Yep, and for the time being, the tide is still dropping. I think it peaks out low around 9-ish. So it leads me to believe it should be high around mid-afternoon, 3-ish. Once it starts draining out, those back couple of hours, the Savo could just turn to gold.
Yeah.
It definitely started doing some better work yesterday, Arvo. Once the tide was dropping, it noticeably got better. The opening ceremony denied us those last 5 heats, and looking at the free surfing, damn, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was definitely exciting. Before we signed off yesterday, we saw... It might have been Raju just get one of the longest barrels I'd seen all day, and I was like, wow, these frees are going to be so incredible. But the opening ceremony was so great to watch with all the cultural dances from here and a little bit of the history of this place. It was cool.
Yep, they've got some pretty colourful costumes. They love a party. They like to bring it out and show everyone the local custom of just their Nias. The way they do things on this island, a little bit different to other parts of Indonesia. That the people themselves look a little bit different. It's, they've been so remote forever that it's just things you see on this island you don't see anywhere else in Indonesia for sure.
Yeah, no, I always love coming to, whether it's Nias or Krui or anywhere else in the world, the Philippines, Korea, Taiwan, and you see all of those different cultures and things that kind of make that place what it is, and it's so cool to see that the dancers that have been a part of the place for, years, generations. And it's, definitely one of my favorite parts is to just like embrace the culture of the area that we're in.
Oh, you got to get up and have a look at the King's Village.
Yes, we were talking about this yesterday.
It is it's a step back in time.
Wow.
By 100 or 200 years. When you get up there, you'll go, oh my God, you honestly feel like you're in a movie set. It's just so bizarre. And and the first time I went, that was the impression I got. And then other times people have gone, I suggested they go, and then I said, in fact, I'll come with you.
Yeah.
Went a second time, went a third time, because it's just kind of really cool. It's really a must-do thing. All right, let's have a look at the 317. So here is the better ride on the Bonsoy replay. You can see by his body language, just kind of cruising at half speed there pretty much for Ryuichi. Just wanted to bank his first wave, which he did. He'll be hoping he can either burn that off or it drops in as his second best number. So it's looking like the Ocean, and everybody wants sets, right? They want to kind of perform on the bigger waves to extract the biggest numbers. So they're being kind of choosy with their waves, hence low wave count.
Yeah. 6
waves ridden in about half a heat. Bonsoy replay showing what a 317 looks like, Ryuichi. So I'm sure we also have a little highlights package of yesterday, which we'll try and bring up at some point, because there were some good tubes yesterday. There were some really strong hits. There were some really popular victories. I saw some of the young girls. Kia, when she won her heat, was a bit of a moment there for Team Mentawai.
That was exciting. It was so great to watch, especially in the end minute basically of that heat. It was really clutch performance there from Kia.
Right on. Time for these crew to start to get stuck into it. Half time, heat 1. Our very next matchup. Let's have a look. So I just saw them all check in and start to head up to the keyhole. Josh Van Niekerk, Aussie Trigwell out of West Oz. Good luck, Aussie, and his old man Tommy. Sure you're watching. Christoph and Jack Reagan.
That's going to be an exciting heat. Josh Van Niekerk made a few heats over in Krui. Aussie Trigwell is from the Gold Coast. Jack Reagan from Central Coast, if I'm correct in saying that.
Rahel. Check this. Come on. Get up there and show us. Here he goes. Pulling in again. The clamp is on. So I reckon Rahel might need to go to his strength, which is power off the bottom and get up there and tag the lip, because he's pulled in a couple of times. Got clamped. Couldn't be feeling great on the knee when that happens. I reckon get up there and just show us your best move, your big top turn.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, it feels like this morning there's maybe not so many barrels that are kind of opening up, especially at the end. So, I mean, I love that he's hunting and he obviously knows his place better than anyone else. But, as you mentioned, he's one of the best to watch out here. So let's see it.
He is. I want to see it. All right. So hoping he gets a couple more waves. He's probably going to need 2 more. He hasn't really put anything substantial together just yet. But the Wow Clan, they're everywhere on the point. We've already seen that name roll out probably 8 times since the start of yesterday morning. We got one in this heat. We've got another Wow Christoph in the next heat. So there's a lot of wows on this point. There's a lot of Lolos. There's a lot of Zagotas.
Yeah, it's great though. I mean, they're kind of dominating the lineup out there in those free surfs. They're not given an inch, basically. And it's great to see them just be like, no, this is my home. I'm going on the best waves,
It's kind of the way it works, and it's the way it rolls out pretty much everywhere in Indonesia. First pick of the cherries locals everywhere you go. It's always the case. If you know a few of them and you get lucky and you get a call in, you go. So you hope that happens.
As soon as you hear that, there's no chance of not going.
And everyone backs off and go, damn, that guy called him on. So you're on. But that's fair enough. That's the unwritten rule. Locals feast first. The Boulets got to wait your turn and just, hope for a lucky break. Hence, I haven't had any free surfs out in front, but just the numbers have been too hectic.
Even this morning, I was watching it earlier. I was like, wow, there's so many people out there.
Yeah.
I mean, why? Like, obviously, within, it's fair enough because this wave is so fun and it's been pretty fun all morning and everyone wants to try and catch a wave before the event starts, but it makes it pretty difficult. A lot of people that I've been speaking to said that they've just been getting 2 in their free surfs out in 2 hours, and that's a good surf, I think, for that.
Some people get their first proper wave in their heat.
Yeah.
So you just got to learn on the fly. You watch it. You come up with a plan. Here goes Rahel. Has to pull out because green is on.
Yeah, Raju straight off the bottom into the lip for a nice first turn. Driving through this second one, gets a little bit of a release in the fins. And Raju kicks off the back of that one. 2 nice turns for Raju Saran. So let's see where that score locks in. We have just under 9 minutes to go, and that was a good wave. Surfed that well.
In the scheme of this heat, you'd be thinking, yes, it's probably going to turn into a keeper now because we're rapidly running out of time here. You can all see what's remaining. So he put it together. He finished due to his first wave where he didn't get it together. And that was just a classic example of what we saw just then. Rahel paddled onto that wave and wanted it. He's the local. When you got priority board operating, it's the one time you can probably take a wave off the local. And Rahel was wise to what Raju was doing. But they're both Indonesians. One out of Bali, one from the point here. So Raju's number, it won't be big. It's already in. It's the better score. It's a 3-9, so it takes Raju Senna to the lead. Padma boys, if you're tuning in, good morning. It is, let me see, it's almost 8 o'clock up here in Nias time. Here is Raju again. So a couple of hits. Judges deeming this the better ride this morning. So a completion is most valued in the very first heat here. Things a bit sleepy.
Yeah, the ocean just having a moment. Sometimes it happens in those first heats. The ocean's like, whoa, I've just been producing waves for this free surf. I'm going to produce a little bit, but just take a moment and hopefully we'll see it start to get more consistent throughout the day as well.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, it would be really nice. We saw it get a little bit better, a little bit more consistent yesterday afternoon. So,
and maybe once we hit the turn of the tide and it starts pushing back up, we might start to see a little bit more motion roll into the Lagundri Bay. And we're predicting this afternoon, things start to ramp up a little bit. Swell period jumps up significantly. Mm-hmm. And as we confirmed, it will be high tide around about mid-arvo. Once she starts dropping out, those back few heats would be licking their lips going, oh, my God, it's going to finish in fine style. Looking forward to it. So I hope you, all the crew that are tuning in around the world, just message up your mates and go, all right, make sure you pick your times and tune back in and watch because 24 men's heats today. I'm sure there's a lot of fans out there that have someone in their corner that's about to pull the rashi on. You've definitely got to pay some homage to your buddies and hang in there and watch their heats and check out what's going to happen all day. It's a pretty famous wave. And it's just such a good spot. A QS 6000 is a big deal. First time ever in Indonesia. This little tour. Crewy last week, 6,000 points were won and done. And here is Raju Senna again. So could be a wise move now, just staying busy and just getting these waves here that are offering a couple of hits. Tagging the lip a few times. Looking pretty similar to his last ride, but just maybe a smaller wave.
Yeah, and whoa, Kenshin, big first turn. Gets that second connection in, really leaning into his rail. Wow, that is a better looking wave. For Kenshin Matsunaga, it was a bigger wave, and he got some really good work done on it as well. And we were used to seeing that kind of attack surfing from him in Crewy, so it's nice to see him with that same approach here.
That'll be the best number for sure. So the judges will have something a little extra to think about now. Raju's number will probably be quite similar to his last effort. So it'll be a low score-ish, but an okay score in these conditions. He'll definitely be holding on to second. I think Kenshin will go into the lead. He's already packing a 257 as his best number, so he doesn't need a whole lot to go to first. Raju's got another score dropping, but I think Kenshin, best wave so far. So the judges will be happy to open up their scale a little. They won't get too carried away. They still know there's going to be some tubes at some point today and some bigger hits than what we're seeing. So what did you like about this wave?
Oh, that was a really great first turn. The second one, just driving through it. I mean, it was, as you mentioned, Mark, it was a pretty similar wave to his first wave. It's a 367, maybe a little bit smaller, but this last one of Kenshin, huge first turn. I love how he grabbed his rail and he just went with the motion of it. And yeah, this was a really great 3-turn combination. I really, really quite liked it.
Yep, probably fit right into the middle of the scale there somewhere. Judges still debating it. They want to get this score right because it's going to set the pace for the day. There it is. It comes in at a 5-5. So Kenshin to first. Raju Senna drops into second. Ryuichi is chasing. You can see his requirement. It's not large. It's a mid-4. And Rahel really yet to show us his best stuff. He can still get there. One bite of the cherry. It's got to be a minimum of a 6-4-7 for Rahel. But those two boys in third and fourth, at least they're holding the top priority billing. I'd like to see a really good set come through now to round out our first heat of the morning.
Yeah, I agree. It'd be we saw that happen a lot over in Crew. Maybe we'll see that happen here. Those sets roll through in the last 2 or 3 minutes of the heats, and it's Ryuichi who has that first priority. He needs a 4.4, so he's in a position where he's on the ropes. He's only had that one wave, a 3.17.
So it's still going to hold him in good stead, you know. It's still going to be a number in the scheme of this heat that's probably like the 4th best score. So he's just got to get something a little bit more media, get stuck into it, do something like Kenshin did, bury some rails, show some really convincing surfing on a slightly bigger wave. The boys are moving now. There's obviously a little bit of motion out there. You can see this wave starting to stand up. Red needs a wave desperately, and this has to be a 4-4.
Wow, here we go. This is Ryuichi up and into it. Nice first turn connection, really smooth. Needs to go big here, which he does. If he can get a really solid third turn, once again on rail, looking for that 4.4. We'll see how he goes with this one. I mean, those first 3 turns were really smooth, but maybe lacking that vertical section where he was able to get a good snap in like we saw from Kenshin.
Yeah, well, that's it. The judges will really look at Kenshin's wave and they'll go, okay, where does this one fit? It's a smaller wave. That was a nice way to sort of grab your attention. This was pretty sick. All right, so he's already well on his way there. I think it's going to be really close.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the surfing was really strong, but it's one of those moments where it's like, it could be it. Yeah. It could, it could really be that. But I think to stand out, finding that snap section would really have just been like, yeah, that's it.
Look, compared to Raju's 3.9, so it's got to be a fair bit better than that. And it probably somewhere between that and Matsunaga's 5.5. He only needs a 4.4. It's better than Raju's. It's only got to be half a point better to get the requirements. So it's in their hands here. They know this decision will probably determine who gets through.
Mm-hmm.
So they might take their time. They'll probably be watching some replays up there. They do have that access to all the replays. They might even watch Kenshin's 5.5 again. They might watch Raju's 3.9 again. Going, if it's better, how much better? If it's under Kenshin's, how much under? And that'll give them their number.
Well, it looks like it's starting to lock in for Ryuichi with 1:20 to go. He needed a 4.4. He got a 3.97, so just not enough. He now is looking for a 3.6, and unfortunately, with just about a minute to go, he'll regain 4th priority, which doesn't really put him in a good position.
This has got to be Rahel. He's in the tube. This is good news. He needs to come out of this. Oh, his board did. 3 efforts at a tube ride. His intentions were clear this morning. He wanted to, ride barrels to victory this morning. That was his plan. It hasn't paid off for Rahel. He was also running a little bit late to get to this heat, so might have been a little bit off cue here this morning. He's way better than what we've seen. Everybody knows that. He's not really chasing points or anything. It would have been nice to just see him surf a few times and really strut his stuff here on the point.
Yeah, that would have been huge if he had made it. He needed a 6.3. I feel like that would have been the 6.3 for sure if he had made that out.
Got so close. He was one little pump away from some clean air and laying into a big rail move. So we're almost done here. Red needs a wave. White needs a wave. It's going to be Kenshin going through in blue, winning the heat. Raju Senna. It's good news for the Padma boys. And over and out for heat 1. So we'll throw it all quick break and we'll be back shortly with heat 2.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're gonna get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
All right, I can see heat 2 in the lineup. They're just making position. The last heat was won by Kenshin, the big fella, the big Japanese surfer. Raju Sena follows him. You can see our lineup here. It is Josh Van Niekerk out of Australia in the red. Aussie Trigwell, a West Sider there in the blue. Christoph Wow lives right here on the point. And Jack Reagan, another Aussie there in the green. So it's going to be good morning to Giada Lagundri. G.
Good morning. Excited to be back. It is officially underway day 2. So I was having a bit of a morning coffee, but how are the conditions looking out there?
It's super clean. There's limited wave opportunities. We saw kind of some lowish wave counts in that heat. Things got a little bit better towards the end of it, but you don't want to be blowing waves this morning. The judges only threw as their biggest number of 5.5 for Kenshin. That's what got him home. Everybody was probably still packing a 2 or a 3 in their scoreline. It was premium waves were hard to come by. Rahel paddled onto 3 pretty good ones. He's a local fella in white who ended up 4th, but just pulled in 3 times, got clamped 3 times, but his last tube, had he made it, probably would have got him through. Here is blue, and this is Aussie Trigwell.
So good first turn, sets up for that second one, wraps it around here. So nicely surfed for what the wave was giving. But good start. Get your feet on the wax, get some turns in. So looking pretty good.
So that'll be good news for Aussie. Won't be a big number, but, it releases some nerves out of the Dunsborough area. His old man, Tommy, he's a ripping goofy footer as well. So supporting his boy, no doubt. Down tools this morning there watching Aussie. He's probably got the longest mullet on the point here this week. He's really got a classic hairdo. He's a cool dude. I love him.
You just have to say that, and I already know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know him, right?
Yeah, I've seen him walking around. I'm like, that's a pretty crazy mullet you've got.
And it's super bleached. He wears it proudly. He struts that thing around. It's been working on it for probably a year or 2, I reckon. It's kind of long. I'm just jealous. Good work, Aussie. There we go. A low 2. Just to kick things off, release a little bit of nerves, get his campaign started early. And Kenshin, we saw him open with the first couple of waves in our opening heat and ended up winning. So Aussie just probably took a little leaf out of that and went, you know what, I'm just going to start surfing.
Yeah, so I haven't seen any of those big sets that we saw come through yesterday. So it looks like there's maybe a little bit of a drop in the swell. But it looks like the forecast is going to get a little bit bigger throughout the week, so it's exciting stuff.
Yep, there's a couple more swells due. One of them starting this afternoon. Tomorrow will look different again. We're definitely going to see more lines and more waves, and the big old left in the background will start cracking as well. The other side of the bay. Everybody wants the Lagundri Bay barrel. We've seen plenty of them yesterday afternoon. It was kind of a treat to watch some of that free surfing as well. He goes Aussie again.
So he's keeping busy. I think he probably saw the last heat, how slow it was. And you just want to start early when it's that slow. Give yourself the opportunity. And you're right, you don't want to be falling off on waves today. Because once you get them, you really need to put some scores up.
So just a little racetrack here. Nothing going on for Oz. Sometimes those little drainers, you see the little mosquito squadron out here, the young locals, the little coconut cartel, they feast on those waves. And they get some pretty long tubes when it's like that. But he goes white.
This is Christoph Wow, a famous last name here at the point. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck on the way down. But the Wow name We've seen them in a few heats, and they know this point well. And every time one of the wows are out there, you hear the whole crowd just cheering and getting really excited to see them out in the water.
Well, he's one of the elder statesmen on the point. He gets a start every year because he's much respected. So you're right. The whole point are well invested when their team are in the water. They all watch. They all cheer. They all want some success from the locals. So I'd like to see Christoph go well as well. He's a nice gentleman, and I think it would just do well for his confidence and the point. A bit of love down here. It's watching some locals get through would be really nice. There's a few of them coming through in the next couple of heats as well. I did notice Irawan's heat coming up. We've got Julius Wow in the very next heat. We've got Widianto Wow in heat 10. There's a few of them.
Ian Wow as well in heat 10, so 2 wows.
2 wows. All right. Yoja coming up in heat 15. That'll be a ripper. He's super stylish. Nobody gets more waves than him out here, and he generally just shreds them to pieces. Got a really cool style. Herbert Wow, heat 14. Antonius Ducky. So Anton coming up in heat 13, everybody. So, yep, a lot of the locals got seeded into the event and got some starts. Got to buff the locals when you come to their region. So, where are we? Red. Hit and a miss. White decides to pick up the scrap. So, Christoph, he's maybe thinking tube time as well. Gets around this, or does he? Wave just kind of beats him to the party there, and he'll just have to flick off. So no one yet to sink their teeth into anything. The wave of Aussie's first wave is starting to look like a decent effort. At least getting off early. Here's another goofy footer. Who's this?
This is Jack Reagan on his backside. A bit of a check turn there. Decides to go a little bigger now, but also just comes unstuck. So boys maybe fumbling a little bit in the beginning, but it's a second hit of the day. It's still early, and we've seen that the free surf here gets so crowded. It's hard to really find your positioning out here. So when you're out there by yourself with 3 other guys out, it's easy to just be too deep.
You've got to have your markers, right? Did you put that one yesterday?
I did.
See it? It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious. We're not going to tell everyone on the line about them, but you definitely you need a few spots to pinpoint exactly where you're sitting in the lineup. Can be easy just to be a little bit too deep. If that happens, the wave can race off pretty fast without you unexpectedly. So you've just got to make sure, especially in minimal conditions like this, it does look like there's a bit of movement out the back. I can sense maybe a set starting to push in. Priority sits with the man, Josh, in red. Definitely looks like there's something behind this. Yep, he's paddling. I reckon stand by, everybody. We watch Aussie now, just a paddle and a miss. So he loses second priority. He'll probably regain it again in a moment. Could be a great looking wave for red. Is he too deep? Where is he? No.
Oh.
He goes Josh Van Niekerk. So what's he got? A great looking canvas in front of him. This is what the judges want to see. Better surfing on the biggest waves. That's the biggest wave I petitioned this morning. He's right up there with Kenshin's, maybe a little bigger. Plenty of rail work. Just looking like he was keen to get to the end of that thing and lock in some number. Pretty smart surfing, really.
Yeah, that is going to definitely be the best wave of this heat for now. 3 really good turns. The first 2 in a really solid critical section. Biggest wave we've seen all morning for sure. So while we wait for the scores to come through, we're going to head over with True and the winner of the last heat.
少しスローなヒートだったと思うんですけど、ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
最初結構スローだったんで焦ってはないですけど一本の最後の方に、はい。
最後の波はやっぱりもう来ると思ってこう待ってたんですか？
そうです、はい。
He was kind of nervous when the ocean went flat, but he knew that there's gonna be another wave, and that's what he got. He got through. 昨日は途中までヒートを行うという予定だったんですが、突然、オンホールドで 今日に回ったわけですが、少しそのあたりメンタルに影響はありますか？
は、友達と夕方過ごしたんで全然大丈夫です。はい。
よかったです。それでは、たくさんの方見てくれているのでメッセージの方お願いします。
はい。ラウンド1勝ち上がれたんで、また次も頑張ります。応援ありがとうございます。
次も頑張ってください。そしてこれがベンベンです。次も頑張ってください。Cheers, guys.
All right, there they go in Japanese. So thanks very much, Dai, holding it down, doing all the Japanese interviews. Here is White winding up Christoph. Good looking canvas in front of him. Gives it a big hit. Free falls with the lip, not ideal. Gets hung up a little bit. You've really got to iron out those mistakes at this level of surfing. A big pro contest of 6,000. The judges look for those little cues to really separate numbers. They want to see everything done flush and no mistakes on the best waves. And that 4.67 locking in for Josh as a real keeper in these sort of morning conditions.
Yeah, you're right. That 4.67 this morning kind of looks like a 7 right now. So right behind him, Aussie Trigwell. He's going to be looking for the 2, but unfortunately just in front of it. Wraps it around nicely here, sets it up. He's going to have to do something a little more critical. There we go. Unfortunately just falls off, but that was looking like a pretty decent wave. Wasn't in the barrel, but, you know, he did give it a go. It was just a little behind him. I was liking that second turn, but unfortunately wasn't able to really ride out of it.
No, just that he had the right idea, right? Getting up there and really swacking that on his third move or second turn. Had to do it. But when you get just stuck that momentarily, a bit like Christoph, and you fall with the lip, it can be really easy to come off your board. That landing with the turbulence, it's more than it's a pretty low percentage play. You've really got to get it crisp, ride straight out, stick it straight back on rail. The judges have been sending that message all week. I mean, look at our best performer yesterday, Alan McCaffrey. No downtime between moves, really strong and clicked with every single thing she did. So we'll just see what Jack Reagan can put together this time. So he's got a 4.83. Didn't see it. So I think we are owed, we're owed that number. It'll be another throwaway for Jack. But didn't see the 4.83. It's the best wave of the heat. If anybody caught it, if the production team have that wave, the 4.83, best wave of the heat. Wave number 2 for green. Missed it.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes when you're a little late to that critical section and you come down with the lip, it's so easy to just like fall off or lose balance. So on days like today, when you have that more critical section, you want to get to it a little bit earlier and get down as well. So this is Josh Van Niekerken, that 4.67, 2 big blasts out the back, carves it here as well. So really nicely done from our man in red, just weaving through this fatter section, getting those extra points on the inside.
All right, so whatever Jack did looked a little bit better than that. So you can see our scoreboard. Josh will be keen to put a second number down. He's still got 11 and a bit minutes and priority, so he's well positioned. Jack's staking a claim to advance. Aussie and Christoph kind of struggling to get out of that 2 range. They'll need to start getting it together and showing they're better surfing shortly. But the judges have left a lot of room in the scale due to the fact that, you know, there's some dead set shredders in this round and the next round. Men surfing all day, so they're setting an early scale and they'll probably stick to this all day. But boy, oh boy, best performance yesterday was by Alan McCaffrey, the defending champion on the ladies' side of the draw. She just surfed perfectly time and time again to the criteria. Ended up with a 16.2 wave total for easily the biggest numbers of the day. But someone's on.
Yep, so it's looking like Christoph Wow right now. Big first opening turn. Wants to get another one in. Unfortunately, isn't able to land that. So he really, really wants to start getting into those 4s because Jack Reagan and Josh Van Niekerk, I can't really say his last name. Niekerk?
Niekerk. Well, we're all with Van Niekerk.
They've already gotten into the 4s. They're going to be wanting to back it up pretty quickly. So Christoph has a little bit of work to do. Aussie Trigwell as well. But plenty of time. Hopefully we'll get a couple more sets like that we saw come through. Glassy conditions here at the Nias Pro. So, Mark, I know you've spent lots of time out here. You know this wave really well. What are your predictions for today?
Oh, to be honest, I haven't been watching forecasts. It won't bother me till the end of the week when I stick around for a week. That's when I'll start looking a little more closely at the numbers. But what I'm hearing is people are pretty confident this afternoon. Most of the sites are showing a little ramp up in swell period, which will increase some extra waves with a dropping tide this afternoon. I think things are going to look pretty good here on the back end of day 2. But we've got some. I'm going to throw to a Bonsai ad and then show some highlights of yesterday.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our Bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, Bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
And welcome to Nias Lagundri Bay for this year's Nias Pro. Yesterday was pumping, it was up to 8 foot on the sets. There's still plenty of leftovers here this morning for day 1. With the men's round of 136, there's 4 heats of those. And right now over my shoulder there's got to be 60 people having a warm-up surf because it's still pumping. So day 1's going to kick off in fine style, starting at 8 o'clock. Woohoo! I can't wait. Well, thanks to the production team, there we go. That's what yesterday looked like. I really liked it. You could see by all of that action that went on that the blonde hair and the unmistakable style of Alan McCaffrey was just on a tear yesterday. And really, even with the the highlights package, you could see that she was definitely had it dialed what you need to do out here, right?
All right, so during that break, we had a wave from Josh I think this is actually the 467 maybe?
No.
Oh, no, sorry, the 35. We had a couple waves written while we were on that break. So here are the replays. Some really good stuff happened. This is Jack Reagan right now on your screen. Last a 3-1. So it is Josh Van Niekerk and Jack Reagan in first and second. Now it is Christoph Wow with a 5-5 and Ozzy Triggle a 5-7 to get back into this heat and into an advancing position. But you're right, it was great to see that recap. There was a couple waves I didn't see, like Made Ballon's barrel, and I love to see as well Kia's barrel. Well, so it was great.
Yeah, Mate Ballon was the surfer in blue that had that long thread. He's a popular lad as well, out of Bali. So those last numbers are just in the 3 range, but they're kind of looking like reasonable backup waves in these conditions today. There's only 6 minutes to go in this heat. I'd really like to see Aussie get another wave or 2. I know he's can do some good backhand blasts. He's that surfer there in blue with priority. 5-7 is kind of one of the best numbers. It would be the best score of the morning if he could produce it. Going to have to wind up his backhand and really tag the lip on a kind of set wave. Is probably what the judges are demanding this morning. But and even young Kia yesterday, we said it again, the way she surfed yesterday and that little tube to those grab rail hacks in the pocket, really stylish. Did some of, for me, some of the better surfing and just, golden moments when she came in. The whole team just got around her, the Mentor clan. That was so cool.
Yeah, I love that they travel together and they're so tight, and they're always there for each other's heat, and just stoked to be out here. It's a great group that they've got going on, and they're all so young and have such a big future. The oldest one being Dylan Wilcoxon, who just turned 16, I think a month ago. So they've got a bright future ahead.
Yeah, and being so remote out in the men's, they've got killer waves. Everybody wants a piece of their backyard. But at some point, they've got to bust out of that mentality, get on the road, do this. If they want to, try and really challenge themselves with some pro surfing and maybe get to Bali a few times and surf some events, and that it's a big road, but it's got to be done if you want to have a career with the Rashi. It's hard yards ahead, and there's a lot of sacrifices that need to be made along the way. But good old Ray for bringing them down and sort of mentoring them along the way. And traveling as a pack, I'm sure, is much easier than doing it solo. Got their buddies, they got a little bit of team support. They're a long way from home.
Yeah.
And I was speaking with one of them yesterday, and he's like, I said, how's it been? He goes, so sick. And he goes, I can't wait to get home. But good on him. He hasn't seen the best of this place yet, but he probably will throughout the week. We're definitely going to get some swell increase, so that's good news.
Yeah, I was talking to Torik, and he came to this event, but I didn't see him in Crewy, and I asked him, I was like, hey, I didn't see you competing in Crewy. What's up? He was like, nah, pumping waves at home. I was not
couldn't
coming.
leave.
Yeah.
got stuck in the barrel.
He was like, nah, he was too good at home. I'm sure he got some epic hideaway sessions, Kandui probably too. So I was like, you know what? That's fair enough. That is fair enough.
That's about the best out you've ever heard of. It was pumping at Kandui. All right, I get it. Oh, okay, 3 and a bit. Josh, 8.17 as a 2-wave total. Probably wouldn't have got him through any heats yesterday, but it's stacking up as the numbers that are kind of advancing here today. Perfect conditions, as you can see. Ocean just needs to ramp up a little bit. I really want to see Aussie ride another wave. I'm getting a bit nervous for your boy there, Tommy.
I mean, 5.7 today seems like a pretty big requirement right now. And with just under 3 minutes remaining with the conditions we've had, it's looking like it's going to have to happen on one wave, I think.
Judges are really reserved. They're demanding better. So this is, I think, the 4.67 by Josh. So his better score. So we're just going to have a little look at the best rides today. Didn't see Jack Reagan's 4.83. So maybe we've got that in the bank vault. Let's have a little look. So maybe this is it. It must be. Boom. So didn't see this the first time. Squares it up a couple of times. A nice, good second hit. That's what we're talking about, not getting caught on that second section. So Jack keeping it clean. And he goes live action with Aussie Trigwell. He's going to have to go big here. He needs to clip the lip. He does. A nice little airdrop as well. Second section. Get up there again and do it again. Damn. What a pity. There's the caddies in the channel.
Yeah, unfortunately getting a little late to that section. I think already from the first turn, he was just slightly mistimed. There you see him get a little bit hit in the face by the lip. And that first turn was really nice, but you can just see here that he kind of rushed to the top and wasn't really able to ride out of the second one.
A little bit of a pity there. Yeah, so I know he's better than this. He's going to drop his best score. It's a 2-4 for that one hit. Had he got that second hit in, it probably still wasn't going to be the number, but it would have brought his requirement down. But the clock is not looking favourable here. The two boys in red and green wouldn't mind the clock just stopping right about, winding out right about now, because Christoph with priority. That's him in the white, arms folded. Just sitting right in the middle of the pack. I'd like to see him get one more crack at it as well.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing too much happening on the outside. The second heat is already getting ready. They're slowly creeping in, but with 50 seconds left, I'd love to see one more set come through and see Christoph kind of get one more chance. Oh, maybe we will see him get another wave.
Maybe. Seems to be a bit of movement out on the outer reef. Everybody's paddling out a little further. Christoph is showing some interest in this next swell line. It could be one of these little double ups. I think it's going to miss the boys. It's just going to slide under. All right, 20 seconds. It's looking like we can see the result. All right, Aussie on the inside. Wise move, young man. It's up there and tags it. Hit it again. Hit it again. He does, and his foot just comes off the surfboard. So Aussie just pushing a little bit too hard. Another incompletion there by Oz. All right, that is the result. We're going to say congratulations to red and green. That was a nice clip by Aussie. He went down swinging. He had a go, but just a couple of errors really cost him in that heat. So we'll throw to a quick break and be right back, everybody, with Heat 8.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 2 in the water right now. Is round of 128, heat 8. I am Jada Legati, and I want to welcome back into the booth Dai Wako.
Good morning, Jara. I just had a good coffee this morning.
Oh, I know, I saw you.
Well, we are into heat number 8. We have Hiroto Mori in red, Harry DeRoth in blue, Haruta Maruyama in white, Julius Wow in green.
So it looks like already a couple waves ridden this
Right.
heat. We're waiting for the last of blue and the last of green. So this is a replay of Harry DeRoth right now. Good first opening turn here. Sets it up for the second one. A little big
Whoa.
jam in the pocket, not a little. So that's a great start for Harry DeRoth. So we are waiting for a couple more scores to come through. Haruta Maruyama as well caught a wave. This right now on your screen is Julius Wow. Yesterday had a great performance. Big layback right there. And again, just showing his local knowledge, showing that he knows his waves and that
Right.
he wants a piece of the next round.
Well, two good surfing from Harry DeRoth and Julius Wow as well. So we are still waiting for the last of scores. But condition looking great this morning again.
Yep.
Stays the same, probably same height as yesterday, but this is a replay of last of Wow, the local surfer. I really love the first turn, lays into it, and straight into the second turn. Great combination from Julius Wow. And the forecast saying it's gonna pick up anytime soon today, so hopefully we'll be seeing some barrels later today. But definitely still, a lot of opportunities for all the surfers, maybe mainly for turns.
You're right. It has dropped a little bit from yesterday afternoon. We had some great rides. It is still a beautiful morning, glassy conditions, and there are some set waves that are nice as well. The conditions should probably pick up this afternoon again. So if the forecast is correct, we're going to be seeing a little bit of an increase in the size of the swell, hopefully. And we are all hoping to see a couple more barrel rides this afternoon. Maybe with that lower tide, we'll see that Nias perfection just come to life.
Definitely, I'm so excited to see, what Nias can offer for us today. This year. But we are still waiting for the last of Julius Wow.
Yeah.
And as well as Harry the Roth last wave.
So here are some replays. This is Harry DeRoth now. So Good first opening turn, but I really like the second one. Just lays into it, using all his body weight. So really nicely done from Harry DeRoth. Giving that variety. What did you like about this one?
Well, really like the first turn. It's just big labor turn, smooth, clean, and straight into the second. I would love the, there's no downtime in between the turns. Great combination. And yeah, it's going to be a great score for both blue and green. But the last wave for blue comes in at a 4.50. 丸山選手、2本目のライディングになります。少し奥から乗ってきたか、波が速かったか、ここはしっかり抜けて一発大きなターンを入れてきます。これは一発のターンで演技を終えます。A little bit unfortunate for Haruta. He was kind of too deep for the section, but he managed to come around the section, gets one solid turns in, so a good way to start his campaign. He only got 0.67 so far. 4.50 to start this heat for Harry DeRoth. That is a healthy number, I reckon.
Yeah, on a day like today, a 4.5 is a really good score, actually. And Julius Wow, a 4.9. So he also is fighting back here in this Heat 8. But, for me, Haruta Maruyama is a new name. I haven't seen him too much.
Right. Pretty much this is his first year actually competing the full-time QS tour. And he lives on Gold Coast. He used to go to PBC again. And now I think he graduated from high school. Now I believe he's a uni student.
Okay. Is he still on the Gold Coast?
Yes, still on the Gold Coast. Surfing at a world most famous right-hander.
Yeah, and what about Hiroto Mori?
Hiroto Mori is from Japan and lives in Japan. I'm not too sure where, but I believe he's from Chiba area. But he's a very strong competitor and is still young, probably early 20s, I believe. And yeah, he's been in this industry for quite a long time, but this is Haruta Maruyama。丸山選手3本目のライディング、小さめの波にテイクオフしてきますが、こちらは一発目で引っかかってしまったようです。このヒートには森弘人選手、そして、丸山春太選手、日本人が2名クレジットされています。So while we have a little bit of break in action, we are ready to go head over to the mark with the last heat winner.
All right, winner of the last heat, Josh Van Niekerk. A slow morning at the office, mate, but a win's a win, yeah?
I'll take it. Just grateful to get through, grateful to get 2 waves and to not, fall too badly on my face. But yeah, win's a win. So yeah, thank you, God.
And you were here for your first time last year when things went crazy. What's your experience and what do you think of Nias?
It's unreal. Got knocked out real early last year, but got to watch the boys get shacked, which was sick. And yeah, I think that year will be talked about for years.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you live and how old you are and those sort of stats.
Yeah, sure. 25 years old. Currently on the Gold Coast, moved up from Victoria. I was living down there for a couple of years. And yeah, just trying to get after the QS now.
And I've noticed your Luke Dorrington's going pretty good. How is it?
Yeah, shout out Luke. He's been looking after me really, really well for many, many years. Boards are feeling unreal. Got these boards sorted for Indo, and yeah, they feel great. Really, really good. So thanks, Luke.
And the Asian Tour, it's a ripper, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a real privilege to come and surf these waves, for sure.
You get one of these little suckers as well, a bang bang for your win. So I'm going to shake your hand, Josh, and say all the best. You might get another surf this afternoon. That'd be good, eh?
Cheers, Mark. Yeah, hopefully we get some waves.
Unreal. Thank you. See you guys.
Appreciate it.
Epic. Thank you so much, Mark. So not too much happening in this heat for now. We had a great start. But just as I say that, looks like Hiroto Mori on a wave.
森選手、2本目のライディングになります。ここでしっかりと点数をスコアしていきたい。1発目大きなターン、スプレーを上げてきましたが、2発目で少し引っかかってしまったようです。必要なスコア 4.04。このライディングでこの点数が出てくると2位のポジションへ上がってきます。The last of red, Hiroto. Nice first turn, lot of spray, but unfortunately kind of a little bit too late to get up to the lip. Comes unstuck. But great first turn. But got a feeling you kind of need a combination to get mid fours in this condition. So definitely he needs to get back out, get a next wave.
You're right, and it's so important to just be able to ride out of those second turns because the judges really showing that they want those combinations, they want those big blasts, and to have it really tight in the pocket as well. It's not an easy morning. The judges are really holding back on those big scores. 4-9 is the highest I've seen yet.
Right.
So as we say that, this is Haruta Maruyama.
丸山選手、4本目のライディングになります。さあ、一発大きなカービングターンをしてきました。コンビネーションにつなげると、ここが3、4点に伸びていきますが、小さめのカットバックを2発してこの演技を終了します。Once again, really beautiful first opening curve from Haruta Maruyama, but still struggling to get combination. But this is surfing green Julius big first and unfortunately comes unstuck.
Almost rides out of it
Right,
sitting down.
almost.
So yeah, that's the current heat leader. Julius Wow is sitting on a 4-9. He wants to back up that 0.77 pretty quickly because the other three surfers are extremely talented. So this is just a couple replays now. Haruta Maruyama, beautiful first turn here. Love that. So much speed and flow. Unfortunately, the wave just wasn't really giving him too much to work with on the inside. And as we were saying, the judges are really looking for that combination out here today. So it's going to be interesting to see what they score that. Unfortunately, Julius wasn't able to ride out of his last one. So the last of Haruta, a 3-7. Practically that entire score came out from that first turn.
That was a beautiful opening curve from Haruta Maruyama.
So that is the hash and family stay where the judges are. There you see the priority boards. We're commentating from there as well. We are a little bit more down the line, so we have the perfect view of the wave. Really, really great spot here in Nias. This is Lagundri Bay. So in Sorake, they're the stepping stones where the surfers can walk out to the lineup. Thank you, Riza, for those incredible drone shots and giving us the chance to see it all from above.
Yeah.
Just under 13 left. And it's looking like Harry DeRoth is going to be backing up his 4-5 big first blast. Needs to get for a second one. Does it again. Jams it straight in the pocket. So really good surfing from Harry DeRoth. Only a 1-1-8 to go to second. But I'm sure that's going to be one of the best scores of the heat. So pushing him straight to first.
Well, that was a great ride from Harry DeRoth. Here's a replay of the last of blue. Really tags into the critical section. First turn and second turn as well. It was a quick, tight section, but managed to put two solid turns in. So, like you said, this is gonna be a best ride in this heat so far.
For sure, you saw that he got a little bit late to that first section, but he managed to get around that whitewash in time and really hit it in that critical part of the wave, which is something that the judges are really looking for today, and especially in a wave like Nias. So I think they're going to be really giving him the score. That second one was really nice, giving the variety. I think the judges are going to eat that up. But looking like the indicator is showing us a couple waves to come through. 11.5, a bit of a slower heat. You see the heat totals aren't too crazy. Harry's going to be the only one who's going to back up his wave when the last one comes in at a 4.87. So pushes him straight into first. It's a good scoreline right now on a day like today. As we saw, Josh won his last heat with an 8.17 heat total. These are a couple of the replays. This is the first of Julius Wow, a 4.9. Big layback, wraps it around here again. Beautiful style from our man Julius Wow.
This is the last of blue, 4.87. So this is a great comparison in between blue and green's best score, but pretty much opposite approach from blue and green. And they both just served incredibly nicely done So those are the best scores so far in this heat. 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yep, so 10.5, bit of a slow heat. Harderoth, a 937 heat total, but on a morning like we've had, it's looking like a pretty good score line right now. It is now Julius Wow, a 0.90 to get into second. Hiroto Mori as well, a 3-1. And while there's a little bit of a break in the action, we're going to head over to a quick bonsai break.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
We are back. It is a live action from Sapphire Blue. Wow, that is a huge solid turn, but stick to the landing. Unfortunately, he just went down, but that was a huge solid turn from Harry the Roth. Just looking for a wave to get rid of the 4.87, but he was kind of on the way to get a great number, but unfortunately he went down.
Yeah, that was a really interesting finale for Harry de Roth. I was kind of hoping he was going to stand up and ride of it, but that was a huge turn. You can really see him now really pushing it. He's gotten 2 scores. He doesn't need to really look for anything at the moment, so he just wants to increase it and chip away at his score line and make sure he creates a little bit of distance from himself and the other 3 surfers in the heat. It is a little bit of pressure building for Julius Wow. Nothing out the back. He only needs a 0.9 to get back into an advancing position. On screen, we have the next heat paddling out in red. That's Rafael Castro with Kia Hura, his board caddy. There we have him busting out some moves.
So he's walking to the pathway that bring them straight to the keyhole. Nice to have something like that. It's easy to get out. You don't need to rush to go out there. 残り時間7分30秒になったところですが、丸山選手現在第2位、そして森選手が第4位。第4位の森選手、必要なスコアは 3.21。丸山選手は 6.10 で1位のポジションですが、3位との差が広くないので、この 2.53 というバックアップを更新していきたいところです。残り時間7分をもう間もなく切っていきます。
Amazing. Thank you. I like when you speak Japanese.
Little bit of update for the Japanese audience.
Yep, you are an MVP to our team. So there on your screen right now is the keyhole here in Sorake Beach. That keyhole is vital because it could be 8 to 12 to 15 feet and you can still paddle out like there's no right now on your screen. This is Haruta Maruyama.
丸山選手、今の波で 2.53 以上スコアしていきたかったところですが、一発目素晴らしい場所に攻めていったんですが、少し引っかかってしまったようです。
Just about to reach a 6-minute mark. Here is a replay of the last if of White. So unfortunately just digs his rail and wasn't able to ride out of that one, but bit of a mistake there for Haruta. You know, Julius is really close behind and he needs to really back up his score with just under 6 minutes left. pressure is going to start to build, and we don't see too much sets coming through. Hopefully we get a bit more of motion coming in, so we have a bit of an exchange in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Julius Wow just need 0.90. That is pretty much, if he takes next wave, then he gets the score. But definitely he's not looking for that 0.77, 0.90. Probably looking for the similar score as his second wave. But Hiroto Mori has first priority, needing 3-2-1, which is a small score. Probably it can't be done by one solid turns. So like you said, Haruta had a little mistake on the last wave. He was kind of on the way to great number. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck just under 5 minutes mark in this heat. It's a bit a slow heat towards the end. I'm sure we're gonna see some actions next few minutes.
I'm hoping so. 4.5 yet. The last part of this heat has been a little bit slow. You know, it started off great, a lot of rides, and this is our man in white right now.
ホワイトの丸山、テイクオフしてきました。この波で 2.58 以上出したい。少し焦ったか、先のセクションが見えた結果、少し焦ってレールをセットアップしようとしたところで、板と体のタイミングが合わずに、板だけが引っかかってしまったように見えました。2.53 以上でその差を広げていきます。I saw like a little bit of rush from Haruta in between the turns. Nice first turn, but probably he was kind of rushing himself to the next section. A little bit of pressures on him as well. But 森選手、さあ重要な波になってきます。3.21 を出すと2位のポジションへ大きなターン一発入れてきました。このセクション超えられるか。ここは波に捕まってしまい、少し緩慢なセクションになってしまいました。
All right, Hiroto looking for a 3-2-1. Actually, the way he read that wave was incredible. You could see that he went for that first turn,
Right.
and he saw that it was going to rush away from him. So he didn't swing his board all the way around. He kind of just extended his body again. Here you can see extended it and just really tried to get around this section. But unfortunately, just the wave running away from him, this last part of the wave doesn't score too many points. So decided to pull off with just under 3 minutes left. He does still need a 3-2-1. The last one came in at a 2-4-3. So still a bit of chasing to do for our man in red, Hiroto Mori. Now it's all eyes on Julius Wow. A 0.9 is what he needs. He practically just needs to stand up.
Definitely, yeah. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. But sometimes, you know, Ocean can get flat, but don't think so. There is Julius Wow up and riding, needing 0.90. Nice, strong first carve, straight into the second. Wow, he's done the job, definitely. He will be in a second place with that ride.
Yep, that's right. So really well composed surfing from Julius Wow, needing a tiny score, did a beautiful, beautiful first and second turn. He will be going straight to second, and it is looking like Haruta Maruyama and Hiroto Mori will be needing to play a little bit of catch up. So this is the replay of the last of Julius. Love that first carve. Sets it up for that second one. So he's going to go straight to second. Our Julius Wow, I'm sure the local crowd will be super stoked to be seeing him advance this heat. But now all eyes on Hiroto and Haruta.
丸山選手、ここでしっかりとスコアが必要な状況になってきました。一発目、しっかりと当てていきますが、これもまたノーズから刺さってしまいました。Wow, he's kind of struggling to get turns in out there. He had a couple of kind of good, nice waves. You know, he was on the way to get a better score, but unfortunately, he just comes unstuck. Again, probably he will be needing mid threes, but we are still waiting for the last green to lock in. With the 40 seconds to go in this heat.
Yep, so we're getting to the last 40 seconds of the heat. This is a super important part. It is Hiroto Mori now with second priority, 3-2-1, but we're still waiting for the last of Julius. Let's see if it comes through in the last 10 seconds to see what the requirement is for our man in red. But it is Harry DeRoth with first priority, so he won't be making life easy for him.
Down to almost 10 seconds to go in this heat. But Hiroto is having a look at this one. 森選手、最後の波になってきます。6.73 が必要ですが、ここは乗れない。So last of Julius Wow comes in at a 4.43. Now he is in the second place. So it looks like Harry DeLoss and Julius Wow moving on to the next round. We are going to Bonsai break and we'll be right back after the break.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go.
Welcome back, Nias Pro QS 6000. We are into men's round of 128 heat. Number 9, I'm Dai Wako here in booth with True Starling. How are you this morning?
I'm doing really good, Di. We've had some exciting heats already. It was cool to see Harry DeRoth take that one out, and Julius Wow. And I think, I'm really good. I've just had a coffee at Casa Bebas, which was really nice. And I'm excited. I think we're going to see some good surfing today. Obviously, it's a little slow, but still fun.
Definitely, we'll be seeing big actions because today it's a men's round only, so women's are off.
Yep.
It's a lot of big names coming up, actually.
Huge names coming up. It's going to be, really cool to watch. And this is Nathan Johannes and on his that's Ricky Tomoshige. Sorry, Di. I was my eyes are seeing things. Maybe too much caffeine.
Maybe.
Never.
ともしげ選手1本目のライディングをしてきました。So, this was a Nathan Johannes in green, and this is a something white marker hazard. Nice opening turn, solid vertical lip. It's a second turn in, but I reckon the second turn was kind of half turnish, but the solid first turn.
Yeah, that was a nice first turn for Macca. He is representing New Zealand but lives in North Narrabeen on the northern beaches of Sydney, which is where I grew up. So it's nice to see him on his backhand. He was pretty sure he's traveling with Tommy Hinwood, who's also from North Narrabeen as well. So good group of guys traveling together.
So do you surf with them much?
Well, I don't live there anymore, but when I was living there, I surfed. They were out all the time. And wow, that was a huge first turn for Raphael. Gets a second one in with a bit of a fumble, but recovers. It was a 4-5 for his first wave.
ともしげ選手、1本目の波は小さめの波にテイクオフして、こちらの波 1.67 をスコアしました。The last of marker hazard comes in at a 2.67 and looks like Raphael is having a look at this one. This is a good looking wave. There's so much wall to work on. Wow. Big, huge opening curve, but unfortunately comes unstuck. It looked like he rushed a little bit to the next section.
I feel like that end turn, like at the end of those carves out here, you know, when it kind of gets it's steep and you push out with too much speed, it's so easy to just skip out.
Right.
It seems like, and he just maybe pushing a little bit too hard at the end of that one, and instead of just flowing with it, maybe, but you know, still a huge turn.
ともしげ選手、2本目のライディング、さあ、一発目大きなターンを入れてきました。これは2発目もしっかり入ってきています。そしてここはキックアウト、2ターンコンビネーションの波になりました。Especially those waves has a lot of walls, and when you done your solid first turn and you see the long wall just steep up for you, you just kind of want to run for it.
Yeah, for sure. And I really liked this wave from Ricky. It was a nice couple of turns on his backhand. He's quite... Is he a junior?
Yeah, he's still junior.
Yeah.
But he charges.
I can imagine.
Yeah, he always travel to Hawaii every winter and stay there for like 3 months with his mom.
Wow.
Pretty much every winter, and he just practice at in a pipeline, Sunset, even I believe Waimea as well.
Wow.
So he really charges, and he's just focusing on the pipeline, the big wave, barreling waves. So he probably looking for those barrel waves here in Nias.
That's super exciting.
And his mom is pro bodyboarder.
Oh,
and
wow.
His dad is professional surfer, I believe.
I love that.
He comes from surfing family.
Yeah, that's really cool. For Ricky Tomoshige, he's got that 2.87 and a 167.
While we have a little bit of break in action, so we're gonna go head over to Giada with last heat winner.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations. I know you've been waiting a while to be out there. And I know you're hoping for some big Lagundri barrels, but the conditions look great. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, ideally we'd be getting chewed, but it's not always like that, unfortunately. But it was fun. It was nice to actually get out there and catch my first few waves at the peak, so that was cool. It's been pretty hard the last few days, so I've just been watching and floating around and trying to work it out without actually surfing. So it was nice to take off on a few and do some trimming.
Leading up to this event, you know, this wave is probably really different to what you surf at home. So how did you train?
I didn't do too much training, I guess. Just lots of work and dad life and just hanging out. And yeah, I think luckily today, like, because there isn't any barrels, it's probably a bit more normal kind of turns and stuff like that. And then, yeah, just hopefully I've got enough barrels in the past to work it out if it starts barreling.
All right. I'm sure your family's watching at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, my wife and my son and my mum, they're still in Bali cheering me on. So thanks so much, guys. Thanks for the opportunity to come and do this. I really miss you, and I love you, and I'll see you soon.
So we have a tradition here that the winner of the heat gets a bang bang. Congratulations. Thank you. And we'll see you guys in the next heat.
Thank you, Giada and Harry. Yeah, cool to see him take that last hit out, Di.
Yep, and tradition Ben giving me sick, but in the water. Oh,
whoa!
First proper barrel this morning, definitely. That was finding white Maka Hazard on his backhand.
Great. Wow, how exciting. You could see him. He was
wow.
Looking back at the caddy. Let's take a look at this. Just pulls in, gets completely covered up, and comes out. We could literally hear everyone, in the zone, in the athlete area here, just, whoa,
Yeah.
Wow, he made that, and that was pretty well done.
That was well done, well served. Nice, stylish, pull-in barrel. I'm interested, what score he's going to get, but this is a replay of last of Blue, ともしげ選手のリプレイになります。一発、二発と大きなターンを入れてきて、3発しっかりと入った素晴らしいコンビネーションとなりました。これはサイズもあったので、いいスコアになってきそうです。Well, finally, we were able to see first barrel this morning.
I'm excited. I mean, Yeah, it looks hard on the backhand out there.
Definitely. When the swell is kind of small, it's not small. I mean, compared to the couple of days ago, it's dropped off. And on the smaller days, probably, you're right, harder on the backhand, I reckon.
Yeah, it looks tricky. And wow, Ricky locks in a 5.67 for his last wave. Putting together a couple of nice combos. Macca Hazard has a score to lock in as well. He needs a 4.83 to move up into second, and Natan chasing a 6.9 with first priority. And that 5.67 of Ricky was a really well surfed wave.
On the bigger size waves on the set. And he just got his job done. Managed to put 3 solid turns, so that's how he got a 5.67. ともしげ選手、3本目のライディングで 5.67 をスコアして、2位のポジションへ。So last of white comes in at a 6.50.
Wow.
The judges are liking the barrel.
Yeah, for sure. They were, they love that from Macca. 6.5 is probably one of the, I think it's one of the better scores we've seen today.
To me, it's like a 7 and 8. 7 or like 8.
Literally.
You know?
He's up and riding again. Macca Hazard. He's just staying consistent. Nice first turn. Maybe feeling a little bit of confidence in this heat. Just kicks out of that one. And that's a really good score. It's definitely a keeper on a day like today.
Wow, definitely.
The surfers are lucky. They have the caddies out in the lineup, right? And I'm sure the caddies would be cheering. You could probably see them clapping, and I'm sure they'd be. I remember surfing a heat here a couple of years ago, and Nathan Hedge was my caddy, and I could hear him. He was like, "Go, Trizzy, go!" It was exciting to see that. And
live action. So, I'm not too sure who was on that way, but looked like it's bigger sets are rolling through to the lineup now.
Wow, I think that might have been Natan, and if I'm right, he was so close to making that. That was crazy. Wow.
So he was in the tube.
He was in the tube. I saw him pull in there. We can see, luckily, we've got our screen, and then we can also see the ocean just to the right of it where we're at. And he was in the tube, but unfortunately just got clipped coming out of it. That was so close. He had heaps of travel time. It would have been a great score. Wow.
So 13 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat. Yeah, it feels like, the ocean just started to fill in some swells compared to other heats this morning. It's getting more like consistent in the conditions. So, we are going to see some of the barrel rise again, hopefully.
I feel like we will. I think we're starting to slowly see it start barreling, start tubing. So hopefully it picks up more and more. We'll see. We'll definitely see that for the afternoon with the lower tide. As it starts to get back down to that lower tide. So, 12 and a half minutes in this heat. Macca just with that 6.5 is a really good wave to have in his scoreline right now. 2.67 is his backup. He'll probably replace that pretty soon. And Raphael chasing a 4.05 and Natan looking for a 7.34.
Macca definitely wants to get rid of the 2.67 soon to get 2 solid scores on his leaderboard. But I think the ocean just goes a little bit quiet. Looks like a few actions are out the back. ともしげ選手、こちら4本目のライディングになります。この波で 2.87 を塗り替えたいところ。さあ、一発目大きなターン入れてきます。ここはまだ切り立ってきそうです。さあ、大きなターン入れてきた。これはメイクできるか。ここは残念ながらワイプアウトしてしまいましたが、素晴らしいライディングでした。That was a really unfortunate fault. Ricky, it would be a great score if he, could ride out of it.
Yeah, that was so close. Let's take a look at this first turn. He's still a junior. That was really smooth.
This
Gets
time.
his second one in. Wow, that was so strong. And unfortunately, he just couldn't get the ride out there. That would have been the 3.51 that he was looking for
Right.
sure if he had made it. But there's still time, just under 11 minutes to go. And this next heat is going to be heat number 10. Tom Whitpain is going to take on Teo Radcliffe, Ivan Wow, and Widianto Wow. And wow, Raphael pulls in, but just a little bit too deep. That one just stretching out in front of him, unfortunately.
And at the back, South in white, up and riding, needing a score to get rid of the 2.67. Nice two-turn combo. Little bit fumble on the first turn, but still managed to put solid second turns in. So definitely it will replace his 2.67.
Yeah.
And extending his lead.
Yeah, wow. 10 minutes to go. He's got a score to come through for Macca Hazard. This is that last wave, this first turn. Super nice. It kind of turns it into a bit of a float and then regroups for the second one. Well surfed wave for those two turns. He needs to better a 2.67, so we'll see where that locks in for his last wave. And, I mean, it's just that 6.5 that's really standing out right now. Last of Macca Hazard is a 3.03. So
Right.
it goes into his top two, and he's slowly increasing his lead, you know, and we've seen kind of scores in the 9-point range be, you know, the heat totals that have been progressing through in these slower mornings.
Definitely, especially last heat. The Harry De Ross got 9.37 in total. And Macca already has 9.53 in total score. So, yeah, he's on the way to the next round now with the 9 minutes remaining in this heat. But Nathan Johannes has fast prior already, and he was almost made a tube riding and needing 7.34 at the moment to go into the second. It's a huge score. But probably he's capable of getting those scores.
Yeah, if he finds one that opens up and is in it for a while and he gets that like really long tube, I feel like Natan will probably get the score. You know, he seems comfortable out here, so there's no reason why he wouldn't.
Right.
Well, it looks like we are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break while there is a little bit of a break in the action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the last 8 minutes of heat number 9.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our Bonsoy ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, Bonsoy ramen.
Moon-san, this is
Absolutely cooking.
And we are back. 7 minutes, 30 seconds to go in this heat. Round of 128, heat number 4. Macca Hazard is in first place with 6.5 and 3.03. And Ricky Tomoshiga is in second. Raphael is in third, needing 4.05. Nathan Johannes is in fourth place, needing 7.34. But he has fast priority. Kind of Ocean goes to a little bit quiet time at the moment.
Yeah, definitely slower heats that we've seen the last 2 days. I mean, we saw some pretty incredible waves be ridden this morning and also a few days prior to the start of competition. It was pretty solid, and there was some incredible tubes and great waves going down. Have no doubt that we'll see that towards the end of the event as well. No takers on that one with just under 6.5 minutes to go. And we've got a big day of surfing today. We're going to run up to heat number 13 of the men's round of 96.
Yes.
Is there any heats in particular that you just are excited for?
I'll check it out
Yes.
later and see if
Fair
I
enough.
have.
Put you on the spot there. Sorry.
Right. Wow. Yeah, big day ahead of us. Probably in total 24, 25 heats
Mhm.
for the day. Big day, definitely.
Big day. Yeah. Just trying to make sure that we, get through these heats. We started in the round of 136 for the
Right.
men, and it's amazing to see so many surfers coming over here to Nias, and wanting to surf this world class wave
Right.
and compete here.
And I understand because, when I look at the forecast, maybe today and tomorrow are the biggest day of the competition. So why not just, go through a lot of heat?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's enough waves coming
Mhm.
through. The quality of surfing is obviously there. I mean, it's so awesome to see, every surfer charging out there and really just trying to push their limits as well as the limits of the other surfers in the heat. And we got 5 minutes to go in this one, and Macca with that 6.5. That was such a well surfed wave. It was exciting. It was a real moment of, and this is
Right.
it again. And wow, he completely disappeared, even in that drone angle, and came out. And I think he maybe was just like, wow, that was
Yeah, it was definitely great. when
yeah, I think you could see the smile from here. He was stoked with himself, and he was checking out his caddy and was just like, wow, this is,
Right.
that was probably the best wave he's had here at Nias so far, like
Definitely.
with the amount of free surfers we've had.
Like 100 people were surfing together. So
Yeah.
there's pretty much little chance to get those, barrel waves
Yeah.
out there. So definitely, he felt really great to have one in his heat, actually, to getting those barrel wave. He was kind of looking into the camera right after the kick out. So
Yeah.
it's just showing how exciting he was. But looks like Rafael having a look at this one, but doesn't like the look of it. Needing 4.05. Not a big score, but still probably needs one solid turn or 2-turn combo to get this, mid fours. But he's already done that 4-5 in an early stage, so definitely he is capable of getting those scores on the smaller waves as well. Rafael had a great run last year here in Nias, and he loves going barrel. So definitely was looking to this event, and he wants to advance to the next round. But looks like a few sets coming through now. So Green has fast priority, but he's not going for this one. Rafael having a look at this one, needing 4.05. Big first turn, throwing back to splay, and gets a big second turn in. Wow. That was a great combination from Rafael.
Yeah, that was such a well surfed wave. That first turn was huge. He just was driving through each with just like that perfect amount of poise. And let's take a look at the Kemenpora flight cam. Great first turn, leaning into his rail and gets that second connection in, throws so much spray, as you said, Di. And really, I really liked it. He needs a 4.05. I think he could really challenge for that on that wave.
Definitely, there's no downtime in between the two turns. Really big, so much driving through the first projection and variety of maneuvers. I really love the second turn as well. So it's gonna be really close to the requirements, needing 4.05, and we're still waiting for the last red with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. So a lot of pressures on Ricky and Surf and Green. So the last of red comes in at 6.33.
Wow.
Huge number for two solid turns.
Yeah, that was solid for Rafael. 6.33. The judges rewarding that commitment. And you can see that the Lat Zero boat there of the Latitude Zero, Tello Islands. And wow, what an incredible view as well that you would have from the water of these heats. With a minute to go, Rafael out in front. Macca Hazard down in second is Ricky that is looking for a 387. He paddles for that one and loses second priority.
That was a pretty big error from Ricky Tomoshige. That was really unfortunate. Time is ticking. He knew that he needs to get one wave, so he just paddled for it. But unfortunately, he just didn't get that wave, needing 3.6787. So it's not a big score.
This is the 6.5 that we're seeing again of Mako. I mean, what an incredible wave ridden there for Mako, and the best wave of the heat. He's sitting in second. This is a 6.33 of Raphael, and
Definitely a different approach from those surfers, but they both scored mid-6, so great surfing from both white and red. 10 seconds to go in this heat. Looks like nothing is coming through to the lineup. So Rafael, Maka now moving into round of 96. We will be right back after the bonsai break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
And we are back with some incredible action here of day 2 of the Nias Pro. We saw some great highlights of last year. It was Pajar and Kana Nakashio taking out the Pro Junior event, I believe. And yeah, that last heat was a really exciting one to watch. Rafael Castro taking it out with a 6.33 in the dying moments of that heat. Maka Hazard coming in second. That 6.5 was very exciting to watch. The first backhand tube that I've seen of the event so far. Right now we have heat number 10. Tom Whitpain is out there taking on Teo Radcliffe, Ian Wow, and Widianto Wow. I'm True Starling, and joining me in the booth for this heat is Mark Clifton. Mark, we've seen some great heats this morning, if not a little bit slow, but still some really good waves.
There is, of course. I mean, look, it's just golden surface. It's just your typical Indo glass, wind-free, nice surface. The swells are a little slow, guaranteed, but everybody's got to get down and boogie and make the most of what comes through and, capitalise on your waves. I'm sure everybody gets the required at least 2 waves, right? You've just got to stick it and try and get off to the best possible start by finishing your first ride, I think is a good theory today. I saw the WOW boys heading out together and they were pretty chuffed with just being able to surf a heat together. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interest from the clan on the point, as 2 of their bros are about to do it for real in Heat 10. Around 128, ladies and gentlemen. We got 24 heats to roll out. Effectively, Heat 5 of the day is in the water. So we've got a big program. But I'm really looking forward to it. I really like watching those highlights of last year when you see that ad come on between the heats. How sick was it?
Yeah, it looks like some pretty special days from last year, that's for sure. I feel like, hopefully we'll see that this year as well. It was super cool to just, see everyone going for it and absolutely charging.
Oh, insane. Never forget it. So I've been to worked on and surfed in a lot of surf comps in my life, and that one sticks up in there. It's got to be the top couple of events I've ever worked on, if not the absolute best, because that's rare that the ocean gives you that sort of joy for that long with that many tens.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Pretty incredible.
All right, so that's last year. It's all about this year. We're going to get some big old pits at some point, looking at the forecast allegedly. So we've got our fingers crossed that that's going to happen. You can see the Sorake point in the background. It's cool sometimes just going for a walk and heading up around the point there at the back to Sabatu. And it's got a lot to like about it. It's a really lush island. It's just coconut trees, and it's I just enjoy being here. I really like Nias.
Yeah, it's a special place for sure. And even I was here 3 years ago, and coming here 3 years ago to now, it's how much it's changed. Like it's still that small town kind of vibes, but it's also a small village, I would say. And then there's still more that's been added on. A few extensions, especially to a hash, a little bit more coverage, which is nice. A few more cafes with some good coffee. It's cool.
Very livable, and it's even better when big old swells roll through, and it's the focus of why everyone's here.
Yeah.
So Tommy Whitpain had a little bit of a splash with him the other day around at a sneaky little wave most people know about up the coast. That was good fun. Teo, cool dude. I'm sure Harry Radcliffe is watching. Dad's there. We wish Teo the best of luck. And, of course, Ian and Widianto. Widianto surfed a really good heat the other day, just yesterday, actually, and drew a lot of applause from the beach. I think he got a really good barrel and won his way into this round. So he's got the goods, just need the waves.
Yeah, it's a little slow in this one. We did see it be slow in that last heat as well, but Raphael and Maka progressing on through.
A lot of people also use Nias as a little bit of a launching pad out to the Hanako Islands, which are just off the coast here, pretty close. Everyone will know about Bawa, Tom Curran years ago, all that footage. Arsu is right there as well. We might just see if this turns into a set. Seems to be a little bit of action out on the point. The boys are moving. If not, we're going to hear from Dai Wacko with the winner of the last heat there in the chute. But I reckon there's waves coming. I reckon this could be a little bit of a set. You can see some action up there, which is generally a bit of a giveaway. The boys are moving, so we'll stick with the live action. We'll do the interview in a moment. Everybody's repositioning. They're all pretty deep at the moment. You can see that. So nobody's budging. There's no point if you're all sitting too deep. No one gets a bite of the cherry, so something's got to give here.
Yeah, they're definitely all wanting to keep that inside. For sure. You could see Tom just holding onto that inside. He's like, I'm not letting this one go. So
two crafty little locals against him, though. They'll find a wave out there. You watch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Everyone will catch one at some point. Just those first moments of the heat, like wanting to control it. Be in a position to get yourself on the first wave. And this right here, Ian, wow. Just a quick in and out. That wave just not offering what he was hoping for, it seems like. And it looks like we might have a little bit of a break in the set. So we are going to jump over to Dai Wacko, who is with Rafael Castro.
Wow, I bet your heart pumps right now. Pretty nerve-wracking moment in the end, but how is the condition?
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I was like stoked to get out there and almost too stoked. Like I always get too frothed up before my heats, and then did a few mistakes, like got a few good ones and fell, but kept my cool and still had 5 minutes left. And I was like, next wave I gotta go, and waited for the good one, and luckily came and stoked. Just deep breath.
You felt great on the last wave. You got 6 and straight into the first. But when you took off the wave, you felt nervous or something like that, or you just felt, oh, okay, let's go?
Yeah, I mean, before the waves, I was already preparing myself to not get nervous on the wave. And I was just breathing, and so when I took off, I was just like, whatever, just you're ready. Third, if I can't be nervous anymore. I have nothing to lose, only to win. So yeah, I just played it nice and timed it, so stoked.
What's your secret to get rid of the nervous?
Oh, man, just chill, close my eyes, and feel the water, try to be in the present moment, because this is so lucky to be here, like not many people get to surf waves like this, and especially no one out, so just stoked, Every day is lucky, so stoked. Lucky we live.
All right. Is there anything you like to say to your family, your friends, supporters?
Yeah, thank you everybody for watching, my support here, everyone, my homies here, just been a great team. I'm staying with Teddy and Kian, and the boys just psyched up, and I learn every day from them, so yeah, stoked. Teddy gave me nice cracks yesterday on my back, so I feel loose today, and yeah, stoked.
All right. Good job and good luck in the next round, and this is a Bam Bam. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
and Raphael. Yeah, he won that heat in the last pretty much minute or two, getting that 6.33. It was exciting for him to watch it.
How's this drone footage of the flotilla, the Armada making their way back in? On any given day when there's swell and you're in the lineup and you're surfing some pretty good waves, you see these boys coming in. They quite often will jump on the end of a swell and get a little boost into the shore, but it's pretty classic to watch them actually surf a wave in their canoes. This is day in, day out stuff for these guys. If we weren't here, they'd still be doing it every day. They push off from the little beach down there in the Lagundri Bay itself. And, it's a sleepy little fishing village. There's always got fish for sale on the side of the road as you drive into the point. So that's just stock standard Lagundri life.
Yep. Seems pretty special.
It's just basic, and it's just timeless, and it's just what's gone on forever. So
keep it simple.
Yeah, keep it simple, and and I've said it before: is wait till you take it to the next level, and you get up to the King's Village up there on the hill. It really gives you a blast back into the past, and I highly recommend anybody that's ever been here and done it. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. All right. Well, here we go. Ian Wow up on his second wave, trying to get around this one. Unfortunately, just a little bit too deep there. So 15 minutes to go. Only 3 waves caught in this heat so far. Tom Whitpain and Teo Radcliffe holding on to that kind of first and second sort of priority zone right now, waiting for one of the good waves to come through.
Yep, and you've got to pull that trigger sooner or later. 15 minutes off the clock. Definitely got to sort of get the ball rolling. Imagine some nerves are starting to creep in a little bit. Some of those little waves that the boys have been hunting, Widianto and Ian, sometimes they absolutely drain off hard. And how's the team? Here they come again. Flotilla just cruising in. One of them stopped to have a little look over his shoulder going, what are these dudes up to? Normally I see more people than that out there.
Or maybe he's like, wow, hang on a second, there's a set coming through. And
it's my God.
No takers for this one. And that's just going to roll through the lineup unridden. It would be pretty hard to be a caddy out there today, watching these waves roll through and no one's on them.
Kind of the second best seat in the house, really. I mean, the best is where these 3 are.
Yeah.
The second best, sit on the side and you watch these things come through. And, when you're paddling out at times and you see a set rolling through and you look up and you're watching these things just coil towards you, it just mesmerizes you. And
it's so dreamy.
A lot of those little ones, on days like this size, on a lower tide, which we're just about at low tide, but those little ones can absolutely just drain off 2-footers. Yeah. You can get so barreled. And generally, your little coconut cartel or the little mosquito squadron that buzz around out there in the lineup, that they sit in a lot further than the big fellas that all want sets, and they're more than happy to feast on them little drainers, and you see them just fit in these little holes and get chewed for that long. It's pretty classic.
All right, well, it looks like Widianto Wow is going to pick this one up under priority, standing tall, waiting for it to drain out. He gets that nice first turn in. Off the bottom beautifully for the second one. Once again, driving through a third, really smooth on rail. So he'll lock in his best score and probably the best score of the heat so far for Widianto. But it's Tom and Teo. I mean, Di and I were actually talking about this in the last heat. It's so easy to just sit there and wait for waves to come through and kind of be stubborn as opposed to doing what Widianto is and just picking heaps up under priority. It's really smooth surfing on this wave.
Yeah, so the judges kind of scorched the smaller waves to a degree, but at 3.33 right now, a keeper leading, so a wise move by the young fella, because look, the other 2 will have priority over him, right? So there's no point sitting against next to red and blue because they'll be that keen. They're not going to let anything go right now.
Yeah.
So it was a wise move just to do that and keep surfing. The judges want to see bigger waves ridden to throw bigger numbers, but when they're not coming through, just got to get it done. So I like what Widianto did.
Especially in these earlier rounds, it's just about that progression. It's not about blowing everyone out of the water, getting 8s and 9s. It's just about making it through the heats. And this is Tom Whitpain from Burleigh Heads up and riding on his first wave, feeling comfortable on his backhand. Nice first turn, driving through a second one. And goes up and into the third for Tom. I'm sure, he's used to surfing those right point breaks. Burleigh gets pretty hectic at times, not like this, but I'm sure he feels comfortable out there.
White now ducks his head into a little bit of shampoo, gets clipped, down he goes. So a bit of a non-event for Ian Wow, but still just in pretty good rhythm. That's his third ride. So, Tommy waited a while for that. All right, so it is young Teo with priority out the back now, eagerly waiting his opportunity, the goofy footer. So I really like what Tom did on this wave. He really capitalised. He hit every section flush right from that first hit. Gave it a little fade, got a second nice clip in. Big, strong lad, bearing a lot of rail. So it will definitely be the best wave of the heat. The judges won't get overly excited. There's plenty of room left in the scale. I can see kind of a mid-range number dropping for this, but a good wave now for White.
Yeah, this was, that would have been a nice turn there. Unfortunately, just catching his rail. So another small score to lock in there with just about 10 minutes to go. I mean, that was really unlucky for Ian because that was a nice wave. It was a good section.
Yep, he could have put something together that was a little better than how it panned out. But the score for Whitpain will probably get him into the lead on that one ride. He's a big dude. He's been around for a long time. You're out of Burleigh. You've obviously done a lot of board riders and a lot of Australian events, which harden you up pretty quick, smart to know what impresses judges at any level and any sort of condition on the given day. So
yeah.
I really thought it was just good manoeuvre selection. He didn't really take any huge risks, but he just did some pretty spicy surfing.
Yeah, no, I agree. And just did what he had to do on that first wave to get himself into the heat. Didn't try and oversurf it. I agree, Mark. It comes in at a 3.63 with just about 10 minutes to go. And right now that's the best wave of the heat. And I just think it's in some of these heats where they're going to be a little bit scrappy. And you just have to push aside the fact that, yeah, there is some good waves coming through, but if your heat doesn't have them, you have to adapt and just surf. And that's all it really is about, is just catching waves.
Yeah, so Tommy there. So the judges are being very reserved. There's still some good waves. Every now and then there's a blockbuster wave that comes through, so they've got to kind of just hold on some of these scores and just fit it all in and know that there's more joy in the lineup. So let's have a little look at some of the highlights on what we saw yesterday. And welcome to Nias Lagundri Bay for this year's Nias Pro. Yesterday was pumping. It was up to 8 foot on the sets. There's still plenty of leftovers here this morning for day one. With the men's round of 136. There's 4 heats of those. And right now over my shoulder there's got to be 60 people having a warm-up surf because it's still pumping. So day one's going to kick off in fine style, starting at 8 o'clock. Woohoo! I can't wait. Well, that was a nice little mashup of some of the better stuff that went on yesterday, and we did see a couple of waves ridden during that little break as we see the next heat just starting to get their groove on and get in the zone. I can see Kevin Wow right there in the blue Rashi. He's been waiting all morning for his opportunity. We've got some live waves out in front now. Is White. So Ian Wow trying to get out of third. I think I saw a pretty good wave also for Tommy Whitpain. So the judges, I didn't see it all, but the numbers coming through look pretty similar to his last number. It will be enough to get him into first. There it goes. So it's a 5, so it's better. So clipping the lip, I saw the back end of that, so I didn't catch the whole ride. Maybe we can catch up with the Bonsai replay on Tommy Whitpain's ride. A 5 is a pretty good number in today's action.
Yeah, for sure. This is the Bonsai replay. It's that nice first check turn in there for Tom Whitpain. That is a solid connection on the backhand, gets up and into it for a second one. Driving through here, so that wave locks in at a 5, and really strong surfing. And I actually really love watching Tommy on his backhand. He's really smooth, super strong. He's a really back-footed surfer, so I'm not surprised that he's locked in a 5 and that he seems to be really comfortable out there right now.
Big fin waft off your first turn. There's a nice bit of risk involved in all that. So the judges would have noted, and happy to open up their scale a little and throw a 5. We can see the yellow brick road right there out to the keyhole. Green is strutting his stuff in the next heat. That's Dane Lewis getting ready to take on Kevin Wow and Teddy Billy. Looks like a 3-person matchup, I can see.
Yeah, we're going to have some pretty good heats to finish off this round. I'm pretty sure. Mark heat 12, heat 13. Yeah, we've got about 4 or 5 more heats to go. I'm excited to see Toi Tanaka out there, actually, because he was looking really sharp on his backhand at Krui. He's always smiling and he's always happy. So, yeah, let's see how he goes. He's coming up in heat number 13. I mean, yeah, there's some really good heats, and with 5 minutes to go in this one, it's Tom Whitpain looking pretty good for the lead with a 5 and a 3.63. Widianto Wow, he has a 3.33 and a 1.7 in second. It's Ian Wow, he's chasing a 2.21, and Teo Radcliffe has been sitting with over 20 minutes.
Come on, Teo. You got to surf waves to get through a contest. Have had almost 20 off the clock. On one single number, a 5.03 would put him into second. So Green now, one of the local boys. Here he goes again, just winding up Widianto. Nice replay here coming through of his 3.33. The Bonsai replay. Thanks, boys. I can also see Anton featuring in heat 13. We'll get to that in a minute. But this is what's got old mate in the lead, Tommy Whitpain.
Yeah, that was nice. This is really strong surfing from Tommy, and yeah, he's looking really, really strong. Again, just seems like he's comfortable out there. The 3.63 and a 5 out in front. 5s are a really good score today. Yeah, it'll be super exciting.
Yep, back to heat 13, which you mentioned with Toy. We've also got Anton, right? He's a charger. He's a big-time performer when swells are rolling through. Nobody is more gutsy than Anton on his backhand, if you don't mind. He's a real popular lad out here on the point, out of all the local crew. Sometimes he goes and surfs the indicator as well. And I've been here before when Anton's gone out there and crew. The Groms just come running up, all the coconut cartel, and gone, Anton's going out the indicator. And people, it's like the warning going off. Everybody just gets some space where they can see it and just watch him do his business out there on his backhand again. But he's red hot. This sort of size surf is not his preferred stuff, but trust me, he's a demon when the surf ramps up. We've got Sho Shirai in heat 14. We know how good he is. Caleb Tancred, Herbert Wow, so Hibber.
Wow.
And here goes Teo.
Oh, unfortunately coming unstuck for Teo. Maybe the nerves there really starting to kick in. I mean, 3 minutes to go. He's got a 0.63 on his first wave. Having a little look back at the caddies, getting some words of support and encouragement.
It's all right. So it drops in as a low number. So requirement now of mid-4 for Teo. He's got a couple of minutes on the clock, so he's just going to have to sniff around now, pick something up, try and get 2 really strong backhand blasts is probably the theory to get a 4-4. But bad news is not only the clock, he's got 4th priority, so he's going to have to hope something slips under the guard of these guys. You definitely need 2 waves to give yourself a chance of getting through rounds. Let me see in heat 15, I know Yoza Zagota is coming up, and you see Yoza on a lot of waves out here. He's got the long hair. He's got that really cool, relaxed style, and he's got the modern version of just a shredder who looks like it's effortless, and he gets a lot of waves. So he's in heat 15. I think we're going to get Justin Bulolo is going to come in and have a chat with his through his mate's heat.
Amazing.
That'd be nice. So he's the big chief on the point. And then Zeb Stokes leading out heat 16, which will be the last heat of this round. And then getting through into the more highly rated seeds in the round of 96. 90 seconds.
Yeah, wow. Well, Tom Whitpain out in front. he's only ridden 2 waves, a 5 on his last at 363. I mean, getting rid of that sit and wait approach, and he's just catching waves right now. And this looks like it is Ian Wow using third priority. He's chasing a 2.21, flying down the line. Needs to really lay into a good turn here. Unfortunately, just pushing a little too hard and comes off the back of that wave. He didn't need a big score at all. He almost just wanted to kind of rein it in just a little bit to get that 2.21.
Yep, got a little bit excited. The number wasn't big, but he get it. Let's have a look at green now. So Widianto, who's sitting in second, starting to use his rail. He's got himself a pretty good set wave. Decides to kick out right in White's face. And that leaves the 2 lads. So this would be Teo now. He's going to have a lot of froth on this wave because it's a much smaller wave than the previous wave. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, that was a really nice first turn, but wow, just gets a little bit hung up and, a bit of a fumble there for Teo. I mean, he was such an incredible act over at Cruy. He put together some really great heats. It was definitely one of my favourite surfers to watch for sure. His last wave locks in at a 2.27 with 15 seconds to go, chasing a 2.77. Looks like he's just going to run out of time. But this first turn for Widianto, loved how he just drew it out. The second one here was really smooth and kicks out just in front of Ian. And it looks like Tom Whitpain also getting a wave before the Hooter.
Oh, bang.
Locks in for a second turn. Wow, that was huge. And Tommy Whitpain just tying the bow on this heat and getting the lead.
Took him a long time to get started, but boy, oh boy, didn't he string it together. 3 waves.
Yeah.
That will be a big number because it was a large wave. We didn't see the whole thing on the monitor, but I did over my eye out the window here. So let's have another look at this. It's one of the bigger waves today. There goes that fin drift again, just to add a bit of variety to that turn. Upside down on a bossy section, if you don't mind. He gets 3 really good hits in. I loved it, True. Wave of the heat for me.
Yeah, it's a 717 mark. Yeah. It was a big score, and Tom just claiming the lead, the win of that heat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We have an exciting heat number 11. It's going to be Kevin Wow, Teddy Billy, and Dane Lewis. We'll be right back.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, here we are. We've got a 3-person matchup. So we are lacking a seed, or there was no seed in this round. So there it is. Kevin Wow, he'll be stoked with the 3-person heat. Teddy Billy likewise, and Dane Lewis met him in the water having a surf on our second lay day here. He's a cool lad out of Sawtell. And here is our lineup. So Teddy Billy's going under the Swedish flag. We know where does he live in Bali?
Bingen.
He's a Bingen boy.
Yeah.
All right. And Kevin is from right here. The pad we're sitting in, the Hassan family surf camp. He's sitting in blue. And, Dane Lewis. So that's our lineup, everybody. A 717 for Tommy Whitpain to finish off that last heat. That was huge.
Wow, that's probably the highest score of the day. I haven't seen or heard anything
bigger
than that. But, so Teddy Billy, a little bit of back info from him. He is under the Swedish flag, but grew up in Bali. I remember seeing him when he was a tiny grom on his backhand in Bingen. I think I remember him the most with his little helmet on out there. He was a tiny grom, and now he's like twice my size. He's grown so much lately, and it's great to have him out here. He's been ripping. I know he's riding those Channel Island surfboards that are going really, really well under his feet. Recently last year did a trip to Kandui Resort as well as HT's Resort with the CI team, part of the Billabong Asia crew. So Teddy's an incredible surfer, great backhand. I'm excited to see him here in the Nias Pro. Really young man, if I'm not wrong, still pro junior.
Yep.
So
Sure is.
yeah, still pro junior.
There's our matchup. And look, I imagine the whole point and the whole might be hard to get something ordered here at the Hashem Family Surf Camp right now because Kevin's in the lineup. He's the younger brother. He's the younger of the Wow clan out of the Hashem family setup here where we are positioned. So Dad's parked up. Elvira, who kind of runs the show in here, she'll be watching out there. Good luck getting a snack or a coffee or anything right now at Hash Family Surf Camp. You're just going to have to wait till this heat over. I can see a lot of locals getting around out there in pole position to view. And here is Dane Lewis.
So early start for Dane. Nice first turn. Gets around the whitewash. Wraps it here again. A little tighter that time. So good first start. Nothing too crazy, but good to get his feet on the wax, get a couple turns in, get comfortable out there. Just under 21 minutes, so lots of time left.
Replay. Yep, smallish wave, but it's nice to just finish, to get a little bit of rail invested in the waves and kind of just kick off your campaign. The judges are being kind of crueling the smaller waves to a certain degree, and they've been waiting for those waves like we saw Tommy Whitpain shoot off a real set. Went to town on it. So this will be a minorish number, but still, Dane Lewis in a three-person heat. You do not want to get third is about the only theory, almost 3 points. So you can see that he did some pretty good surfing, but the judges go, nah, there's room for improvement. Tommy Whitpain found one. He got 3 pretty good waves. His total was 12.17 for the win. So we'll be hearing from him shortly.
Yeah, so back to Teddy's corner. I think I saw Kian Martin that he was going to caddy him. Another great surfer. Kian and Teddy have been to this QS together quite a few times. I know they're staying with Rafa as well up the point in Bahiga Surf Camp. Oh, there we go. Teddy, first barrel of the heat, wraps it around there, gets around that section. Teddy, Billy there, the man that we were just talking about. So I'm excited to see the replay.
Oh, I can't wait to see the replay. Big fist pump. So something pretty cool went on. There was a lot of crew that hooted and a lot of gasping going on in the restaurant here. So, tubes have been kind of rare today, but I think he got a good one.
Yeah, and actually, we didn't see the beginning. We just saw him appear onto that wave. So I think it's going to be a pretty good score. Would love to get the replay of that last one. Yeah.
That takeoff was to die for. And the wraparound, you don't see many people really get back and belt that section and ride out.
Yeah.
So some really big moments there for Teddy.
Oh, there we go. It's going to be a big score for Teddy Billy there. Took off straight into the barrel, disappeared, and came out. That was impressive stuff. So There we have it. An 8-point ride for Teddy.
Let's see if we can see it again. So if the production boys could just cue that one up again. That was so sick. That's the wave of the morning. The takeoff was to die for. He was basically paddling and he was already just about in the tube, right? Got to his feet, got a long draining barrel, big rebound and cut back. We'll have another look at that right after this quick interview from True Starling and Tommy Whitpain. Go for it, team.
Thank you so much, Tom. That was a really hard heat, pretty slow at the start of that one.
Yeah, I was sitting out there for so long, just hoping a set would come. And then, finally at the end of the heat, it started to pick up a bit. And, got a couple scores. So, stoked with it.
You grew up at Burleigh Heads, so I'm sure that you'd be feeling comfortable out there on your backhand.
Yeah, definitely feeling comfortable out there. Like, just got to do 3 turns on a wave and you get a good score. So yeah, stoked. Yeah.
Getting a 717, that's the highest wave we've seen for turns. That would have felt pretty nice.
Yeah, it felt really good to get one, like a good score. No one's really been getting like a score over a 5 for turn. So yeah, I was stoked to get a good score. Yeah.
I'm sure you have lots of friends and family back at home watching you. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Just hi to my family. Yeah, I'll see you guys soon. Love you.
Thanks, Tom. We'll send it back to you guys.
Man, a few words, and I think we're going to have to catch up with Tommy for a bang bang a little later on. So a great heat. Geez, he surfed 3 waves. It took him 10 minutes to find a wave, but found 3 good ones, finished with a 717. Kevin Wow now. This is him. I'm sure that, wow. All right, there's plenty of gasps coming out of the restaurant. You've got to be thinking with Teddy locking in an 8 early, he's going to qualify, right? So out of Dane and Kevin, I think the pressure is on to pick up this vacant second position. We haven't seen an 8 all day. Teddy, for me, is super solid in this matchup.
Yeah, he's looking so strong right now. I absolutely love that wave. So this is the replay of it. Completely disappeared. Couldn't see his board. Comes out, does a big cutback, hits the whitewash. So super stylish as well from Teddy Billy, showing that he's in it to win.
Yeah, we're going to see that a few times today. We're going to probably get it happening again throughout this heat because that takeoff was to die for.
Yeah.
He didn't want to let that wave go. He was super late. So Kevin Wow now on the inside, sniffing around. Things haven't gone well in these first 10 minutes for Kevin.
Yeah, you're right. I absolutely love that takeoff from Teddy. It was just under the lip and straight into the barrel. This right now on your screen is Dane Lewis looking for shade. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of that one. Gets clipped, maybe a little bit too small, but great try nonetheless. Probably hearing Teddy's wave, and he's like, you know what, I need to step it up right now.
Yep, he would have heard all that. He would have heard the number. He would have heard the point raw. Once Teddy came out of that, it was a pretty extended barrel. The big wraparound cuddy is difficult. So 8 points sets the benchmark for the men's in this round of 128. So that's what the judges have been waiting for. We've seen how they've been quite reserved with a lot of their numbers, and they're scorching the wave height a little bit. If guys do some pretty good surfing on small waves, they still don't throw much at it. So every now and then those waves are there. And they're happy to throw Tommy Witt's one and Tommy Whitpain and also Teddy. So here goes Teddy again. He's showing some interest.
Yeah, so Teddy taking a look at this one. He has priority. He will cash it in. Needs to back up that 8. So he goes first opening turn. Really nicely done here. Showing the judges that it's not just about the barrel. He got some turns too. He goes a little more critical there. So this wave kind of fattening out for him, but he weaves it nicely on this inside. Just having a bit of fun on there. So Teddy going to be backing up that 8 really nicely. You know, we've seen people win heats with an 8 heat total. So I think Teddy's looking pretty comfortable in this heat 11.
Yeah, and that'll be a reasonable number as well. He did some pretty good work on this. So this is the judge's view. The height of the wave might keep the number a little bit reserved, but you know what? He's feeling it. He's in the groove, fresh off an 8, fully confident. Tagged 3 nice moves and a little cutback for good measure. And then throws in a little bit of a chop up there and doesn't ride out. So he's in the zone, and this score coming in is looking like the second best of the heat. So the pressure is on. The spot's available now for second. You can see Dane needs a 9.17 to win. Kevin needs to make a move shortly. He's got to bank his next wave. But the good news is he's got priority. Rapidly getting towards the halfway mark of this matchup. Kevin's turning. I imagine his old man will be pretty nervous. So Hash Wow in the restaurant here will have pole position watching his son's heat. I'm sure his brother Herbert is surfing a little bit later on. And Kevin's a big player out here on the point. When there's swell, all right, he'll be kind of bummed his heat is rolling out in these conditions because he loves it chunky and big, and he's a real charger.
Yeah, that's right. And every time I see Kevin post something on Instagram when we're not here, it's usually him getting really, really barreled. So this right now is Kevin Wow in the blue on his forehand. Big first carve. Sets it up for this second one. more vertical. Busts the fins out the back. Unfortunately, isn't able to run out of that one, but that was looking like it was going to be a pretty good score for Kevin. Unfortunately, falls off on that second turn, but he does have 12 minutes on the clock. That's enough time to get back out there and get those 2 scores up. Dane Lewis only sitting on a 293 and a 107, so it is really Teddy with the 2 highest scores of this heat.
So I reckon Kevin just, he needed to finish his wave. He needed to get this hit and just play the game and just connect and just ride out, maybe throw in a cut back out wide and just get a 4 or a mid-3 or something. So it drops in at just a 2-3-3. So you can see that maybe the pressure of hearing Teddy's numbers, the clock is where it is. Maybe that's kind of affecting his thoughts. But a crucial little error there for Kevin to get back into this heat. And I mean, he's not far out of it. Dane Lewis has done next to nothing as well, but Dane has connected a few times, finished waves, so he'll be feeling a little bit more ready and prepped for wave number 3 whenever it comes. So Dane is in green, everybody, out of Sawtell. And here he goes right now.
So this is now Dane Lewis needs to get a good score on the board. So nice first wrap, pretty tight in the pocket. It's a little bit stuck there. That second turn, just not really what he was probably looking for. Going to be getting rid of that 107, but I don't think it's going to be any better than that 293. So, yeah, it's...
There was some nervous surfing from Dane, for sure. Knowing the numbers are super low, but there's still a little bit of pressure mounting here with the clock and knowing he had to do something. He's got a pretty good wave. He just got a little bit stuck there with the foam on his fade. That cost him a decent second move. So he'll be kicking off that cut. Damn, what did I do? Just had to do 2 or 3 moves on that wave, get to the end. He probably would have put a bit more daylight between himself and Kevin. So Kevin is kind of still in the hunt here. All the boys in the Hashem family surf camp are watching intently. Kevin's fall not ideal on that second wave, so it's time to regroup for Kevin. He's got 10 minutes.
Yeah, but Kevin knows this wave so well. He knows what he's looking for out there. And you're right, though. I'm sure if this was any other day here in Nias, Kevin would have definitely not been surfing out there. He looks like the type of guy who is only out there when it's around like 6 foot plus.
Well, you know what? I've seen him throw up clips of airs and playing around on smaller waves, doing layback snaps and carves, and he's not a one-trick pony. We know he's got some good tube time, and he knows how to do it when it's solid. But I have also seen some pretty good clips of him using his rail and getting busy and looking pretty sharp. So here's Teddy again, the man of the moment, using his top priority, snaps in the pocket. He's found yet another good wave, right? So Kevin could really do with a wave like this, and Teddy's just dialing him up.
Yeah, Teddy is looking pretty unstoppable at the moment. He has been on every single good wave of this heat. His wave selection has been pretty spectacular up till now. I mean, that 8-point ride, not only wave selection, but skill. I mean, not anyone can take off and get into a barrel straight away like that. So this is the last of Teddy Billy. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to be improving a little bit on that 410. I love those first 2 turns. It was in the super critical part of the wave, really tight in the pocket. So really well done from Teddy Billy right now. And there we have it, his last score of 510. So he's got the whole field in combo right now.
Good call, G. Does lock in as his second best wave. So nice work, Teddy. And he's just in rhythm with the ocean, Every time a decent wave comes through, he seems to have priority. When you open with the 8, you're already oozing confidence. These waves are just coming his way at the moment. Kevin would die for one of the waves that he's had, and so would Dane. So it's a real shootout. They're both comboed. So this is Dane Lewis's last wave. He kind of opened up all right. He just got stuck on this fade here. That was costly.
Yeah. And sometimes it happens. There are certain heats where, it doesn't matter the skill of the surfer. They just can't really find the rhythm. But this is now Kevin Wow looking for a 317. Big first hack there. That's looking much better. Oh, lays it back again. Wraps it around here. So that was a much, much better wave from Kevin Wow. he will be definitely going into second position. That second turn was huge.
Well, that's what I was saying. You know, some of his layback snaps are really good. That's kind of his signature move. You could sense the frustration coming out in that wave by Kevin. It's only ride number 3. He's hearing Billy's numbers and finally just sinks his teeth into something. This second turn is the money move. Boom. Really gets heavy on the back foot. And he's got some kgs to throw around, and he really used them well that time. So, yep, I reckon I can see him moving up a spot. Dane Lewis will have to hold his nerve here.
Wow, that was a really nicely surfed wave from Kevin. Wow, not one of the biggest ones of the sets, but, you know, he really took advantage of that wave, and I think every opportunity it gave, he really hit the sections right. So really well done from Kevin. Wow, and sometimes it's not about being on the best one, but having really good wave selection.
Wow. You're wondering why we're showing a replay of an empty wave, because that man was in the hole. That was so sick, and we missed his takeoff. We need to rewind that clip a little further to get back to the takeoff, which was probably just about the best part of that ride. So Kevin's gone into second. The number is in at a 387, so he gets what he needs with a bit of 0.7 interest on top. Leaves Dane Lewis now chasing a 328. Highly doable for the Aussie in green. Teddy doesn't need a wave. He's sitting in second priority, trying to burn off a 510. Replays of the 8-point ride are just so good. Just want to see the takeoff again. That was just, you haven't seen anybody take off any later in the last 2 days of the Nias Pro.
That's as late as you can probably go. I mean, he stood up and he was in the barrel as he was
the best score of it again. So let's catch this. There it is. It happened so quick. That was a good barrel, man.
Yeah. He's going to be stoked on that. I'm stoked on Teddy, and I'm sure Kian Martin is in the lineup right now. Really, really happy for his friend Teddy. As I said, they're all staying up the point at Barriga Feliz. This is another wave of Teddy. I'm pretty sure that's the 510. Beautiful surfing from Teddy, showing that he's not only a barrel hunter, but also really good at turns.
Yeah, nice bit of variety on that wave. That's the 5-1. So thanks for the production team queuing up the highlight reel of this heat. It's been a bit of an arm wrestle for second. There's only 0.7 in it between Kevin and Dane. The Aussie in green, though, has priority. Kevin has third pick. There they are. This is going to be a nail biter. Trust me, everybody. We're watching Heat 11. It's been a super close affair. We've seen Teddy Billy just in perfect rhythm with the ocean, even throwing away a 410. He's got the top 3 numbers of the heat.
Yep, he's looking in incredible form, and that board under his feet is looking great. I know he's really been working closely with the guys at CI Indo, with Charlie Stambo and Chris Kutch and all those guys over there that have it all really dialed in. So this right now on your screen is Dane Lewis looking for a 328 to go into second. Big first gouge there. Sets it up for this second one. Gets a little bit stuck on that bottom turn, but recovers nicely. Unfortunately, falls off on that last one. But will those first 2 be enough to get that 328?
Well, the judges haven't been throwing those numbers around too lightly. You know, Dane's surfing with a whole lot of nerves under the jersey, it looks like. Let's watch it again. So it wasn't a bad wave, all right? His first bottom turn, top turn combo was pretty good. He's all set up to get the number. There was a little glitch coming off the bottom there, but he did get the hit in. Things go a little bit weird here. It looks like he got stuck between whether to hit the lip or carve in the pocket and ended up with a bit of a nothing for his third move. So the boys upstairs will probably have another look at this. It's a really important number. Needs a lowish 3. Gets a 410, goes into second spot. Oh, Kevin Wow now. Here's Teddy, so he's out of the picture. He leaves the lineup free for Kevin Wow to roam around. He needs a 317. Teddy's just going to town on wave after wave. He might as well just come in, sign some autographs, and get ready for your post-heat interview.
That was another great wave from Teddy Billy. But you're right, it's all eyes now on Kevin Wow with priority out the back. 2.5 remaining. He's going to be begging for some sets to come through. everyone on the beach is watching. This is a quick replay of our current heat leader. Big first turn, straight into the second one, really tight in the pocket, wraps it around here, giving variety. He is looking unstoppable right now. Teddy Billy, an 8, and it's looking like he's going to be improving on his score again.
Wow. When it's your day, right there it is, up 5.93. So Teddy Billy got the 4 best scores on this matchup and just going nuts. Dane Lewis is in second. He needs almost the perfect score to win. Forget about that. Let's try and upgrade that 2.93 at this stage, though. Kevin, you can see Rashi. He's got to be having some moments in his head going, just keep it together. 3.17, couple of turns. Needs a wave. I can see all the boys downstairs from where we're sitting. They're watching the screen down there. They're also watching the live action. They're all throwing Kevin their mojo right now. Dadsy looks pretty nervous. Hash, I'm sure Elvira is watching the screen near the restaurant there as well.
I mean, sometimes our parents get more nervous than the actual athletes when they're out there. So it's great to have all this community around Kevin right now.
I can see a lump on the screen that's moving through the middle of the bay. Kevin stands up. I'm sure he's about to just spy something in a moment here. I think they might even need to paddle out a little bit. So they're both sitting there sort of throwing their eyes past this little swell because I think there's something here.
Yep, I agree with you, Mark. It does look like there could be something out the back coming. Kevin sees it with 40 left. He's going to have to go. He needs a 3.17. That's not a big requirement at all.
Definitely some swells moving through the middle of the bay. Are they going to connect with the reef? He's looking at this smaller inside wave. It's a mini wave, so he's got to do something nuts. So he decides to get barreled, and he's well barreled. Travel time. Out he comes. Oh! And then falls off. The boys downstairs were just losing it. You probably could have heard them on the through our headsets even. And it opens the door for Dane to improve on his 2.93. Gee.
So this is Dane now. He's going to look for the shade as well. He makes it out, wraps it around. And wow, what a nail-biting finish. This is going to be some incredible stuff. Dane keeps going on his wave. He wants to get rid of that 2.93. Will he be improving on his scoreline? Will Kevin Wow's last one be that 3.17? I'm actually not too sure what's going to happen next, so it's going to be pretty tight right now.
Yep, no comment from me either. I know this is a big deal down here. The whole restaurant are pretty nervous. Kevin had his chance. He got a nice thread. We'll probably see some replays of this exchange in a minute. There's people running down to the beach to greet Kevin as he comes in. There's the tube.
Oh. I mean, it wasn't a big one, but he was deep in there.
And then his front foot just come off as he went to reset for a turn, front foot straight off. I'm sure he gets credit for the completion of the barrel, but then Dane does this as well.
Yeah, so Dane gets some shade as well. It wasn't as deep as Kevin's. You know, you could still see the front part of his board, but he did get some really nice turns on this inside. So it's going to be really close. I think wow, I'm actually super confused right now. I don't know what to say.
Well, Kevin's heading in. His day's work is done. Does he pull the jersey on again? We'll know shortly. That next round will roll out again this afternoon. So if he gets through this heat, he'll have another surf to serve. But it was just such a moment that he needed to get something else on the face of that wave. He's coming in. He's super nervous. 2 scores to drop to know Kevin's fate. We know who I'm having a post-heat with. The big 6'2" version of Teddy Billy. He'll be coming in super pumped.
I'm nervous and everything. I can feel them. It's wow, it's going to be really close. Okay, so the last one of Dane comes in.
A 3.67.
A 3.67. So it is now all down to Kevin's last one, a 3.91. I mean, it wasn't sick too. It was sick. It wasn't big, but he was so deep and so perfect. There was not a single drop out of place there. Unfortunately, falls off, but he did complete the tube. So it's a matter of...
He's a bit dirty on himself. He gets a number 4.33. Listen to this. Oh my God, what a response. Thank you, T. Right on cue. I'm going to go have a chat with Teddy Billy. What a heat, folks. Back in a moment.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 2. We are in the round of 128, heat 12. Right now on your screen, you're seeing the results of the last heat. Wow, what a nail-biting finish. That was some impressive stuff. Kevin Wow just clinching it in the last moment. Got a barrel. It wasn't big, but it was just so deep and so perfect. So really, really well done there from Kevin. And Teddy, an 8-point ride, kept backing it up, kept getting some high scores. But I'm Jara Legati. Welcome back, Dai Wako.
I'm back and straight into the live action. Fast wave of lead. Whoa! The second turn was solid, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. But what a heat in the last heat, number 11. That was a well comeback from Kevin Wow.
Yep, so quick replay here of Seoul Grendling. So big first blast here, loving the act. But unfortunately here, he pushes a tail a little too much and wasn't able to ride out of that one. But that was really, really well done from Seoul. I'm still trying to get the nerves off that last heat. You know, it was so entertaining. Teddy Billy starting off with that 8. He literally took off and was straight into the barrel, like straight into it, really deep, weaved through that whole section, makes it out, and does like a beautiful cutback. Wow. So got that 8. He kept backing his score up, got the 4, got a 4-9, then a 5. Then it was all down to the last, literally 60 seconds, last minute, and Kevin was needing a score. This beautiful double up comes on the inside. It's just a little one, but just perfect. He was so deep. Just makes it out of the barrel, falls over. There we have both the men of the moment. And then Dane behind him gets a barrel as well. Not as deep, but got some more turns in. And then it was Kevin who got that last minute win. Last minute second place. Sorry, not win. Teddy was just in another dimension.
Right. Wow. What a heat to finish off. But now we're into heat 12. Great looking matchup. We have Seoul Grendling from Australia and Tippy Jabrick in blue, Michael Magician in white, or Arkfield in green. So it's a little bit of a international heat in this heat. First of red comes in at a 3.10, and 2 other rides have been ridden, but not the major scores on the leaderboard yet.
So as there's a bit of a break in the action, and I'm seeing the name Micah Margison come on screen, I think, if I'm not wrong, Micah's dad was a winner at this event in 1996 when it was the inaugural Nias Pro by the ASP and WSL, Brendan Margison. So that's a pretty interesting little fact right there.
Definitely interesting history of surfing here.
Yeah, so the first year that they did this event was in 1995. So it was a pretty long time ago. We've had it almost every year. Unfortunately, 2020 and 2021, we weren't able to come back here due to COVID. But then 2022, the Nias Pro, Marzi Harrison and Paige Harrop took the win. So this right now is Micah Margison. Unfortunately, his back foot just coming off there, wasn't able to get that second turn in, but it was looking like it was going to be a pretty good score there for our man in white. But yeah, so 2023, then Nias Pro, Rio Waida took the win. Philpa Anderson in the women's side. So Rio, I'm sure he's tuning in and watching most of his friends compete in this event. And with that, we're going to go with the man of the hour right now. Teddy Billing, 8-point ride in his last heat. Take it away, Mark and Teddy. Caffrey, who is back here. She wants to win again. She wants to do incredible form yesterday, looking pretty unstoppable. She knows this wave well. She really loves it. The locals love her here as well.
Right.
So it's gonna be great to see her surf literally from round one.
But she started first round really, great and strong. So now I think they are ready. So go over to Mark and with last seat winner.
Righto, team, down here with the winner of the last heat. And I've got to say, there's no bigger smile on the beach than this head right now. What a crazy heat, Teddy. How was it?
Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, I saw the wave and I just had to go. And yeah, probably the best heat of my life, so feels good.
Let's talk about that takeoff. That was so sick. You just had to catch that wave, right?
Yeah, I saw it coming in and I knew I was a bit late, but had to give it a try. It was a glassy, perfect one. So yeah, I just had to give it a shot and happy it worked out.
And that wasn't the only high point of that heat, right? That wave, that big wraparound cutty. Nobody sort of does that and tags it where you did and actually make it. That must have felt really good.
Yeah, been working with a couple of the boys. Keon Martin, big support for me in the channel. And he said, just surf how you surf and don't think too much. So that's what I did. And yeah, felt good.
All right. Well, you not only have you grown in height amazingly in the last year, your surfing's improved so much. Your maneuvers now and your general surfing just looks so much better. What's up?
This board, I think, and I've been training a lot. This has been the event on my mind for the past year, and yeah, I'm just trying to keep going and yeah, keep going.
Let's talk about the magic carpet then. What are we riding?
Old board, CI2 Pro, Channel Islands. Shout out to the boys back at home. It's a 1.5 years old, and it goes like a magic carpet. So I'm beyond psyched.
Yeah, no one's done better than this man today. The 4 highest scores. I'm more than happy to give you the tasty bang bang, brother. And really well done. Would you like to say anything before we sign off?
Yeah, my parents, mom and dad, sister, everyone watching, sponsors. Thank you so much for the support. And yeah, let's keep it going to the next one. Let's go.
Happiest man on the point right there, everybody. Thanks. That was so sick. What a heat. Back to you, boys.
Incredible interview. I'm sure everyone in the Big End Board Riders is watching. Congratulations, Teddy. That was an incredible performance. And you're right, that board is incredible under your feet right now.
Right.
What did I
Again,
say about the
Channel-
CI2 Pro?
So that was a CI2 Pro again, just like you said.
So this is a replay of the last of Sol Gredling 253. So good first turn there. Sets it up for the second one. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of that, but big airdrop. So, incredible way to kind of approach that section.
Right. Just he's struggling to get to stick to the landing the last few waves on the second turn. But if could have made that turn, probably getting those mid 4s, mid 5s. But still, there's plenty of times. Pretty much in red, only had a great waves in this heat so far. So TP is still waiting, holding on to the first priority. Yeah, he knows this place really good. I guess.
Yeah, so Tippy, a really huge and important name in Indonesian surfing. I mean, without him, I don't think we would be where we are today, and I don't think the ASC would be, providing the athletes with these events. So Tippy Jabrik has been around Indonesia. He surfed most of the incredible waves. So it's great to see him out in the heat as well. Again, like I said, really important name in Indonesian surfing. I know
Right.
Suri Jabrik, his daughter, is caddying him right now in this heat. So she's probably giving him words of encouragement right now. The Jabriks are a beautiful family. I'm sure everyone at home is watching as well.
Well, this is Noah up and riding his second wave on the smaller size waves, but nice first turn and get the second turn. Nice combination from Noah. It was a smaller size, but definitely, nice way to come back in this heat.
Yep. So I don't know too much about Noah Arkfield. I know he comes from the Philippines.
Right. He is from. I'm pretty sure he's from Siargao in the Philippines. Well, let's have a look at this replay again. Nice off the top and get the second turn in. Great combination, but it was kind of smaller size wave, so it's not going to be a huge score. But it's just nice to have one ride to come back in the seats. Yeah, so he's from Siargao, and probably he's surfing at a Cloud9 all the time with his mama. And he is really capable doing big airs and those big barrels as well. And yeah, he's still young. I think he's still in the juniors, and he had a great run in Japan last year. He did made his first final in junior division in Japan last year, and he did great also in QS 3000 in Japan as well last year. So he's been around quite a long time. He is good competitor.
Yeah, so he puts a rounds in, he travels, he spends time in Japan, showing that he's good in all types of conditions, not just point breaks, perfect Siargao, but also in the Japanese beach break. So just showing that he's good at adapting, plenty of time for him since he's just a junior. The juniors now have moved on to 21 and under since COVID, giving a couple more years for these guys to have those junior rounds in, and it's such a great stepping stone to get into the QS. So after the QS here in Nias, we will be going into the Pro Junior event, and it's a great stepping stone. It's good to get those heats in, get that experience and feel those nerves in those 25 minutes. So it's great.
And it's actually, very important for juniors because it just you wanted to be in the top ranking to get selected in the World Pro Junior, but it's a live action from Micah up and riding. Not too sure what happened there. Maybe to rush, but unfortunately it comes unstuck for Micah.
Yeah, unfortunately, Micah looking like he's fumbling a little bit in the past 3 waves that he caught. Hasn't really been able to string a couple scores together, but he'll go back out there, has plenty of time yet. It is a little bit of a slower heat, by this time last heat, we already had Teddy's 8 and 5, so hopefully we'll get a couple more sets come through. The conditions are still super glassy and clean. So it's going to be a great afternoon of surfing. This right now on your screen, Noah Arkfield, our surfer from Philippines, big first blast there, manages to stick with it, wraps it around here. So this is going to be the best score of the heat for now. Well done to our man in green. Right behind him, Tippy Jabrik, good looking wave there.
Whoa.
Hits it really tight in the pocket. Hair drops it down. So we're going to be seeing some good scores come through now.
Right, that's great ride from TP Jabrik. Managed to put 2 turns, great 2 turns, and really loved second turn again. Here's a reply of TP. Nice off the top, but I really love the second turn. He pushes hard and throwing a lot of sprays. Yeah, great combination from TP Jabrick. We are still waiting for the last of green and blue.
Yeah, so waiting for the scores to come through. It is currently Seoul Grundling in first, but after those two waves, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a change in the leaderboard. So this is Seoul right now, wanting to get rid of a 253. Good first turn, pushes the tail, sets it up for the second one, gets a little stuck on the way back, but manages to hold on. I love that third turn. Much better for Seoul Grundling. Found his feet. So that is another good score to come through. I'm sure we're going to see a couple changes in this leaderboard.
Yeah, I love this loss of red. This is a replay of loss of red. Nice first turn, vertical off the top. It gets stuck on the second turn, but still managed to put this turn in. That was a money turn. Great vertical, solid off the top. It's a great combination from Suffering Red Soul. A few scores drop in. Last of Blue comes in at a 2.83, and Last of Green comes out of 3.57. So now Noah is in the lead, Soul is in the second. We are still waiting for the Last of Red. Live action, this is Micah up and riding. This is a nice looking wave. Nice first turn and gets a second and gets nice cut back in. So two turns and combo from Micah. Definitely it's gonna be a best score for him in this heat so far. Micah need 3.90 to go into second.
All right, this is the drone view of Micah's last one. Good first turn. This is so much better than what he's been doing in this heat. Got some nice turns in. Love that. Super stylish. So he must be feeling much better after that.
Right.
Waiting for the last of red and white before we give a little bit of an update on the priority board. But, you know, Micah finding his feet. 8 minutes left, so plenty of time. It's a bit of a slow one. Like, no one really getting past that 3-5. So it's anyone's heat for now.
Definitely.
And just as I say that, Seoul Grundling's last wave of 4.67 extends his lead. He's gonna be pretty comfortable with that. Now waiting for the last of white.
You know, with the 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this heat, 4.67 seems like big score so far in this heat, and feels like it's getting 6 and 7s. But definitely next exchange will be interesting one. But Micah's last wave comes in at 3.70, puts him into third, now needing 2.47.
So this is a couple scores for our man in red. This is his 3.10. This is his 4.67. Love that last turn. I think that was probably my favorite part of the wave. And back.
You know, he did great on the wave because he kind of got stuck on the second turn, but managed to drive through the third turn and get the solid turns to finish off, and it gets 4.67. So he did really well on that wave. Now TP has first priority, needing 3.35. Micah is in third, needing only 2.47. So still, like you said, it's anyone's game for second place.
Yeah, not anything too crazy or significant ridden just yet. It's just that 4.67 from Seoul. So just over 6 minutes left in this heat. Looking like the indicator has a couple waves coming through. That usually means that we could get some sets on this inside section. Just past the 6 minute mark. It is Seoul Grundling in first, Noah Arkfield second. Micah Markuson looking for a 2.47, and Tipi Jabrick a 3.35. Looking like Noah Arkfield gonna be taking a look at this insider. Wants to improve on that 2.60. Let's see what he gets done here.
Well, the other smaller size wave, so you know, wave didn't really offer too much for him, so he just quickly kicks out at the back. Micah is having a look at this one, needing only 2.47. So racing down the line, comes around the section, but again, probably the smaller size waves doesn't really give you an opportunity.
Yep, so we're about to reach the 5-minute mark. It is Micah now. A little bit of a hot seat. TP Jabrick with priority at 3.35. That's not a big requirement at all. We know he can do it. He's done the rounds. He's been around here before, so would be great to see him catch a couple more, just under 5 minutes. Micah unfortunately wasn't really able to get that score on that last one.
It's a really slow heat in this heat compared to the last one. Looks like a lot of waves coming through in the last heat, but hopefully, you know, we see a couple of sets next couple minutes. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat. Looks like Noah is up and riding, needing 4-2-1 to go into the first. Nice first turn. Gets a second turn in and come around the section, get the third turn in. So nice combination from Noah. Looking for a wave to get rid of the 2.60. It was a great combination from Noah. So
yeah. I really like that as well. That was really nicely done. You know, a bit of a smaller wave here, but the wall was so nice, and I feel like he really took advantage of this wave and all the opportunities it gave him. He wasted no time in between those 3 turns and just pulled off at the right moment. But behind is the current heat leader on a good-looking wave as well. So gonna be a bit of an exciting finish maybe here.
Right, definitely he did some damage out the back. So we hoping to see the replay of the last of red. Yeah, here is a drawn shot of last of red. Nice opening carve with a big spray, and it gets a second turn in. Really like the second turn and gets this third bonus turn in. So that was really great combination from Sapphire Red. Looking for a wave to get rid of 3.10, but definitely he's done the job. He will be extending his lead. And we're still waiting for the last of green yet.
Yep, so green wants to get rid of that 260, and that's exactly what he does. The last one comes in at a 4, so it is Seoul now who is going to be getting rid of that 310, that second turn. I love how much he pushed that tail around. Really nice from Seoul Grundling. Just over 2 minutes left, and it's looking like Micah Marguson and Tippy Jabrick have some work to do. This is right now our man in white. A 3.88 is a requirement. Big, well, good first carve. This wave stands up for him. He goes to that critical section, wraps it around here again. A 3.88 is what he needs. He was feeling it. He liked it.
Right, he likes it. But
what do you think?
I like the second turn, but live action Seoul is having a great heat so far. Nice big first turn air drop and stick to the landing straight into the second turn. Wow, the first turn was amazing, but a little bit of rotation in the end. So that's a great ride from Seoul. But definitely it's gonna be, you know, the last wave for Seoul comes in 5.33, so he's extending his lead, but all eyes on Micah's. But this is a replay of Last of Red.
Oh, I love that turn. That was incredible from Seoul Grundling. Man of the hour right now. Love that last one as well. Giving the variety. Looking like he's just having fun out there. He's pretty comfortable in first place right now. So we're still waiting for that last score of red and the last of Micah Marguson. 3.88 is his requirement.
It's gonna be close, I think. The second turn from Micah was great. So this is a replay of Noah going for the air, needing score, but he's in second, trying to get away to get rid of the 3.57. But we are still waiting for the last of white. Well, 4.13 for the last of white. Now he's in the second place. Noah needing 3.84. Tippy needs 5.0.
Yeah, Tippy has been sitting out there with priority for quite a bit now, waiting for a pretty big wave. Last of Soul is going to be a good score. He's definitely going to be extending his lead, but Micah goes into second. We're going to be counting this one down. I don't think Noah's going to be getting another opportunity just yet. Unfortunately, looking like he runs out of time. So it is congratulations to Soul Grenling and Micah Marguson. The Last of Soul, a 6, so extends his lead again. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 13.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro QS 6000. We're now into round of 128, heat number 13. We have Toy Tanaka in red, Riley Munro in blue, Antonius Dachi in white, Kenta Fugati in green. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with True.
Hello, Di. How's it going? It looks like it's still kind of fun. Maybe a storm brewing though.
Little bit slower heats, but definitely we see a few sets in one heat. So just gotta be patient and just get right ones to getting through the heat.
Yeah.
You know, even it was slower heat in the last heat, but look at the scores. You know, Soul got 5 and 6 in the last couple minutes.
Oh wow, he did well. 11.33 total is pretty good.
Yeah, so there's still, you know, a lot of opportunities for the surfers.
Yeah.
Just gotta be in the right place in the right time.
Yeah, seems to be like that, and with that first priority as well.
Right.
It's pretty crazy, but this heat I'm looking forward to. Kenta Fugati is from Cabarita Beach, and he surfs really well. Yeah, surfs so well. He's just here hoping to get a couple of waves and enjoy his time out. He's pretty competitive too. He absolutely rips. So I'm excited to see him out there. And Toy Tanaka, of course, he was doing so well over in Krui. It was crazy to see him go so huge on his backhand. And Riley Munro as well. He's a force to be reckoned with too. And Anton is one of Mark's good friends. He's been talking about him a lot throughout the broadcast. So, yeah, I'm excited to see this one. Apparently, he's a bit of a weapon out here on his backhand.
You're pretty much 4 minutes, 3 minutes in, but nothing have come yet.
Yeah, wow. Still some slow moments.
Right.
You can see on screen there, Toy and maybe Kenta having a chat. I know that they're pretty good mates as well. I think they surf together a little bit.
Right. Kenta Fugati.
Yeah. So
he wasn't in Krui, was he?
I don't think so. No.
So probably he was just aiming for this Nias Pro.
Yeah.
Right.
And why not? I mean, today we haven't seen the iconic waves that we saw from the last event last year, but there's still some pretty fun ones coming through as well. And it looks like we've got a bit of paddle going on here, and it is Kenta, but he doesn't like the look of it. So Riley is going to go. Unfortunately, just a little bit too deep as Riley kicks out.
You know, when the heat starts, there's no priority in a lineup. So probably everyone wants to go deeper and deeper and get the first, opportunity. But this place always not good idea to go deeper.
Yes.
You get caught behind. You get caught behind. So that's exactly what happened to the lineup in the last, when the last set came.
Yeah.
Definitely everyone's sitting a little too deep to me.
Yeah, I agree. They're kind of getting caught in the paddle battle of like wanting to have the inside, and which is great. You want to have the inside, be in a position to catch the best waves. But if you're forgoing the best takeoff spot, dump it. Go back to where the best waves coming through. Riley's doing exactly that. Up and riding. Nice first turn for Riley Munro. Pulls into the barrel here. He's traveling in it, finds the exit. And bit of a grab rail carve, unfortunately, coming unstuck on that second turn, but got the job done regardless. That was a good turn to barrel combo.
Right. Like, well surfed on that wave, actually. We don't really see someone doing first turn and then getting into the barrel.
Yeah.
But this wave just peeling nicely, hugging the reef perfectly and getting him, opportunity to go into the barrel. Traveled in the tube quite a bit, so it's going to be a really, nice score for him to start his campaign. But looks like everyone just paddling for a wave now. Wow, no takers on this one. Pretty much everyone else is just sitting too deep.
Wow.
So straight away, 5.0 for the last of Riley Munro. Nice start, actually.
Yeah, Riley does a bit of training back on the Gold Coast / Tweed Heads area with Jared Detiri and also Adam Dufner. There's a bit of a group going there. I know Duffy's here. I'm not too sure if he's working with Riley for this event, but they do work really closely together back at home. And Jared, I'm sure, is watching on. He's been trying to keep Riley in form for this event, doing some surf-specific training. So, yeah, great support for Riley.
Looks like it's working out for him. But while we have a break in action, we are ready to go over to Giada with last heat winner.
All right, I'm here with Sol. You told me you were feeling a little nervous in the beginning there. What do you do to calm yourself down?
I sort of just said to myself, like, the waves are there. Just got to breathe and calm it down and just realize that the job's only 2 waves, 2 turns, and that's all you need to get done. But yeah, I'm frothing to get through, and the waves are pumping out there. So yeah.
You told me this is your first time in Nias. You haven't been here before. How do you prepare yourself for your heat in a completely new wave?
Well, I'm free surfing, but you can't get much of that done because there's like 200 other QS guys in the water. And I was just sort of trying to like figure out my landmarks and what waves are good, what waves are bad. And after you figure those out, I was just trying to find my strategy. But yeah, I'm frothing.
Did you try different boards, or did you just go straight away with your loved one?
Well, I had like finals day at Crewy, and then I had to like put my good boards on the last truck. So the first day I was just using the boards I had and just getting all like the landmarks and stuff. And then yeah, the third truck came luckily in time, and then I sort of knew which boards are going to be good. And yeah, thanks CI for hooking me up. They're going great over here, and yeah.
So tell us a little bit about this board.
This is a CI 2 Pro. It's a 5.9 round tail, and yeah, it's good for this punchy, sucky waves. So much speed, so the round tail helps you like control that speed, and yeah, really reliable. So thank you to everyone at CI for helping me out. Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family at home?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mum, Dad, everyone that's watching me and supporting me, and the Northern Beaches program, and Duke, Bo, everyone that's coaching me and supporting me behind all these QEs, and Amazon Power helping me get here, and all my sponsors. And yeah, thank you guys.
Perfect. I forgot your bang bang. I'll give it to you now after this. But back to you guys in the booth.
Right. Thank you so much, Giada. Yeah, sometimes we forget to bring our bang. It's okay. We'll give it to them later on. So now we are back in the action. This is a fast wave for Kenta Fogati. It comes in 2.5 it was a great looking wave, great opening carve. Unfortunately, he caught behind. So 2.50 for the first wave of Kenta Fugati. And 15 minutes and 80 seconds to go in this heat. Yet, Toy and Antonio still haven't got a race in this heat so far. Been waiting pretty much 10 minutes in this heat. A bit of a slower heat.
Yeah, I saw in actually one of the early heats die. Unfortunately, Teo Radcliffe, he got a wave with 3 minutes to go. That was his first wave.
Wow.
Yeah, and there was the waves coming through that he definitely could have caught. It was just holding that first priority, waiting for one of those bombs to come through. And it was one of those heats where they just didn't. And it was so unlucky. And it was Tom Whitpain who actually took the heat out. And I said to him, you could have done that too. And he just dropped. He just was like, you know what, I can't drop anchor. I need to be catching waves.
Right,
and,
definitely.
Kenta looks like he's doing the same thing. Nice first carve. He drives in through a second one. And he kicks out of his second wave for Kenta Fugati. And
田中選手1本目のライディングになります。ミディアムセット、一発目綺麗なターンを入れてきて、そのままボトムターンから縦のアクションもう一発入れてきて、ここも綺麗に決めていきます。3発目は綺麗なカービングターン、そしてこの演技を終えます。ファーストターン、セカンドターンと険しいところにしっかりと当てていきました。But that was a beautiful surfing from Toy Tanaka. Really loved first turn and second turn. He just hit the lip in the critical section.
Yeah, he's got such a great style, Toy. I love watching him surf. I mean, he's just patient here, then huge first turn for Toy. He's driving through this one with so much speed and gets his third turn here. It's, a little bit wobbly because that section does fatten out in front of him. But it's a 4 for his first wave straight away, second best wave of the heat. That last wave of Kenta, a 1.77, and just about 13 minutes to go. That 5 for Riley Munro is looking really good.
Right. He was just sitting wide by himself in the early state and getting those 5, get one turn in, get barreled, and straight away got a 5.0. So he's doing great job at the moment. Looks like he is having a look at this wave. No take is on the set.
Looks like a bit of a wide set, maybe.
Right.
Just rolled through. I mean, Antonio or Anton, a local here. Mark's been talking him up all event, and I'm excited to see him on his first wave and see what he's all about. This is my first year commentating at the Nias Pro this year, so I haven't, and prior to that, I haven't really been watching too much. I saw lots of highlights from last year, which was pretty insane, but looks like we have a wave coming through for Anton, the local, on his backhand. Deep bottom turn. Nice first connection. Really low center of gravity to get that second turn in, and he kicks out. Just the 2 turns for Anton. And he'll get back out the back, but it was the biggest wave we've seen.
Right. And this is Riley up and riding. That was a huge opening carve in the critical section. It gets this vertical off the top. This is a great looking wave for Riley as well. Definitely he will get rid of 0.50.
Yeah, that was a good backup for Riley. And
really love the bottom turns. It rolls up, driving through the bottom turn. It gets the second turn in. Nice combination from myself and White Antonio.
Yeah, and then this is the replay of Riley Munro. Big first turn for Riley as he goes up into that second connection. It was a strong wave. I really liked the commitment, Di. I thought it was really solid.
Could be a best heat, could be a best score in this heat.
Yeah.
It was a bigger size waves. It was on the set. So definitely, he backs up. Well, this is Kenta up and riding on a set as a beautiful opening carve and gets second turn in. So that was a beautiful wave from Kenta as well. Yeah,
wow, that was 2 really strong carves for Kenta Fugati. It looks like we got a little bit of paddles going on. It seems like it's beginning to get a little bit more consistent in this heat. Anton up and riding on his second wave. Once again, super low off the bottom. Nice first turn. Looking at this second section, unfortunately goes down for Antonius Daci. I mean, that would have been a really, really strong second score if he had made that second turn.
The first wave for Antonio comes in at a 3.00, and the last wave for Antonio comes in 2.00. So if he could have made that last time, then probably could be a best score for him in this heat. But we're still waiting for the last of blue and green as well.
Yeah, big scores, I think, for Riley Munro to look in.
Definitely, it's going to be a best score in this heat.
Looks like he's had a little look, decided he didn't like that one under with third priority, and 9.5 minutes in this heat. Riley still has a score to come through, so does Kenta. This next heat could be pretty fun as well. Diego Cordero, Shoshirai, Herbert Wow, and also Caleb Tancred.
It's going to be exciting heat. 田中選手、2本目のライディング。このライディングで1点以上スコアすると2位のポジションへ大きなカービング、大きなスプレーを飛ばし、2発目も厳しいところに当ててきました。そしてサードターン、ここはレールが引っかからずスムースにカービングターンを入れてきた3ターンのコンビネーションになっています。これは1点以上出してくるでしょう。そうなると2位のポジションへ上がっていきます。
Love this last wave of Toy Tanaka's. This first turn was so smooth. Gets that second turn combo, throwing so much spray. His first wave already locked in at a 4. And wow, that was just expertly surfed for Toy Tanaka. Feel like that last wave is going to come in pretty nicely. A 5.5 for that last one of Riley Munro. A 3.33 for Kenta Fugati. And a 4.6 just locks in for Toy Tanaka.
Wow. Great number for Toy and Riley's last waves. So with the 8 minutes and 50 seconds, you're going to see. So this is the last of Riley. This is a 5.5, right?
Boom.
Yeah, definitely on a bigger size wave and gets 2 solid turns in. And each of the turns were in a critical section of the wave. So that's how he got, 5.50. Best score in this heat so far. So now Kenta Fugati has first priority, needing 5 to 7, which is pretty decent score. And also Antonio is in 4th place and needing 5.60. So probably they both need one of the set to get requirement.
Yeah, definitely, Di. I think they're pretty decent scores that are needed for Kenta and Anton, and I think Kenta, if he gets a bigger wave and can, really open up, I'm sure that he'll be able to challenge for that 5.27 that he's looking for. But Toy Tanaka's surfing has been looking really on point, really smooth.
Right.
I've been enjoying watching him in this one. I mean, yeah, he's got that same attack that we see in his backhand. He just goes straight up into the lip. He's not scared, is he?
And he doesn't rush at all. In
yeah.
between turns, there's no downtime. He just chilled, no rush, no panic, stay composed. So
such a great pace.
Right, such a great pace.
Yeah, it's exciting. I know that was a highlight for you in in Cruy. I was watching Toy in that. Was that right? That particular heat? Yeah, that was so. And I saw that we have Taki Kanazawa in the draw here.
Yeah, here, right.
So exciting. He wasn't in Cruy, was
I don't think he was in Cruy.
No, but
so
he's in this event.
Back in this event, and he will be the one who you should watch.
Yes.
He's doing some damages in Philippines, Taiwan, as well. So
and India was the first time that I saw Taki and Roy Kanazawa, and I was like, who are these boys? Like all these men, really? They were just so amazing, and they both surfed so good. It was it was just effortless to watch. I was like, wow, this is so yeah. So when I saw it, I was like, wow, I need to mention this to Di because Taki in the jersey.
Definitely, he will be, that one to watch.
Yes, for sure. Well, 5.5 minutes to go, and this next heat is, I'm sure, starting to get themselves ready. Diego Cordero taking on Sho Shirai, Herbert Wow, and Caleb Tancred. We saw Sho actually in the Krui Pro Junior as well as the QS, and he did such a great job. He was he was surfing really well.
He did a great job in juniors.
Yeah.
He's scoring.
Semis? I think he was semis in the juniors.
Semis in juniors. But, he's getting those good big scores every rounds in, junior division. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting heat. Looks like there's a little bit of action at the back. Maybe the few sets rolling through. Looks like Kenta Fugati is having a look at this one. Nice looking wave. Whoa, nice layback for the first turn. He gets a second turn in, needing 5-7 to go into the second. So it was a 2-turn combo, but nicely done from Kenta Fugati with 4 minutes and 25 seconds to go. So is it gonna be his requirement?
Yeah, wow, 5.27. This first turn was pretty big. And straight up into the second one, really leaning into that rail. It was nice from Kenta, good 2-turn combo. We'll see. And right now, it is the current heat leader, Riley Munro. He's got a 5.5 and a 5 to his name. Slow off the bottom, and he just coils up into the lip. And wow, really nice 2-turn combo. Gets the third section as well. Riley is just in rhythm out here at Nias.
He's getting all those right ones, actually. He's in good rhythm with the ocean. And definitely this was nice wave. Again, get the first section and straight into the second. And get the third turn in. Wow, that's a great combination from Riley. We're looking for a wave to get rid of the 5.0.
Yeah, well, that last wave of Kenta Fugati locked in at 3.43. So he's still looking for a 5. Well, he's looking now for a 5.17 to move up into second place. Scores for last wave of Riley to lock in. It doesn't look like it's going to go into his top 2. It's a 4.7 with 3 minutes to go. Toi Tanaka holds first priority. And he needs to better a 4 to go up into, to make it harder for third and fourth. And looks like he's having a good look at this one, using his priority.
田中選手、この波で 4.0 以上出すとその差を広げていきますが、少しタイミングがずれてしまったか、ノーズが刺さってしまい、こけてしまいました。残り時間2分30秒。現在第2位のポジション。
Wow, that was pretty unlucky for Toy.
Right.
I was literally just thinking, I feel like if he gets to his feet, he'll probably better the 4, but I was wrong. He's been looking so smooth and really on point, especially on his first 2 waves, but I don't know. Has he left it open a little bit for Kenta and Anton right now?
Definitely, yeah. He just left the wide open for green and white. So with the 2 minutes remaining in this heat, Kenta has first priority, but needing decent score. But he's the one who can, pick right ones. And Antonio has second priority, needing 5.60. So if the wave comes, then definitely there's good opportunities for them.
Yeah, for sure. And with 90 seconds to go in this heat, let's take a look. This is Riley's 5.5 and beautiful opening arc. It's such a really well surfed wave. And this is also the 4.6 of Toi Tanaka's smooth surfing. Wow, love that first turn. Driving up into that second one, throwing so much spray. Toy's just looking really on point right now.
Definitely. Well, looks like Kenta got a wave, but we are not too sure what he did out the back. So we're still... looks like there was not much at the back. Comes in 1.70. So 40 seconds to go now. Antonio has fast priority, needing 5.60.
Looks like the Latitude Zero Tello Island boat on screen there. And, what a beautiful view to be watching some of the best surfing. And, wow, how's indicators right now?
Wow.
Is that a set rolling through? Oh, my goodness. This is Riley Munro up and riding on a smaller inside one. Bit of a victory lap there for Riley with about 10 seconds to go in this heat. Seems like it will be Riley, Munro, and Toi Tanaka moving on through to the men's round of 96.
So with that, we're going to go into the bonsai break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. And that is incredible.
We've moved straight into heat number 14 of the men's round of 128. We are getting close to the completion of this round. Out there we have Diego Cordero, Sho Shirai, Herbert Wow, and Caleb Tancred in this heat. It's going to be an exciting one for sure. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with Mark Clift to talk me through this one. And looks like we've got a bit of a paddle already, Mark.
Well, that was Hibber in the white. This is Diego in the red, winding up on his backhand, representing Italy. Actually, I'm not sure.
Yep.
Anyway, Italy. There it is. All right. Looking good, looking strong. A tough heat, a really strong matchup here. We all know Hibber is the son of Hash. We're parked up here at the Hash family surf camp. He's the brother of Kevin, who is now on caddy duties for his older bro. Here is the wind-up and the front-on look, what the judges see. Pretty sick first hit there for Diego.
Yeah, really nice two-turn combination. Throwing heaps of spray. We saw Tom Whitpain drop a 717 for doing 3 pretty solid backhand turns, and Diego's one was very strong as well. So we'll see where that locks in as. It's coming in at a pretty good number. So far, it's a 6.17 for Diego, and that's a keeper score.
That's
so early on as well.
That's a huge number for a small wave.
Yeah.
The judges have been throwing 3s and 4s at waves that size pretty much all day, apart from Kevin's barrel. But, yeah, 617 totally blasted his way into a really good position in this heat. Wise move to get the first wave within the first couple of minutes. A heavy heat going on here. We know how good Caleb is in the green. Almost made the grand final down there at Cruy. So through a lot of heats to become a semi-finalist. Sho Shirai, there's been a lot of hype over this fella. Every time I speak with people in the know about Team Japan, they all rate this man here. So let's see what Sho's got.
Yeah, he got a semi-final finish in Cruy. That was a great opening carve for Sho. Just a quick foam climb there, and gets the third one in, just coming off the back of that wave, unfortunately, for Sho Shirai. But good start, and with just about 22 minutes to go in this heat, let's see if there's any takers on this one. It looks like it's going to be Caleb Tancred flying down the line, loads up for a big opening carve. Once again, absolutely jamming it in the pocket. That is a little bit more like it from Caleb Tancred, and really aggressive surfing. I think he liked the feeling of that one.
Sure did, and why wouldn't you? Absolutely teeing off 2 huge, gigantic moves for Caleb. No sign of nerves out of red and green and their first waves and blue. Time for Hibber to respond. That was him in the white. Meanwhile, it is the goofy-footed Diego.
Yeah, in and out there for Diego. I mean, wow, what a flurry of waves we've had already at the start of this heat.
Tough heat.
Yeah.
Really strong heat.
there's some really incredible surfers in
There's
this
more
one.
on the way as well. When we look up the point, hello, things are lighting up. You can see the indicator. There's 3 waves breaking up there. I don't think I've seen that all morning. So I reckon stand by, gentlemen. Who has priority? Hibber. He's seeing what's going on up there. He knows. All right, he sits here all day, looks at this wave. His brother's advanced through to the next round of 96. The old man's down there, pretty happy with his boys' work so far. But this was just a dynamic way for Caleb to start.
Yeah.
Huge, gigantic slash, lay back, carve right in the pocket if you don't mind. Watch this little fist pump coming up here. Yep.
Yeah, that was huge. Really aggressive surfing from Caleb. It was good to watch. And someone who was surfing really strong in that last heat as well was Riley Munro. And he is down there with Dai Wacko for a chat.
Looked like you had a great rhythm in the ocean, but how is the condition?
Yeah, it's pretty slow out there, but I feel like I had a pretty good rhythm when I had priority. I was kind of just getting lucky with the good waves coming through. So, yeah, I was pretty fun out there. But
Was that your plan, just sit wide in the beginning?
not really. We got caught pretty deep at the start, and a wide one went through that was really good. So I kind of just scooted down and then got that little double up that kind of grew. So, yeah, I kind of just adapted when I saw everyone was sitting pretty deep.
Right. Pretty much your job is done. You might be surfing this afternoon, but we're not too sure. How are you going to spend rest of the day?
Probably just chill out in the aircon back in my room, and then, yeah, I think I might be on again the Sabo. So, yeah, just chill till then.
Right. Is there anything you like to say?
Yeah, I don't know who's watching, but thanks for tuning in if you are, and, yeah, keep it rolling.
All right. This is the first Ben. Sweet. Cheers. Thank you.
Go and enjoy your treat. And I didn't see, I was watching actually on the monitor out in the restaurant area, and geez, he was in a perfect rhythm in that heat.
Yeah, he was. He was in such a great rhythm. Was looking really smooth. Didn't really put a foot wrong for Riley, honestly. It was really, really good to watch. I know how hard he's been working in preparation to these events, training with Adam Duffner and Jared Detieri. So, yeah, I think it was a pretty special moment for Riley. And 6.6 for Caleb Tankred.
Had to be, didn't it? He goes, Hibber now waited his turn. So some numbers are starting to mount. Hibber gives it a good clip. Now grinds on the inside rail. Back to the power source. Is there something else? Indeed, there is. Another little top turn there for Hibber. All right, so that is Herbert Wow. Good way for red.
Yeah, Diego loads up off the bottom. Big turn in the pocket for Diego Cordero. Wow, gets another one in there. I loved that first turn. That was so exciting. It was a pretty critical section as well. So he kicks out. I think he liked the feeling of it, and he's trying to get that priority over Hibber. Wow, in the white. So 17 and a half minutes.
Oh, you know what? For me, no disrespect to any other heat, but for me, this is the heat of the back end of this round. I know all these guys, and as you can see by the brilliance that's starting to come through on our monitors in the score lines, there's going to be another huge score for Diego. And this is Hibber's front-on view. This is what the judges see, and this is where his number comes from.
Yeah, that was a nice first turn connection. I love that carve. Wow, just pushing hard on his back foot and, yeah, really driving through it. That was expertly done, and you can see this first turn of Diego's.
Oh, just gigantic. Big surfing. Doesn't mess around. Really heavy-footed. Always on rail. Always in the pocket. The goofies look so good out here. They can get really tight in the pocket. And when you've got a good skill set and you really lean hard on that heel side, that's the result. So Diego will be getting another huge number. Caleb 6'6" did not surprise me one little bit, just showing his pedigree through two big slices. So as I was suggesting for me, wave heat of the back end of this round. There's just going to be fireworks in these next 16 and a half minutes. So everyone online, I hope you're enjoying the show. This is great.
Bring it on. And this last wave of Herbert was a 3.67. Unfortunately, goes down on that first turn. It's this last one of Diego that locks in at a 5.7. So he extends his lead. Sho Shirai has a 3 to his name already. Low off the bottom. Unfortunately, just going down again on that first turn for Sho. We saw a pretty similar wave last wave of Hiba. But yeah, there's still plenty of time with about 16 minutes to go. It's still Caleb's first wave, a 6.6. That is
Loved
the best of the heat so far.
Absolutely loved it. We've talked about Caleb a lot over at the Crewy affair because he surfed a lot of heats there from round one. He was in the very first heat of the men's match-up and surfed all the way through the second last heat on the men's side of the drawdown there. He did ride a lot of heats. So we were in his corner a fair bit, and playing catch-up now is this man out of Japan, Sho Shirai. All right, so this is wave number 3 for Sho. This is much better. Clips it a couple of times. Out he goes. I think he's going to have to a little deeper in this heat because there's a lot of excellent surfing going on. Here is Caleb.
Yeah, nice opening arc for Caleb Tancred. Driving through one even harder. Wow, he's found some really great rhythm in this heat. He's bringing that. Wow, he's really bringing it. He's looking fired up. He's ready to roll. He was saying that he was feeling a little bit under the weather yesterday and the day before. And yeah, I was just about to say, it just looks like he's back in action, ready to go. And that was another strong wave for Caleb Tancred.
Yep. So here are the Bonsai replays of both these rides. So Sho clipped it a little late a couple of times, but really good job to maintain control and ride out cleanly. But I like this effort, a smaller wave for Caleb, but just sticks to the bread and butter, solid rail game. Really all over it. We've harped on a lot about his junior career because he was really touted as one of the next big things out of Oz. And you can see him back in a jersey, picking up where he left off. And then he got directly involved quickly in a paddle battle with Hiba. So he's definitely still got the eye of the tiger. Good on you, mate.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely competitive. And this last wave is locking in for Caleb. It's a 4.63. So it is Sho Shirai chasing a 7.76 to go to second, and Hiba looking for a 7.56 to move up into second place. And Diego, he's got the best heat total so far. It's a 6.17 and a 5.7, and his backhand is looking really strong.
All right, so we're going to see the best wave of greens again. So let's have a look at Caleb Tancred doing his work here for a 6.6. I think this might have been his last wave. No, that was his first. That's his 6.6. It is indeed.
Wow.
The Bonsai replay. Caleb Tancred, there's his thumbs up. He's doing a great job. This is already blowing out a little this heat. These two are running away with it a little bit here. And here's the second number now of Caleb. So a very strong statement out of the man in green. He's in the round of 128. He wants to go much deeper into the draw. For me, it's looking like the ocean has a bit more life. There seems to be a little bit more opportunity for everybody. So hence the numbers are going up. The judges are starting to open their scale up because everybody can actually tee off now. There's more waves.
All right, here we go. This is Diego up and into another one. Just absolutely belting it once again. Diego has found a good-looking wave. Wow, opening up on the backside. That was another well-surfed wave. He throws so much spray. His timing out there is on point right now, Mark.
It sure is. Let's have a look at Sho Shirai. He's moved into third, but that's not good enough. You're going to have to get into second spot. So he's trying everything in his arsenal, but he's made a couple of errors. The two in red and green have made 0 mistakes. That's probably what's separating these 4 surfers right now is just the other two are really capitalising at every moment and really belting that comes their way. So I agree. I just heavy-footed surfing. It's unreal. The power game, power surfing never goes out of style. Watch this move here. Thank you very much. Judges will eat that up as well and throw another good number at Diego.
Yeah, he's just pushing harder and harder each wave, and it's showing that. He seems like he's, both him and Caleb are rolling through with a lot of confidence right now, a lot of energy, and to watch that, we've seen some really slow heats, so to see this one have 2 6s in it already is pretty next level. I mean, hopefully a few more sets to roll through as well.
Sure, there is. Here we go. I reckon right on cue. Definitely a nice looking wave right here. Priority sits with green. He doesn't like that one bit, so might be a little out of position as well. Maybe the wave was looking a little flat down the line. So Hiba has got second priority in white, one of the famous Wow clan. The old man's down there looking pretty nervous because the youngster is back on the against the ropes. So Caleb Tancred, another A-grade wave. Look at this. These are the waves you have to bank. This is a sick wave in today's conditions.
Oh, wow.
So the young man there gets another 2 huge hits. But that's enough, I reckon. That was so good.
Yeah, that was crazy. Caleb is just doing what he does, what we were expecting him to do out there on a day like this. Let's take another look at this wave. I mean, it's a bigger wave. His first turn, he's got so much power. You can literally see his fins on his bottom turn. That is a sign of a good bottom turn. And that opening arc, I mean, he's literally turning on a dime there. That was crazy stuff from Caleb Tancred. He's got a good score to come through. He needs a 5.5. That last wave of Diego, a 5.93. So he extends his lead, and Diego and Caleb are really running away with this one.
100% they are. It's not good reading for Show and Herbert. Listening to the numbers, they're the ones that are a little bit out of sync with what's going on here. And as I was suggesting, both red and green on the 3 good waves they've caught each have not put a foot wrong. So Caleb, I can see that he might even go to the lead once this number drops.
Yeah, it's starting.
The judges are starting to agree looking at this first number. You can just see the pedigree of Caleb heat after heat after heat. He's not, these aren't fluky heat wins or fluky rides he's getting. He's doing this every time he stands up, and he was doing it in Cruy. He's on his forehand this time for a 6.27 in the lead with a 12.87 2-wave total. Here's the best waves of Diego.
Yeah, Diego, this is a 6.6. That was pretty critical, and gets that second turn in there. That was solid. I mean, a 6.17 for the first wave of Diego, and then this is a 5.93. Really nice connection there. Gets it once again. I mean, he throws so much spray. What a great battle between Diego and Caleb right now with just under 9 minutes to go. It's been a jam-packed heat, this one.
For me, he's got shades of Tully Wiley, who looked really good out here. He was one of those goofies that just smashed it in the pocket, smashed it to pieces, and was a real fave of mine to watch. And let's just stick with the live action. Show Shirai needs a huge number in the excellent range to get out of trouble here, or more importantly, 12.10 2-wave total to get into second. So Show gets a slightly better connection. He's just looking a little bit unsteady by his lofty standards, and he's fallen a couple of times, which you don't see often.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Show. I mean, he was definitely the one to watch over in Cruy. Let's break this one down. A really, really strong opening carve for Show. Gets that second one in again. I mean, 2 really good turns. It's just that third turn there, maybe a little bit too far over the toes, and just unfortunately goes down. But I think it'll be a good score nonetheless, probably around the same of what he's seen, maybe a little bit better from Show. He needs an 8.63, so it's not the score, but it might just make it a little bit less.
Yep, he's just got to stay on his feet and capitalise. So 4.27 drops for that man. His number is now reduced to a 7.83, so it's still got to be a huge number. But the Italian surfer again on his backhand, he's just been doing this at random. Another huge section, and he just looks that sure-footed.
Wow.
I want whatever wax that guy uses. I want to know about it.
Yeah, he's looking for a 6.7. They were 2 strong turns for Diego. Again, it's just been a real back and forth between him and Caleb right now. It looks like they both want to beat each other as much as the other one does. I mean, I love heats like that when you see, I don't know if it's a rivalry, but you just see surfers really pushing each other, and that you see that seesaw battle, you know.
Have a go at this power mongering by Diego. 2 huge sections between him and Caleb. They are finding some of the best waves today, and they both found like 3 of these each in a short amount of time. We've still got 6 and a bit minutes, so Herbert and Show must be going, what the hell is going on? Where's my turn?
Yeah, just add a rhythm on those good waves, unfortunately falling as well. And wow, this last wave of Diego, it's a 7.27. He goes back into first place. Caleb down into second, chasing a 6.85 to move back to first. Shoshirai looking for an 8.6. And Hibbert looking for a 9.2. This has been a great heat to watch. So many waves have been ridden.
2-horse race, really. I feel a bit sorry for Show and Herbert because they really haven't had a good bite. The other two have just been totally in sync with the A-grade waves. And as I've suggested earlier, neither of them have put a foot wrong. There's just huge numbers in both those columns, even throwing away fives and all sorts of crazy numbers. So, yep, a huge advantage in this heat now, down to 5 minutes. Here are some of the power mongering from Caleb.
Whoa.
Look at this rail work.
Wow, this is just huge. That second turn was so crazy for Caleb Tancred. That was his 6.6. He really liked the feeling of it, and honestly, fair enough, because that was such a well-surfed wave. And then the 727 is this wave for Diego, and tags it once again. He throws so much spray, and you could see them both. They're just vibing off this different energy right now, and it's not something that we've really seen in a heat so far in this event. So
no, we haven't seen a duke out like this so
yeah,
far,
telltale signs hopefully for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'm really loving the act. I hope everybody that's watching online, this is heat 14. We got another big hitter, one of the Zagota boys coming up in the next heat. I know Yoza, and we're probably going to get, I'm pretty certain, the big fella Justin Bulolo said he was going to come in and have a chat with us during Yoza's heat. I said I'd give him a bang if he does, and he's addicted to those things. So there's every chance the big fella, the big Kapala Dessa, will step into the booth and give us his thoughts on life living on the point.
Yep.
Growing up here, ruling this wave. Justin Bulolo, everybody knows him when they come here. All right, look at this. Geez, Herbert, he's going to need some absolute heroics to get out of trouble here. A 9.2 Show Shirai has just fallen on too many of his waves to give himself a real, a better chance of getting through this heat. He's not done with yet, but both those guys need a bit of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, I'm really bummed for Show and for Hibbert as well. Show for me was the one to watch in Cruy, especially in that Pro Junior. It was looking strong, and I was looking forward to seeing him here at Sorake Beach. So I'm sure that he might regroup. I feel like maybe he'll be in the Pro Junior here. I mean, an 8.6 is a big score, and for Hibbert, a 9.2, he does have the first priority, but it's just been those incompletes that have really caught them off guard in this heat.
Oh, look, it's been the surfing of the other two that's probably got in their head as well. When these numbers are getting called out, surely they're going, what? And then they get 2 each, and then they get 3 each, and the boys are probably just a bit deflated because...
Especially knowing how many sixes have been dropped throughout the day today prior to this heat. It's not been a lot. And they're going, wow, there's 3 6s and a 7 in this heat.
Diego's throwing away a 5.7 and a 5.93.
Yeah.
Would have won most heats with those numbers, right?
Yeah.
So he's in the lead on the strength of his 7 and his low 6. Just brilliant.
Yeah, game plans, you'd go into heats like this. You go, if I get a 6, I should be sweet. And then Caleb and Diego go out there and they drop 2 6s and a 7 and a 6, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I need to do more than that, and it's difficult to get those waves on days like today.
So the goofy-footed Diego really stepping up for the goofy footers, and looking through our past winners. Geordie Marie, another goofy foot here in 2019. Really impressed, the South African there. For some of the best backhand surfing I reckon I've ever seen here. And Tippy Jabrick, he said the same thing last night. Out of all the people that he's watched in the Rasfest on their backhand, he's gone, Geordie was the man. I wasn't here the year Sasha Stocker won it in the year 2000 when it was called the Deep Jungle Open. He won it around at Sabatu because the waves got a little small on the point, so they packed up, moved around there on the finals day. And Sasha Stocker, the second goofy footer in the men's round to win this event. Apart from that, it's all been natural footers. I have noticed Paige Harrod won it on her backhand a couple of years back, and same with Kate Scarrett way back in the day in 1995. For Kate, Paige was a couple of years back in 22. So the goofies look good when they wind up out here.
Oh, yeah.
And another more kudos. I'm going to give a shout out to Jack Thomas as well on his backhand out of Yallingup. Huge performer on his backhand. I've already called Tully as a standout backsider as well. Ryaru Ito, for his tube riding brilliance, is just high-end world class. He ended up in a semi-final last year, and he got wave started. He got one wave in a semi because it just didn't go his way. That was even with a restart, I think. Anyway, let's have a look at Hibber.
Yeah, he is up and into this one, looking for a big score, a 9.2 with 50 seconds to go. Goes big. It's what he needed to do. Unfortunately, just a bit of a throwaway. I mean, he needed to do that.
He did. He needed a backflip or something crazy. A 9.2. So the pressure just kind of got to him in the end, and this will be the last time we'll see Hibber in this event. His dad's right-hand man here in the restaurant. Everybody loves his act. He's really quiet, humble, and just goes about his daily routine with no fuss. You almost don't even know he's there sometimes. He's such a little underground dude. So I love his work, but it is going to be the last we see of Herbert and Show. But huge congratulations to Diego in the red and Caleb in the green. Super worthy contenders. And if you were in the round of 96 and you drew either one of those guys, you'd be like, got to be a little freaked out.
Oh, definitely. That was just very incredible heat. I mean, what great surfing that we were watching. A really, strong battle between Diego and Caleb.
All right, well, that's all over for that heat. So let's finish with heat 14 and throw to a break and back shortly with heat 15.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go.
Righto, we're back. We're looking at heat 15. We're going to trying to just organise our special guest going to come in and take us through this next heat.
All right, so on your screen right now, we have in the round of 128, heat 15, Yuya Iwase in red. We have Keiko Bayashi in the blue. We have Yoza in Zagoto in white and Daniel Farr in the green. This is the heat 15 of the round of 128. We will be going straight to the last heat of this round, heat 16, and then to the round of 96.
Got a special guest in here with us. The big Kapala Dessa is in the house, Justin Bulolo.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome, man.
Hi, Jeff.
And this is Giada. Yep, okay. So helping us with the duties on this one because we've got one of the big-time young standout surfers on the point in the lineup in white. Tell us a little bit about Yoza.
Yeah, Yoja is good, really good surf, and then hopefully he make through this hit. We're looking for his make all this performance. Hopefully he hold his nerves, and then hopefully he get some good set. I saw sets coming up now, so hopefully he's doing his mindset up there.
Seems to be more waves now. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's going up now a little bit, some set. So hopefully Yoja can doing like local knowledge.
All right, and tell us a little bit about yourself, because everybody that comes here, we all know what you do out here at the point, and but tell us about growing up in Lagundri Bay, Sorake Beach. How was your young life?
Grow up here at the point. My life when I was young, I started surfing when I was 4 years old, and that was like a long time ago. That was 80, yeah. And then now I live in Bali, so. And then I live with my parents. My business came here, and then back in the day, reason I surf because of my uncle Snarly is surf good surf, and
Snarly used to be the king of the point, didn't he?
The king of the point, and when I was young, keep looking him. Went back on the 80, he's always good surf, and then I was like looking, it's like I will do that one day. So yeah, keep going, and then now like lifestyle on Sorake after the earthquake, the waves has changed, but. Fortunately, the wave still pumping. So it's barrels and then huge. When big swell here, south swell is always good. So we love it.
I know what else you love, so we'll get this out of the way nice and early. We'll give you a bang bang for coming in because...
Thank you, because you owe me last year.
Come on. Let's have a look at red now. Who's this, Giada?
So this is Yuya Iwase, our surfer from Japan. Good first opening turn there, straight up for that second one. Wraps it around. Unfortunately, doesn't get around that last section. What did you like about that one, Justin?
Well, it's good. He just missed the timing, the turn. So hopefully, everything's about the timing now.
Wow.
That's a sick one.
All right. Haven't seen a lot of this sort of surfing over the last few days, so that sort of caught our attention. Kei Kobayashi. We've got Daniel Farr, out there, the Kiwi in green. He's in the lead. He's only got a 2. But there's plenty more opportunities now. We just saw Diego go nuts. Caleb Tankred surf a strong heat. We're now watching Heat 15. Yoza is the surfer in white. He's waveless at this stage, but we're talking with Justin Bulolo, who's lived pretty much all his life here on the point. Yep. For you, Justin, we know how good you are in big, strong surf. As we just watch replays here, we know how you love the big, strong surf. For you, what is the optimum size for this wave? What do you prefer?
I prefer a little bit more bigger size today.
Like what? How big do you like it? 6
like
to 8, or is it 8
6
to 10, or where do we go?
Like 6 to 8 will be excellent. So hopefully, it's a little bit forecast tomorrow. So hopefully, finger crossed, will be some swell tomorrow. So let's.
When do you surf?
I'm around 96, round hit number 14.
All right, so that won't be today. We're going up to at least heat 13 at our very best. So
that was good.
If everything goes to plan, someone's first up tomorrow morning.
Hopefully some good swell tomorrow morning.
You know, what are some of the key differences you see here in Sorake and Lagundri Bay from when you were growing up to now?
There's a lot of different kids now here grow up. The kids here now more like really aggressive surfing. They're really doing all the best surf. And
Yoza does a lot of
especially
good
with
surfing.
the coconut mafia. I mean, it's good for the business lifestyle. I mean, that's how is the game here. But always is all the guests, all the tourists are sharing. Is coconut's always good for you to have to surf. Even me, I sporting all the kids. It's only like
it's the best way to hydrate yourself, and after a surf or whatever, the boys are straight onto you before you even get out of the water. We all know that.
Yeah.
We've got some scores coming, but while the boys are still paddling out, we're going to throw to a quick interview with Diego Cordero, winner of the last heat.
Thank you so much, guys. Wow, Diego, that heat was one of the best heats I've seen of the day. That battle between you and Caleb was incredible.
Yeah, super lucky that the waves sort of turned on during my heat, and Caleb was ripping, so he probably pushed me to get some good ones as well, and it was so sick to go back and forth with him. Like, such a good surfer, and stoked he's back. Like, I've done a couple heats with him in the Pro Junior, so yeah, he's well deserved to be here, so sick.
As are you, Diego. This is your second time here. What's your favourite part about Nias?
The waves, probably. But I love it. I love coming here. Everyone is super nice. The food is good. The groms are so, like the coconut mafia, they're just super nice. They're always offering you coconuts, and even when like you leave, like they're messaging you and like trying to see how you are and stuff. So everyone here is super nice. And then the waves are incredible. So last year we scored, and hopefully we score this year again.
Yeah, I mean, that heat, there was so many sixes that you had your 727, you were throwing away high fives. They were the best scores that we've seen so far throughout the day. You might be surfing again later on. So, what's your plan of attack for the next heat?
Probably just rest, drink some water. I've been sick, so still trying to recover. And, just have a chill one and get ready for the next heat.
Well, we've got the Bang Bang tradition for the heat winners, so this one's for you. Is there anyone you'd like to say hi to back at home?
Say hi to Mum and Dad, everybody at the Surfboard Empire shop that are probably watching. Hi to them, and to my girlfriend, Julia.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Diego. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks very much. True, and a very worthy winner there of that last heat, Heat 14, Diego Cordero, blowing the back out of it on his backhand. So we're having a chat in here with Justin Bulolo, and everybody knows a bit of a chief out here at the point. Yoja's just dropped some big numbers. What do you like most about Yoja's surfing?
Yoja is really powerful surf. He's one of the young generation coming up here now. He's very solid, big kids, and you see, he just first wave he show up like 7-point right.
Yeah,
That mean is like he's really good talent. I mean, he can win the trophy hopefully this year, but if he keep doing like what he's doing and then patient mindset, relax, I think hopefully some Nias boy can bring the trophy.
Who do you reckon would be the most favoured local to potentially win this event?
I think Yoja is my favorite, and Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin's still alive and kicking.
Kevin, yeah, just last second, and then
super close. Here's Daniel Farr, the Kiwi.
yep. But yeah, Yoja is more like powerful surfers. Is very more traveling setup.
Here he is
You know
right
what he's
now.
doing. So look at this one.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He's-
He's like very commitment and then powerful. And then like just wow, look the heck.
So fast.
It's fast and then very commitment. So if you keep doing this one and then he grew up here. I know him since his kids until now, and then look his power paddle. So yeah, he live in Bali also, so he know what he's doing. So surfing with a good surfer from international is not a surprise to him.
Yeah,
You know,
helping to drag him up by going to
he got-
Bali and
yeah,
surfing
well,
different waves. And
Yep, true. We are all the Nias boys living in Bali. We are all live in Bali now, so like pretty much all the good surfers here. We just can't move to Bali because a lot of things to do there. It's like business stuff and then like
Yeah, well, that-
more opportunity for us to make some coin money.
here's the overview of your hometown, mate. It's changed a lot over the years. It looked a lot different to that before the reef rose right. The water used to wash right up against a nice sandy beach on the shoreline.
Yep.
It's changed a little bit. Tell us, with the earthquake and the rising of the reef, I heard it rose about 2 or 3 meters. Would that be right?
No, I think it's like not 1.5 meters. I think
1.5 meters.
1.5 meters, but I think science and things a little bit right now. I think the tide pushing up a little bit up now. I think I can see the wave a little bit more like high tide is the wave where after 2006-07 this wave was super dry low tide, and I hopefully maybe change a little bit more, maybe one more earthquake. Not just joking, but like yeah, definitely like there was a lot of change years. Like back before the earthquake, it was a lot of wave here, especially indicators. Whereas like you can allowed to surf when it's big high tide, and then machine is always you can surf when high tide.
Yep.
But machine still can surf now. I feel like full moon tide. It's a good life.
Yeah.
Few judge go surf there.
I know. Nathan White, one of them.
Yeah, he keep telling me keep secret, don't tell anyone.
I know. So we'll rewind that and delete that comment. But have you ever done much
Delete it.
fake news? Have you ever
Yeah,
done
yeah.
much surfing down there?
Nah, I surfed before earthquake. So
Yeah.
I'm living in Bali now. So hopefully.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that in just a moment. There's what our front stands look like. Pole position there under the big tree. Hash and Family Surf Camp in the background. We're located in that zone. So tell us a little bit about, you've surfed here your whole life. You've seen so many people come and go. Who are some of the best other surfers that you've seen come here and really destroy this wave?
I think whose name the South Africa guy name? Matt
Matt-
Bromley.
Matt Bromley?
Matt Bromley, yeah. That was the swell when was 2000. That was the big swell.
When the boat went over?
The boat over, yeah. I
The
think
famous
that's
swell.
that day was swell is huge, and then I think his was the charging out there. He get one nollie right hander is like wow, his charging is like, and he's really humble personality also, and I really respect him. And there's few Hawaiian people also here, but I think Matt Brolin scored that time.
Yeah, there's the beach marshal area. We're located just behind where these crew are sitting. That's where you check in and grab your rashi. That's the Hash and Family Surf Camp. Who we got? Is that your girlfriend?
Yep. Listen to me there. Hi.
She's trying to call you going, where are you? Well, he's in here on duty. All right, let's have a quick update of this heat. Yoza's backed up his 7 with a 5.67, so super stylish. He rides a lot of waves. As you said, he's powerful but loose, and his style just looks so good. The judges are loving it.
Yep.
Daniel Farr, the Kiwi, has moved into second. He goes Yuya.
Wow.
So Team Japan, there's a lot of them. A couple of decent turns now. He's got a third section here. Gets up and grinds pretty hard. One more time. He needed to do something, languishing in fourth spot. Needed only a 2-3-4 to get up into second. But Yoza holding it down. Third priority. Things are going pretty good for him. So Matt Bromley, anyone else that you might want to throw into that category that inspired you with what they did here?
I will say Jamie O'Brien. He was here back in the time. I was doing photographer, helping a lot of my business back in the day before I moved to Bali, and then a few people around here, and it's all the tourists around the world, all professional come here. It's been a while not coming here now, but yeah, there's a few names here.
Well, I imagine the first big banging swell of the season that lights up on the forecast, that's when people start packing board bags and start flying in, right, once they see those 10-foot kind of swells.
Yeah, when they see South swell, and then definitely they will come here. Now they just check the forecast like 2-3 days before the swell coming up here. All the good surfers, free surfers, they come around here. So it's good. And it's good for the business community and around the point.
All right, well, there's the crew just checking in for the next heat through the, the stairway to heaven and through the keyhole. It's a very popular part of what goes on. That used to look different, right? Before the reef rose, you used to more jump off the beach kind of deal. And
before earthquake, that's where they walk. We used to have a left there. I'm not joking. Where I started surfing was the keel with the right-handers.
No way, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's where all the started. We surf.
I would have been all over that left.
No, they have 11, right? That's where they walk the keel back in the day when I was before the earthquake. Yeah.
All right, so let's have a look at Yoza's, some of his rewinds here. So
wow,
super high speed,
super speed flow, boom. Wow, too many nasi putih, Paul.
He's definitely had the right amount of coffee this morning. He's in the zone. He's waited a long time for this heat. And here are his two best waves, everybody. So just a delightful style. Never looks rushed.
Nah, he's like, wow, timing perfect. Wow, carve, stylish, super stylish surfers. Hopefully somebody can look after him.
I actually see Jose almost every day because I live in Canggu and him and his brother are there.
Yeah.
So I surf with them. I surf the sandbar because I like the left, but I see them paddle out to the right, so I can see that the right's been working out really well for him.
So before we talk about your time in Bali, Justin, how big a deal is this event coming to the town here, and what does it mean for the local community to have this event?
It's really good for community around here. It's like, like the business, most of the business here is the surf camp and more like tourist place. So it's more tourists come visiting here, it's more help the community here. So it's really good for the family, good for everything, for all the sporting community here, especially with the coconut mafia kids, I have no idea how many coconut they sell per day.
A lot.
Even I'm a local here, they're still hustling me.
And one thing you've got to remember with the coconut mafia, when they offer you a coconut, you say, oh, maybe later. Or you don't say that.
They'll
they
remember.
will track you down.
No, don't even say promise or say later. Better just say maybe or 50-50. If you say maybe later, they will keep hunting you.
Oh, that's as good as guaranteed sale. So they will remember that.
With a machete on the hands,
You
chasing you on the roof after you surf.
You got to tread lightly around the coconut cartel.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them.
It's getting more this year.
Were you ever that kid? Was that even a thing when you were growing up? Was it people doing that?
No. We were a different generation kids. We were more surfing back in the day. Oh no, selling coconut bread, but was not that huge kids were selling back at the time. My generation, we were more like surf or stealing mango. We were more chilling in the jungle.
All right.
Surf, steal mango on up the hill, and then come to the surf, and then hang out with.
What would be your favouriteest memories about growing up here at Sorake Beach?
My favorite here is my home break is always home. It's feeling paradise. It's every time I come here, like me, I'm living in Bali like almost last year, and then I just show up like a week ago, and then just first show up, hug my mom and my dad, and my brother is not feel good, and then it's really sad timing. But yeah, the best, my island, I think Nias is always the best. Like first you just jump on the keyhole and paddle, see the landscaping, the coconut background.
Yes.
All the landscaping, you hang out with the friends, talking, and then soon you're arriving, finish the surf. Especially if you get first wave, you get good barrels, you just see the sky like, thank you so much, God. And then you're coming in and you hang out with the boys. Everybody have a beer.
Bit of falaga.
And cheerings, and that's the best moment. All you're surfing, you see here is like small green stuff. It's like paradise,
Well,
where else you need to go?
It must feel so good coming home after being in the busy craziness of Bali. But okay, falaga. What does that actually mean in your local Bahasa?
Falaga is when we are young. We just went teenage when we grow up to surf. We were like 14, 16. We were just mean like cheers.
Cheers.
Like just like or I start drinking. So now everybody thinks famous. Even me, I did my brand on Bali like Falaga Surf Coach or Falaga Surf School.
Cheers Surf School.
Yeah, but it's good though. So why not?
We've just seen Daniel Farr having a crack at a 4.51 to advance. We're down to 6 minutes. So you moved to Bali how long ago, Justin?
I moved was to before COVID. It was 2019, right?
Was it purely for work
19, yeah.
to try and do something different and make some money? Is that what the deal was?
Yeah, the deal was, yeah. Reason I moved to Bali, yeah, it's a long story. That's privacy, but
Right,
reason I moved in Bali with Sam, and then and after that because of COVID, and then I just moved to Bali and make some.
And now you're doing a surf school.
Now I've just opened surf school. I work in resort, and then I do my own thing also. But yeah, it's helped community make some saving money, and then hopefully, or this year or next year, we'll move on here, and then just get barrel every day.
Nice. All right. So there's the famous keyhole that everybody jumps into. That is a big part of what goes on here at Sorake Beach. The backdrop there's a lot of accommodation on this hill, on this shoreline. And I know you've always got your house here as well, right?
Yeah, that's the front of the keyhole. That's my parents' camp.
Yep.
And then I got all my own house also. Like
Take us through this way, Yoza.
Yeah. So okay, Palm, one more. Timing and barrel is. Oh, lost the timing. It's okay. You have the first leader anyway.
Even just the drift off that first hit, the way he slid the tail and sort of when reconnected. New school surfing, he's kind of got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I think soon you do hit the lip, the wave here. If you feel missing the timing, the speed, the flow, you will for sure you miss the second hit. Like this now, you see what he's doing now, and then when he's through the pump, you're behind the whitewash. He's not gonna make it through. So you have to be fast.
All right, and then what about that other wave up around the corner there in the distance? You ever have much of a crack at that one?
So Batu, yeah, I surf. Before I moved to Bali, I surf a lot there with a couple good surfers up there, and then now I don't surf that much. But yes, that's core. I surf sometimes in the carriers. But now I think I'm getting 36. When I was 20, I still surfed there a lot. I was not thinking too much, but now maybe.
36 is not a big number, Justin. Keep it real. Hey, come on, man. In the big scheme of things, you're still in the prime of your life, buddy, I reckon.
Yep.
So your best result ever here, I'm pretty sure, was it a semi-final a couple of years back?
Yeah, it was with Kutut, Agus.
The year Kutut won?
Yeah, 2000.
I've got it here, I can tell you.
18 or something?
It was 2018.
20, yeah, Kutut, Agus, and then that was. Yeah, I was remember where you were cheering.
I was here, yeah, I was here. And
you say like, was with Dennis Rihanna back in the day with Chief of Chimaja and you guys Chief of Nias. That's when I show out my name after that.
The Kapala Dessa of the point.
Yep.
Justin Bololo. Everybody that's listening in and has been here will know exactly who I'm talking to right now. So, I really appreciate the fact that you've come in and taken us through Yoza's heat.
Yep.
And he's having a blinder. But let's have a look at red now. Yuya, who is in second. To win this thing, he needs a 7.84 out of this. So he's doing some pretty good surfing. I'm loving the drone footage that we get here. It really gives you a really sick view firsthand, right in the face of the surfers. And it's just such a good addition to our broadcast. So, Giada, would you like to ask Justin anything else before we're just about done with this heat?
I think, I don't know. I love when you talk about this place when you were young and growing up and how different it was and maybe some of the waves that you used to surf instead of this one.
And let's also give some credit to some people you grew up with that are the other big hitters on the point, like Rahel. Didn't have a great heat today, but he's one of my favourite surfers to watch out here.
Yeah.
My favourite goofy, Anton. We saw him go down in that last heat. Who else out of the local boys that you grew up with do you really respect and like to surf with?
Yeah, just a few more like Rusman and Swang and then Tankius were all same level with us, where they're all in Bali now. And yeah, Anton and Rahel is there like above me, my generation. And
They're a bit older than you, right?
Yeah, older than me. They always that's Anton and Rahel. I remember when I was teenagers. Reason I get push each other because of them. I remember Anthony always surf indicators pushing so hard, and then every time I walk to the keyhole and I see Anton surf indicators, like no way, if he can do it this backhand, I can do it also. So yeah, and then that's back in the time if you remember, keep push each other, and then Rahel is always really powerful, solid surfers. And yeah, fatality is like he doesn't make his hit today, and also Anton, but
Wow.
taking the time, yeah, they surf good.
Look at young Kobayashi here. Kobayashi going nuts. He's got that big air reverse dialed in. He needs a 5.77, so he's given himself a good chance of it because that air reverse was done early. He's added a lot of surfing to it. The judges kind of lose a bit of interest once you get down to this point, but he's probably already put some decent numbers on the board. 5.77 though, the judges aren't handing out those numbers too easily, so might be a bit touch and go for Kay.
Yep.
So 1 minute remaining. So you may be up first tomorrow morning. What do you do tonight? Do you stick with the program of a couple of bottles and a bit of Falaga, or do you tuck in early and have something superstitious meal or anything like that? What do you do?
Just relax, chilling up here with the boys, and yeah, just back to the lifestyle here. Just hang out. Most I've been lately just hang out with my family. I'm stay with my parents and just hang out there, and then watching all the boys, hang out with all the surfers here. I know all of them.
So are we going to hang out a bit after this event, or are you straight home? I'm sticking around. What about you?
I think after the Chrome, I will stay here. Maybe 2-3 more weeks. Get a free surf.
All right.
Get some green barrels, always trimming.
Well, if you don't mind, you reckon you could push me into a wave?
Maybe $10 though.
$10. I've given you a bang. Come on, at least one push. One push.
Okay. You know, in Bali, one push is a lot of money though.
I've given you a bang. You know, come on. I know how much you love those things. Here's a little recap. I'm still not sure where Daniel Farr sits in this heat. He's needing a 6. We're looking at a replay, so we'll stay with these live numbers because we've also got a number for Kay to drop. Kay needs a 5.77, so he's slightly better position. He doesn't get the number though. His last drops in at a 5. Daniel Farr's number is yet to be determined, so we'll sign off once we get this score. Right now he needs a 6. The Kiwi surfer, Yoza, though, will be having a chat with him, so that'll be good fun. And Yuya will be a little bit nervous, waiting for Daniel's last score. Final heat of this round is in the gates, ready for a start. Scores coming in for Daniel are going to just leave him a little shy of the mark, so it's congrats to Yoza and Yuya. Justin, I'm going to shake your hand and say thanks for coming in.
You're welcome.
And Giada, that was a good heat. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for having chats, Justin. We'll throw to a break and be back with the final heat in just a moment.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is the last heat of the round of 128. I'm Jala Ligati. In the booth with me right now is Dai Wacko. Welcome back.
I'm back now.
So right on your screen were the results of the last heat. Now this is in the water right now. Yu Ming Jiang in the blue, Zeb Stokes in the red, Keanu Kamiyama in white, and Eli Timperi in the green. So a really, really good heat in our hands. This is the last one, heat 16, round of 128. We will be going straight to the round of 96 right after this. So it's going to be a day full of action.
Wow, this is a fast ride for Zeb Stokes. It's a good-looking wave. Managed to put 2 solid turns to start his campaign. And fast wave of Liu Min Juan came in at a 0.50, but this is a replay of lots of red. Nice opening carve, straight into the second carve. Great combination from Zeb Stokes.
Yep, so beautiful surfing there from Zeb Stokes. Great start to the heat. We're waiting for that score to come through. Liu Mingjiang just sitting on a 0.5, but we had Justin Bulolo come in here in the booth with us last heat. So he's one of the most well-known local surfers out here. So it was great to get a little bit of insight of what it was like growing up here and the differences of what it was back then and now.
神山選手、1本目のライディング、大きなカービングターンから縦のアクション、素晴らしいコンビネーション決めて、この演技を終えます。And at the back, Saffron Green, Eli, Chimpray, up and riding. Nice, solid first opening carve, straight into the second. That was nice vertical off the top from Saffron Green. Great exchange from all the surfers now. We are still waiting for all the surfers last wave.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for all the scores to come through. The judges taking a good look at that. So it's looking like we've had a little push in the swell, a lot more waves ridden. I love that first turn from Keanu Kamiyama straight up to that second one. I think he's had some pretty good results here in the past.
Right.
This right now on screen is Eli Timberry. Nice opening turn. Off the lip on that second one. So wraps it around here on this fatter section of the wave, but it's good surfing.
Oh, live action. Nicely. He's surfing nicely. We are not too sure what he's done out the back, but definitely he put some damage out the back. So all the surfers have ridden a couple of waves now. Here's a replay of Lots of Blue. Nice off the bottom. Gets vertical off the top. A little bit fumble there, but nicely done second turn. And gets the third turn in. So really great surfing from Surfer Blue.
Yeah, that first turn was really nice. I love that airdrop. He had it all under control, wasted no time there, and just waiting for that last score of blue and green to come in. So straight after this, we will be seeing the round of 96 Heat 1. Just a couple names to come through. In red, we'll be seeing Elliot Parada-Reed. In blue, Coda Killorn. In the white, Harry O'Brien. And in green, Philip Duke.
Wow, this hit non-stop. And live action surfing green. Wow, solid turn, but unfortunately comes unstuck. So non-stop action so far in the seat. 6 minutes in. A lot of waves coming through to the lineup. So last of green, first wave for green comes in at a 5.50, 4.23 for the last of white, and the first wave for Zeb Stokes comes in at a 3.67.
All right, so while there's a little bit of a break here in the action, we're going to head down with Mark and the winner of the last heat, Yoza Zagoto.
All right, winner of the last heat, Yoza Zagota. A pretty good heat, mate. Are you happy with what you did?
Yeah, thank you.
Nobody gets more waves than this guy every given day out here at the point, but you're ripping, mate. And even Justin Bololo suggested that you could be a guy, one of the local boys that wins this event. How does that feel?
Yeah, feeling so good, and yeah, I'm proud of myself to make this in hit. So hopefully next year I can do very well, the same thing, or maybe the best thing more. See how you go.
All right, and we know you live in Bali now, but for you it must be so nice coming home and surfing your favourite wave again and back on home soil, yeah?
Yeah, just get back here I think 3 weeks ago, and yeah, just be happy to be back home to practice before the competition. So yeah, I don't know.
You've got sponsors. Tell us about these guys.
Thank you for Moonrocks and also for Glenn to use OSHA board, and thank you also for my girlfriend to carry me in the water. So yeah, I'm very happy for everything.
Well, Salamat Datang to be home again, mate. You're a big. I really love the way you go out here. You also get one of these little things for winning a heat. And Hash wanted it. Hash put a lot of pressure on me to give him that bang bang. But welcome home, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
There it is. Yoza, everybody, is such a lad. Good on you, mate. I'll shake your hand. Thank you. Cheers.
All right. Wow, what an entrance. Zeb Stokes didn't even finish that wave already. Feeling it. He's stoked. I'm excited to see that replay because there was some big blasts out the back as well. But that interview must feel so good to be back at home, especially competing in your home break with your friends and family down at the beach watching is such a great feeling.
Right. So many local surfers now live in Bali, yeah. But this is a replay blast of red. Beautiful opening car from Zeb Stokes and straight into the vertical of the top. That was a great combination and he likes it. We are still waiting for the last of red, but this is a live action. Blue up and riding. Wow, nice first turn, solid turn, and gets a second turn in. Wow, this is a really great combination from Surfer Blue, Liu Ming Juan.
Yep, and behind him now, Ely Timberry, big first turn. Bit of a cut back there, so lots of waves in this heat. It's looking like the swell is starting to push. We're seeing a lot more rides, and it's going to be a great afternoon. The forecast does say it's meant to be picking up throughout the afternoon, so we have a big day ahead. We're going straight into the round of 96, so that is some great news, and I'm really, really excited.
Definitely. So now we're into 96, and second city surfers are coming up. So heat 1, we have Elliot and Koda Kiloran, and this is a replay of Blast of Blue. I love the first down, have a lot of power into it, throwing a lot of sprays. Yeah, he's surfed really nicely.
This is the replay of green. Love that car. Really tight in the pocket. Wraps around here on the second one. So scores still to come through. Zeb Stokes last wave, a 6.50. That is an incredible way for him to start off his campaign here in the round of 128. That is 1 foot into the next heat. He will be really, really stoked on that.
Definitely 6.5 is going to be a keeper today. And already, Zeb Stokes reaching to the 10.17 total score. So that's a good sign. Still, there's plenty of times, 14 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this heat.
On your screen, Latitude Zero, the boat that has had more than 30 years of experience here in Sumatra, takes you to some of the best surf breaks around the area. So they are with the best seat in the house right now, get to see live action from the channel. But right now it is Zeb Stokes with the 6.5 and a 3.67. Eli Timperi a 5.50 and a 3.70. It is now up to blue and white to do a little bit of catching up. 4.71 and a 4.88 are the requirements. So Keanu Kamiyama, a name we've seen around this area quite a bit. What can you tell us about him?
Well, looks like Green is up and riding again. But nice first turn. Really love the layback on the first turn. Great second turn in and third turn as well. So he's looking for a wave to get rid of 3.70. I think he's done the job. He's gonna be extending his lead over blue and white. So Keanu actually had a year off. Probably he lives in US now, practicing surfing there. So that's the reason he took a year off. But he's back in the QS now.
Oh, I love this wave from our man in green. 2 big hacks out the back. Lays into this one again. Really putting the rail in the water. So loving that from Eli. Really great job right now. Man in blue, a 4.71 is the requirement. Wraps it around here. Sets up for this turn. Lays the rail again. really tight and fast. So, we've got a great heat in our hands.
Right. Everyone serves great in this heat. Everyone managed to put a couple solid turns in, but we're still kind of stuck in the 4-point range pretty much. So this is a replay of blue. Nice opening turn and even bigger second turn. He just lays into it, throwing a lot of sprays. He kind of stuck in the 4-point range, but except for the Zeb Stokes last wave, 6.50. So whoever break through that range will be in the second place.
So tell us a little bit, why did Keanu have a break from a competition?
Well, I believe that's because he just trying to improve his surfing in US, and he moved from Japan to US. So that's pretty much the reason, I guess.
What part of the US?
Somewhere in California.
There, Eli, the most caught waves in this heat, just unfortunately falls off on that one. But yeah, so we hear a lot that many of the Japanese surfers move to Australia and to the USA to get their training in, get their rounds in.
We don't really get the special. We do get special waves, but not often in Japan. So try to go overseas, just experiencing all the kind of waves, especially you gotta surf in this perfect wave, just like Nias. So yeah, people do go overseas a lot for the Japanese surfers.
In Japan, where would you say you guys have the most consistent surf?
I would say it's Chiba. That's pretty much where a lot of professional surfers move to. It's like Gold Coast in Australia.
More than the South? More than Miyazaki?
It's more consistent, I guess. And this is 神山選手。さあ、この波で 5.85 を出すと逆転していきます。素晴らしい2ターンを入れてきました。Yeah, there's a beautiful waves and solid waves in South area, but there's a time sometimes not much swells coming in to the coast. So yeah, I would say Chiba is a place to go.
What are some of the bigger names in surfing that live down in South in Miyazaki that you can just name off the top of your head?
Ryaru Ito.
Oh, my favorite surfer.
Yeah, remember, probably a lot of people remember his name from the last year's Nias. He did a really great job. Now he is in the CS Tour, but currently he's in Chopo, Tahiti now.
Okay.
Just chasing the waves.
I mean, he is such an incredible surfer. We
Right.
saw him here last year. Definitely one of the highlights. He got some crazy waves, and he just looks so comfortable when it got really big. Would you say that Miyazaki maybe is not as consistent but has better quality waves?
I gotta say so. Yes, Miyazaki has the best quality of the waves. They have beach breaks, reef breaks, point breaks, and everything, and one of those heavy big wave point as well. So definitely Miyazaki is the place that you want to go for the surf trip.
Okay, who else comes to your top to the top of your head?
From South.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many great surfers from South. I gotta think. It takes a while, but yeah, Ryaru is the first person to come up my mind.
I mean, Ryaru is definitely one of the biggest names
Right.
coming out of Japan right now. And here is Zeb Stokes right now. Couple really nice turns. Wraps it around. Wants to back up that 6.5. A 3.67 is what he's sitting on. Eli Timperi, a 5.9 and a 5.5. So he's currently in first. But yeah, so Miyazaki, it's
Yeah. Oh, there is a reply of the last of red. Hit that first sand with so much power into it. And gets the second sand in. Wow. The wave just non-stop in this heat. Roy is actually from South. So Roy, Kanazawa, and Keanu is from actually South area. So there's a lot of great surfers from South side.
in Japan, would you say that the surfers travel inside the country a lot to surf? Like, do you guys see each other a lot, or does everyone usually stay at home and you see each other in contests?
Probably stay in the area, but we don't really travel for the free surfing. But we have a lot of competitions in all of the places, so that's the time when we see each other.
Mhm.
But we don't really do a lot of surf trips.
So if you see a swell in the south, you usually don't go like strike mission there.
Some people do,
Uh-huh.
but thing is, you have to know right people to
Okay.
go there. I mean, yeah, to go to the point. So I wanted to go, but it's kind of not hard. But you gotta make sure everything is right.
Would you say is there localism there?
Yes, huge.
So if you go to the south and you go to like a more secret spot, would they not let you surf?
At some point, I would say so, but not only South Point, all over Japan, we have
Oh,
a
really?
big localism
No way.
in Japan. So yeah,
What about as a tourist, like someone who's not Japanese? Would there still be really heavy localism?
in some point, I
Okay.
would say so. Yeah, you can get the feeling. I mean, once
That
you
you're
go
just
there,
not
yeah.
invited.
Yeah.
Like they don't want
Right.
you there. Wow, that's crazy. I had no idea.
Yeah, so there's so many points that are protected by the local community, and so many breaks that we haven't seen. So
Wow. Okay, guys. So, be careful. Japan, heavy localism. So, back to this heat with just 6 minutes remaining. This is Liu Mingjiang looking for a 6.90 to get back into this heat. Unfortunately, getting stuck behind a little bit, but he has been on a bit of a tear here. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to get out of that 4.5. So, it is Zeb Stokes with that 6.5 and a 5.1 in the lead. Eli in second, 5.9 and a 5.5. Keanu Kamiyama, a 5.13 and a 4.33. A 6.27 is his requirement. He has the surfing to do it. He just needs to really be selective now and get the right score.
神山選手現在3位のポジション 5.13 そして 4.33 をスコアしています。逆転に必要なスコアは 6.27 残り時間が5分10秒になるところラウンドオブ128が終わった後はこの後そのままメンズのラウンドオブ96へと進んでいきます。This is live action, surfing green, nice opening, beautiful curve, and it gets another beautiful curve there, and it kicks out. So great combination again from Eli, looking for a way to get rid of the 5.50, 5.71 to go into the first. It was a great two-turn combination.
All right, this is the replay from the beach angle. Good first wrap there. Does it again here. So nice surfing from our man in green. He's on a bit of a tear right now. He's catching a lot of waves. He's keeping busy. This heat has been super wave friendly.
Right.
A lot of waves ridden. And we're reaching the 4-minute mark. And it's looking like Zeb Stoke is pretty comfortable out in the lead. He's 6.5 and a 5.1, so pretty good scores coming through for him.
Looks like we are getting this little bit of a texture on the face, a bit of onshore, but still it gives you actually a lot of wall to walk on, so a lot of turns opportunities. So this is Surfing Blue needing 6.90 on a smaller size waves. Nicely done by Surfer Blue, two-turn combo. But I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough for the requirement.
That's a pretty big score he's looking for, so it has to be something pretty spectacular. But you're right. There has been a little bit of an increase in the wind. We're seeing some texture on the face of the wave. For some surfers, actually, for example, I sometimes prefer it when it's a little bit windy like it is now, just because I feel like the board just gets stuck to the water a little more and you can really hit those sections. Sometimes when it's too glassy, I feel like I just slip out a lot easier. And maybe with it's just so glassy that, I don't know, it's weird for me. I like when it's a little bit onshore, unless it's like barreling. Then I want that straight offshore.
Definitely. For turns, I would prefer a little bit of texture on the face so that you can easily to see where to hit actually, and easy to just push hard on the tail and swing around. So yeah, I do love a little bit of texture. I think a lot of people do love that condition.
Yep, and it just crumbles a little bit on the corner, so the wave is kind of just showing you where you can really fit it in the pocket. So you're right. It's an uncommon opinion, and people usually think I'm crazy when I say so. But I'm happy that
really?
you
I'm
are with me on this one.
Totally agree with that. Definitely, it's people love going to the air, love the onshore wind. So
I don't go to the air, but but I can understand where they're
Right.
coming from. I'm just a bit more of a turn. So just under 2 minutes, this heat, slowing down a little bit. It is looking like Zeb Stokes coming comfortably in first. Some pretty big requirements for Keanu and Liu Ming. So they're going to be hoping for some sets come through. Keanu does have first priority. He'll be looking at the back, checking out the indicator. So on your screen, we see the next heat already slowly creeping in, getting ready for their heat.
just down to 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. So this is a best score of the red. Nice opening turn. He gets the second turn in. That was a huge solid turn, and then he likes it. That was a 6.50. And this is probably the reply of 5.10 he got right after the 6.5. It was on a smaller size base, but managed to put solid turns in.
Yep, so really, really well done. Live action, Keanu Kamiyama looking for a 6.30. We caught up at the last part of this wave. So hard to read body language. I'm not sure if he was like not happy with it or like relieved. We'll see.
But definitely he's done something out the back. That's for sure. But we're down to 20 seconds remaining. さあ、神山選手、この波で 6.30 が必要です。一発目、スープへのアプローチ。そこから大きなラウンドハウスカットバックをして、パワーゾーンに。さあ、ここでキックアウトです。Well, unfortunately, just two-turn combo needing 6.30. So I don't think it's going to be enough for Keanu to go into the second. And looks like Zeb Stokes and Eli moving on to the next round. So I'll see you guys in the next heat right after the bonsai break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro. We are now into men's round of 96 heat number 1. We have I'm Daiwako here in the booth with True Starling. So we are into round of 96. And we're gonna finish off heat number 1 to heat possibly number 13.
Yep. Big day.
Big day. Still 13 heats to go in this heat, but here is live action. Elliot up and riding on the smaller size waves, but first turn was solid. Second turn, again, solid turns. So 2-turn combo. Nice way to start his heat.
Yep, that was a quick in and out there from Philip Duke. We saw Coda Killon, his first score locked in at a 3.33. And Zeb Stokes taking out that last heat.
Yeah, actually, it was so many waves coming through.
Wow.
In the last heat. Like, feels like finally the ocean just started to fill in. But this is the first wave of Coda Killon. Nice 2-turn combo, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to come around the section for the third turn, so comes in 3.33.
And then, nice first turn for Elliot. Driving through that second one, really nice on rail. Just the 2 turns, didn't have to do much more. And that is Philip Duke.
That was super close to stick to the landing, but this is suffering white Harry O'Brien. Nice 2-turn combo so far and gets a 3rd turn in. Well, just like you see in the last heat, just non-stop actions.
Bring it on. I mean, you can see maybe a little bit more texture on the waves
Right.
from this wind coming through, but there's still some really great opportunities. It's probably making the waves a little bit better, a little bit steeper potentially. And this is that last wave of Philip Duke. High lines here, gaining some speed, floats that first turn, and gets a second one in there. Wow, rotates it, unfortunately coming unstuck. And then Harry O'Brien from Lennox, nice first turn. Off the bottom, straight up into that really strong connection there from Harry. That was a really well-surfed wave. And then out behind, Coda Killorn, a quick in and out, potentially getting a couple of turns out the back, we'll see. And 3.9 for Elliot to lock in for his first wave. Harry has his score to lock in. Last of Codas, and oh my goodness, non-stop surfing right now. Elliot driving through this first turn. Wow, that was so smooth. Gets a second turn in, just beautifully timed, so close in the pocket. That was really, really good stuff.
Right. So he's already locks in, 3.90. That's a pretty nice way to start this heat. But looks like, the smells just come in and, there's non-stop action. So probably he will be needing more, scores.
Yeah, I agree. I think just to start the heat, first 5 minutes, you can kind of play around with it. You have the time to do that and these scores to lock in. I mean, the surfing was really strong. So we'll see. We've got a score to lock in for Harry O'Brien, Coda Killorn, and Elliot Pirata Reed. Let's take a look at this replay of that last of Elliot's.
Oh, nice. Lows off the bottom turn, driving through the first sand, and it gets the solid turns in. So really nice combination from Elliot. He is second seeded surfer in this round, so looks like he's just in the great tune.
Yeah, well, someone who seemed to look like they were in a good rhythm in that last heat, Zeb Stokes. He's going to have a chat with Giada.
All right, I'm here with Zeb. Congratulations. You told me you felt the wind coming. There was a big change in conditions. What was your heat strategy, and then how did you execute it?
Yeah, I kind of knew with the wind coming up that the barrel was sort of going to be taken out of the equation, so sort of just made it a bit easier just to stick to one thing and just belting it as hard as I can, I guess. And I got that one set wave and I had the 2 pretty nice turns and I got a 6.5 that set me up pretty good for the heat. So, yeah.
So you told me you were here last year. What are some of the things that you tweaked and adjusted coming into this new year?
I don't know. I think last year I fell out of the draw before the surf started pumping, so I was a bit devoted about that. I sort of just wanted to come here and try and put my best surfing on show because I didn't really get to do that last year, and hopefully save the barrels for tomorrow or the rest of the comp. Hopefully the forecast looks pretty good, so I'd be stoked if I can get some tubes in the heat.
So talk about some of the crew that you have here. I saw your brother just talk to you. Who are you with?
Yeah, with Benny and Gio Lawrenson and Taj, my brother. He come over here. Charlie's back home at the moment. She did crewy, but yeah, it's just good having a good little family to travel with, and Taj is always caddying for me, and I really appreciate the support from him. And yeah, we just all really want each other to do well, so it's a good environment, and yeah.
Does Taj say anything to you when you're paddling back out after a wave?
Oh yeah, just a few little words of encouragement, I guess, just to fire me up and what he saw in my wave. But yeah, it's nothing more than just a couple little fire up words.
All right, congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family back at home?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everyone for watching back home, my girlfriend, my mum and my dad and my nan for making it possible for me to be over here competing. And yeah, I love you guys. Thank you.
Congratulations and see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Giada and Taj. And we saw a whole heap of waves be ridden as well during that interview. Second wave of Elliot locked in at a 4.43. He has another score to lock in. We have scores for Harry to come through and also for Philip Duke. And Elliot locks in another 4.43. Philip Dukes is potentially going to be his best wave of the heat so far. Just a small score still, though. 2.07 for him. Harry's first wave was a 5.17.
Wow.
Lots going on right now,
Lots of waves in the first exchange, but this is a replay of lots of red 4.43. Nice two-turn combo, especially like the second turn with a lot of sprays, a lot of power in it. So this is probably the first wave of Harry O'Brien. Actually, this is the second wave for Harry O'Brien. Nice first turn and second turn. So this is gonna be a great backup for Harry O'Brien with a 60 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So there's still plenty of times left on the clock.
Yeah, that was a well-served wave for Harry. It was up and into the lip every time he needed to be up there. So, yeah, it's starting to filter on through now. Locks in at a 5.5. Harry O'Brien goes straight up into first place. Elliot Pirata-Reid, he's down in second, chasing that 6.24. This guy right here, Coda Killon, up on his backhand, needs a 5.53, gets a second turn in. A little bit hung up, but recovers well as he absolutely belts it there for a third turn. And driving through a car for the fourth. I'm sure that you can see the caddies down there. Arch Whiteman is caddy for Coda Killon. And I'm sure he's giving him a bit of a hype up. I know Jay Okalupo is also a huge hype man. He's out there with Elliot Pirata-Reid. So lots of words of encouragement going down.
Right. This is a replay of lots of blue. Nice check first time, but gets hung up on the second time, but still the third time he just belted super nicely. It's a great three-turn combo from Coda Killon. He's already locked in 3.33 and looking for a wave. Get rid of 2.83. So definitely he's done that, but his requirement is 5.53. So it's gonna be close with few scores locked in. So it's 4.60 for the last of Coda Killon. Now needing 4.26 to go into the second.
Yeah, 4.6. That's a good score on a day like today, but with the quality of surfing in this heat, I mean, it's starting to really run away with 15 minutes to go. Oh, wow. Huge first turn for Elliot. Driving hard off the bottom, gets a second one in there. Wow, he is timing it so well out there and kicks out. Those two turns were really strong. Needs to better at 4.43 to make it harder for Coda and Philip.
This is a replay of the last of red. Really like the first layback with a lot of sprays and gets the vertical hit. And it was actually bigger size waves. Managed to put 2 solid turns in, so it's gonna be a healthy number for Elliot.
Yeah, I think so too. And we know that, Elliot's had a year or so off competing. He hasn't really been doing it too much. Came back in Crewy, loved it over there, and I know that I'm sure that he's excited to be here in Nias as well. And here we go. Elliot Pirata-Reid, his last wave locked in at a 5.9, so extending second place. Coda Killon now needs a 5.74. Philip Duke looking for an 8.25, and Philip is the youngest one in this heat and definitely the smallest as well. I mean, he was one to watch over in Crewy. It was exciting to see him just absolutely go for it.
So this is a replay of the best wave for white. Wow, that's solid two-turn combo. So this is what 5.5 looks like. And this is the last of Elliot. Comes in at a 5.90. Nice first time. Really love the first layback with a lot of spray and gets the vertical off the top. So that was a great comparison between red and white's best wave.
Yeah, really exciting between, to see the different approaches between Harry and Elliot. I love how everyone kind of paints differently on this beautiful canvas here at Sorake Beach. It's pretty incredible to see the different approaches and what a heat that stands out to me that we've seen so far today was a heat with Diego and Caleb Tancred. Diego getting the win and Caleb came second, but far out. It was a back-to-back battle, Di. Like they were just going for it. Diego would take off in a wave, he'd go to first. Caleb would take off in a wave, he'd go to first. It was just this. And I said to them both, I said, that was exciting to watch. And Coda, goes down. He got one good first turn in there. That was, the right approach for Coda. But yeah, as I was saying, that heat, it was heat number 14 of the round of 128. And I was just really blown away by the level of surfing and the approaches between Caleb and Diego. It was so exciting.
And then I heard that they both kind of sick last few days, and they just recovered.
Yeah.
And then they surf really nice, amazing. But this is a live action Harry O'Brien. Hits the lips really hard, straight into the big curve, and again, it was a bigger size waves on a set. Wow, this is a surfing green.
Oh. Wow, Philip Duke goes down, unfortunately, but I really, really love his attack and his commitment to each section. He is just not scared. And, it's so good to watch him out here. And this is Elliot Pirata Reed. Nice first turn there, really just laying into it. Gets that second combination. Wow. He's hunting for the lead in this heat. Wow, he only needs a 4.77 to go to first. I think he might just get that.
Yeah, I gotta say he's done the job. Pretty much. Probably it's gonna be definitely it's gonna improve his score line so far. So 4.43 is the lowest score, but this is a replay of Harry Bryan. Oh, wow, that first turn was amazing. That solid turn, and love the carve section. Well, he's looking for a wave to get rid of 517. And this is the wave we were talking about. Really love the first turn and even bigger second turn. Definitely, this is going to be a really healthy number for Elliot and Harry O'Brien as well.
Yeah, that was a really great exchange between Elliot and Harry. Two really good waves. Harry needs to better a 517. Elliot's trying to better that 4.43. They might do that. We've got 10 minutes to go and we still have these scores to lock in. Philip Duke holds that first priority. The young gun in this heat, he was so exciting to watch in Cruy. Had some great pro junior results, made a couple of heats in the QS as well. He was just absolutely going for it in every heat that he had. So I'm sure we'll see that same approach towards the last 9.5 minutes in this one. But it's these scores of Harry and Elliot that could really set them apart. Scores are starting to look in for Elliot. It's a 7.07. He goes to first place. Best wave of the heat so far. Scores for Harry, pretty similar as well, starting to lock in. It's going to be a real battle between third and fourth right now. They're trying to get into that second position, and it's a 6.5 for Harry O'Brien. So Elliot in the lead with a 7.07 and a 5.9. Harry has that 6.5 and a 5.5. Coda looking for a 7.4 to go to second, and Philip Duke, he's chasing a 9.93. That's a really big score.
Wow, this is like a back-to-back game between red and white. So this is the last of white, 6.50. Nice first turn and nice second turn, and two of those turns were big and solid. So this was, what 6.5 looks like, and this is a 707 from Sapphire Red. I gotta say, probably this wave has more steep wall.
Yeah.
Compass of white.
Yeah.
Gives you a lot of opportunity. So that was a 707 from Sapphire Red. Elliot sitting in the first place comfortably, but now Coda and Philip are in a little bit of a trouble, needing a decent score. Coda needing 740. Philip needing 993, but this is Elliot up and riding again. racing down the line, big carve. Wow, just he kicks out. Actually, the wave really not offering too much.
Oh, here we go. Philip Duke. Good looking wave. Nice opening turn. Needs to get a little bit of work done in this heat. Gets that second turn in, but he kicks out and could be his best score to lock in. He needs to better a 2.07 to lower that requirement right now. Philip just looking to get into the 5s range, and then that'll make that turn that 9 into about a 4.
Yeah, I think Philip now probably doesn't need to go for the 993 at the moment. Just trying to break into trying to get mid-4s, mid-5s first, because there's still 7 minutes to go in this heat. And the last wave for Philip comes in at a 2.60. So probably go out there and get another one, trying to get mid-4s and mid-5s. This is important wave for Koda. Looking for 7.40. Nice first turn. Wow, nice carve for the second turn, but kicks out. To me, I don't think it's gonna be a 7.40, but he's surfing nicely done.
Yeah, he surfed really well. It was just that wave lacking that steeper section that we saw on Elliott's. I mean, nice first turn, really tight in the pocket. It's his second turn that is just a little bit of a shame. Like, I mean, it was sick, and that bottom turn was so huge, but that second section just didn't offer, that steep connection that we've been seeing in this heat. And that's really where I agree, Di, where I think that's, going to limit the score.
Right, so Harry has first priority, and Elliot sit with second priority, but Harry up and riding. This is smaller size waves, but looking good. Nice first turn off the top into the second.
Whoa.
Gets a rotation and comes around. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. But really love how he approached differently compared to the last few waves. He knew that needs to go different to get 6.48.
Yeah, needed to just do something. Yeah, I agree. Do something different and really challenge for that score, or just better the 5.5. It's a 2.9, so obviously not going into the top 2. He has that 6.5 and a 5.5, and we've got 5 minutes to go. I feel like this heat has been really quick.
Yep. But 6 waves for Elliot, 5 waves for Koda, 4 waves for Harry, and 5 waves for Philip. So
Wow.
many waves have been ridden in this heat.
So many waves. And let's take a look at the best score of Elliot Pyrada Reid with 5 minutes to go. Huge gaff in the pocket for that first turn, and then just how low was he off the bottom? You could just see him. He was like, yep, that's a section. I'm just going to stick here, get on rail, and absolutely belted it. And then I loved that, and just, huge surfing. 7.07 for Elliot Pyrada Reid has him out in front. Harry O'Brien in second, Koda Killon chasing that 7.4 to go to second place, and Philip Duke. His last was a 2.6. He needs that 9.4. It's a really, really big score on a day like today, Di. There's not too many 9-point waves coming through.
It's going to be really hard to get those scores by turns. But looks like Elliot is having a look at this one again. Well, he was kind of too deep, so he just kicks out. But yeah, Philippe probably, it's hard to get 9.40 out there with the turns. And if there's a barrel, then it's gonna be not easy, but durable. But since we have a little bit of onshore and a little bit of texture on the face, so we don't really see much of the barreling waves so far. So probably Philip needs to get mid-4s or mid-5s first, and then get 6 or 5s. Probably that's the plan. But unfortunately, time is ticking. So
yeah, that's a big issue. With just over 3 minutes to go, it's great that Philip has the priority.
Right.
He might be able to get into a quick rotation. You never know. Anything can happen, honestly. There's been more times than not that we've seen people needing big scores with 3 minutes to go, and they've just been able to jag 2 good waves and get it. So hopefully Philip Duke does what we know that he can do and go big. And Coda Killorn, he holds second priority. He is chasing a 7.4. And this is Harry's 6.5. So Coda's needs to be better than this. It was a nice first turn. Oh, big hit in the pocket there for Harry. And another driving arc. I mean, he's surfing so good. He's looking on point. Maybe this is a 6.5. Sorry. I mean, look at that first turn. Wow. Really, really strong surfing. That first to second turn combo is pretty lethal from Harry O'Brien. He looks comfortable out there on his forehand, and he's up and riding once again.
Harry up and riding. Wow, nice swing around the tail. Nice completion from Harry. Unfortunately, comes little bit getting caught behind the white water, but still, that was amazing first turn.
Yeah, wow, that was really huge. It's exciting to watch, I love that Harry was going for it there. Needs to better a 5.5. This turn just ditches the fins, gets a rotation. I mean, that was pretty cool. Harry just doing something a little bit different. I'm not sure if it'll be the 5.5 he's looking for. And yeah, it looked like maybe there was a wave being ridden. I think it was Philip Duke, unfortunately, going down. So Coda holds on to first priority, chasing a 7.4. His backhand is really strong. This is that last wave of Philip Duke, though.
Oh, nice first turn. Gets a little spin.
Oh.
But comes unstuck. But really, he knew that he needs to go big. So that's exactly what he did. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. But last wave for Philip comes in at a 2.28. And last wave for Harry comes in at a 4.50 for just one big turn. So it's a pretty good turn.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine if he had got a backup turn. It would have been a huge score. With 40 seconds to go, it leaves the door a little bit open for Coda Killorn. He needs a 7.4. Harry knows that Coda can do it if he gets on the right wave. With 30 seconds to go, Harry, he's just looking out the back. He's like, I don't know what's going on. He's just going to take this one in. He's in second place. Coda looking for a 7.4 with 20 seconds to go. Is there anything coming out the back?
Wow, it's a crucial moment for Coda, holding on to the first priority, but this is Elliot up and riding on small size waves, going for it, but didn't quite ride out of it. So looks like Elliot and Harry are moving on to the next round. So we'll be right back and see you guys in the next heat right after the bonsai break.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Well, the surf is getting better. It is definitely more consistent as the day is rolling through. It's day 2 of the Nias Pro. And that last heat was super exciting. Elliot Pairada-Reid taking the win. Harry O'Brien coming in second. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to Coda Killorn and Philip Duke. They were surfing really well. Just the wave selection was maybe, the issue there. And in this heat, we have Kairi Noro out in the red. Harley Walters in the blue. Takumi Nakamura in the white, and Don't Worry a Wow is out there in the green. And I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth with me is Mark Clift. And there's some good waves coming through this morning.
There is. It's definitely improving.
Is it still morning?
Oh, geez, that's a good question. Is it still Sunday?
Yes.
But it's been a big couple of weeks. But It is another good lineup here, and I've got to say, you know, all the local boys, they all have a bit of a laugh at this one. I mean, the surfer in green, Don't Worry, is what he's affectionately known as. He's one of the Wow clan, but every time he stands up, they go, "Don't worry." So it's pretty classic.
That's pretty awesome. It's so nice to see, you know, the locals here just supporting each other and having a bit of fun and, you know, just playing around with each other. It's super cool.
Yeah, you know, the big shows come to their town. There's a bunch of them that have been getting through. Another tough heat here. Takumi's been, you know, one of the standouts. He surfed, I think this will probably be his third heat now.
Yeah.
From what I believe. Harley Walters, great performer, although, and Kairi Noro. So rounding out a tough second heat in the round of 96. If you're watching online, I reckon message up your mates and get them on as well, because the waves are rolling in much more consistent. We've got a light little fluffy onshore, but it all goes good for some huge belts when it's onshore. But as you know, most afternoons go back offshore. We know the high tide will happen about 3, so I reckon this afternoon's last couple of hours will just really light up.
Yeah, that last heat, I don't know if you watched much of it, Mark, but Elliot dropped to 7:07. Harry got that 6.5. I mean, it was really exciting to watch them just go back to back to back to back to back. It was so great. And Coda, he was surfing really good. It was just, it seemed like Elliot and Harry were able to find the waves that had that really good second turn section where they were able to just go straight up into the lip. And I felt like that was a real difference in that last heat between, you know, first and second and third.
There seems to be a couple of heats that I've noticed now where 2 people get in rhythm and 2 kind of don't. So
yeah,
a little bit of a theme rolling out there. Like, rarely have we seen today like a 4-way matchup that is super close across the board.
Yeah.
So the opportunities are there, but it seems like a couple of crew just get in early rhythm, stay there the whole heat. A couple of crew make sort of some little errors here and there and probably ride the lesser waves anyway. So hoping it all squares up a little bit more, squares up that ledger this afternoon. But this is heat 2. We've got another 11 heats forecast to get through here today. But let's have a look at Takumi. He's a shredder.
Yeah, flying down the line, Takumi off the bottom, straight up into the lip for that first turn. He goes straight into this second, grabbing the rail. He's got such a great style. He's so good to watch. And he'll lock in his first good score with just over 20 minutes to go. And it seems like it's picking up.
It is, I reckon. It is for sure. The wind's blowing it in a little bit. The tide's still pushing up. Takumi's still hitting lips like he's done for the last day and a half. He was in the very first heat of this year's Nias Pro. He won that. He then won his next round. He's having his third hit out, so he'll be pretty familiar with what it takes to extract some numbers that are going to get you through.
Yeah.
So good man. And just watch him get around here in the restaurant area. He seems to have a lot of buddies. He seems like he's a pretty popular character.
Yeah, he's you know, super cool to be around for sure, and he's obviously a really good surfer. That was Kairi Noro. Quick in and out for Kairi. And that leaves Don't Worry a Wow out with first priority. Harley Walters holds second prio, and maybe some waves to come through. I mean, obviously we've been saying that onshore is starting to pick up a little bit and has been in the last couple of heats, but the swell's picking up as well.
Pushing it in, getting pushed in a little bit by that wind. And I've had countless onshore surfs out here, and I've got to say I don't mind it. All right, you might get barreled, but generally most people go in, so the numbers get less.
Yeah.
It's got that little bit of fluff on the coping, and it's just so easy to tee off. And if it is consistent, your second, third, fourth waves get super clean, and it's just such a fun thing. So
it's like when you go surf out snapper onshore, you know, it kind of eliminates the crowd.
Down to 800.
Yeah.
Instead of 1,000.
Well, surprisingly a lot less than that. This is Harley Walters on his backhand. Nice first turn. Grabs a rail off the bottom. He's got such a great backhand attack. And wow, good third turn connection. You can see pretty much half his board out the back of that wave there for Harley. So that's a strong wave there for Harley Walters. First of Takumi Nakamura, a 4.83 locks in. Let's take another look at this one of Harley.
Yeah, great ride. I really like the whip he gets out of his third move. So he just fades back here, gets himself deep off the bottom again, and gets a lot of love out of that pocket, right? And just the whip and the extension he got off the lip, the judges will enjoy that. Helped himself to 3 meaty turns. They'll be comparing that up against what Takumi did and the other goofy foot surfing of the day to go, righto, what sort of number they compare. They try and separate scores at all costs just to open their scale up. And they've thrown a pretty decent one, a 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
They enjoyed the theory of, deep bottom turns. It is a manoeuvre, right? And they really watch for that.
Yeah.
So he's the beneficiary of that moment, Harley. And let's just stay for live action. This is green.
Yeah, don't worry, wow. Up on his first wave. Nice. Opening carve, just really leading it down. Gets that second one in. Unfortunately, just goes over, it looked like. So he gets a 1 turn in, just not the combination he was hoping for. A few waves rolling through. Not sure if any takers on that second one. Let's see if there's anyone out the back for this third. Kyrie Noro holds first priority. He's having a look at this one. We haven't seen him on screen yet, but I can see him just there. And he goes driving through that second turn. I mean, really nice connection there for Kyrie. And gets a third one in. I feel like that third turn is just a little bit of yep, I've completed it. It's done. I'm moving out the back, and he kicks out. So scores to come through for last of Kyrie Noro. And while we have a quick break in the action, we will have a chat with, Di is actually going to have a chat with the last heat winner, Elliot Pirata-Reid.
Okay, so we had a lot of slower heats this morning, but a lot changed. So many waves in your heat.
Yeah, it was like non-stop. Felt like I didn't even really sit down out there. It's so hot out there, and I had a couple paddle battles out there, and I'm just melting right now. I feel high. I feel high, but I wouldn't know what that feels like, obviously. But yeah, I'm just lightheaded right now. I need some water, but yeah, stoked to make it.
Right. We have a little bit of onshore and have a little bit of texture on the face, but did you change anything in the equipment?
No, I'm just sticking to same board. I mean, if it gets really big, I might change, but I don't know. I have too much head noise as it is, so I just like to stick to the same thing and then, just focus on my surfing.
Right. So now pretty much your job is done for the day. So how are you going to spend the rest of the day?
Just cruise. A few of the boys are in some heats later, so I might come down and watch. And just cruising. I've seen Takumi's in this next heat. He's one of my best mates from Japan, so it'll be kind of sick if we ended up in the same heat soon. So yeah, looking forward to it.
All right. Is there anything like to say to your family, friends back in your country?
Thanks, Mum and Dad, for always supporting me. My girlfriend, her family, all the Keyhole boys, and anyone from Aotearoa. Sure.
Cheers. And here's a Ben Ben.
Yeah. Favorite part.
Cheers.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Elliot. That was such a great battle between him and Harry. It was so good. They were just, it just back to back. It was awesome to see them really going for it. And Elliot just was, he wasn't settling for second. He was like, no, I'm not having it. I'm going to get the best waves and I'm going to do the best surfing. He just had this bit of extra something in that heat that I was just like, wow, this is
I think I know what it is. Like Elliot, I've seen him here a lot. He loves this wave. He puts a lot of time in. He's a very skilled surfer, and he's been doing the rounds with the Rashi on for a long time. So he's got the tactics. He's got that killer instinct. And you're right. He's a proud surfer, and he just wants to always just do good surfing and represent himself well. So it's no surprise for me. I see him get super bummed when he makes errors and drops out of heats. He always likes to give himself a chance by really stepping up, and he's one of those guys that's been doing the rounds for a long time. Bit of a quiet achiever, sort of flies under the radar. He's never had the big breakout moments at these events, but he's always thereabouts, and he always generally gets pretty close or to finals day. So watch Elliot.
Yeah, he's definitely looking the good so far in this event. And right now, with 14 minutes to go, Harley Walters is out in front with the best wave of the heat so far, 5.67. Takumi Nakamura in second with a 4.83. Kyrie Noro, his first wave a 3.87, and first of Don't Worry a Wow, just a 1.73. They're the each surfer's best wave so far with 13 and a half minutes in this heat. I mean, Harley's backhand attack on that 5-6-7 was pretty lethal. And he's back out there with second priority. But Takumi, as you mentioned before, Mark, his serve, this is his third heat already in this event.
Yeah, so he knows how to get it done. Really like his style. He's got that casual approach, but he's got a heavy rail game. The judges love that, and that sort of surfing really suits this wave because this wave has just so much push, and it has a couple of big meaty sections, so you've got a short amount of time to impress. You've got speed on tap. Those heavy-footed, power-based surfers out here generally get the favour from the judges, and if you can just keep repeating the dose time and time again, you every chance of getting through into the finals day. So don't worry. Let's have a look at this. Gives it a nice tag, a little over the handlebars for quite a spectacular wipeout. I'm sure his friends on the shoreline are heckling him big time because that's what they do. They're down there cheering for your boy, but if you mess up, boy, they let you know all about it. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll remind him about this little wipeout here. Watch this.
Oh my goodness. I mean, great attack, but just a little bit too straight in the legs for Don't Worry a Wow. And yeah, it's cool, you know, to see the camaraderie between all the local boys here. And as you mentioned, they love to heckle each other. And
They do,
it's,
fully.
It's so great.
It's part of growing up, right? If your mates can't rip into you, who can? And you're doing it out there on a big stage, and a lot of them are, you know, a fair bit less experienced than the other crew that they're up against now. So, you know, no huge expectations. They're out there just having fun. But this is the 5-6-7, is it? Or is this?
Yeah, this is the 5-6-7 for
Yeah, this is it.
Harley. That third turn there, wow, I love that turn. The fact that he was able to stay so tight in the pocket on such a, you know, that end section only really offers carbs was pretty crazy. Oh, Kyrie unfortunately goes down on that second turn. Two quick ones, but yeah, not the completion he was hoping for.
And another one of the Wow clan coming up in Heat 4. Really love the way this guy goes about it. His name is Irawan Wow. He'll feature in the White Rash Fest in Heat 4. Well, when we get to that, we'll make note of some of the things he's done on this beach before. Made Mahendra, young Dera out of Bali, will take on Kenshin in Heat 6. There's just a lot of big-time names coming up in the draw a little bit later on throughout the day. We're going to try and finish up with Heat 13. Ash Jenner, Caleb Tancred, there's that name again. Riley Munro, we just saw him a little moment ago have a really good heat. Takuto Ota
Yeah.
is also in Heat 13. So if that's our last heat of the day, then Justin was sort of licking his lips, realising he's in Heat 14. He will start tomorrow morning if we get to that point of Heat 13, finalising day 2.
Did you guys talk to Justin about, you know, what his predictions are for the waves for the rest of the event?
Not really. We talked about pretty much everything else. His time growing up, his favourite surfers to watch out here. His best result was a semi-final. His life on the point growing up was pretty classic stories. As a young pup, said he started surfing out here at 4.
Wow.
Talked about the guys that he looks up to, which were Rahel and Anton, which are both now dipped out of the draw. But they're kind of veteranish status these days, although someone like as highly rated as Justin is on the point, he still looks up to those guys and go, well, they were the generation above me. They helped drag him up. So we really love what you do, Rahel, and also Anton. Although not in the draw anymore, still mass respect coming from the big chief, Justin Bulolo. All right, so let's see what needs to be done now in the back 10 minutes. Some mini requirements. White doesn't need much. Neither does Don't Worry. 385 needed by the man in green. High-speed wipeout might have rattled him a little bit, but he's got time to get it together. Also, the 1.7 by Kyrie, that's looking like... look, basically, everybody's got dodgy second numbers. Even our heat winner, Harley. So let's stick with Don't Worry, and let's see what he's got here.
Yeah, gets his first turn in. Really nice on rail. This one starts to stand up. That was a good connection there, and he's going to kick out. So good 2 turns for Don't Worry. And yeah, I liked it. I mean, that first turn was really smooth. But yeah, as you mentioned, Mark, it's currently a battle of the backups in this heat.
So Don't Worry, as you can see, way less experience than the other internationals that are here. We're watching the replay again. So he kind of did some pretty good surfing right here. That wasn't bad, all right? He got up there and just sort of tapped his end move a little bit, didn't really lean over hard and really convince the judges that it was an A-grade manoeuvre. But look, like I said, the expectations on these guys, they're having fun. They just want to mix it up. Of course, they'd like to get through the draw, but it's not, doesn't mean as much to them as the internationals that have come here, chasing the 6,000 points, needing prize money, continue on their campaigns. Here's Harley.
Harley on his backhand, gets that first good connection, ditches the fins a little bit, drives through this second one. Wow, Harley found another good wave, unfortunately catching a bit of bump to finish it, but that was a really good two-turner nonetheless, and that'll definitely sit nicely next to that 5.67 with just under 8 minutes marked. I mean, his backhand attack is looking really solid right now.
I'm loving the little extra spice he put on this first move. You watch this, it's like he's just redlining it. He had such a fluffy, nice section, and he just pushed, got a little sideways, which was cool because it put him in a really good position for that second blast. He thought he was on his way to a third hit, but he just hit a little bit of bump. Still 2 good turns. I can see that still potentially locking in as maybe the second best number. It's still pretty sweet.
Yeah, well, scores to lock in for Harley Walters, Takumi Nakamura, that we've seen a fair few times in this event already. He's got a 4.83, needing a really small score to move up into second place. But it's the score of Harley that is probably going to solidify his lead right now with 7 minutes to go. And it's Don't Worry a Wow, his last wave, a 2.4, needing a 3.18 to move up into second.
Just needs to put a bit more back foot into it for Don't Worry and a bit more rail. There's that number. It locks in as the best wave of the heat. Wow, the judges loved it. That nice little slide for his first turn, put him in a deep bottom turn position for the power turn as his second hit.
Yep.
Red's taken off downtown.
Yeah, Kyrie. Just a quick in and out there. Looks like he was maybe a little bit behind to start that wave. Yeah, 5.93 for Harley. It's a good score. Priority goes to Takumi Nakamura, needing a very small score, being a 0.74. He'll get that, you'd have to think, on his next wave.
100%. And he'll know, you can't leave yourself sitting on just one wave. So he has a little sniff at that. He's probably doesn't pull the trigger on priority. So Harley says, thank you very much. Oh, have a go at this guy blasting away. Oh, my God. Right out of this thing, please.
Yeah.
He's confident.
Harley, just like his brother Dakota Walters, they're both super exciting surfers from the Yamba and Gowrie area. And, Harley, this is his first his first proper year on the QS, and he's just been loving it. I mean, so exciting. He just, almost made that. And I feel like probably on the next, he's a super determined surfer, and I think the next one we'll probably see him make that.
You reckon we're going to see it again?
Oh, for sure. I mean,
in this heat, that'd be cool.
Well, throughout the rest of the event, we will. I mean, he's so good to watch. Harley's really good in the air. And, obviously has a great backhand attack as well. So we'll see lots more from Harley, I'm sure.
And he comes from good genes. Yeah, his old man, Jeremy. I remember watching him go around in the old ACC days. Australia had such a strong domestic tour. In fact, the first time ever here that I came to Nias, it was part of the ACC tour in '94. So a lot of Australians came. We were duking it out with kind of the first generation Nias locals, and that was about it. It was mainly Aussies and those guys and a sprinkling of others, but it wasn't a huge numbers in the event. It was epic. My mate Paul Patterson won it, and Harley Walters, I imagine he's just got a little bit of this in his genes from his old man. Boom.
Wow.
That's pretty good. Well done, Harley.
That was a 5.67 for Harley's second wave, and then this is the 5.93 first turn. Ditches the fins and then controls it for that second one. That was a really, really well surfed wave for Harley with just over 4 minutes to go. It's a battle for second right now. Kairi Noro has a 3.87 and a 1.7. It's Takumi Nakamura who can really, claim second place. He only needs a 0.74.
More importantly, he sat there for a long time, right? He's got priority, so maybe that's come back to sort of curse him a little, but a 7.4, he'll be filthy. He's just got to get another wave here. He's sat for a while. He might have lost a bit of momentum. We'll see how he performs under nerves and a bit of pressure shortly, but geez, he's just got to get one turn in to move into that space, but not Kyrie there. He's only sitting on a 1.7. We can see that. Don't worry, he'll want to go out with a bang. He's got second priority, so he could keep the other boys pretty honest here. Wave approaching, everybody. Get to your devices. Check this out. Here goes white. So Takumi pulls the trigger on priority. We know he loves to hit the lip. A really nice tag. He fades deep now. He gets up there and puts a really solid bit of rail work on that second section. Out he goes. All right, 100% he moves into second. I don't think he'll get to first, but he'll really put some distance between himself, red and green.
Yeah, he will for sure. And with 3 minutes to go, it's almost a perfect time to, do that. And how was that first turn? It was really sharp. And I love how he just changes his line and adjusts it just a little bit to find that steeper section for that second turn. It was really well served. And we'll see that score lock in pretty shortly for Takumi Nakamura. Seems like it'll be in a similar zone to his first wave with 2.5 minutes to go. Might be a little bit less.
And you can see first wave of the set, it had a fair bit of bump and chatter attached to that wave, but just the heavy-footed surfing of Takumi. He's drawn another very number to get himself solidly into second. The requirements now starting to blow out a bit for red and don't worry in the green. So job well done. He's only scored 2 waves. He's got himself a 9-6 2-wave total. You can have a look at first with a 6-7-7. And I'd like to see Harley ride another wave because he's obviously brimming with confidence throwing down a Monster Rare on his last wave. So at least the 2 dudes in 4th and 3rd have top priority. Don't worry, needs to go pretty big here for a 7.2. Needs to do something massive. Kyrie can get there. 5.73, I think that's in his wheelhouse. So we're going to have a look at the best score of blue again in a moment. Let's have a look at the best score of white. Let's have a look at Takumi's efforts. So here it is.
This is the 4.83 of Kyrie's first wave. I mean, that was Takumi's first wave. Love that first turn, and how he grabs his rail in that second one was really smooth. And then the 4.77, he's only ridden 2 waves in this heat, and he's done exactly what he's needed to do. Great first turn connection, and then adjust the line to be really, really close to the pocket to get that second turn in. That's pretty hard to do out there, especially when that second to third turn kind of section of the wave goes a little bit fatter. So he did well to make the most of that section.
And the judges identifying just about similar rides, both just 0.06 spread on his 2 waves that he's ridden. So he's pacing himself, not really busting a sweat too much in this heat, just playing the game. He's done the deed, and he's put a bit of pressure now on Kyrie. And don't worry, he goes, don't worry, on the inside. Small wave. So let's see what the local can do this time. Boom, he goes, a monstrous air. I think he's landed on his fins. Wow. But the boys will say, don't worry. It's all right. Here we go.
Well, Kyrie Noro, he's using his priorities, chasing a 5.73. Good first turn. Ooh, strong second turn there for Kyrie Noro as he gets a third turn in, really opening up. 5.73. It was a smaller wave. We'll see this score for Kyrie Noro. It's an important one to see if he moves up into second. His first wave was at 3.87. So let's take a look at it.
All right. First impressions, I'm thinking not. We're watching the replays now, so let's see if we can break it down. I think it just didn't have strong enough sections to extract that sort of a number. 5.73, they're not throwing them out easily today. So I'm thinking the wave might have let himself down a little bit there, and the clock just beat him to the, had the better of him in that heat. So I'm not sure he gets there.
Yeah, we'll see. It locks in at a 4.67 for Kyrie Noro, so not the score he was looking for. It will be Harley Walters and Takumi Nakamura moving on through to the men's round of 64. Don't go anywhere. We have heat number 3 coming right up after this quick break.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Here we are, back to Sorake Beach, Lagundri Bay in South Nias, everybody. It is located in the Western Sumatra province. We've got a light little fluffy on shore, just creating some really good moments here for huge turns. And Giada Lagarde has joined me again. G, who are we looking at here?
So this right now on your screen is Raiki Masuda, our man in red. Great start. So Shotaro Wake already has a 3 to his name. Now we're waiting for the last of red. In this heat as well, in white, Cameron McDougall, and in the green, Tommy Hinwood.
So a couple of Aussies taking on Team Japan, 2 and 2. Let's see who gets the chocolates at the end of it. Cam McDougall, I remember having a chat with him yesterday. He got a barrel on his backhand out here that was pretty sweet. Watching the Bonsai replays now. All right, so that was the 3-point ride for Shotaro. And here is Rikey's wave, a little better.
Yep, so a little bit bigger. Really like that first blast. Sets it up straight for that second one. So really nicely surfed from Raiki Masuda. Gets slightly better than Shotaro. 367. Cam and Tommy still to catch some sets. You're right, there has been a bit of wind in the past few heats, a bit of texture on the face of the wave, but it's pumping nonetheless. I feel like it's a lot more consistent than it was maybe this morning.
Yep, 100%. Definitely more opportunity. Wave counts are much higher. Everybody's starting to unleash a little more now because the waves, you're going to get more opportunities, right? So everybody's realised, you know, you can afford to cut loose a little harder, but he goes green now. So Tommy Hinwood now, boom. Whoa, just probably forced it a little bit too early. Gets clipped by the lip, down he goes. White's looking like he wants a piece of this one. It's Cameron McDougall.
All right, so Cam last night got a pretty good barrel. Good first opening turn here. Sets it up for this second one. This wave just kind of fattening out a little bit on him, but he decides to pull off. That was like a nice, good turn. I think a good start getting his feet on the wax again. He had a great heat yesterday. I was calling it the first proper barrel of the event. He completely disappeared behind the curtain, came out, and was beautifully done from Cam McDougall.
Certainly was. So it could turn into the better number so far in this heat. It was a slightly bigger wave. He identified a clean wave. So there was no bobbles in this. I really liked it. Tapped his rail on his bottom turn, set up his second hit. So it won't be a big number, but the judges kind of scored, you know, just keeping it under control at 277. They still prefer their Japanese counterparts a little higher. So a little bit of work to do by all surfers. None of these waves and scores would be things they want to carry into the next round or hold on as their top 2 because it could spell disaster. We've seen some pretty strong surfing in the last few matchups. And, you know, these days in these heats with plenty of waves coming through, it's sort of that 11 or 12 points is your target to at least get to second. So here is Hinwood.
Oh, that was a big first blast. Wraps it around here. Unfortunately, the wave not giving too much to work with, but that was a really good first turn from Tommy Hinwood. We'll be getting rid of that 0.7. So good start there. Couple waves ridden. What do you like about this one?
Probably the first move. Yeah. Had a really good pocket to it. He threw a lot of spray. He handled the drop really well. The wave flattened off really quick, so he just had to do a kind of a stock standard slashing cutback thing there on the face. So it's all going to come down to one big hit on a bigger wave. It's only his second ride. So everybody at least is on the scoreboard. Definitely way more size and consistency here this afternoon. I really believe with the high tide at 3 o'clock, everybody, I think you've just got to stick around and watch the real back end of today because for sure the wind's going to back off. As the tide drops, it's just going to light up. There'll be barrels to finish off this round late this afternoon.
Yep, I'm hoping that is what the turnout is going to be. It's, you know, we all are here and hoping to get a little bit more of that imitation of last year. I know I've heard a couple of the surfers out there like say, oh, I can't wait for it to start barreling. And hopefully tomorrow there's a little bit of an increase in the swell, it looks like. So we'll get some waves.
Well, it's the famous Lagundri Bay barrel, isn't it? That's why everyone comes here. It's been a famous wave for a long time. My first impressions of this wave would be when a couple of Queenslanders came here, Thornton Philander and I think Joe Engel, and they surfed it, and I think Dick Hull did some filming, and the Thornton Philander cut back on a wave in the channel was that old mate film was just an iconic imprint on my brain as a grom when I saw that, and I went, man, what a dreamy wave. And then it became a Coca-Cola ad years ago that had Stuart Bedford-Brown and Jodie Cooper, and I think Joel Fitzgerald maybe it was also involved in that for the first big-time promotion of this area. And then I got my first look at it in '94 when we had our first ACC event here. I spoke about that last heat. My good mate Paul Patterson won that year. It was epic. They built the tower for it all. It was the first big deal event with Rash Fest on and a high-profile event in '94. It was part of our Australian domestic circuit. Can you believe it? And we're pulling off one of those events in Indonesia in a remote spot like Lagundri Bay. It was so sick.
That sounds epic.
It was a hell time. I came up here, I think, for a 3-week holiday and stayed for 7. And we went and investigated Asu and, the Hanako Islands and went down to the Talos. And we didn't even know where we were or what we were looking at. It was really, really raw days. All right, so there might be a little bit of a set coming through. We'll just have a little look. Shotaro sort of looked like he was investigating something behind this swell in front. All right, so let's have a look at this one.
All right, this is Shotaro walking out, sitting on a 3. Good first, tag off the lip right there. A bit more upside down there. Unfortunately, just falls off on that turn. We'll see if there's anything out the back. Looking like a smaller insider, but no takers. This is a replay of Shotaro Wake's last wave. Started off good, a bit of a check turn there, and unfortunately just falls off on that last one. But as there is a break in the action, we're gonna head over to True Starling with the winner of the last heat, Harley Walters.
Thank you so much, Harley. What an incredible heat that was. I mean, it was tough, but first heat in Nias out of the way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fun out there. It's like a little bit onshore and a real good coping, but yeah, stoked to make my first heat and get a couple waves, but it was a little bit slow, so yeah.
It's hard kind of coming from Cruy, a perfect left, you're obviously a goofy footer, to come over here and be surfing on your backhand. How was that adjustment?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel more comfortable out here going right, to be honest. I grew up on the right point, so I don't know. I feel pretty good going right, but yeah, I did pretty crap over in Cruy, but yeah, hopefully make a couple heats here and see what happens.
And your board is looking really good underfoot. What are you riding?
I'm riding like a 1 inch bigger, just a 77 from Sharp Eye. So it's just like this new file, but yeah, it feels really good.
You've been away for a while from home. I'm sure that the fam are watching. Is there anything that you'd like to say to friends, family, or anyone at home?
Yeah, just hello to mum and dad, and my nana pop are probably watching, and Code's over in America. So yeah, thank you.
And we have the Bang Bang tradition here. So congratulations on your heat win, and we'll throw it back to you guys.
Thanks, True. And there goes Harley Walters. Stoked to make a heat, he said, his very first one here in Nias, and get some momentum moving through the draw. And, everybody just wants to stay in it. They want to get to some tubing. Lagundri Caves is a big incentive of getting through your heats. And 6,000 points, dangling a huge carrot, and large prize money too once we get to finals day.
Yep, that's right. But I want to get back to what you were saying earlier. I think that's epic. What do you think is the difference between back in the day and the setup we have now?
Well, just everything. It wasn't as professional back then. Surfing was still quite in its infancy, and especially having an Australian event this far away from home. It was just basic needs only to run an event, rashies and I think pens and paper and all that sort of stuff. And they built a tower just over here, a little bit outside. The beachfront looked a whole lot different. The reef didn't stick out of water like it does now on low tides. The keyhole was all a little bit different. The accommodation was super basic. I remember I stayed with Sonali at his place, me and Pete Hayes, he'll remember this. And we ended up moving over to Losman Sirius because the rats at Snarley's place were just too big. and they were starting to spook us. There were some little night attacks by the rats, and it's like, oh, you know what, we've had enough. Let's just try something different. So he doesn't have rats now. If you want to move into Snarley's Losman, it's cool.
No, now it's a beautiful white room at the top. There are two or three stories.
And he's a good mate. He was the first person that I met here. So Snarley, we love you, mate. The rats aren't there. Anybody, go and check out his place. We're talking 31 years ago. Everything was different.
Were you guys surfing this wave as well, or which wave were you guys competing at?
We're here. Of course we're here. We're along Lagundri Bay. It was a massive event and it got really good. There was 5 West Aussies that came to the event, and three of my mates made the grand final.
It was a 4-man final.
4-man final. Obviously, Ant-Man Patterson won it. Justin Cook out of New South Wales, Sydney, got second. Jake Patterson third, and another famous mate of mine, Josh Redbeard Parmatia, got fourth. So boy, oh boy, we did celebrate that night. Yes.
Was there anyone surfing the indicators during the heats, or was that just?
Yeah, no, not in the heats, but a dude that springs to mind straight away, Brett Herring. He used to love it out there, and Brett's a charger and still is. So there you go. Kudos, Brett. I love what you used to do out here, and he loved Nias indeed. So we'll just stay with live action here. We've got blue now. Shatoro, he's in second. He gets one really good hit away. Double pump off the bottom. Tags it a second time. Now jams it on his heel side for a squeaky cutback out in the channel. All right, there we go. We'll wait for that number to roll through. And meanwhile, I think we had a Bonsoy ad about to queue up. And we'll stick with the replay first. What did you like most?
All right. I like this turn. Was really impressive. He took it all the way around. Sets up for the second one. So he served this really nicely. I think gave some variety. That first turn was probably the best one in my opinion. But wants to back up that 3, and he does a 3.57. So goes straight to first. And while there's a bit of a break in the action, we're going to go to a quick Bonsoy ad.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our Bonsoy ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, Bonsoy ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Well, thanks to the production team for bringing us some images from last year. That ad, it just brings back so many memories. You know, watching Huxtable pull into his barrel, watching Marte Joy thread a big open cave. Josh Kerr went all the way to the finals, riding his twin fin out here, doing amazing things. It was just the event of the year for me. It was just blockbuster. I also remember as well, you know, back to that final with my mate Paul Patterson winning. I was sitting in the channel caddying for Josh. Everything was different back then. We were smoking goodangs in the channel watching the final. It was best 4 waves back in those days. All right, so you had 4 guys in the lineup, best 4 waves.
Okay.
That's how old school it was. Ant-Man I think he got 2 10s in that final, right?
The perfect heat. Oh well.
No, it was not the perfect heat because it was best 4, but it was super high scoring. I mean, Jake Paddo's a demon, the younger brother of Paul. He was surfing really good. My mate Josh was surfing really good as well. And Cookie on his backhand just had that point of difference. But Ant-Man just threaded. He knows his way around a tube. Everybody knows that name. He's done so well over the years. So Ant-Man, massive kudos to that win. Like I said, we partied pretty hard that night. He got paid in cash in $100 Aussie notes. And I think it was maybe $1,500 or something like that, which was a lot of money back then. But because he got paid in cash that night, we were sort of lauding it up and having fun, and the beers were flowing. And then he's like, oh my God, everyone on the point knows I've got $1,500 in cash on my person. And I think he slept with a little bum bag on and stashed his money close to his body. So it was different days indeed.
So where were you guys partying at the point back?
Oh no,
back
just
then?
look, you make your own, right? So there was
Yeah.
obviously beers, and different times back then. So there was plenty of activities going on. We can't mention a lot of them, but you can use your imagination. But we were sucking on beers at Losman Sirius, just having a great time. Robbie Sherwell was always a partner in crime, coming around and hanging with us, and he'll remember those good times. But we partied just in our hut and where we were. So we had a balcony out the front, and it was all good. We were over there at Losman Sirius, had a great view. It was really good, and it was a whole lot different getting here back then as well. You know, me and Pete, we flew from Perth. We had to come in through Medan. We had to stay a night in Medan. Then we drove down to Sabolga. You had to stay a night in Sabolga. You then got on an overnight ferry, so that's your third night.
Wow.
And then you got in the back of a truck that dropped you at Lagundri Bay.
What a journey.
Stop it.
What? It's almost a week to get here. That's crazy. And we were complaining about the little
I
6-hour
know.
drive.
I know. And people go, damn, I can't get any Wi-Fi. It's like, stop it, you guys. You're killing me.
Wow, that's a 4-day journey to get here.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yep. We had a board bag with 4 boards in it, so you can imagine all that hectic travelling. But I'm sure the earlier pioneers did it way harder than that. So hats off to those guys.
There was electricity at that point here.
There was, but everything, like back then, electricity would go off from time to time most days. We're watching replays of where we're at on our leaderboard here. So this is Hinwood's 5 for pretty much that one turn.
Yeah, it was a really critical section, and he just that top to bottom turn was really well done from Tommy Hinwood. I think really well deserved 5.
Yeah, this is a dodgy heat. It's one good number really, and the rest is all pretty shabby numbers, just mid 3s, 2s. There's a couple of 0-somethings on the scoreboard after almost 20 minutes. So these guys have not had the love some of the other heats have had. So I think anybody's still in the mix here. Even Cam Dog MacDougall in white, he could easily get off the bottom of the leaderboard here. He only needs a 3:01 for second. He wouldn't need much more for the win.
Yep. So this is a replay of Reiki Mas' last wave. Good first blast there. Wraps it around here for that second one. This wave just not giving him too much to work with, but he's weaving through it pretty nicely. We're going to wait for that score to come through. Okay, so you guys take around 4 days to get here.
Yeah.
You at least would spend a month here or more.
Well, we did come for 3 weeks, but ended up here for 7 weeks because we hooked up with Red Eye and Ronnie, who were making a movie, Escape, one of the Indo Express movies, a long time ago. So people might remember that. But we went out to Arseul and ended up down at Tallow Islands, renting a boat. Here's Hinwood trying to get to the lead. I think he just about has already. He just needed a 1-5, so it's going to be a change on the leaderboard. Green will go to the top here. His 5's holding him in good stead. Not a blockbuster score here, but it'll be enough to put him squarely into the lead. He's currently in 3rd, but he will go, I reckon he goes straight up into 1st. Let's have a look at this. 5-5 for Masuda. That's pretty handy.
Yep, that's a really best score in the heat for now. Pushes him straight to 1st, but Tommy now got that last one. This is the last of our man in green. Good first turn, upside down on it. Goes straight to this carve. Wants to get rid of that 0.77. We'll be backing up that 5 pretty nicely. So he's definitely going into 2nd after this one. It is now Reiki Masuda in 1st. So there we have it. The last of green comes in at 3.53. He's in 2nd place. 4.5 left on the clock.
Another quick little flashback, G. You'll like this moment as well. Everyone was doing it right. So I was on the dole at home in those days as well. And you come away for 3 weeks and you teach someone up to keep putting your dole form in for you while you're away so you could keep collecting the bucks. And my mate had to just extend that into 7 weeks. And the phone, the communication was quite limited. So old mate just had to run with it and keep putting my forms in for me so I wasn't stranded with no money. But a lot of crew did that back in the day. There was no computers, right? So people that were on the Bob Hawke surf team just had to roll with it and just have friends supporting your traveling campaign, and it was just what you did back in the day. Times were different.
All right. So you told me that you guys got a boat out when you were in Telos.
Yeah,
So back then, I'm sure there weren't any real charters. Were you guys? Because I know my uncle used to get the fishermen to take them out, and they used to have to tell them where to go. Did you guys do something similar?
Oh, we had the dodgiest boat ever. It leaked. We ran out of food. We didn't really know where we were in the Telos. We didn't know the names of any breaks we surfed because, the Telos was nothing back then. It was close. And an old mate who's making the movie, Red Eye, Chris Fowler, he said, let's go down there and explore, and I want you guys to come. So extend your tickets. And we did, and ended up lost down there in the Telos somewhere with no food. There's Tommy Hinwood. We ended up our main meal at the end. We still had porridge left and Milo, so that combined was kind of our staple. Our staple there at the back end of that trip.
Well, it's good to know there was Milo back in the day. It still
course it was.
exists now.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, what a story! What about mie goreng, nasi goreng? What
Oh,
was
of course,
happening?
everything was gorenged. It was hard to get fresh food. Even your beers, when you could get them, they weren't icy cold like these days. They were just a little bit chilled, I suppose, a bit better than room temperature. He goes white. So Cam Dog trying to bounce back into contention. This is a pretty good wave, right?
That was a really good wave for Cam. He waited a pretty long time for that wave to take off on that last one. He's only sitting on a 277 and a 0.9. So he had to go. He only has just over 2 minutes left to back this one up. We'll see the replay. Love that first turn. Just upside down there. Sets it up again here. Wraps it around pretty tight in the pocket. Nicely done here for Cam McDougall. Decides to pull off on that one. So we're going to wait for that last score, but it is still Raiki Masuda in first place and Tommy Hinwood in second. I don't think Cam's last one's going to be the 576, but
either.
it will chip away at the score requirement. And there we have it. So a 4.8, now just looking for a 3.74. Needs to make it out in 90 seconds and get another wave.
All right, so Blue is trying to get himself off the bottom of the pile here, Shatoro. So his requirement is a very similar number to what Cam just put together, that couple of little moments there that were costly for Shatoro. Things had to click perfectly for him to get the number, so he realised his body language, he kind of gave up. It just wasn't working. That first fumble was costly. So holding first and second priority. Green is second. He needs a 4.180, might not even get another wave here, but Masuda in red. Pretty low totals, but a win's a win, right?
100%. And this was you're right, a pretty slow heat. I mean, the heat totals are a 9 and an 8.5 for first and second, 7.57 and a 6.57 for third and fourth. So it was really, really close. It really could have gone in any way. But now with first and second priority with Raiki and Tommy, it's looking like they will be going into the next round and surfing tomorrow again. Cameron McDougall, unless he does something in the last 20 seconds of this heat.
Can't even see him. There he is in white. So there might be another little swell line just presenting here. Green, meanwhile, with second priority, is keeping a really good eye on white. It almost looks like there's something else behind this, but this will be the last swell line. So red will take this, surf his way in with a little victory lap here for Masuda. Trying to improve on a 3.67. He's doing a pretty decent job on this. A nice little tail drift wrap around Cartier. He'll just bring this all the way into the beach. So regardless of where this number drops, I think he might have even improved on his two-wave total. It's congratulations to Raiki and Tommy Hinwood. See you in the next round. We'll throw to a quick ad and be right back with Heat 4.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. We are now in heat 4 of the round of 96. Right now in the water is Sentaro Sakai in blue, Taki Kanazawa in white, Irawan Wow, and in the green, Taj Simon. Jara Legati, and I want to welcome back, or hello to Mark again.
Yeah, just sitting in until Dai's going to do our next interview because Team Japan have won through, so he does the translations. Let's have a little look at red here, Santoro. So opening ride, you can see the texture, a little lump and bumping the first wave of the set. Gives it a nice move out there in the channel, and he kicks out. So I'm really interested to see this fella here, Irawan. I love what he does. He surfs really loose. He's generally on epoxies. He's got a good air game. He knows this wave, so well. He's got that nice big white joint up on the corner there, as you know. Lovely lad. He's been in the Western world a lot, so he's quite familiar with just boules and other life apart from just the point and Nias. So he's kind of well-educated young man. So let's see how his wave starts off once we get to his replay. But this is Sentaro.
All right, so nice first pretty much check turn to just get over that section. He gets past that whitewash, does that bit of a cutback, so nothing too crazy for the first of Sentaro. Irawan, big first gauge there, really digs his rail into it and then sets it up again for this one. I remember I had a post-heat interview with Irawan yesterday. So a little bit shy in the beginning, but then as the questions started flowing, he got pretty confident, and yeah, he's a pretty happy guy, and all the locals were around him and taking photos. I know Kevin was there taking videos of his post heat, so it's great to have that community around him.
You might be shy, but if you don't talk to me, you ain't getting the bang bang. So you can always dangle that carrot. Yeah, so Irawan, a really loose surfer, right? Always surfs really fast, always prepared to attack the lip flat out. And because he's got such a loose, whippy style, when he does turns, you just kind of hold your breath, because I've also seen him get some monstrous wipeouts because he goes for it at high speed. His air game is really good as well. Let's see if he's still on the epoxy, how it goes with this Arvo chatter. But I like what he does out in front. He's kind of one of my favourite locals to watch, really.
Yeah, so earlier on, we had a bit of a storm brewing at the back, and it seems like it just kind of disappeared. So the wind did pick up shortly after that left. I'm sure if it was overcast, it would have stayed a bit more glassy, but it's all good in the hood.
I'm still confident the wind's going to back off this afternoon. So everybody, hang in there. All right, I'm predicting the Savo. The winds will drop out. The tide will get the other side of the high. The waves are pushing in. It's already had a substantial amount of waves rolling in since some of those morning heats that were really lackluster. So the forecast is ringing true. Swell period's picking up, and so is the swell. So Irawan drops a 4-5. We've got a 3-1 for Taki, and here is live action.
So this right now is Sentaro Sakai, our Japanese surfer. Big first carve there. Really smooth style. I like that he's not really rushing it. Wraps it around here again. So beautiful from Sentaro Sakai. Those two first turns were probably going to be the money turns in this wave. Nothing too explosive, but really smooth style.
All right, smooth and strong is a good formula. Speaking of Irawan and another surfer I really like watching on the point, Yoza Zagota, won his heat earlier. Justin Bololo was rating Yoza as probably one guy he's identified out of the local clan that could win this event. And you see him surf a lot out there, and he's a big-time player, along with Irawan. So this is our first score here for we're owed this score for Sentaro. So the number's in. It's a 5-5, takes him straight to first. So that's a good result out of that last wave by Sentaro. Irawan, wow, with priority sitting out there in the white, now needs to add a number to regain the lead.
Yeah, so unfortunately that last heat was a little slow. This one is looking like it's a little more consistent right now. We're having a lot of waves ridden, and you're right. I think the forecast was correct, and it's looking like it's slowly picking up throughout the afternoon. if we get that glass off, we're going to be getting some great rides.
Oh, look at the size of these waves now, right? They're a lot more consistent as well. That's a pretty nice hit here for Taj Simon. Only gets one of them, so he'll have to get these other 19 minutes working a little more in his favour. But it is a Sunday afternoon here at Sorake Beach, Lagundri Bay. It's 1:30. We are an hour behind Bali time and West Oz time, everybody. So when we post up start times and that for tomorrow, just beware that we're an hour behind Bali. All right, I think we are going to throw down with Dai Wacko, who's got Reiki in the corner there. Go for it, Dai. Over to you, Dai Wacko. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, if you don't mind.
ヒートごとによってこうシチュエーションというかコンディションが変わるような、状況ですけど、かなりスローなヒートでした。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、1本目が3点しか出せなくて、そこから急に波止まっちゃって待ってたんですけど、結構緊張してました。
その後に 6.5 というスコアを出しましたが、あの波乗った時にはもうこれは出すぞというような意気込みだったんですか？
そうですね、1発目2発目が結構大事になると思うんで、ニアスは。だから1発目も思いっきり行きました。
He was really nervous after getting first wave because the ocean just went flat for quite a bit, and he was lucky enough to get the 6-5 and getting through the heat. かなり暑いです。今日はこれでヒートおしまいだと思いますけど、どう過ごしますか？
部屋に戻ってもうゆっくりします。
じゃあぜひそのゆっくりのお供にこのベンベンを一緒に食べてください。最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
次も自分らしいサーフィンして勝つので見ててください。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。
Quite shy. Quick interview down there. He just wanted out. So it's Centauro. Meanwhile, leading 5-5. Backup score is low. We've got a mid-4 for Irawan, but also priority. So he will be able to pick the eyes out of the next set. And Kanazawa and Simon need low numbers to catch up. There's the overview of the points. Sorake Beach. I hope you're having a good day, everybody. I'm going to welcome back Dai Wacko, and I'll get back to you in a couple of heats' time.
All right. Yep. So there we have it. The sky view of Sorake. Beautiful setup. There you see the stepping stones to get to the keyhole and onto the perfect right-hander. So Dai, you were just out there walking around. What's going on around the contest area?
You know, just surfers having a lunch at a hash restaurant and giving a little advices each other, probably. And there's so many Japanese surfers coming up, so there's a group of Japanese surfers just gathering around, and a great vibe. Very hot out there, though.
You're right. It is pretty hot out there. But, you know, here in Nias, it's not like Krui. Besides this wave, there's not really that much else to do around here.
Right.
So everyone just kind of hangs around here and watches each other's heat. And it's all very concentrated on this event. So it's great to have them all supporting each other and caddying and being out there as well is great.
Right. 酒井選手、この波はいい波になってきそうです。大きなカーブから縦のアクションスプレーを飛ばしてきます。少し緩慢なところも処理しながらこのヒートを終えます。現在第1位のポジション、第2位のポジションには金沢滝選手、日本人の2名の選手が1位と2位という現在のシチュエーションです。Here's a replay of last of Sentaro Sakai. He's got a nice, style. Really love his style, and actually he got a great combination. Solid 2 turns in. He's already locked in 5.50, so definitely it's gonna be his situation.
Yeah, we were saying that earlier. Sentaro Sakai, beautiful style, doesn't rush his turns.
Right.
He really takes his time and just lets the section come towards him and lets the wave kind of predict what to do next. So you're right, and I think he's a pretty young competitor. He's
still in a junior division, and he will be surfing in the pro juniors as well.
Yep, so the last of Sentaro of 4.63, so really, really nicely done. He has improved his score line 5.5 and a 4.63 for Sentaro. Iran Wow, a 4.5. We're still waiting for one score for our man in white. Here's the replay. So we missed this while he
Whoa.
did that. So good first section. Fins out, wraps it around here again. Nicely done. Looks at the judges. He was feeling it. He likes it. I think it's going to be a pretty good score there for our man in white.
That's a great surfing from Ilawan. Wow. Yeah, it's Ilawan. Wow. Beautiful opening carves. Gets 2 solid turns in. So definitely, like you said, it's going to be a good number for white. Already locked in 4.50. But the last wave comes in 6.17. The best score in this heat so far.
Wow, 6.17. Iran must be feeling pretty good right now. I mean, he's local from Nias. He surfs this wave almost every day. He has the Wow, the famous Wow last name that we've seen quite a few times throughout this heat. Sorry, not this heat, throughout the last round and probably this round as well. So it's a famous name here in Nias.
Big names, eh?
So we will be heading into, I think, until round of 96, until heat around 10 or 11, if I'm not wrong, as far in as we can.
わお、金沢滝選手、2本目のライディングになりますが、これは少し波が大きく肩が開いてしまうような波でした。少しレールが入ってしまったか、こけてしまいますが、現在第3位のポジションで逆転に必要なスコア 7.03。残り時間12分30秒。
Unfortunately there for Taki Kanazawa, looking like it was a pretty good wave and just gets his rail a little stuck there and kind of goes over, but plenty of time left with 12 on the clock. He will have the opportunity to back up that 3.10.
This is a replay of the best of Sapphire White 6.17. Nice first turn and really love the carving turn, driving through, just connecting the dot nicely. That was great surfing from Irawan. Wow. So already locked in 4.50 and 6.17. He's sitting in the first place comfortably with 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, so it's looking like Irawan having a pretty nice lead right now. The only one who really got into the sixes range for now. Sentaro Sakai, the man with the flawless style, in second, a 5.5 and a 4.63 to his name. Taki Kanazawa, bit of work to do. A 7.03 is a requirement, and Taj Simon as well, an 8.36. So the boys got the work cut out to them. They can either get one really good wave or break it up into two average waves.
And Taj Simon has fast priority. So here is 金沢滝選手、3本目のライディング、小さめの波にテイクオフしてきました。ここでしっかりフィンを抜きながら前へと出てきます。そして大きなカービングターン、スープに当て込み、しかしここは前に出てこれない。必要なスコアが 7.03。この波だとソリッドな、2つの大きなターンを入れることが必要になってきそうです。
Yep, so the replay of Taki Kanazawa's last one, I actually really liked this first turn. You know, he kind of left it with a lot of speed and got around the section, wrapped it around. Unfortunately, the wave not giving him too much to work with there on the inside, and we've seen the judges really pointing out that that inside section is not going to give you high scores.
So this is up live action. Taj up and riding, needing 8.36, but the first time was big and really solid turn. Gets around the corner, put couple turns in, but again this wave really not cooperating with him, not offering too much walls to work on. So that was a solid one turn and two, half turn-ish.
All right, the replay from the last of Taj. Bit of work to do, an 8.36, the requirement. So he'll be getting the best score for him in this heat for now. He's only sitting on that 177 and a 0.5. So unfortunately, Taj just having a little bit of a shocker. 337 lowers the requirement a little bit, a 676. So that's much more. I mean, he has a surfing to get high scores. He just needs to find the right wave.
Definitely, you know, Taki and Taj are struggling to get right ones out there. But once they are on the right ones, that probably it's a doable to get this requirement. Still, 703 is really decent score, as so is 676. But definitely, there's a lot of opportunities out there.
Yeah, so a little bit of a break in the action here.
金沢滝選手、この波で 7.03 が必要。さあ、一発目大きなレイバックターンを入れてくる。少しバランスを崩したが、綺麗にリカバリーしてきます。2発目もノーズが刺さりながらもうまく処理をして、2ターンコンビネーションでこのターンを終えました。この波で 3.10 以上出すと、その必要なスコアを縮めることができるので、どうでしょうか、この波、何点になってくるのか。Really nice first and a little bit fumble, but you know, he was lucky that he got a 2 solid turns in.
Yeah, so that was really nice from Taki Kanazawa, kind of on the inside wave, got a couple good blasts in there, but you're right, fumbled a little bit, I think on both turns, so maybe the judge is going to be, you know, making that a bit of a point that they really are striving for perfection there. So his last wave, a 277, still looking for a 7.03. This right now on your screen is Taj Simon. Taking a look at this, a 676 is a requirement. Big first blast. Wow. Unfortunately, just falls off, pushes the tail a little too much, but he knows he needs a big score and he knows he has to go and do something pretty impressive.
It was a smaller size waves as well, so Taj definitely realized that. So he did go really big. Unfortunately, didn't quite ride out of it. But still, there's 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this heat. So many waves coming through. I mean, it started. Yeah, I got a feeling the ocean just starting to just fill in more and more this afternoon.
Yeah, so just 6.5, and I totally agree. It's already been so much more consistent than what we were seeing this morning. I mean, this morning we had heats where 10 minutes would pass and no scores would have been put up. So there has been consistency, and just unfortunately or fortunately for others, a little bit of wind started. But I'm sure as the afternoon goes on, we're gonna see a glass off. And hopefully with that incoming swell, a couple barrels ridden too.
Wow, yeah, we love to see the more barrels actions today. But hopefully, the wind backs off a little bit and cleaner section.
All right, so in this round of 96, just looking at some of the heats coming up, I'll get back to that as this is the last of white 4-5. Big first carve.
Wow.
The second one was really nice as well. I love how much he really digs his rail into it, and he comes out with so much speed. This next one is 617. So first blast. Sets it up here again. Open face carve, looks at the judges. He was feeling it.
Right. Really love the second wave too.
Just taking a look at the heats coming up. In Heat 5, we're going to be seeing Tane Dobbin, Oliver Rissenbeek, Joaquin Riveros, and Raju Saran. In Heat 6, Yuji Mori, Made Mahendra, Kenshin Matsunaga, and Kosuke Okamura. So here we have now Taj Simon. Oh,
whoa.
Big turn there. Love that tail drift. Unfortunately, falls off on that last one.
I think at the back, センタロ is up and riding 酒井選手。この波で 4.33 以上出すとその差を広げます。いいターンを繰り返し行っていきます。ファーストターン、そしてセカンドターンともに大きなスプレーを飛ばしながら素晴らしいクイックなサーフィンを見せてきています。This is Era 1 sitting in the first place comfortably, going for it, but unfortunately comes unstuck. So now at the back, Taki is waiting for the right ones, having a first priority with the 4 minutes to go in this heat. But this is a replay of last of Sentaro Sakai. Really loved the first turn and gets the second turn in. Beautiful carve from Sentaro. And managed to put one more in and then finish this wave off.
All right, last of Irawan. Wow, unfortunately just goes over the rail on that one. Wasn't able to complete it. So Sentaro now looking for a 518 to go to first. The last of Taj Simon, a 377. So it does go in his top two, but unfortunately still in third. Now priority is out the back with Taki Kanazawa. We're waiting for one more score to drop for Sentaro Sakai, and it's looking like it might just be under his requirement of 513. So he does improve his scoreline, but stays in second. It is now all down to Taki Kanazawa and Taj Simon. In the last 3 minutes, will they get the scores they're looking for?
Well, Taki has first priority, and having a look at this one, 金沢選手、ファーストプライオリティでこの波に乗っていきます。7.58 を出すと、第2の大きなレイバックターンをしますが、ここはフィンが抜けすぎてしまったか、戻ることができません。Wow, he used his first priority for that wave, but wave looked really great, but unfortunately on the first turn comes unstuck. He needed the big score, so he did go really big. Really unlucky for him. There's still 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, unfortunate for Taki Kanazawa. Cashed in his priority for that last one. He went for that tail blow, but wasn't really able to ride out of it. So with Iran, wow, having first priority, and Sentaro Sakai having priority over Taki, I'm sure they're not going to make it easy for him to catch another wave. Taj Simon will be hoping for another chance. 686 is his requirement. So the last of Sentaro did make it a little bit harder for Taj. But hopefully we get a couple more waves ridden in the last minute 40 of this heat. So if you were right now in in Sentaro Sakai's position, what would you tell him as a coach?
Well, definitely, capitalize a third priority to just block Taki. But I know they're good friends, so maybe he doesn't want to do that. But as a coach, I'll definitely give that advice to Sentaro.
Yeah, I would tell him sit close to Taj, build some pressure.
Definitely, that's another way.
It's a big requirement, but I mean he can still get it. So this is the replay of Sentaro Sakai, the 5-5. Beautiful wrap there. He sets it up for the second one again. No rush throughout his turns. Beautifully done here.
Nice. So that was a 5.50 from Sentaro, and this is a 5.13. Smaller size waves, but the beautiful solid vertical off the top and into the second big turn. Now he is sitting in the second place at the moment. The 20 seconds remaining. So it looks like Taji lost his second priority somehow. And here he is, Irawan up and riding, trying to extending his lead. Nice first time, but big air drop and goes down. So looks like Irawan and Sentaro are moving into next round. We'll be right back after the bonsai break.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. I That is incredible.
And 2 off. Yeah. Welcome back. This is Nias Pro. We are into men's round of 96, heat number 5. We have Tane Dobbin, Oliver Risenbeek, Joaquin Riveros, Raju Serran. I'm Daiwako in the booth with True Styling.
Yes, I am excited to be in the booth for this one. We have obviously some great surfers in this men's round of 96. Just a quick 2.0 for Raju Serran, Tane Dobbin out there. From the Sunshine Coast, Oliver Risenbeck, he is from Newcastle. This is that first wave of Raju. Big opening turn. That was huge. You could even see his back foot slip off there a little bit, but doing well to hold on to that one.
I managed to, come out of it so clean. So in the last heat, Irawan and Centaro are moving on to the next round, and unfortunately for the Taj and Taki, just got knocked in the round of 96.
Wow. What a bummer.
Right. So Taki was, Taki skipped Kurui's, Kurui event, and he was kind of focusing on this event, Nias Pro. So
yeah.
A little bit of lucky for him.
Yeah, that's super unlucky. And 5.87 total. Wow. I was really looking forward to seeing him in this event, Di. He's such a good surfer.
Right.
But, sometimes things just don't go your way, and you just got to roll with the punches on that one. Well, 22 minutes just over to go in this heat. It's heat number 5. We are going to be running up to heat number 13 of the day. For the end of the day of this round of 96 for the men, and then start with heat number 14 tomorrow. I believe at this stage we're looking like we're running on track to finish the day at heat 13.
Right, that's good to hear. I mean, so this is heat 5.
Yeah.
So we have pretty much 8 more heats to finish off today.
We'll be leaving here at dark.
Right.
And you know what? Fair enough, because the waves are so fun. This is Tane Dobbin. Having a look at this one. He's eyeing this first section here. Gets up and into the lip. Big first turn connection for Tane Dobbin. Driving through a second one. Recovering well as he kicks out. So, good 2-turn combination from Tane. He'll have his score to lock in as well.
So this is a replay. I kind of got a feeling that he was kind of looking for the barrel at the first, but decided to go for the turns and ended up with 2 solid turns. So great job from Tane Dobbin. First heat of the event.
Yeah, wow, that was it was a tricky first section to hit, and he was a little bit late off the bottom to get up into it, but he did really well coming out to regroup, and the judges loving it. A 6.67.
Wow.
I mean,
Straight
really
away.
committed. Yeah, they're just loving that commitment. It's just real smooth surfing, and that second turn combination was so good to watch. Let's look at it again. I agree, he was looking for the barrel there, Di.
But just like you said, that was a hard section to hit because he couldn't quite, going to the bottom enough to go up there, but he just managed to get up there really nicely and he gets the finish. So it was great surfing from Tane Dobbin.
Yeah. And here we go. This is Joaquin Riveros in the tube. Is he going to find an exit? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he will for the Indonesian surfer. And looks like we have potentially a break in the sets, and we do have a very excited Irawan. Wow, winning that last heat. He is there with Giada Lagati.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Bagaimana ombaknya sekarang? Kasih semua tahu.
Bagus sekali ombaknya. Like canvas. I like, but little bit nervous.
Kenapa nervous?
I don't know. Maybe last night, I don't know, not sleep much. Nervous. Yeah, I just want to make hit, so I'm nervous.
All your friends and family are watching. Do you think maybe that's why you're nervous?
No, maybe I just think too much. Yeah, so. Yeah.
What are you thinking about?
I should make hit tomorrow, maybe big waves. I should make this tomorrow. Should be big. I want to surf big waves. Yeah, that's all I always think. Yeah.
Do you want it to be barreling for your heat tomorrow?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I want big barrel. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone watching?
Terima kasih kepada istri, anak, Recroft sudah support, dan orang tua dan adik. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih, and see you guys. Send it back to you guys in the booth.
Ada and Irawan. Gets like that. You can get in your head and think too much before heats and kind of psych yourself back out. But it looked like Irawan had a good heat in that last one.
100%. He will be searching for the barrel tomorrow.
Yeah.
But this is a live action. Something green. Roger up and riding. Nice first turn. Wow. Lays into it. The second turn. Really love the combination on the smaller size waves. It was a great combination from Raju Siran. It's got to be a great number for him.
Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave for Raju. You could see how just chill he was off the bottom. He's like, yeah, now I'm going to do this turn, and let's take another look at it. First turn, combo, really nice connection. Slow here and goes bang. Right in the perfect timing, the perfect moment. And Raju locking in another score. This is Joaquin. He's got his 1.07 for his first wave. Oh, unfortunately goes over.
He's probably trying to get the rotation off the top, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. But looks like a few healthy number for Raju Siran locks in 5.17. So that puts him straight into second place now. So Joaquin needs 610 and Oliver now needing 647.
Wow, this heat is just really moving pretty quickly in the sense of scores. At 6.67 for Tane's first wave was really strong. A 517 for that last one of Raju. Today we've been seeing those scores be, cherished, really. We saw some big heats a little bit earlier, and the heat total's definitely growing with the conditions improving. We do have a little bit of onshore, but it looks like it's backed off a little bit and it's getting a bit cleaner. But the swell is definitely growing.
Definitely.
This is a 667 of Tane's.
Wow.
Whoa.
The first turn was so hard to hit, but managed put it off and get the second turn in. So that was a 667 from Tane Dobbin, and this is a 517 from Raju Siran on a smaller size waves, but nice connection in between turns and really solid surfing from Raju Siran. So that was 5.17. So there's still a lot of time remaining in this heat. 15 minutes and 14 seconds to go.
Yeah, still plenty of time. 10 minutes down in this one, and Tane just capitalizing straight away on his first wave. That's exactly how you want to be starting a heat, for sure. 667 for Tane Dobbin. And the Sunshine Coaster, I mean, growing up in the land of the rights, basically, seems like he's feeling pretty comfortable on his backhand with just about 15 minutes to go. I mean, if he can take off on another wave and do what he did in that first one, he'll be in a really good spot at taking the win.
Definitely. In about 15 minutes, we are going to heat number 6, which is very interesting heat for me. 3 Japanese against 1 Indonesian. So Yuji Mori and Made Mahendra, Kenshin Matsunaga, and Kosuke Okamura is in heat number 6 coming up soon.
It's going to be super exciting. Made Mahendra Odera, he is our beach commentator here.
Right.
And he is, he's been watching the surfing as well. We saw Kenshin Matsunaga and Kosuke Okamura surf a couple of heats a little bit earlier on, maybe yesterday or today.
Kenshin surfed.
He surfed today, right?
This morning and got through first place, and Kosuke Okamura got through yesterday. He did a great job, and he's one other guy skipped Kurui Pro, and he was just focusing on this Nias Pro. So he was spending a lot of time in Bali, and then came straight to Nias probably like 5 days before the contest starts, and just preparing pretty much every day.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's ready.
Yeah, well, we're going to take another look at the 6.67. Really strong first turn for Tane. He throws so much spray on his backhand. It's pretty crazy. And 6.67 for 2 turns. Strong surfing. But yeah, this next heat is going to be super exciting. We've got some big heats coming up for the rest of the round as well.
Right.
We'll have a good afternoon of surfing. Or just under 13 minutes to go. The action is slowed up just a little bit.
Yeah, a little break time for the ocean, but definitely we'll be seeing another few sets rolling through to the lineup, because like you said before, just condition improving a lot compared to this morning. It was a lot of slower heat this morning.
Yeah.
And we didn't see really like 10 point in total scores, but now pretty much you need to get through the heat with like a 10 point total.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be getting those 5s and above, and to be getting those scores, it seems like those bigger waves, those medium to bigger size ones, are offering those too steep connections or those too steep opportunities. So
this is Kosuke Okamura. So his caddy will be Keanu Kamiyama. さあこちら岡村康介選手、次のヒートへ向けてキーホールに向かっています。キャディはおそらく神山ケアヌ選手でしょう。Nice to have the walk path to the keyhole.
Yeah.
Yes, so
How good
easy
is
to
it?
pat out.
So easy. It's a bit slippery though, from my memory.
Actually, super slippery. Oh, so you haven't surfed here yet?
No, not this trip. No,
Not this trip.
I can't die. I don't think I can do it.
But thing is, I think they clean up, so that I don't think it's that slippery.
Oh, okay, that's good.
It wasn't too bad, so maybe you can try.
Yeah, when
one of the afternoon.
when the QS is done and
Right.
everyone leaves, then I'll go out there, maybe, and try and catch a couple. But Raju just in and out there. He was chasing a 4.44 to go to first. It won't be that, but we'll see with 11 minutes to go. But yeah, I remember it being really slippery last year. So good that they cleaned it up, because I think I almost had a stack at one point. At one point, pretty hectic. But it's all worth it when you get to surf this perfect wave.
Definitely. But like Olive up and riding, important wave using his first priority. Big opening curve to start with, needing 6.47, but he kicks out. Probably he doesn't like the look of the rest of the wave. But to us,
Wow.
I thought there was a potential after that, but
Yeah.
he sees what we don't see. So
Yeah.
well, there's still 10 minutes remaining in this heat.
Well, let's take another look at it. Flying down the line, Ollie, big opening carve, just really opens up the wingspan. definitely an opportunity there to do another turn. He gets a 2.4. I don't know. I feel like that was maybe a bit of a mistake there. Like, he's seeing something that we're not, and got to trust his judgment. Tane Dobbin right now, good first turn connection, winds the windows up a little bit, but recovers well for this second turn as he kicks out, and it's definitely building. The swell's definitely building.
Definitely getting bigger. Yeah, forecast saying it's today and tomorrow are the biggest day of the competition, so we're gonna run a lot of heats actually. Here's a replay of glass of red. Little bit stumble there, but still managed to put another one in there. He was looking for a wave to replace 2.93. I don't know, it's gonna be close, but I'm not too sure if it's gonna be better. 2.93.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I agree. It'll be close. We'll see. That 6.67 is still the benchmark of this heat. And there's that 517 of Raju's. That was actually also a really good wave. I loved watching him attack that. With 8.5 minutes to go. Oh, it's that 2.4 of Ollie's. I don't know. I keep just thinking back to it. I feel like
right.
There was maybe one more section there. We've been seeing that throughout the day. Maybe just a wider set coming through. I'm not too sure, but he needs a 4.78 with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, if he could have put one more turn in, maybe could be mid threes. That put him in a better situation right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
with the 8 minutes remaining. So
yeah.
right, you're right. So, but here is Oliver having a look at this one again from a smaller size. Nice first down with a lot of power, but this is a nice looking wave. Gets a second turn in, and it gets out. So this time he did a great job to hold on to the second turn. So that was a great combination from Oliver.
Yeah. And this is Joaquin. Big opening carve. Drives through another one. Just leaning on his back foot, and he kicks out as well. So Ollie and Joaquin have some scores to lock in out behind them. Raju, he's got a good-looking wall. Big first turn. Drives through this second one. Wow, just really opening up. And once again, you can just see him finding the momentum in this heat. Wow, that was a really nice wave.
It's going to be a very interesting exchange between green, blue, and white. Everyone had a good surfing. So this is a glass of white.
Oh.
Nice opening turn, but a little bit kind of fumble, but gets a second turn in and kicks out.
Yeah.
Really love this wave. Wow, fast and solid vertical off the top and straight into this powerful carve, and it gets a bonus right there. It's a great combination from Raju Seran.
Yeah, I agree. That last wave of Joaquin, a 2.67. He goes up into third. Ollie looking for a 4.78. It'll probably grow with that last wave of Raju's. And we've got the Latitude Zero Tello Islands boat on screen there. And what a view they had. There's so many amazing waves all around the islands off of Nias as well. And yeah, definitely Latitude Zero helping people get there. Search some perfect waves. And here we go, live action. We've got a paddle. Ollie has a score to lock in. He's up and into another one with just under 6 minutes to go. Big first turn. Tags it for a second one. Air drops down and he gets out. So that was a strong two-turn combination for Oliver Rissenbeck. And he's been working with Adam Dufner. I'm pretty sure in the background, I'm sure he'll be maybe feeling a little bit stressed because that was a good first turn.
Right. Probably he's just sticking, to his plan. Just get these two solid turns and kicks out quickly so that he can regain the priority. But that's his plan. I'm not too sure. But he did really great on the last two waves. So he's still waiting for the 2 waves to lock in.
Yeah.
Well, looks like it's going to be a pretty good number for Oliver. So 5.00 for the previous wave. And we're still waiting for the last one.
Wow. 2 scores for Ollie. We also have this score for Raju as
Right.
well to lock in. Tane could be in a little bit of trouble here. He needs to find a second wave. He does have that 667, and here we go. This is Joaquin up and into this one. Unfortunately, a little bit too deep. Raju, his last wave locks in at a 5.87. He goes straight to first place. Tane trying to get back up into first. 437 is what... Oh, the number that'll do it. Unfortunately, falling on the first turn.
But this is going to be really... This is getting interesting, actually. We're still waiting for the last of Oliver. And I think, to me, it's going to be his best score. And with that, Tane needs to get one more wave.
Yeah.
Even he's got a best score in the seat.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I agree. I think Ollie will get the score. He only needs a 4.61. And it was 2 good turns. We'll see what it locks in as. His last was a 5. 1 more score to lock in. Raju, that 5.87 was so nice. Comes in at a 4.9. So Ollie moves up to second place. Tane Dobbin down in third, chasing a 3.23. Joaquin Riveros looking for a 7.23. So, wow.
This is really getting close heat.
Yeah.
You're battling in between green, blue, and red. Whites need a little bit of work to do, needing a 7.23. But Tane Dobbin now needs only 3.23. Well, Oliver uses his priority to get this wave, trying to better the 4.90, but that was nice looking first dance, and managed to put second turn in and kicks out. He's taking to his plan, just get 2 solid turns done and kicks out.
Yeah. Yeah, that was strong. 2.5 minutes, just over to go. Wanting to better a 4.9 or at least get into the 6s to go to first. This heat just never really feels safe. That was a really good first turn for Ollie. And opens up for that second one. Compressing at the end to just really solidify that completion. Maybe a few waves to roll through towards the back end of this heat. This is Joaquin Riveros. Goes, unfortunately a little bit too big for that first turn. Wow.
Time is taking a lot of pressures on Tane Dobbin, but here is man in the first place. Big float. Comes around the section with a lot of speed, but unfortunately comes on stuck on the second turn. So all eyes on Tane Dobbin right now. He has first priority with a 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. He's needing 3.23.
Wow. Really, this is going to be a really, really close heat with a minute and a half to go. Tane, he's got the priority. Ollie's just going to sit on him and maybe just try and psych him out. Ollie's last wave of 4.83 didn't go into the top 2. Tane, wow, he still has the best wave of the heat.
And I think he had a couple moments that he could have got the score.
Yeah.
He just went down pretty much 2 waves in a row. So that was a little bit of mistake from Tane Dobbin.
Yeah.
And now it's down to a minute remaining in this heat.
Wow. Nervous minute. It's always so stressful in the last 60 seconds if a wave is going to come through. If it's not, Tane looks like he's spotted something. And he holds the first priority. He's going to go this one on his backhand. Tane looking for a 3.23. Big first turn in the pocket. Eyes his second section. Gets a strong second turn in there for Tane. Driving through a third. That was a really good combination. So
nerve-wracking moment for Tane Dobbin, but he managed really well to put everything together. He gets 2 solid turns.
Wow.
Nice first turn. Straight into second. Gets the completion. So, well, I gotta say, he's done the job.
Yeah, I agree. That was so good. I mean, he might even get up to first with that wave. That was really strong. It was a good two-turn combo, and yeah, it looks like, I mean, we'll wait for this score of Tane Dobbin to lock in. He was chasing a 3.23, sitting at third. It's an important score. We think he's done it. I mean, yeah, it was a very, very strong wave. It rivaled that 6.67 for sure.
Well, judges are taking another good look because it's a crucial moment for red and blue. So we are still waiting for the last of red. So this is the last of red. Great first turn. I think even better on the second turn. So comes in 7.10. That puts him straight into the first. So it's Tane and Raju moving into next round. So we'll be right back after the bonsai break.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro. We are now in the round of 96, men's heat number 6. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with Mark.
Hey,
How are
mate.
you today?
Yeah. Well, I made the mistake of going for a walk. It's steaming hot out there, bro. I've just ruined my shirt. Honestly.
Super hot today. So everyone needs to get water.
Oh, get under some shade is the thing. I went around the back and most of it's in the sun and I'm like, oh, what am I doing? Anyway, it is a hot afternoon down here at Sorake Beach. Off to a ripping start is Made Dera, the young fella in the blue here. And these brand new JS sleds. There he is. He was a big part of our team. Works with us again this year on beach comms, I believe.
Yes. So it's Maradera in blue. We have Yuji Mori in red, Kenshi Matsunaga in white, and Kosuke Okamura in green. So 3 Japanese surfer against 1 Indonesian in this heat.
Oh, well, that's good. You can take us through their waves in Japanese and tell us a little bit about them all. Tell me a bit about first fellow there in red, Yuji.
You probably must remember from the Kurui Pro, he was doing really great. I think he made it to quarters or round of 16. And he's got a really stylish surfing. And he's very competitive, strong competitor as well.
What sort of age would he be?
I believe 24, 23, 24. So early 20s. And we have Kenshi Matsunaga, who is really like charges a lot. He surfs at Pipeline, Tahiti. He once surfed in the backdoor shootout with his brother, I believe.
All right.
And Kosuke Okamura was actually spent time in Bali before this Nias, and he skipped Korea event and he came straight from Bali to Nias since he focused on this event.
So out of those 3 guys in Japan, who would be the more highly rated person?
As the competitive way, I would say Yuji Mori.
All right. That's why I guess he's the number 1 seed in this heat, yeah?
Right.
Okay. 3-5 drops in for Made's opening wave. I really like some of the footage we've seen on those ad breaks of last year's epic event. Some of the barrels, some of the drainers that dropped through were just all time. It was just an epic day. June 12th, I think that was last year, by memory.
Right. Definitely one event to remember.
Yep. And it was that day that Xavier got the 20-point heat, and that's why I remember it, because I said 12th of June, you got to remember that day forever.
Wow.
So that was the day he got the 20-point heat. So we're a little bit later in the schedule this year. What's today? Is it the 22nd?
Yeah.
10 days later. 10 days later than last year when we were here. So I noticed that last heat, Di, a lot of waves got caught, yeah?
A lot of waves, a lot of opportunities, but Tane Dobbin was in the third place in the last a minute or so. And he got a wave, he got a 7. That put him straight into the lead. Yeah, that was a really entertaining heat. Unfortunate for Oliver and Joe Quinn getting knocked out in this round.
All right. And it's looking like we've got Joshy Stretton, Ty Richo, Josh Van Niekerk, and Julius Wow coming up in Heat 7. So right now we have 7 more heats to finish off this day, day 2. So far, what's caught your attention as maybe a standout moment?
I gotta say, the heat with Caleb Tancred and
and who else was he against? Oh,
Diego.
Vincent Diego Cordero. Yep, that was a great heat.
That was a great
off,
heat.
going nuts. Those boys, that was sick. That was such a good heat. I'm pretty certain we've got Caleb coming up again in a heat further through the draw before the day's out. So if our format holds true and we get up to 13, heat 13, and call it a day, we will see Caleb again. Had a great heat.
As we have a little break in action, we're gonna go head over through for the post-heat interview.
Thanks so much, Tane. Wow, that was a really stressful last pretty much minute for you. What was going through your head?
I actually didn't know I needed to score, so it's just trying to better my 2.9 or whatever, and yeah, got a good one.
It's moments like that when you're like, I know I need a backup, but I don't actually know what the score is. And we're talking before, you're like, if I fell on that first turn, I probably wouldn't have got it. Did you kind of just try and block out all the noise and just surf?
Yeah, I didn't want to push too hard. I was just trying to, get the completion. But yeah, I was happy when I completed the wave.
And out here on your backhand, you're looking really comfortable. Does it remind you of anywhere back at home?
I'm from the Goldie, so yeah, a lot of point breaks back home, all rights, not many lefts, but yeah, same as home.
And speaking of, I'm sure there's lots of friends and family back at home watching you. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Just shout out to mum, dad, my family, girlfriend Holly, and yeah, everyone's supporting.
And we also have the tradition of the bang bangs for the heat winners, so this one's for you. And yeah, we'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you, Turu and Tane. Great heat. Very entertainment heat.
13.77, 2-wave total, big numbers. All right, so we're yet to really kick into gear here. We've 8 minutes off the clock or thereabouts. One number for the Indonesian out of Bali, Made Mahendra. We refer to him as Made Dera.
Well, looks like Made Dera is having a look at this one again. I mean, this is 岡村選手、ポメのライディングになります。奥からスピードをつけてセクションを抜けてきます。大きなカービングターンですが、少し看板のセクションになってしまったか、引っかかってしまったようです。このヒートには3名の日本人選手がクレジット。森裕二選手、レッド。松永健一選手、ホワイト。そして岡村康介選手がグリーンにクレジットされています。
All right, while I was on a break as well, I did notice some big old black clouds out to the north over the King's Village Way. All right, when you see those and they get closer, and if it looks like there might be rain involved, it definitely goes offshore once that happens.
It goes glassy this afternoon.
Offshore, yeah. Well, I reckon it will anyway. Like every afternoon's gone pretty glassy, right? And the wind backs out. So I reckon if we're on cue with that sort of regular weather pattern, this afternoon's heats will be surfed in some pretty pumping waves. The tide will be dropping. We've mentioned that a few times today. I think the high tide is pretty soon, which might be taking effect now.
Right.
I think it's around about 3 o'clock. So the fact that it's 2:30 here, we might get a couple of slowish heats right on the high. But definitely once it starts drawing off the reef and it kind of sucks in swell, every afternoon looks like it gets bigger right towards dark.
Right.
And those last hour of sort of free surfs are pretty gold. So who have we got there? Is that Simon Iwa?
Simon Iwa is, yes, She was probably caddy for Safa in the last heat, I believe. I'm not too sure, but that's Simoniwa there.
All right. So we are in the province of Sumatra Barat, Western Sumatra, southern tip of Nias, in the Lagundri Bay area, and Sorake Beach is the official name of the strip that we're all parked up on. And I hope you're enjoying. Well, you see, I'm sure the surfers out there wouldn't be enjoying it that much. It's only 2 little waves rolled through. The 350 for Made is looking like a very worthy start right there. And the 3 Japanese surfers really yet to do anything.
Right. You know, the last couple of heats, there's so many waves coming through the lineup. So this is a heat, pretty much the first heat in a while, have slower heat actually.
All right. Well, predicting it's either going to finish with a bang or it might be affected by the highish tide. They're not big movements in the tide in the last couple of days, but I can see something moving out the back. This is looking a bit more substantial. Everybody's really starting to put in some big strokes. So there will be no first or second priority to be sorted out between red and white. Just have to duke it out here for this wave. But white is in the perfect spot.
松永選手、1本目のライディングになります。これはいいところからしっかりテイクオフしてきて、一発目、大きなターンを入れて、しっかりとボトムの位置を変えて、縦へのアクションを入れてきましたが、ここでノーズからこけてしまいました。あそこを決めていると、いい点数になりそうな、そんなライディングでした。So only one set came through. So that was really unfortunate for Kenshin. This is a beautiful looking wave, a nice first turn, a nice second solid turns, but unfortunately just nose digs in a little bit.
Looks like he had a little moment getting off the bottom there for that second turn, so it might have cost him being in the precise spot for his second hit. First turn looked pretty good, so his number is in at a 2-4-3, so puts him squarely into second spot. So at this stage, I imagine Yuji in red has got to probably be a little nervous. He might, though, be kept in the game due to the fact there's no big numbers. So there's no real scoreboard pressure. I think maybe the time pressure might be something that could factor into Yuji. Well, no, he's probably going to have to take this wave. Here he is, surfer in red.
森選手、こちら1本目のライディング。大きなカービングターン、そしてボトムターンからもう一発レイバックターンを入れてきます。少し引っかかりながらも前に出てくるが、ここでこけてしまいました。
So I don't think he gets any credit for that second move, right? He didn't complete it, didn't get back out in front of the foam. We'll know in a moment because I imagine it's just going to come down to this one maneuver again. So he did a pretty good job on this turn, right? And could have been on his way to the wave of the heat.
Definitely, yes. But this turn, just struggling to get right out of it. And yeah, I don't think it was a completion. So
it's going to be more of the same sort of numbers. There it is.
They are pretty much stuck in the 2 and 3 point range right now. So it's just nothing major happening.
So I can imagine the judges right now, you know, long day, they're sitting there, lots of numbers dropping very similar. There's lots of 2-turn waves going on here this afternoon. So I imagine the judges they really want to open their scale up at every opportunity, right? It makes their job easier the more numbers they can use. So if somebody should be able to do something a little bit different or perhaps land an air or get 3 hits in, 3 decent hits, I'm sure the boys would be really keen to throw, you know, something between that 4 and 8 range and really just open things up. So I think those opportunities are still out there. You've just got to get that right paced wave that's not too fast, doesn't race off to the channel too quick, gives you enough time to get 2 or 3, you know, say 3 belts in, I think would be a point of difference, or a nice ramp to get up there and boost.
Definitely. There's a lot of opportunities for the excellent range scoring potential. So you just gotta pick right ones and, you know, to position yourself in the right position is just so crucial out there, because in a free surfing, you don't really get to sit the right place because there's 100 people, so you kind of want to go deeper and deeper. So
yeah, you see a lot of waves get wasted by the inside guy calling everyone off, and everyone plays the game, and then old mate gets stuck behind. It happens pretty easy. And if you do just lose pace with the wave, super easy to get stuck behind.
Right.
It's difficult foam to get around. You've really got to get that good little burst of speed off the takeoff, which we've been seeing every other day. We've watched the free surfs, and the first day before the event started was that many tube rides going on. It was pretty sick. So we're tipping that we're going to get back to those sort of heights during the event. It's definitely showing signs of an increase today. We're just copping a bit of a skunky heat here. With only 4 waves ridden, high tide's not far off.
It's already 15 minutes in and only 4 waves are ridden in this heat. So, wow, it's a first heat in a while. It's slower heat. Probably all the surfers realize that. So probably now is the time to change their plan.
Wow,
to plan B.
Almost at 10 minutes. All right, so let's throw to a bonsai ad break and have a little look at some of the highlights also from last year. Thanks, boys.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
We are back. Live action. 松永選手2本目のライディングになります。さあ、大きな一発目のターン、少し引っかかりながらも、しっかりと2ターンのコンビネーションを入れてきました。現在第3位のポジション。わずか 0.48 で2位のポジションへ進みますが、このヒート少しスローな出だしとなっていて、あまり波が来ていません。
The bonsai replay. Let's see what Kenshin got done on this thing. A little moment where he sort of got stuck, but he recovered well into a second bigger blast. So it won't be a big number. It could still be the better score of this heat. Red now, flat out surfing.
森選手2本目。ここは一発のみの演技ですが、かなり厳しいところに当てていきました。そして、well, this is Madedera up and riding on smaller size waves, but good looking wall ahead of him. Nice two-turn combo, but unfortunately comes unstuck.
Oh, he was on his way to the best score of this matchup. That was the sickest first turn. He had a really bowly wave, just hung back on the hillside a little bit too long on that second move. Didn't get the projection out of it to continue on and get any sort of credit for that second turn. But he was, wow, this heat is just turning into a battle of the one maneuver waves, right?
So usually he's got a set and he did solid turns, but this wave didn't really offer too much after that. But this is Dera.
Yep. So this first turn was great, right in the pocket. Had he just finished this, there's a 5 or 6 coming, but just got hung up momentarily. Down he went as the foam just caught up with him and just denied him that clean exit. But everybody is owed a wave. Kenshin's kind of got a couple of moves going on his last wave, so super low numbers, boy. Anybody could win this heat quite easily. If somebody could just connect with 2 moves, the judges would really wake up and take notice. Here we go, green.
岡村選手2本目、大きなファーストカーブからレイバックターンをしっかり入れて、ここは2ターンコンビネーションを決めてきました。さあ、これはいいライディングになったんじゃないでしょうか。現在第4位ですが、2.28 で2位のポジションへ上がっていきます。Well, first surfing to see, managed to put 2 turns in from Kosuke Okamura.
Yep. So that was the surfer in green.
Right.
So he's the surfer, in the worst position. He's only got a sub 1 point ride, so he needed that to just stay in touch. But here is Kenshin.
松永選手、これは非常に重要な波になってくる。さあ、パス目、ここは大きなターン、そしてボトムターンの角度を変えて、ここも縦へのターンをしっかりと決めてきました。3ターンのしっかりとしたコンビネーションになりましたが、これはいいスコアになってくるんじゃないでしょうか。
And red.
そして森選手後ろから、これも大きなカービングターン、そしてレイバックターン、ここはしっかり決めていきたい。前に出てきました。そしてクイックにプルアウトをしていきます。ここに来て立て続けにライディングをしていってますが、ここからシチュエーションが変わっていきそうです。
So finally, the judges have got something to open the scale up with. That wave of Kenshin's was really good. The wave of Reds was likewise. It's going to be his best number. So here are the bonsai replays. I really like the strength of this second move. So that was just a bit of a tap. It looked like he just wanted to hang on and make it. that was much better. The spray really flying around off that second move, and your stock standard wrap out there in the channel. So a lot of points will be garnished off that second hit. What did you like most about this wave?
I love the first big opening carve right there, getting into the power zone and straight into the second layback. Kind of stuck on that turn, but still managed to, ride out of it clean. So it was a great wave from Yuji as well.
I think they'll be the two best scores of the heat. So the judges will be like, yay, we've got something a little bit more to watch other than just these one-turn waves that have been going on all heat. It's kind of been dogged by little errors this heat, lack of waves, time pressure building, all those sort of factors are creating not the most exciting heat. But look, you've only got to beat two surfers. Everybody's got to remember that. It's the same conditions for everybody, right? So you've just got to keep the belief and get your head down and get it done. One way or another, you've got to end up in the top two. So it looks like a little bit more movement out the back. Priority sits with Made Mahendra Dera. Oh, Dory's going to miss this thing. Man, what a mistake at this back end of the heat. What an error.
That was a big mistake from Maradera. He needed the wave. He needed a score. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get that wave. So he now lost his first priority.
Might have been shades of the high tide just making that wave slide under him, right? He paddled super hard. Obviously, he thought he was every chance, and then he could just see him really bite in with his paddling because he realised he was a bit stranded on top of that thing and not in front of it.
Right.
And given the fact the tide is getting highish, it just slid under him. So a decent wave locking in for Yuji.
森選手の3本目のライディング 4.93 をスコアしてきて第1位のポジションへ。ホワイトのラストスコアまだ集計中です。So last of red comes in at a 4.93 healthy number for Yuji Mori. That puts him straight into the lead. Now we're still waiting for the last of Kenshin Matsunaga. Needing 4.10 to go into the second, but I've got a feeling that it's going to be close to the requirement.
I think he gets it. On first impressions, some heavy surfing. It was our first three-turn combo. Not that that determines your scoreline, but he did get a really strong second hit.
Right.
It was quite a steep wave for two good sections with just a stock standard, little half a point added for his cutback out in the channel. But the big fella leans hard into his moves. I think the judges will consider all those factors. Had a pretty good wave. Super sleepy heat. A 4-1. I think he's going to get it.
Yeah, just taking a good look at last of white. But few scores locked in. 4.83. He's done the job. Now he's in the first place. Yuji is in second. Made needing 4.17, Kosuke needing 4.04.
So let's just our leading wave scores in this heat. So this is that last wave. So Kenshin, was it a 4.93 this wave?
Yes.
Okay, so
This
that was
is
the
4.83.
4.83. So they were the two hits that kind of got him a majority of those numbers that got him out of third, straight into first. And what this wave here, you liked it,
Yeah, so this is a 4.93, slightly better than the last of Kenshin. So really love the first big opening curve, straight into the second turn. A little bit stuck on the second turn, but still managed to, put two solid turns. And that was 4.93 from Yuji.
Really low second scores, low first scores. Overall totals, we've got 7 surfers in the 7-point range. So there's only 0.63. 0.73 separating our top 3 surfers. So really close there. Made Mahendra will be spewing. He messed up his last wave. He did such a good turn in the pocket. It still turned into the 3.67 and he fell on his second turn.
Would have been a big score.
He would have been, handsomely in the lead. But here he is again, scratching hard. Let's have a look at what the boy from Bali can put together this time. So he winds up. He's measuring this wave. He gets his first opportunity to hit it. Small wave. Now it runs out of puff as you're in the channel, the deeper water, and not much joy going on for his second move and a smaller wave.
And out the back. 岡村選手、この波で 4.04 が必要。さあ、一発目、スプレーを大きく上げてきます。これはいい波になってきた。大きなカービングターン。そしてもう一発入れて、この波の演技を終えます。必要なスコア 4.04。
Yeah, not sure his wave was brutal enough just then with that first turn. A lot of carved down sort of manoeuvring going on there for Okamura. Marde's wave was kind of small. I'm not really convinced he gets his numbers in at only a 2.67. And Green, that first turn was kind of a bit more of a tap. That was a little better, but what was he chasing? A 4.04?
Probably need one solid turns to get those, forwards, right? But this is important way for Kenshin Matsunaga. 松永選手、この波で 3.07 以上出すとその差を広げます。大きなカービングターンから縦へのアクション。これはいいライディングになってきそうです。そしてもう一度大きなラウンドハウスカットバックをして、この波の演技を終えます。
Well, Kenshin's getting better as the heat goes on, right? He's starting to believe. He's released some nerves. He's definitely putting in the more powerful hits. So in stark contrast to that last wave of Green, you can just see how much more Kenshin was really digging into his moves and showing just more power and more of that commitment to big moves. All right, so that heat is done. We've still got 3 scores to drop just to confirm final placings. I'm not sure Okamura does enough to move up. Kenshin will extend and win the heat.
This is the last of Red for wave to get rid of 2.90. So he did put 2 turns in. So if he can get 2.90 over the 2.90, then he'll extend his lead. But this is the last wave.
This will turn into the wave of the heat, I reckon, mainly because of that.
Wow.
Boom. And even his body language, you could see he was into it. He gets a nice full wrap out there. Not that it adds a lot of points, but it's just good body language to show the judges. So that was wave number 4 for Kenshin. I still believe that's the best wave of the heat. So we'll just stay with these results as our next heat just position themselves. Kenshin will go back to the lead here. He need only 3-2-1.
So 3-1-0 for the UG's last wave puts him into the first, but we are waiting for the last white. And yes, got a feeling that he's gonna get the requirement.
Who are you talking about, Okamura?
Kenshin.
Kenshin, for sure, he goes to first. It's a matter of, best wave of the heat. I think so. By how much? I think the judges will probably enjoy what he did. He's a power monger. He had a good wave. He had 2 really big sections, right? So I think he ticked a few decent parts of the criteria. So we're talking about the man in white, Kenshin Matsunaga. Green goes to the lead. What did he get?
4.30 now. Kosuke is in the lead.
So Kenshin still needs a 3-2-1 for second. I don't think he needs much more for the lead. It's just over a 3.3. He's still going to go to first. So we'll just hang on this number because Yuji Mori could dip out here. Yuji Mori will dip out.
Wow.
All right, all numbers in. Kenshin to the lead. There it is. What was that last number?
4.63.
So it wasn't the best wave of the heat. Anyway, it's all academic. It is Kenshin and... who was it? Okamura through to the next round. So we'll throw it to a quick ad break and we'll be back with Heat 7 in just a moment.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, I can see 4 dudes sitting in the lineup. This looks a lot like the Heat 7 to me. In the red, it's Joshua Stretton. In the blue, Ty Richardson. Josh Van Niekerk is in white and Julius Whale is in green. Back in the booth with me is Giada. How's your afternoon going, G?
Pretty good. I just had a little walk around, see what's happening around here in Sorake. And it's looking like a lot of people are down here. A lot of the locals came to see what's happening. It's a Sunday.
Yep.
So day off for everyone. Everyone wants to see what's the Nias Pro about. Saw a lot of new stands setting up. There's snacks, ice creams, all types of things being sold.
Yeah, lots of people selling clothes and juices and snacks and, Telcom sell sort of setups there trying to sell credit and
Pulsar and all that sort of stuff. So it's kind of a festival down here at the point. And the locals love it being a Sunday. They just want to come down and see what the Boulets are doing. How about this? You're walking around and all you get from crews, they just look at you and go, hello. You go, hello back, and they have a giggle. And they tell he said hello to me. The Boulet talked to me. So they're having a big day out down here at the point. So this is Josh Van Niekerk.
Yep, so we saw him earlier today, and he had a pretty good heat. Nice first opening turn there, wraps it back, pushes the tail around there, and then a bit of a more critical section there again. So good start for Josh Van Niekerk.
Indeed it was.
Always a struggle with his last name.
Yeah, no, he's a cool lad, and he's riding the Luke Dorrington surfboards. He's moved to the Gold Coast recently, he told me. So after watching that last heat, this is a great start, right? Because there wasn't many three-turn waves at all last heat. There was so much fumbling around, limited waves on offer. Probably 80% of the waves ridden in that last heat were one manoeuvre waves, because people just either couldn't find a second section or would fall. So eventually, after much toing and froing, Kenshin Matsunaga won, and Okamura in the green there went from fourth into the lead, and then eventually dropped into second. Made Dera had his chances. He had such a good wave at the back end of that heat that he fell on, and he'll be knowing that was his opportunity.
Yeah, so that's what happened in the last heat. Unfortunately, Maledera was really wanted him to pass. He's part of our team, the beach com, but he still has a bright future ahead of him. Young man, I see him in Changwon all the time. So back to this heat right now. We had, I think that was Julius Wow taking a look at that one, but wasn't really convinced.
Wow, Joshy's number 2 didn't get much love off the judges. Below 3 points, kind of surprising, but you've got to cop it on the chin. The judges want to see more. They've been throwing some 7s in recent heats. Still the highlight of the day out of Teddy Billy, who's coming up in a heat again shortly. So we'll see if he can repeat the dose. He had an 8-point ride earlier, and I think it was either a 6-something. So for the heat of the day and the wave of the day. So this heat's gone a little sleepy. So maybe we could try and queue up. Oh, let's just see if Red's investigating an opportunity here. He's obviously spying a swell. It's moving in. He's not going to get it. So maybe, boys, we can queue up some of the highlights from yesterday. Would be nice to see because there's plenty of action.
Yep, yesterday was a really good day of waves. I mean, today was as well. It's been a little smaller, but still plenty of rides ridden. It's going to be a good afternoon as well. There is supposed to be a bit of a push in the swell, so hopefully we'll be seeing that come up. It looks like the wind has died down again. It's not as textured as maybe an hour ago.
And some big black clouds out to the north over the King's Village. Generally spells rain. Rain spells offshore. And as that gets closer, I'm pretty sure we will get to that point. So let's have a chat with Kenshin Matsunaga, winner of the last heat.
非常にスローなヒートだったと思います。その前のヒートまですごいいっぱい波が来ていて、いきなりコンディション変わったと思うんですが、もう入ってすぐそれを感じましたか？
その前のヒートを見てて、なんか終了間際に結構来てたんで、来ないかなと思ってました。はい。
So he was kind of expecting the slower heat because actually right before the heat started, actually there's so many waves coming through, so he just kind of expected that it's gonna be a slower heat. So かなりじゃあ予期していた中での、その通りゆっくりなヒートになったと思いますが、作戦はどんな作戦だったんですか？
作戦はないです。普通に楽しむだけですね。自分のサーフィンできればいいかなって感じです。
So he didn't have any plan out there. He's just trying to enjoy surfing in the heat. しっかりとじゃあ楽しめましたか？
楽しめました。はい。よかったです。
しっかりと楽しんで第1位通過で次のラウンドになりましたが、今日はこの後どう過ごしますか？
多分ゆっくり過ごします。はい。
では最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
はい。明日また頑張ります。応援ありがとうございました。
明日も頑張ってください。これ2本目のベンベンになります。 お疲れ様です。
He didn't look that stoked with the bang bang. Oh, come on. Kenshin.
Probably doesn't know what it is yet.
I'm sure it's kind of currency in Indonesia. What about sometimes you go into a shop and they don't have small money and they go, oh, just take a bang bang. You know, yeah, all right, gladly. Thank you. Let's round it up with the bang bang.
100%. I've had that quite a few times traveling around Indo. So they are part of the Indonesian pride. One of the best snacks, especially when you're out on a surf trip with your friends and you've been out in the water all day. You just need to put something in your stomach. There you go, bang bangs. But it is now 17-20. Not too much happening in this heat at all. Just one wave ridden by Josh Van Niekerk.
All right, yep. I imagine Mark Richo is watching online there on the Goldie. If you are, mate, let's send your boy some love. Let's send him our mojo. He's in the blue. He's a young dude doing the rounds. Former Queensland under-18 champion, I believe. Part of Team Billabong. Jelias Wow, another one of the Wow clan here on the point. He'll know the lineup. He'll know how to get waves. You've just got to get those opportunities. We must be getting really, really close to full high tide. I believe it was right around 3 o'clock. So that last heat got pretty slow. This one rolling out with, 8 minutes off the clock. A little swell presents. So White heads wide. Is he too far out or is he in the chute? Wow. So Josh Van Niekerk with a 2.77 for the effort he did on his first wave. He's probably like, yeah, really? 2.77? All right. Better than a 0. And at this stage, obviously no priority amongst the other 3. So there's going to be a bit of argy-bargy next time a set comes because we've had 9 off the clock, right? We can all see that. We can see the sky in the background. He's starting to go dark again. I reckon for sure there's some rain on the way to Savo G. And there's a lot of the domestic crew down here that will probably see that queue as well and maybe get on their scooters and nick off before that happens.
Yeah, there is clouds just surrounding us, behind us as well, but that is what made the conditions super glassy as well. So it's looking like there is a little bump in the swell. I think it will be our man in green on the inside taking a look at this one. Unfortunately, it was a little too deep, so nothing too entertaining there. So a bit of a slow heat.
Same with the last one. The last one just had almost, very little going on. Only 2 waves caught with about the first half of the heat. And then it sort of got rolling a little bit, but there was a lot of falling off. There was a lot of pressure cooker situation with the time and people just either falling or only getting 1 maneuver waves. It took quite a long time before Kenshin sort of kicked into gear, and he only won that heat with a couple of 4s. So low numbers. We can see some lines out the back on our screen. Still have no first or second priority for the Aussies there for Stretton and Richo. Well, there's a little break in the action. What I might do is have a little look at the past winners. I've got a bit of a sheet here that lists Jai Gothton as the winner back in 1995. For some reason, my old mate's not on this list, but Ant-Man Patterson won in 94. We spoke about that earlier, so good on you, Ant. The inaugural Nias Pro was won by Brendan Margison, old Margot back in the day. So Micah's dad, Sasha Stocker, won his title in 2000 around there at Sabatu. Katura Gus did it in 2018. So quite a hiatus between 2000 and 2018 between events. I know Ant-Man won another one wedged in there somewhere, but it's still not on my list. I'm not sure why. Geordie Marie, he won the Nias Pro. It was the 3000 then. He won it in 2019. And I've got to say Piper Harrison took it out alongside Geordie. Victoria Farmer also was the lady who won the same year as Katut. Had a couple of down years with COVID, and then the Nias Pro 5000 kicked in. Marlon Harrison won in 2022. 23 was Rio and Winter Vincent last year. Here we go. Blue, Richo.
All right. Big first blast here for Ty Richardson. This is a good-looking wave. He looks for shade, comes out, and he's going to do a nice, beautiful arching cut back there. So much better. Now, that is definitely going to be the best wave of the heat for now.
And Stretton. Didn't see what his first maneuver looked like, but starting to go through the gears now. Gets a third hit. So the judges will be
have something to sort out here because we haven't seen a tube. It wasn't super deep, but a cover up nonetheless. We haven't seen one of them for quite a while on Richo's wave. Stretton, he's a big, strong lad. His second turn looked really spicy. I'm going to have to rely on the Bonsai replay to check it all out. What did you like most here, G?
I really liked this first turn. You know, it was a big blast, big fan of spray out the back. Came out with so much speed. It got under cover there, wrapped it around to finish it off nicely. So I don't think it's going to be a massive score. Mostly from that first turn is where the majority of the points are going to come from. But it looks like Josh did similar to the second turn, but maybe just pushed it a little less on that first one. But nicely done nonetheless.
All right, we've got a surfer up out the back as well. Here is the first maneuver for green. So Julius, a bigger wave, gets a little bit funky on the second move, can't quite retain control, and out he goes. A little wasted moment for Julius, but I'm sure Stretton and Richo will go into first place. There's Ty's number.
All right, this is a beautiful wave from Julius. I love that turn, those arms just spread wide open and wrapped it around again. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get out of that second one, but that was going to be a pretty good score for Julius. Wow.
His back knee just collapsed at exactly the wrong time. Had he got those two big hits away, he could have been challenging for the lead. So Richo's number is in. I think Stretton looked pretty good on his ride, but here is Van Niekerk.
Yep, so big set. I love that first blast. Oh, unfortunately, just loses control on his way out there, but that was a solid set. The biggest one we've seen in a long time, actually.
Definitely, but it had a little bit too much lump and bump on it, and it fattened out a little bit with this high tide. Give that another hour or so of the dropping, and this would have been a much different story. But so Josh leaning into one pretty big move there. He then had a look down the line and went, nah, over and out, and just hit a little bobble on his way to the channel. All right, I still think Josh's number is going to be respectable. Julius will be ruining the fact that he didn't capitalise on that opportunity because we're down to about 11 minutes. Important scores dropping here. Stretton's is pretty decent. It's the best wave. It's a 5-1-7, so the 1 point spread between Stretton in the red and Richo in the blue. Van Niekerk is going to get a number for his one turn. It's not going to be too massive. The wave was the biggest chunk of ocean we've seen for a little while, but it didn't factor into a whole lot. And Julius will just get a little low number as well. A 3-4-3 for Julius. Into third. Josh will have another similar number to his first, I would imagine. So let's have a look. Priority sits with red. And the best number of the heat. Josh on the second score to come. One hit. It's in. Let's have a look. There it is. It's a 2.3. So Van Niekerk into second spot. A shaky second over Richo. Julius not far behind either. Super low numbers. The 5-1-7 is a bit of a highlight. I like the little cover up there for a moment for Richo. That should see him in good stead through the back end of this heat because people have been carrying through. The last heat was won with two 4-point rides, right? So I think Richo and Stretton will be more comfortable. It's not a done deal. Still got 9.5 minutes. Right. Priority will become important here, G.
Yeah, so this is a replay of the last of Joshua Stretton. This turn was really nice. He really pushed his tail all the way around, then set it up for that last one, giving the variety. That was really nicely done. A 5-1-7 best score. Ty Richardson now just needing to back up that 4-1-7, and you're right. We've had some slow heats, so those are some keepers.
Yep. And Stretton being a heavier set guy, really using his weight to his advantage then and throwing a lot of, displacing a lot of water, really getting some heavy bottom turns in to connect his three manoeuvres. They're on the hunt. He's also got priority and the lead. He's going to turn for this wave. Of course he will. So let's stay with the live action, Josh Stretton. So he winds up now. Let's see how he uses his power game this time. That's a very similar manoeuvre to what we saw last time. Tags it a second time, maybe a cut back for good measure. There it is. Out he goes. Seen a lot of that little theory here over the last, better part of this day, G. Two moves, little cutback sign off. So I'm sure the judges are still really waiting to bust out of their score range.
Yeah, this was really smart from Josh. You know, he has the best score. He wants to back it up, make sure that he has 2 scores to his name. So nothing too critical, nothing too crazy, but it's a backup, and it's gonna make life a little harder for the other 3 surfers right now.
I'm sure we'll see him open up a little more on his next wave now that he's got the 2 required numbers. We'll probably still have maybe the 2 best scores.
And like we said in Krui a few times, like especially in these first rounds, you don't want to be surfing your 100%. You know, you're going to be passing heat surfing 70 to 80% of your ability, especially at this level of surfing. And someone who does that so well, that's just at the top of my mind, is Jarvis Earl. The way he can control how much he gives in each heat is pretty impressive. And you just see him each round just, you know, put it a little more and give a little bit more to the judges.
Turn it up at the right time. Yeah, so we're still waiting on Stratton's number. He'll have a substantial lead. Jalius just misses a wave, will lose his 3rd. Well, he's in 3rd priority now, so Stratton's still paddling back from his last effort. The judges aren't rating it that highly. But here is Richo. So good-looking wave now for Ty. Gives it a pump. He ducks his head again. This, if he gets out of this, and he does, this is sick. This is exactly what the judges want to see. Somebody do something different. A big cutback, maybe another move out there. I think the deal is done. That tube was so sick, so well done. His old man, Mark Richo, out there watching at home. He'd be like, woohoo.
That was sick. I was kind of worried he wasn't going to make it out. It was looking like he was pretty far back, and then you just saw him thread through
Ty,
it.
you watch this, he could see straight away. So he ducked his head early. He just got straight into that thing. So that was no cover-up, no shampoo. That was a legit tube. Conditions are starting to gloss up a little bit now, and Richo taking full advantage of that first priority. He knew what he saw down the line. He was confident that he had the right line and the right section, and it's going to pay off here. All right, so Stratton's number not big, a 3.47. So the judges, geez, a tough day at the office for the judges as well. You know, with 24 heats forecast today, they've scored a lot of waves. There's only a small amount of space to impress the judges and kind of show them your best surfing, but a lot of it's looked the same today, and I imagine that would have excited them, the tube ride of Richo.
I mean, that's everyone. You see something different after a bit of repetition, and it's always a breath of fresh air, and I'm sure they're going to like that. This is the sky view of the wave of Ty Richardson. So beautifully done there. Our man in blue backing up that 417. The judges taking a good long think of this. He got a couple turns in down on the inside, and there we have it. Seeing a pretty healthy score come in for Ty Richardson, a 617. So now right behind him,
Josh,
our man in white, big first blast, sets it up again for this one, wraps it around tight in the pocket, halfway across the face, and does it again. So a good wave.
Ooh, we've got Jalius in the tube, and it's a big tube as well. He's threaded this thing. Oh my God, conditions are way improving. The wind is on its way to going offshore, but the surface is glossing up. Wow, if they give Richo a 617, I think they're going to throw everything at Jalius. A bigger wave. I saw him take off, so we didn't get the whole wave on our screen, right? But I looked out over the veranda here, watched him take off, and he was straight into a big throaty pit. So substantially better than the work Richo did. Tidy thread by Richo. This was a stand tall moment for Jalius. Look at this, straight in.
Oh, that is some beautiful surfing from Julius. Wow. Really, really well done. You're right. He was standing almost straight tall in that last one. He was loving it. Felt amazing. Everyone down here on the beach is freaking out.
Yep.
Everyone's excited. There's movement. So it's going to be a pretty good score.
Wow, I reckon he'll go to first with this wave.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's going straight to first with that last
Going to
one.
get a full mashup on the leaderboard here. So Richo and Stratton, they were there the whole way. There it is, an 817. That is the wave of the day. It's right there with Teddy Billy's 8. All right. The judges haven't seen any joy for a long, long time, so they went a little better than Teddy's. It didn't have the brutal takeoff that Teddy's had this morning, but boy, oh boy, big, straight, throaty pitch straight off the bat. And in stark contrast to Richo's wave, they've gone 2 points better. And I reckon the size of that and the depth of the tube right at the start was what garnished an excellent number.
Yeah, he came out super clean as well, so that was a great ride for Julius. Wow, I can't even imagine what the view was like. So even in a heat at your home break, that must feel incredible.
Well, conditions are improving, folks. We said just moments ago about the dark clouds surrounding us and how, you know, it's going to be offshore by the end of the day. Well, it's offshore by the end of this heat. It's kind of come around pretty quick.
Yep, so it is super, super glassy out there right now. We just need maybe a little bit of that offshore, and then we're going to start seeing some crazy rides. It is supposed to be picking up throughout the afternoon, and, you know, this heat, that 817 and the 617 from Thai, showing us that it's well on the way.
And I just heard the beach commentator just throwing out the numbers and getting excited with the call because at long last, we're busted out of this horrible 2 and 3 and 4 point range. There's Richo's perfect thread. I hope we got the drone footage there somewhere of this next tube because Julius, I reckon, barely bent his knees. Really good thread by Richo. They've gone 2 points higher for Julius. Just a much better wave, right?
Here we have it. It's like double the size of the wave as well. And you just see him thread it so nicely. Comes out really clean, wraps it around here again. So that was such a good wave from Julius. Wow, we were saying in the beginning how Joshua Stretton 517 and 34 were going to be keepers, but this heat just completely switched over.
Yeah, it was only moments ago Josh was in the lead, right? Now he's chasing a number to stay alive, and it's over 5 points he needs now. So he was having everything his own way. He was sitting pretty. He's now down to 90 seconds, and he's been asked a big question. You need a 518 to stay in the draw, Stretton. He's got priority. The waves are starting to march back in again here as this tide has probably been dropping. Well, it's probably right around high now. It's more the wind that's cleaned up. Things are going to improve here, the Savo team. For everyone online playing along, stick around. I can see our last couple of hours here. What's this heat? 7. We've got 6 more heats, so we've got about 2.5 hours of comp surfing to go today. It's 3 o'clock here on the point, so we're going to finish up right moments away from a sunset here. Full day of competition surfing, 24, 25-minute heats. Whew.
It's a big day.
It is a big day.
40 seconds left in this heat, and will Josh Stretton and Josh Van Nicker get another chance? So a big requirement for our man in white.
Stretton.
There we go. Here is Josh Stretton cashing in his priority. Last 20 seconds. 518 is a requirement. Big first turn here. Sets it up again. And another good one there. Wraps it around. The wave won't be giving him too much to work with on the inside. So
we've got to stay with this. This is a huge moment. He got a couple of reasonable moves in. First impressions, I'm thinking maybe just a little under. The heat is done, so we'll stay with our view of Stretton because once he gets his score, we'll be able to tell straight away the result of this heat. Richo's kind of got his neck on the chopping block here. 518. So for Dad at home, Mark, how you feeling now, mate? Nervous times. Julius, wow, with an 817 just blew everyone away on the point. That was the sickest moment I've seen since Teddy's wave, really. Got another blockbuster finish here. What is your first impressions?
I think it was just under. I mean, if you compare it to the 6 and the 8.
Numbers are in it. It's well under. So it's going to be Julius Wow and Ty Richo. Your boys through, Mark. Yoo-hoo! We're going to throw to a break, and we'll be back with Heat 8 in just a moment.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. And that is incredible.
right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. We had a pretty epic heat just go down. Julius Wow gets an 816, and so did Ty get a 817. Ty Richards got a 617. That was some incredible surfing that went down. I'm Jada Legati. I want to welcome back to the booth, True Starling.
Thank you, Giada. Yes, we are literally getting to the pointy end of the day today.
Yep, 100%. So right now, round of 96, Heat 8 in the water, Ricky Sato in the red, Tim Bain in the blue, Harry DeRoth in the white, and Jack Radin in green. Wow, what a day.
I know. Big day today.
Yeah.
But we've had some exciting moments. There's been some kind of buzzer beaters. There's been, maybe a couple of upsets. Who knows? It's been a huge day of surfing. We've seen some really good waves. What's been your highlight of the day so far? We've got like 5 heats left.
All right. So for now, my highlights are Teddy Billy's 8 that he got. That takeoff that he did was really, really difficult, and he just went straight into the barrel, threaded so nicely, and just made it out. So, and he's a good friend of mine as well. I watched him grow up in Bingin since he was a little grom, wearing his little helmet everywhere. That was a highlight for me. Also, Kian was caddying him, so that was really fun to watch as well. The last heat was a highlight. Julius's 817 and Ty Richardson's 617. And just having our morning coffee this morning as well. That was a highlight for me, girl. I haven't forgotten. That's one of my favorite parts of our day too.
Yeah. It's like the best way to start the day. Go to Casa Bebas and we're just like, yep, coffee and ready to go and get into the day. I think my highlight has been Caleb Tancred's heat with Diego Cordero. That was huge. They were just going back to back. It was like, there was so much going on. It was so exciting to watch.
Yep. So there have been many, many good moments. And speaking of those moments, we'll go now to the post-heat interview with Julius Wow.
All right, I'm on down here with winner of the last heat, Julius Wow. He's only 19, folks. He's got the best wave of the day, and you're through to the round of 64. How good does all that sound?
Well, it's so perfect. I was thinking I will not make this it, but I was praying with God to make me one more wave, and then wave comes through in my life.
All right, so the wave did come through. You paddled onto it, straight into the pit, standing tall. So sick, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know how can to say this. It's my perfect wave in this round.
It was, and would you agree the conditions are definitely starting to groom up? It's almost offshore now. The last couple of hours are going to be pumping out here. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully another swell for the next hit.
All right, well, you do live to surf another day. You'll be on again tomorrow. Now, listen, there's a lot of Indonesians down here. There's a lot of people watching on their phones, etc. So how about something in Indonesian Bahasa to sign off?
Oh, Sahogala sudah menonton. Sahogala sudah sport dan sudah menonton. Thank you.
Falaga. And a bang bang for good measure. Well done. Can I shake your hand, Julius? Great effort there from this young man. Woo, that's the wave of the day. Good man.
Epic. Thank you so much, guys. That is such a fun interview right there.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Ricky Sato, 1-4. That's the only wave ridden in the first 5 minutes of this heat. So a bit of a slow start. But I said exactly the same thing in the last heat. And then, we got the 8s and the 6s. So early days. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Ricky Sato.
Yeah, that was Ricky's first wave, the 1-4. Unfortunately, too deep on that one for Ricky. But, we've seen some really good waves start to roll through, and it's getting busier here up at Sorake Beach at Lagundri Bay. And, it's exciting because the locals are coming down to watch some of the best surfers across the Australian Asia region to just, do what they do best and get a couple of bang bangs.
Yeah, so it's Sunday afternoon here in Nias, and there is just a crowd forming on the shore a lot of new stands come up. There's I saw ice cream stands. There's all types of things like Indonesian snacks and ice. I don't know how you call it, like the shredded ice.
Or like the snow cone.
Yeah, like a type of snow cones, like all different types of colors and flavors. So, you know, everyone's down here. Everyone's here to see the Nias Pro and see some epic surfing go down. This is Riki Sato now. Good first blast here. Much better. Unfortunately, goes down in that second turn. But yeah, lots of action today.
Yeah, heaps of surfing going down. Ricky, he's surfed a little bit earlier on in the day, and oh no, he didn't actually. This is his first heat of the event. I'm thinking of someone else, but that was a nice first turn. And he's looking pretty comfortable out there right now. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late to that second section, but he's got only 2 waves. I mean, we've seen so many heats today where people have just been dropping anchor and waiting for waves that aren't really coming through, and it's like, hey, just surf, just like catch, get a little bit of momentum. And Tim Bain, he's going to have a good look at this one. Tucks in. Does he find an exit? He does. Wow. Tim doing really well to make it out of that one, and one big carve to sign that one off.
Wow, talk about disappearing act. Like I kind of gave up on him towards the end of that, but then he just kind of popped out the end. So this is going to be a great drone shot. Here we see him really go for the barrel, super tight in there, but he sticks with it, gets past that foam ball and makes it out. Big first turn over there as well. So good job, Tim Bain, for just riding through on that one.
Wow, and this is Harry DeRoth. Big arc there for Harry. Drives through another one, just complete power surfing on that wave. That was huge. Oh my goodness, this is starting to fire up a little bit now.
Yeah, and we've said it time and time again this afternoon. There is supposed to be a bit of an increase in the swell, so hopefully we'll start seeing that push throughout the afternoon. It's already glassed off here in Nias, so yeah, Harry, he had a heat earlier today, and that layback is kind of like his star move. Yeah, I saw him do it a couple times in the previous heat, so he's looking like he's in good form.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really good wave, just driving. Wow, that was really, really strong, and leans into it for that second one. I love how he just, adds that bit of extra power through the end of that turn, and tweaking it a little bit more. And Tim Bain's first wave, a 5.67, and yeah, it's so nice to see it. It's glassed off a little bit now. We'll probably start to see it open up a little bit more. We do have some clouds, though. Are we worried about this?
I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
I think if they do get to our area, it'll probably be really late this afternoon.
Okay.
But those clouds are actually pretty good. It will keep the conditions glassy and clean. So that's exactly what we want. Sometimes those overcast days just keep the conditions perfect.
Ooh.
This is Riki Sato on a good looking wave. Nice second blast there. Good job there from Riki Sato. That will definitely be his best wave of this heat for now. And someone's coming out of the barrel. That is Jack Reagan, his first wave of this heat. Nice wrap around and sets it up again. So we've got some waves coming through.
Wow, there's a lot of action going on in this heat. Tim Bain, huge opening arc. Gets a second one in as well. Unfortunately, gets hung up and has to just ditch the board on that second wave. That was shaping up to be a pretty good one.
Yep. Harry DeRoth's last wave comes in at a 5. So we're waiting for scores for red, green, and blue right now. So a lot happening. It was a bit of a slow start, but the waves are coming through, and this is going to be a super exciting heat.
Wow, I couldn't believe those back-to-back waves. I mean, and with it being so clean right now, it's just looks so perfect. Like, I love, it's so exciting to kind of be at home and watching these good events, but to actually be here and be in the thick of it and feel the tension and the emotion, and you can almost like feel the power of the waves from where we're sitting too. It just adds so much more. And it's just, we're it's going to be a good afternoon. I'm excited. This is Ricky Sato's 4.43. That was such a strong first turn. And love how he was just straight up into the second one as well. Ricky is surfing really good. And Jack Reagan finds the cover and he just comes out of that perfectly. It'd be hard on the backhand out there. And that was a really well surfed wave for Jack. I liked it.
I did too. And, these are really important heats for all these four surfers. But it looks like they're just having fun out there as well, looking for cover, finding some barrels, getting those turns in. I mean, these are ideal conditions for a competition.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm a natural footer, so it's just like kind of perfect. If I was competing, I'd be like, yeah, please, let's have a heat. Let's put a Rashi on. It looks so fun out there. And seeing these dreamy right-handers roll through, it's a massive contrast to what we saw from Crewy. Crewy was a dreamy left, basically. And, talking to some of the competitors, I'm like, is it an adjustment to kind of go from surfing lefts basically for 2 weeks to come and surf rights? But of Jack Reagan locks in at a 5.43 and he does really well, gets the second best wave of the heat.
Yeah, and something you were saying earlier, it's so true. Once you're actually down here, besides this wave, there is not too much happening around the area. So everyone's really focused and concentrated here, especially all along this point. And everyone comes down to watch their friends, or you're out there as their caddy. So the energy is really high and everyone's kind of on the same page. So it's great. Crewy was a little different. There's so many waves to explore all along the coast. So maybe during the week, everyone's like kind of spreaded and far away. But here it's fun. You like walk out and everyone's either at the same restaurant or hanging out. And you just see people walking up and down the point.
Yeah, it's definitely what feels way more close-knit for sure. And even now, being a Sunday, the locals are starting to roll into the zone, into the contest area, and check it all out. It's getting really busy down there, and it's great to see surfing be so appreciated, and all the surfers and staff as well be welcomed here. It's really cool to just feel that environment and just be like, they're excited to have us here, and to even yesterday with the opening ceremony, like show us the traditions of the town here and what makes Nias what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the biggest event they have here, so everyone comes down to watch. Everyone is curious. Everyone likes to check it out, and especially with the stepping stones there, they get so close to the surfers, and it's looking like Harry DeRoth pulled into a big tube. I don't think he made it out of that one, but that was looking like it was going to be a solid score.
That would have been so huge. This is Ricky Sato into this one as well. You can see him traveling in it. He comes out and kicks out of that one. Ricky chasing a 5.25 to go to first. This is getting really exciting, Giada.
Yeah, and the forecast was pretty correct. We're seeing a push in the sides, a push in the waves, and you can kind of see the black clouds at the back, but that's what's keeping it super glassy at the moment. So hopefully it holds off until late this afternoon. And we do have quite a few heats left to run. Coming up next in Heat 9, we have Bodie Williams. We have Takuya Hongo. We have Rafael Castro and Widianto. Wow.
That's going to be a pretty good heat.
Yep. So most of the heats coming up are going to be pretty stacked already. Coming up after that, we have Kian Falvey, Arch Whiteman, Tom Whitpain, and Macca Hazard.
Wow. That was so well done for Ricky on that last wave. Yeah, Macca actually got the first backhand barrel I've seen at this event, locking in a 6.5 earlier on this morning. It was a well-surfed heat. It was a well-surfed wave, and you could see the smile from the drone. You just knew he was so stoked on that wave. I'm pretty sure Tommy Hinwood was his caddy, and I think they had some excited words shared between the two of them. So, it's pretty awesome to see everyone supporting each other. It's so great to have the caddies out in the water too, especially for that encouragement. You had an interview with Zeb Stokes a little bit earlier, and he was saying that he was really appreciative of his brother Taj being out there.
Yeah, he says that his brother, kind of gives him words of encouragement. And, you don't have too much time. You're trying to get back out as quick as possible. So just having your caddy there, just saying a couple words. And they tend to be your friends or your family like them, so they know what they need to say to kind of fire you up. There we have Harry DeRoth right now on the inside, wanting to back up that 5. Big first blast there. He's going to back this up with this second turn. Air drops down, wraps it around to finish this wave off, but that first turn was looking glorious.
Wow, that was so fast and so just whippy in the pocket for Harry. That was such a strong turn. And looks like we got a few paddles. It's Tim Payne with the first priority. Is he going to take this one? He doesn't like the look of it. So this is Jack Reagan pulling straight in on his backhand. Does he find the exit? I think maybe just getting clipped a little bit earlier on in that one. But yeah, wow, what a charger.
Yeah, that was a super difficult takeoff, honestly, for Jack Reagan. He really held tightly to his rail, but unfortunately wasn't able to get out of that. So just showing how difficult Teddy Billy's wave was early, because he did the exact same thing, but was able to kind of thread through and get through that barrel. So rewarded with an 8. So that was one of my highlights of the day. But Jack Reagan really close as well. I'm sure he's going to get another opportunity. 7.5 left on the clock. We've got a pretty good heat coming in our hands.
Yeah, we do. Oh my gosh, that first turn for Harry DeRoth was so strong, and air drops down in that second section, and I just think that was such a well-surfed wave for Harry. He's got a good score to come through. He needs a 4.68, and definitely I think he has every right to be getting that score. It's a 4.5 though, so just under for Harry DeRoth.
Could be probably the size of the wave that just wasn't as big as maybe some of the other waves that were surfed in this heat. So now that there is this push and swell and we've seen some bigger rides ridden, the judges are really going to be scoring or putting the size of the wave in the scoring potential probably.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're starting to see it, barrel as well. It'll probably be, more barrel hunting, waves as well, and kind of those big tubes, big turns. So yeah, I agree with you. I think the size of the wave in that one just limiting it a little bit, but a 4.68 is not a huge score. He won't need much to move up into second.
Yep. So 6 minutes left in this heat. It's pulsing right now out there, and we don't want it to stop. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. Everyone is excited for tomorrow as well. Everyone wants to stay in the contest and get a piece of their Nias cake.
Yeah.
I mean, it is absolutely the dream contest to be able to surf out there in perfect Nias with 3 other people out. You don't get that every day.
No, it's pretty insane. I mean, yeah, I haven't experienced this kind of Nias in a couple of years, so for me it's like super exciting to be here and see it start to really work, especially in these heats, and start to just open up, and hopefully we'll see some more big tubes. I mean, everyone has 5s in this heat, the best being Tim Bain, which is at 5.67, but it looks like again some more paddles. It's definitely getting more consistent, and Tim Bain has that first priority.
He's gonna go this wave, looking like it didn't barrel, but big first gouge there. Sets it up for the second one. Goes super tight in the pocket. Pushes the tail all the way around. Wraps it around here again. So that is some incredible surfing from Tim Bain. So much control through his board on that second turn. Wow. That was really well done.
Yeah, and especially we've seen that second turn. Everyone's been airdropping through that. So the control and precision on this turn right here just lets the tail go a little bit, puts a weight on the front foot, and does exactly what he has to do. That's a really well surfed wave for Tim.
Yeah, that's it's not a barrel, but with surfing like that, you're gonna be getting high scores, and I'm excited to see what the judges throw at it. But wow, finally some waves that we've been waiting for all day.
Yes. Bring it on. Hopefully for the rest of the afternoon, we're just going to see it get better and better. And then tomorrow we'll wake up and it's just going to be good to go. We'll be ready to roll, and with 4 minutes to go in this heat, we got this score of Tim Baines to lock in, but this is his first one. It's the best wave of the heat, a 5-6-7, tucks in and just surprises us all by finding that exit.
Yeah, that was a really exciting wave from Tim Bain. I think everyone was shocked that he made it out of that. He really threaded it nicely, held his line throughout the entire wave. So this is his last score, if I'm not wrong. This is that 4 that he rode. So practically all that entire 4-point ride from that first turn. Just showing the quality of turns that he has. I'm excited to see that last score for him to come through. I think it's going to be one of the best waves of the heat.
Yeah, I agree. There were 3 pretty strong turns for Tim Bain, and smart decision using his priority on that one for sure. Even though it didn't barrel, he made the most of what he got.
Yep, so looking like Harry DeRoth now. Taking a look at this wave, 4-6-8 is his requirement. He looks for shade. Is he making it out of this one? And unfortunately, I don't think so. But that was really, really well tried from Harry DeRoth. Unfortunately, just getting clipped, I think, in that first part of the wave. Right behind him, Ricky Sato on a good-looking arch. Sets it up for this second one. Gets a little bit stuck off the top there, but manages to ride out of it. He is currently in first position. Wants to get rid of that 4.43. So we're still waiting for the last of Tim Bain.
Oh, yeah. This is a big score. It locks in at a 5.4 for Tim. So he goes up into first. Ricky Sato. This is a replay of his last wave. He needs a 5.7. A couple of really nice carves. Gets hung up there for Ricky, but not much more left in that wave. Tim's out. Back out the back with 2 minutes to go. Jack Reagan needs 4.37. Holds first priority. If he finds an opportunity to get barreled again, I feel like he could do really well because it just seems like he's feeling comfortable in the pit.
Yeah, and look at the scoreline. I mean, it's so close between red and white. So just under 2 minutes left. Will Harry DeRoth get another chance, or will Ricky Sato maintain his second position? Jack Reagan has a little bit of catching up to do. 4.37, you're right. Not a big requirement. He just needs a wave. That's all he needs.
Yeah, and we've seen the goofy footers, especially out here today, they've just been finding it. I don't know if it's finding it easier or just in a better position to really get nice and vertical in those sections. It's been so good to watch. Diego was just going to town. Tom Whitpain as well. He got a 7.27 for some solid turns. It was super exciting to see them both just kind of set the standards for the rest of the goofy footers in the day or in the draw. So yeah, hopefully Jack can find one, even if it's not a barrel, he can just go to his turns.
Yeah, I just think that when the backhand here, it's just so much easier to get vertical. You can really just open up your chest and get that board tight into the pocket. So in the past, Jordi Marie is a perfect example. I think he was a winner here in 2019. And in 2022, he came second, runner-up.
Oh, wow.
So his backhand here is so strong, and the judges just eat it up. So, yeah, just getting more vertical in the pocket.
Well, hopefully Jack Reagan is able to do that on this wave. Gaining some speed, goes to turns. A little bit too late to that first section, though, unfortunately, for Jack. So he is running out of time, but will Harry DeRoth get an opportunity? It's going to be Tim Bain taking this wave, though. He ducks in and doesn't look like he is able to surprise us with an exit on that one, but a very well-served heat for Tim Bain.
Yep. So with that, we're going to be heading over to a quick break while we watch Ricky Sato now. Oh, that was right after the hooter, but really, really well-surfed wave from Ricky, finding shade, finding cover. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break while I talk to Tim Bain.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
And we are back with day 2 of the Nias Pro. This afternoon is just getting better and better. We're seeing some more tubes. It's gotten glassy again. And we have a couple more heats left to finish off the day. I'm True Starling, and joined in the booth to call me through the 8. Number 9 is Dai Wacko. And Dai, it's the energy's lifting here a little bit.
Wow, a lot of people on the beach. Just like you said, the condition has improved a lot.
Yeah.
It's glacier, cleaner, and there's just like a bigger set coming through now.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yes, finally. We're seeing it happen. Oh, I'm excited. And in this heat is heat number 9. We have Bodie Williams taking on Takuya Honko.
Yes.
Rafael Castro and Widianto. Wow. A stacked heat, this one.
This is gonna be a barreling battle. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Everyone just trying to get the best barrel of the day, pretty much.
I agree. It's gonna... Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Looks like we have a pretty decent set, maybe rolling through the lineup. No. Oh, here we go.
本郷拓也選手、1本目のライディング、これは深いチューブに入ってきました。さあ、抜けられるか。これは少し前が閉じてしまったか。もう少しといったところでした。That was a really, really, deep in the barrel from Takuya Hongo. Takuya is actually staying hash with Kosuke Okamura. And they skipped crew event and they just straight came to Nias after spending a lot of time in Bali.
So excited. Are they doing this event because of the waves? Or because they...
Both. Actually, like, because of this event, and as well as they are kind of focusing on the QS tour, like Asian QS tour. So, and they know that they need to be prepared for Nias.
Yes, definitely. It's a tricky wave.
Right. Such a great wave and such a heavy wave as well. So you need a good preparation for this kind of wave. So, so Takuya is, I believe he's really, ready.
Yeah.
Now, so
I agree. Well, someone who had a pretty good heat in that last one was Tim Bain, surprising us all with an exit on a pretty exciting barrel. He is down there with Giada Legati.
All right, Tim, talk about having luck on your side. Not only did the conditions get so good during your heat, you managed to thread through a crazy barrel that we all thought you didn't make. And then Ricky got that last barrel right after the Hooter. So how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling happy to get first. I thought Red got the score on the last one, but turns out it was after the Hooter went. But yeah, the barrels are kind of weird out there. They're like really almondy and kind of have to like squeeze up to try to get through them. But yeah, I was stoked to come out of one and then another couple turns.
All right, so the conditions changed a lot during the heat. How was your first heat strategy, and did it change throughout, or did you just follow through?
I kind of just stuck to trying to get a quick wave, but it went pretty slow at the start, which was hard. But yeah, I was pretty nervous for some reason. I don't know, the waves have been pretty fun the last few days, and it's kind of dropped off a bit like today and yesterday. So yeah, it's just happy to get through.
Do you think you get more nervous when the waves are good in a heat, or if they're bad?
Probably good, because yeah, you just don't want to mess up like good waves, but just stoked to be getting barreled in a Rashi.
All right, we have the tradition here of giving the heat winner a bang bang, so congratulations for that. And is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family at home?
Yeah, just thanks to mum and dad, my brother for watching at home, and everyone back in Noosa. Cheers.
All right, thank you and congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Giada, and thanks so much, Tim. And there's some clouds, bit of cloud cover, but hopefully it'll hold off. We literally have this heat and then 3 or 4 more after, and then we are done for the day.
Right.
So no afternoon storm. We're going to be fine. We're going to get through it. We said this in Crewy, and then that didn't happen. But it's a new day.
It's a new day.
A new location.
Right. And yeah, it's a big cloud out there, but actually this cloud gives us a great offshore wind. So thanks to the cloud.
Yeah.
And just keep providing a cleaner condition.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Hopefully we see some more barrels throughout the day, and maybe a little dip in the temperature would be nice.
Right.
It is definitely quite warm here for sure, and
Definitely.
lots of the locals are coming out here to experience the high level surfing on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. It's about 3:45.
It's a Sunday afternoon, so everyone gets around.
Yeah.
You know, and great to have a lot of people around this, competition area.
Mm. Do you reckon these surfers out in this heat, they're kind of like, they watched that last heat and there was some good waves coming through.
Right.
It was somewhat consistent. Do you reckon the surfers in this heat are thinking, oh, we're on for a really good heat?
I would say yes, expectation is really high at the moment, but
yes,
you never know. In one heat, there's a lot of great, good waves, but one heat is just off and goes just quiet. Like
Yeah.
this heat, it's been like about 7 minutes in, but not many waves coming through. So, but I got a feeling that there's gonna be a couple of good sets coming through. That's for sure.
I hope so. Let's bring it on. We saw some good ones come through in that last heat, and no take. Oh, it looks like
本郷選手2本目のライディング一発目大きなスプレーを上げながら縦への動き、そしてここしっかりとレイバックターンも決めてきました。2ターンしっかり大きなターンを入れてこの演技を終えます。このヒットまだ本郷選手の2本のライディングのみということで少しゆっくりなスタートとなっています。
Yeah, I like that 2 turns from Takuya.
Right.
Let's take another look at it. You can maybe see a little bit of texture on the wave here. That was a good first turn though, and this second one timed it so well, to back it up with that free fall drop. I was talking to Dera before, Made Mahendra, who was in one of his heats earlier on, and he was saying, yeah, you got to I forgot that there was that free fall on that second turn with that second section. I went and did the turn and then had to kind of exit out of it. So yeah, just like anticipating those moments and remembering, oh yeah, this is what I have to do, and this is the section. It's a pretty mechanical wave. Every wave is
Right.
somewhat pretty similar, right?
So you kind of adjust, the mistake on the next wave pretty much on the similar section. So
Yeah.
But I really like how Takuya is playing this game really well because it's been really quiet so far. 10 minutes in, not many waves coming in, but Takuya is having a great heat so far. 4.67 the last of Takuya's. So yeah, he's in the lead.
Yeah, he's doing well. We've seen way too many heats today, Dai, where people have been sitting for way too long, and then
Right.
they're just not getting the opportunities within the back 15 minutes of the heat. They get a little maybe stubborn, I don't know, and they just wait for something that doesn't quite come. And I like that Takuya is rolling with that momentum.
Right.
He's surfing into the heat. And hopefully he continues doing that. He's got that 4.67 and a 1.3, and no other waves have been caught. We're 10 minutes into this heat. So is there going to be any takers on this one? Looks like Bodie Williams is looking wide, up on his backhand. Good first turn. Sees this second section. Big snap in the pocket. Throwing heaps of spray for Bodie. So he locks in his first wave. It's a good looking wave, and that second turn was really strong. We're just under 15 minutes to go. So Bodie has a score on the board now.
Right.
Are
So-
you watching when you watch the? Oh, sorry. We'll get back to that.
Really loved the first turn. It was a great turn to just generating a lot of speed and get the second turn in. It was a great combo from Bodie Williams. Yep. We'll be seeing the great number for Bodie's last wave pretty much.
Ooh, no takers on
Wow.
this set rolling through, unfortunately. But Di, I was going to say, you're a goofy footer, so do you get excited to watch the goofy footers out there and kind of see their approach?
Yeah, definitely I do. Yeah, I do love to watch goofy footers going right and try to surf like them. Just getting an idea what line they choose to ride. So yeah, I really love to see them surfing right hand break. But here is 本郷選手3本目のライディングになります。さあここでしっかりと点数を重ねていきたいところ。さあここはちょっとタイミング合わなかったか、少しチューブに入りましたが、これは大きなスコアにはなってこなそうです。
Well, 4.17 for that last wave of Bodie Williams locks in. Takuya Honko will also lock in another wave. But
yeah, he was kind of racing down the line and trying to come around the section, but I think he noticed that if you kind race down the line too much, then there's not much wall to work on. So he just decided to go into the barrel, but just got a little shade, and pretty much that's it for the last of blue. So comes in 1.70.
Yeah, 1.7 for Takuya. I mean, still, it goes into his top two, extends his lead. Bodie needs a 2.21, and Rafael and Widianto chasing 4.18. Widianto, wow, one of the local legends here, of course, and an awesome surfer to watch. He's surfed a heat already, maybe even two in this event. Yeah, he's actually surfed 2 heats in this event. He won his first heat in the round of 136, which was on yesterday. And then, got second in his second heat, which was heat 10 of the round of 128 today. So this is his second heat of the day. Bodie Williams, though, great first turn in the pocket. Gets a second one in. Wow, times it really well for Bodie. He kicks out of it out the back. Rafael Castro up and into his first wave. Nice connection. Drives hard with a good carve on that second turn. Third turn, snaps it in the pocket, and he gets out of there.
Well surfed from Bodie and Rafael Castro. Rafael was waiting for the wave for like about 15 minutes, but this is Widianto. Wow, up and riding. Nice first opening carve. Oh, it kicks out. Probably trying to regain the first prize already out there. Few scores are waiting to be locked in.
Yeah, definitely a few scores with 11 minutes to come through. And this is that last one of Rafael's. It was a good 3-turner day.
Right. Really great turn. It was a short wave and tight section, but managed to put 3 turns in. So definitely it's going to be a nice number for him. But looks like the last of red comes in at 4.83.
Yeah, so that's Bodie's best wave. It's actually the best wave of the heat so far, that 4.83. And 4.17 has Bodie Williams out in front. Takuya Hongo in second. He's got that 4.67, looking for a 4.34 to go to first place. Rafael Castro has a score to lock in, as well as Widianto. Wow, and Widianto, he's so experienced out here. He obviously knows what waves are the best ones that are coming through. Maybe just identifying something that, he wasn't quite happy with on his last wave. So we'll see with 10 minutes to go. Up next, we've got heat number 10 of the men's round of 96. We're going to see Kyan Falvey take on Arch Whiteman, Tom Whitpain, and Maka Hazard, which is going to be a pretty exciting next heat as well. There's some stacked heats to round out the day. We're going to finish off with heat number 13 of the day, which will be super, it's going to be a pretty big day, but we've seen some incredible surfing already, and I feel like we're going to see that happen towards the end of the day as well.
Right, definitely. Well, looks like a few sets are coming in to the lineup, but this is 本郷選手ですか。これはしっかりと走路してチームの中に入ってくる。さあ、しっかり抜けてきた。そしてここから大きなラウンドハウスカットバックをして、これはもう一 発入れられるのか。さあ、大きなカービングを入れてきて、ここはしっかりと前に出てきました。素晴らしいチューブ、そしてカービングのコンビネーションを見せてきたのが本郷拓也選手。現在第2位のポジション。4.34 スコアをすると第1のポジションへ進んでいきます。
Gets a bit of coverage.
Right, that was a good combination from Takuya.
Yeah, that was really nice. I mean, maybe I liked it. I thought it was good. It's definitely going to replace the 1.7. He needs a 4.34. Gets the coverage there for Takuya, and strong calf, super patient, leans into the rail once again, and that'll be obviously his second best score. Replacing the 1.7, that last wave of Rafael Castro locks in at a 3.7 with 8 minutes to go. Scores for Takuya and Widianto still to lock in.
Wow. I was curious, what score will Takuya get for the last one, but looks like a good number for Takuya Hongo, 4.57. So great combination, little cover up, and then couple turns in. So great surfing from Takuya. Now he's in the lead with 4.67 and 4.57. Bodhi is in the second place. And Rafael now needs 5.30. Widianto has fast priority and needing 9.00. It's a big score, but still. Widianto needs 6.50. And he has fast priority. He's probably waiting for the big set and pull into the barrel. So if he gets that wave, then definitely he will meet the requirements.
Yeah.
So this is a 4.67 from Takuya Hongo. Nice two-turn combination. Really well served. Get that score early. And then this is the last of Takuya, 4.57. So it was covered but not fully disappeared. And also he kind of stalled a little bit, but still after the tube he gets, two turns in. So that's a great combination.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked it, and it was obviously the best barrel that we've seen in this heat so far. But yeah, I agree. Kind of had to stall to get into it. Didn't quite disappear. You could see the edge of his nose peeking out of the wave at on that last one, that 4.57. But 6 minutes to go, and he is in front, which is where you want to be right now.
Right. With 6 minutes to go in this heat, so time is ticking. I think Takuya is just playing game really, really well at the moment. It's a slower heat, so everyone was kind of waiting for the big sets to pull into the barrel, but nothing quite happening.
Yeah, nothing. Not seeing the same kind of movement from that last heat. The ocean was firing up for a moment, just teasing us a little bit. Hopefully it'll start to be a bit more consistent in the back 3 or 4 heats of the day. And Rafael Castro sitting in third. He is looking for a 5.3. Widianto, wow. Using his priority on this wave, he needs a 6.5. Quick high line to start off. Really leans into that first turn. Once again for the second. Look how clean this wave is. Wow. That was a great 3-turn combination, and what the wave was just so nice. It was so clean.
Yes, that wave was just cooperating so well with him, and he was just, I don't know, it was just so clean and smooth, and there's no downtime in between the turns. Really lays into it, but straight into the second. Wow, it's just, there's no rush and panic. He was just staying composed, and it's a great surfing from Widianto. Wow, so he is now needing 6.50. Wow, it's gonna be, I don't know, I'm not too sure, but it's gonna be close. I mean, definitely it's gonna be a best score for him in the heat so far. And it could be a best score in the seat.
I liked it. The wave honestly was just like It was like they just had this, I mean, it's not surprising really, but they had this just special connection just now, and that wave was just doing exactly what Widianto was hoping it was going to do, and it stayed so clean and just so perfect for him. It's starting to lock in. Doesn't look like it's going to be the score that he's looking for, but it's a 4.53, so he goes to third place. Now looking for a 4.48 with 3.5 minutes to go. He's up and riding on another one. Where did he pick this one up from? And that was a strong second turn there for Widianto. Wow. Could we be seeing a bit of a change in the leaderboard here? That he just picked that one up on the way back out.
So 4.48 is his requirement, and he did some damage out the back on the way back to the peak. It's kind of on a set wave. It was a little bit of a half turnish, but the second turn was solid. A lot of sprays. So yeah, a few scores locked in. And out the back.
Oh my goodness. Bodie Williams pulling in on his backhand. Maybe not getting as deep as he was hoping for, but it was a big wave nonetheless. Bodie kicks out. It's a 3.13 for last of Widianto, so not enough. This is Raphael stalling to find the cover, and he comes out of that one as well and just kicks straight out.
Wow, so Raphael is needing 5.30 and it gets the tube, traveled quite a bit. So this is さあ本郷選手もチューブに入ってきます。これはセットの波でしっかりと入り抜けてきました。そしてキックアウトをします。Well, finally started to see some sets, rolling through to the lineup, and we see up to two good barrel riding from white and blue.
Yeah.
And red.
Yeah, this last one of red, Bodie, maybe not getting as deep as he was hoping for, as I mentioned, but that's a big wave that we've seen come through. One of the biggest ones of the day, maybe, or that I've seen anyway.
Wow. Raphael. Now the smaller size waves, but gets covered. But I reckon this Takuya's last wave a bit, better in the tube.
Yeah.
Traveled up quite long time. So it's going to be interesting exchange between all the surfers with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, wow. This is going to be a very stacked finish to this heat. Widianto, wow, he's gone back out with second priority. Is there some sets rolling through? Maybe another opportunity. He needs a 4.48. Rafael Castro, his last one, a 3.67. So wasn't what he was looking for. He's chasing a 5.3. Last to Bodie Williams, didn't go in the top two. Takuya Hongo, he can only really better his lead right now with his last wave if it betters at 4.57.
Yeah, now Takuya is sitting in the first place comfortably. So last wave comes in 4.17, so it's not going to Takuya's best to score, but he holds first place. Widianto needing 4.48, Rafael needing 5.38 with 15 seconds to go.
This is going to be, wow, I don't know if there's any waves coming through. Looks like we're seeing some paddling with 5 seconds to go. Will Widianto or Rafael get up in time? It doesn't look like they will. So it looks like it's going to be Takuya Hongo and Bodie Williams moving on through to the round of 64. We'll see them surfing tomorrow. We're going to go straight into heat number 10, but we'll be right back with it after this quick break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
hoping to see some similar surf to that on in the 2025 Nias Pro. I mean, we're seeing some exciting waves this afternoon. It's cleaning up and it's starting to tube. And we have moved into heat number 10 of the men's round of 96. Kyan Falvey is out there taking on Arch Whiteman, Tom Whitpain, and Maka Hazard. I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth with me is Mark Clift to talk me through this one. And Arch Whiteman is straight up into it on his backhand. Good first turn connection for Arch. Grabbing the rail off the bottom, gets a second turn in. Unfortunately, just catches the rail and goes over.
Well, stuff's changed in a hurry out there, hey? The clouds are here. We saw them earlier. We're predicting was going to be offshore sooner rather than later. It is dead set straight offshore. We got some drops coming out of the sky, so the rain is also here. But Arch was kind of on his way to a pretty good number and just got a little bit excited about here and pushed on the front foot a bit too heavy. So it's late in the day. What is it? Just after 4 o'clock down here in Nias time. Whiteman had the opportunity to kind of get an early jump on the boys. Fumbled around for just a high 2. We've seen a lot of these numbers today. Completions have been the story of the day because there tends to be a lot of surfers that are leaving numbers hanging out there and giving themselves, just low chances of progressing. And some heats have been low scoring. I can see a 9.24 total there for that last heat. Not big numbers. So what was the story of that heat?
Yeah, it was just a little bit slow. I mean, there was definitely some good opportunities coming through, and it was cleaning up for sure. We saw a couple of odd moments in that heat before, but yeah, heat number 9, it was more just it was a little bit slower, and maybe not as many vertical sections to hit in that last one. We did see some barrels though, just nothing quite deep.
All right, okay, so just quick in and outs, right? No big disappearing acts like Jellius Wow a couple of hours ago. Got an absolute banger. The 817 stacking up as the best wave of the day. There's been a lot of low numbers. Even 7s and 6s have been absolute premium scores here today. I think we've only got into the 8 range twice. Teddy Billy with the 8 and Jellius with the 817, right? So, things are, all the locals out there, there's a lot of them. They're all just staring around. It's getting darker. There's definitely a few little raindrops starting to come out of the sky. So I imagine everyone might be ducking for cover shortly or getting on the scooters and getting out of Sorake Beach for the afternoon because it's like someone's just dimming the lights out there.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit darker and darker, but the waves are still super fun and there's plenty of opportunity out there as well. And you can probably hear the cheers in the background. There's such a great support team of surfers here. I think supporting Widianto Wow in that last heat. He came in 3rd. He put on a great show. Just couldn't quite, find an opportunity in the end, running out of time. But looks like we got some paddles on screen. This is Kyan Falvey straight up and into this one. He is trying to race it out of there, but unfortunately just gets a little bit clipped.
And that wave just had the back blowing off it. The wind really starting to puff around out there. It spat. It was such a sick wave. Kyan just needed to be a little bit further to the shoulder to have a better shot at that. But he was a nice little thread anyway. It was pretty good footage from the drone pilot. Thanks, Ryan Williams out there bringing us the clips side on. Looks really sick. But I still reckon it's going to get better as the day progresses. The dropping tide tends to suck in swell. We've been saying that all day. True. And I still reckon, what do we got? Heat 10, so we've got 11, 3 more heats. I think these guys are in for some goodness.
Bring it on, Mark. I think if we can see some more surfing today, let's see it.
Yep. So Kyan, I remember seeing Kyan Falvey.
Kyan Falvey.
Kyan Falvey. Really impressed me with his performances at Cloud9. Was it last year? Yep.
Yeah,
just the last one gone.
Got to the quarters or the semis from memory.
Bit of a quiet achiever. So very similar sort of wave. They're both bowly rights. They both demand good tube skills.
Yeah, well.
So he's obviously got that. Let's see how these next 19 minutes pan out.
Yeah, and while there's a quick break in the sets, we're going to have a chat, Dai's going to have a chat with Takuya Hongo, the winner of the last heat.
いや見事第一通過果たしました。まずはおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
まあ、この場所、クルイのイベントはスキップして、このイベントにかなりフォーカスしてたように見えるんですが、やはりその回あったというような試合だったんでしょうか。
もう波もポジションも大体見えてきてたんで、もうめっちゃ安心してます。
So he spent a lot of time here. He skipped Korea event and probably staying here for about a week before the comp starts and he get the result. 最初かなりスローヒート、その前のヒートはかなりいい波来てたので、まあ、その波を狙うのかなと思ったらしっかり作戦を変えて、もう早めに攻めていったんですが、あの作戦を変えるのもやっぱプランの一つだったんですか？
初めにちょっと乗ることで最後のバレルにちょっと集中できたんで、先手はやっぱり強いかなと思いました。
間違いなく先手必勝というような勝ち方でした。一緒にステイしている岡村選手と一緒に次の明日へつなげましたが、まあ、そのあたりもかなり嬉しいですよね。
今日も一緒に喜び合ってそのままずっと喜べるように頑張ります。
He's happy that he got through with his friend Kosuke Okamura and he's so happy to be advancing to the next round. では最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
もう次も頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。そしてこのハッシュファミリーがすごいパワーくれてるんで答えれるように頑張ります。
次も頑張ってください。ではファーストプレイスのベンベンです。
ベンベン。
次も頑張ってください。チーズ。
He knows Bang Bang, right? Hey,
they're so good.
something crazy just went on. Something crazy. You got pretty excited.
I got so excited. Macca Hazard packed a big pit just now. Locks in straight away at a 6.5. Macca grew up at North Narrabeen, where I'm from as well. So I grew up surfing and watching him, surf and get better. And it was super exciting. And just straight in there, he completely disappears and comes out. I mean, that was just, real shades of his first 6.5 a little bit earlier on today.
I'd like to have a look at that again, if we can cue up the replay again, boys. Just to take off, he got in a little hassle battle with White, Tommy Whitpain. A couple of goofies both wanted that wave. 6.5, we haven't seen one of them for a while, so it would be nice to see another replay.
Yeah, we'll see. It's just over 16 minutes. That was huge. 6.5. That's
What a way to start.
That got me really excited, Mark. And we keep saying it's going to get better. It's going to get better. There's going to be some good ones. It's been a little bit slow, and I feel like it's coming. It's starting to get there.
I'm sticking by that theory because every afternoon, just before the lights go out, those last sort of hour and a half have always been some of the better surf of the day.
Yeah.
All the vultures that go out for the late free surf have been enjoying and making the most of that time. And it generally does it every arvo. So we'll just bid True Starling farewell for a little while. And Wacko steps back into the booth. So tell me, what did your mate Takuya say in his post-heat?
Wow, first of all, he's super happy with the results, especially his best friend Kosuke Okamura was advancing through to the next round tomorrow. So he's just so happy that he's got through with him, and he spent a lot of time. I mean, he skipped crew events, right? And then he just focusing on this event. He stayed here for like a week before this contest start. So yeah, he's really confident and kind of know where to sit and what way he should get. So yeah, he's super happy.
So it leads me to believe, is he trying to qualify, or is he just selecting his events and having a little dabble at the QS, or?
Oh, he's trying to be, to be on the CS tour. So
it's doing. It's a pity then that you just don't go to one of the big 6,000s.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he skipped the crew event, but mainly focusing on this event.
Whitpain.
Wow.
Let's have a look at this, Di, if you don't mind. The big fella tags it. He's got a great looking wave, a second big section. Gives it a heavy grind. He might even get a third schwack here, and he does. But he just spins the wheels and doesn't quite capitalise properly on that end bowl. And priority sits with this fella.
Wow. Gets the tube right out of it so clean. It gets bonus sections. Hey, that was a great combination from Kian Felvey.
Sick. We saw him get a wave earlier in the heat. He tucked in and he had a good thread, but the wave just tracked him down and took him out. Much better that time. So Kian Felvey
on track for a good number. The tubes always look good out here. The judges have been very reserved with their numbers today because they want to throw the better numbers at barrel riding.
Right.
And they've seen a lot of turns today, and they want to see more of this. So this was all right. Here's the turns. What did you like about this one? That was a house whack.
He just hit the lip so hard and really liked the second turn, driving through the gap, gets the third turn in, but this is a wave. Keon Felby in the barrel, traveling, and comes out so clean and gets the bonus section.
Yeah, the little fade out of the tube was nice to put him in a good spot for that.
Right.
That bowl. So a couple of moves there to dissect there for the judges. The good tube, the strong hit. Whiteman, massive hits. Looked really good on his backhand. He's a big lad and really uses his power and his rails to his advantage. So the judges have got a little bit of something to think about. I think Whip Payne's number is in, a 5-1-7. All right, so they still want more out of him. He just didn't complete that third move. Would have easily gone into the 6 range. So now Falvey's number is in question.
Yeah, we are still waiting for the last.
He won't be sitting in fourth for long.
Only needing a 4-1-8 at the moment to go into the second. Pretty sure, definitely he's done the job.
Yeah, for sure he'll go into second. The judges will probably remember back to Richo's tube. It was probably slightly smaller wave. It was about a similar length. A nice fade down there for Falvey to set himself up with a big, strong top turn. So I'm thinking it might be a little bit better than Richo's, which came in at a 6-1-7.
Right.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, they've only thrown a 6-5, though, at Hazard. So there it is. It's a 5-4. So I think due to the fact that Macca Hazard only got a 6-5, they had to keep it well under, just around about a point under.
Yeah, it's pretty much comparing in that heat. So I didn't see the Macca Hazard's first wave, but it was
it was
better,
really good.
better tube, right?
Yeah, it was pretty sick. All right, so the stage is set, off to a ripping start. 3 surfers now, both green, red and white. Arch Whiteman just won a little throwaway number there at 283, so he does have priority. He's going to have to back that wave when he gets it and then work on a better second score as well. Because as predicted, the waves and the tubes are out there. They might be a little bit rare and a bit scarce at times, but other times they're pretty thick and fast. So it's a bit of a lottery as to whether your heat fires up or whether you have to settle for 4s to get through.
Right. So you don't really want to be waiting for those sets because, Ocean can go a little bit quiet sometimes. So there is a tube.
I think it depends on your priority listing, where you are in that side of the draw as to what you take and what you let go and your numbers. So you really got to listen to the beach announcer and work out your next tactic based off what they're calling, based on how much time is left.
Looks like a little bit of action out the back. Maybe they spot something on horizon, or maybe just reposition themselves.
So Arch Whiteman can sit anywhere, right? He's just got to not get too distracted by green going up his inside. That means nothing when you got top priority. Both red and white kind of happy with their work. It's a good start. Rarely have we seen 3 surfers get off to a good start. So we're going to throw to a Bonsoy ad while we're just on hold here. So have a look at this, everyone.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Righto. Nothing much has changed there for the dudes in this heat. We're watching Heat 10 A little bit of downtime. So while we're waiting, maybe we can see some highlights from yesterday, because yesterday had a fair bit of goodness as well. So there was a nice highlights package from yesterday. Maybe we can cue the boys up and get to that highlight reel if possible. A little bit of downtime with 8.5 to go.
Yeah, not many waves are coming in.
Replays.
Wow.
Yeah, this is it.
So this is a 6 for the fast wave for Maka Hauser. That was a great surfing. And this is a 5-4 from Kian Felvey. Really loved the fake turn to put himself in a great position to get the second turn in.
Yep, even Tommy Whitpain did some brutal backhand blasting for a 5.17. So, once again, the judges hanging tight on throwing out big numbers. There's been a lot of scores between sort of high 2s and high 5s today. They're really demanding people tee off on set ways, because I think the scale is going to remain the same for the men's round, because we're expecting bigger surf, right? We've still got the round of 64 of the top seeded guys yet to come into play. So that the boys upstairs, they know what to expect out of 6,000. They've all judged these Asian region events before, so they know the quality in the draw, right? So I think this scale remains the same for tomorrow, is what I'm reading.
Oh, really, really, really slow heats this one. Not many waves coming through.
It's nice to see those replays. Maybe it'd be nice to see some of the stuff from yesterday. The highlights package of day one would be good. Anyway, maybe not. Who else?
And welcome to Nias Lagundri Bay for this year's Nias Pro. Yesterday was pumping, it was up to 8 foot on the sets. There's still plenty of leftovers here this morning for day one. With the men's round of 136, there's 4 heats of those. And right now over my shoulder, there's got to be 60 people having a warm-up surf, because it's still pumping. So day one's going to kick off in fine style, starting at 8 o'clock. Woohoo! I can't wait.
All right, well, thanks. That was a good matchup of yesterday's action. There was plenty of it. Alan McCaffrey defending a title. You could see the blonde-headed lady there. It looked like a repeat of the same wave, because she just kept to the theory that was extracting 8s and high 7s all over the place. So, yeah, she was pretty much the best performed surfer yesterday, yeah.
She started in the first round, but she started with a strong, performances.
16 points, I remember.
Yeah, 16 points, 8 and 7. So definitely she's on the way to take another win here.
Yeah, she's definitely raised the bar in the women's round. You can have a look at the background, everybody. It's kind of dark out there. There's definitely a fair bit of rain all around us. The localised storm starting to head this way. It's coming from the north as well, so we're kind of snookered by dark clouds. It's a matter of which way they're going to come in, but they will come in at some point. And after a ripping start, this heat has just kind of died, right?
Just being so quiet in this heat for over pretty much 15 minutes or so. pretty much except for red, only one wave ridden.
Exactly. So, gee,
Mm.
Arch Whiteman's just got to be going, come on, what the? I've had priority for, 20 minutes or thereabouts. And,
Right.
just hasn't had the opportunity to pull the trigger and track down. Look, he needs a 3.58. We can see the requirements. They're super low. No one has anything in that second column that is respectable. Whiteman is probably the least prospect at this stage, not having something in that 5 or 6 range. So he does have priority, though. He's probably going to get one chance, maybe. I hope he does.
Right.
I'd hate to see this finish up with just a 5-wave heat.
They have to be careful with their positioning as well, because when the ocean goes flat, you kind of get lost in the positioning, and when the set comes, pretty much everyone just too far inside and couldn't make it on time. So with the 3 minutes remaining, hoping to see some more set coming through.
All right, so let's have a look at the best rides in this matchup again. So this is green. He got that wave off white with some superior paddling on the peak and a better position. Whiteman really wanted that. Whitpain really wanted it, didn't get it. But Whitpain did do a 5.17. I'd love to see Falvey and Whitpain's rides again because they were quality.
2 minutes and
6.5. That was
wow.
just such a good
Right.
little paddle duel with Whitpain. It might turn out to be the difference at the end of this heat. Down to 2 minutes. We're suffering big time here. The judges have not had much to bother about here in this matchup. So this is white now. Whitpain. He's deep. He gives it a pump. He's only got a score at a 5.17. He did a lot of this on that last wave, which the judges love. Big, strong dude. Plenty of surfing there and plenty of strong surfing at that. So for sure we'll go into first. So long as no one else budges here, Whitpain could have dragged himself off the coals into first. What did you like best about it, Di?
Well, really good connection in between first and second turn. There's no downtime in between, and he's just did what he needs to do to go into the first. So well done.
You know what I noticed as well is he had third priority.
Yeah, that's
so.
right.
What was Arch Whiteman thinking? That was a pretty good wave, right? And when you've only got one, and you need a mid-3. That was every bit of a mid-3. All right.
Definitely, that was a little bit of a mistake from Surfer Blue because the time is ticking. It's just 1 minute to go in this heat. Wow.
Man, if he doesn't get another wave, his friends will probably go, about them, what were you thinking? Like
Right.
3.5. You didn't see a 3.5 on that wave? Whitpain thought differently, and his number will be substantially better than the 3.5.
Well, it looks like Falvey will be needing one more score.
He goes Hazard. Hasn't done anything. Hasn't bothered the scorers. Bit of a mini move there for Macca. Looks like he's surfing pretty conservative. Really just wants to make this. A beast of a wave goes throughout the back with no one on it. So Arch Whiteman may really be ruining. I don't know whether anyone caught it, but no one came out of that hole. I think I can see someone in the wash. Someone must have taken off. No, there they are. Blue and white. My goodness. No one got it.
Well, so last of white comes in 5-0. Now he's in the lead.
See, that's the wave that Arch Whiteman needed, right?
Right.
So Whiteman will come in with one wave. This is Macca's second score, and it looked like his second score because he just did conservative surfing. A second number is better than no numbers, so he'll hold on to second. Falvey must have been the surfer that pulled into the tube. He must have got that wave, surely. Because there was a score to come for Falvey. It's a throwaway number. It's below 1 point. So it will be Tom Whitpain and Macca Hazard moving through. Does Macca, he won't go to the lead, surely. He needs a 3.67. No, I don't know.
I don't think it'll be 3.67, but definitely be a backup score. So
he'll be stoked he got 2. All right, that was one of them heats. It's not going to be enough for Macca to win. 2-1-3. So there we go. Tommy Whitpain, Macca Hazard move through to the next round. So let's just throw to an ad, and we'll be right back with Heat 11.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, we're back. This is Heat 11, everybody. One of my favourite fellas in the draw, being a West Aussie, but being a good performer out here over the years at Sorake Beach, is Jack Thomas. He's in red. He's up against Thomas Carvalho, Teddy Billy, who got the second best score of the day, and Micah Marguson. That's our official results. You can see one of those surfers ended up with just one wave. It was Arch Whiteman, had to copper fourth place. We've got Giada Lagarde back here with me, and tour director for the APAC tour is Ty Sarati. So I'm going to say welcome to both of you. But Ty, it's been a big day. What have you made of it?
Yeah, it's been a great day. Had a little bit of onshore conditions there through the middle of the day, but the wind's gone back around offshore, and there's been some amazing barrel rides this afternoon, and hopefully a few more in this heat.
Giada, did you watch any of that last heat?
I did, and it's looking incredible out there. The wind just swung offshore again, so it's looking like we're going to have a great afternoon of waves. But Ty, I'm sure you took a look at the forecast, and what could we be expecting?
Yeah, as we see Thomas up and riding from the Gold Coast.
Sick way to start a wave.
Yeah, Thomas is an amazing surfer. The forecast for this event has been looking pretty good. Probably today and tomorrow the two standout days, but should have fun waves for the whole event. And yeah, just really looking forward to see what all the guys and girls can do.
We saw that there will be a bump as well a little later towards the week. Could we be expecting something like last year?
I don't think it's going to quite get as big as last year. Still got hope that tomorrow's, in that 6 foot plus range and get some nice barrels, but probably not going to be as big as last year.
So here goes Thomas carving his way on his first turn and his first wave. I really liked it. It was lots of quality work here with very little downtime. So there's the regulation 2 and 3 hits per wave. We've seen so much of that type of surfing today. It's the barrels that have really stood out as the point of difference, because we've seen so many numbers today, Ty, between 3 and mid-5s all day long. They've been relentless. So tubes, I think, is the theory to get big numbers.
Yeah, the judges have been holding back, and I guess you kind of have to when you know what this wave can do, and it can just turn on really fast. And even though it's only 4 foot, you can still get the odd 6 foot one. So I think they're holding the scale back just in case we do get some of those amazing tube rides.
And then also, I guess, as well, knowing what we've got coming up in the round of 64, right, there's the top seeds come to play tomorrow. So I imagine, and I'm just preempting that, if we get to Heat 13 today, we come back in the morning and tidy up that round. And do we, based on what we see, maybe go straight into the round of men's? Or
Yeah, I think tomorrow we should be able to do finish off the round of 96 and then move into the men's round of 64, and then hopefully get through maybe 70% of women's round of 32 as well in the afternoon.
Another big day.
Yeah, I think it'll be another big day, but we may as well while the surf's pumping. And
so your tip is go to bed early, everyone.
Yeah, I think go to bed early and just prepare for a huge day.
Gee, who we got here?
So this is Teddy Billy, our surfer from Sweden, but also grew up in Bali. He tries to get around that section, unfortunately slightly too deep, and wasn't really able to get anything done on that one. But he is such an incredible surfer. We saw him get the 8 today, so hopefully he'll get to redo that in this heat.
Thomas trying to add to his 5. Here he goes. He's picked another clean wave. Really strong grind out of the top. Did well to hold that and ride out completely and finish off again with the 3rd move out wide. So he's got a pretty good read on this wave and the conditions. So he's already locked in 2. What more can you tell us about Thomas there, Ty?
Thomas is part of Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club. So he knows his way around a right-hand point break, that's for sure. And his forehand carves on this wave indicate that he's done a couple of them.
That was sick. So that'll be another good number. He'll have the 2 best scores. He's the only one to lock in 2 waves at this stage. But Giada, who's this?
So right now on screen, Micah Marguson on a good-looking wave. He does a big front hand carve, sets it up for the second one, goes a little more vertical this time. This wave kind of flattening out. Not too much opportunity on the inside, but that was a good start for Micah Marguson.
Yep, definitely. So Jack Thomas, my lad out of West Oz, you crew at home. He's the only one without a wave. Here's Teddy Billy again, so he's recovered, found himself another ride. So this is better than his first effort. A much improved Teddy Billy, I must say, and a much more extended version of her Teddy Billy than what we saw last year.
Yeah, it looks like he's grown a foot since last time.
That's that's been my call all event. So he's up to 6'2" now.
Wow.
Yep, huge difference. I couldn't believe it was the same person. When he came out and said, "Oh, it's me," I said, "Where's Teddy?" He goes, "That's me." I said, "No, what have you done with Teddy?" "It's me." I went, "Oh, Jesus."
So replay of our man in green. So beautiful first opening turn. I love how he doesn't, really rush into the second one and pulls off when he needs to. Behind him, Teddy Billy's last wave as we still wait for some scores. Big layback there. Again, wraps it around. So really nicely done. Much better from his first attempt. And we've got a great heat in our hands.
Starting to take shape, isn't it? Jack Thomas, where are you, my man?
It must be hard to surf a heat out here when you do see those waves that come through that tube the whole way down the point. But a lot of heats don't have those waves as well. So it's a bit of a toss-up whether you surf a heat on turns and try to build a score and get a couple of fives, or just wait for the bombs. And looks like Jack is playing the patient game and waiting for the...
He's staying staunch, isn't he?
He is, yes.
He's a big fella, and we've seen some really solid surfing out of the Goofies, on their back end. Whitpain in that last heat, he did just that and took it out. So that was the heat before, maybe.
I mean, Jack has had a great result. I think it was 2 years ago that he got into the semifinals here in the Nias Pro. So he knows this wave well. He's been here quite a few times. So I think he paddled out with the strategy that has worked in the past.
Oh, speaking of strategies, how good's this? Wave number 3 already.
Oh.
So the big fella, Thomas Carvalho, he's prepared to do the layback hack at every opportunity. There's 2 brilliant displays of that move. And now I can see out the corner of my eye, Jack Thomas.
Yeah, Jack really attacking that section with huge West Oz power.
Well, he's in that mould of the Tully Wileys, the Geordie Maries, guys that have looked so good out here on their back end when they really lean into it. As you were saying, Giada, a semi-final finish a couple of years ago for Jack. So when he's like, "What do you reckon?" I said, "Stick to your strengths. Either get barreled or just do those big hangers." And he's like, "Righto." So a simple game plan there for Jack.
Yeah, I think when the event goes to more turns that the backenders really can get through the lip a bit easier than maybe some of the guys on their forehand. And yeah, that some of the backenders like Geordie Marie's won the event before, and Tully's done really well. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think while we're waiting for those numbers, let's throw down with Di Wacko, who's got Tom Whitpain there for an interview.
Well, before your heat, pretty much a lot of sets coming through, but in your heat, it's get really slow. But how is the condition out there?
Oh yeah, it's pumping out there, but yeah, just before my heat, there was heaps of sets coming in, and then I was like, oh no, I might have to adapt and go to more turns, but yeah, still pumping though.
Were you nervous on the last wave?
Yeah, pretty nervous, but just knew I had to get a small score to make the heat, so yeah, just surfed it.
Yeah, you surfed it really well, and that ride put him straight into the lead. But is there any chat when you were waiting for the waves?
Yeah, we were having a good chat out there, just looking at the indicators wave, just hoping that a set would come. But yeah, bit of chat, yeah.
Right, now you're into the next round tomorrow. Maybe there's a lot of people watching your heat, so is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, just hi to my family and friends at home. Yeah.
All right, so this is a first Ben for you.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Well, the big goofy footer, Tommy Whitpain, taking that one out. And right on cue, another big goofy footer out of West Oz. He waited a long time for his first wave tie, but the tactic paid off. How's that number?
He's got the highest score of the heat with a 7.33 as we watch the replay. He was really able just to go through that lip where some of the forehand surfers kind of carve. Another second carve and just the 2 turns, but judges rewarding that for the big powerful turn.
And we're watching Micah Marguson out there now on his second wave. And I think you've got some info for me there on the Margison clan there, Giada.
Yeah, so actually Micah's dad, Brendan Markson, in 1996 won the inaugural Nias Pro here, the ASP NW. It was an ASP event. So he'll be hoping to get a title under his belt to follow in his dad's footsteps.
And there's quite often you see similarities in the styles, right? Margot was just a famous billabong surfer through all that era with Occy and a whole bunch of other crew doing the Jack McCoy, RIP, vids through all the big billabong team expeditions everywhere. And he was just, probably one of the first guys to really carve out a huge career as a free surfer and really set the bar that how many other people now are free surfers, paid free surfers. Yeah. Margot was like the first dude, right?
Yeah, for sure. And he wasn't afraid to put in a performance in a heat as well. And I'm sure he would have reveled in the waves here at Nias and, got the win.
Nice one. So his boy is in second. Couple of dodgy numbers there. They're only threes. He's going to have to do a whole lot better than that. Breathing right down his neck is Jack Thomas, who only has one wave, but we haven't seen a 7-3 number thrown down for turns for some time. So the judges love Jack Thomas's act. He's just got to stick to that strength and repeat the dose. He'll be in full belief that his backhand is his real weapon because I saw him win a QS event in Yelling Up last year, Inji Car Park on a bowly right-hander, purely with that manoeuvre there as his real weapon. He was second in our Margaret Pro trials this year, I think mental health trials, to Jacob Wilcox. Pushed Jacob all the way. Seriously, there was only just over a point separating them when the dust settled. And on those rights, it's that backhand that is just so deadly. And the judges are saying, we love it.
I think the other high scoring wave for turns of the event was Tommy Whitpain, who's also a backhand surfer. So it looks like the backside guys might have the slight advantage in the turns.
And those heavy-setted goofy footers as well, because you can just see the water that JT pushed around on his opening wave. This is it again. So Ty, just so good.
Yeah, just powers through that first turn and then a really nice carve to finish off the wave, and goes to show you don't need to do 3 or 4 turns on a wave. You can just do 2 really big ones and still get good scores.
And gee, I think part of that deal was he had 2 really bowly sections, right?
Yeah, I agree. And you can really tell the guys on their backhand can just open up their chest a lot more and just really get into the pocket more. So it's that was a great wave for Jack Thomas. I haven't seen a wave like that in a long time.
So, gee, you're a goofy footer. Next time you surf here, just do Jack Thomas stuff, right?
I think next time I just need to catch a wave.
All right, so this is Micah's replay, the Bonsai replay. And he's still just, that's a really dodgy second position here when you're packing a couple of threes and you got 6s and 5s and a 7 and a 5 below you. Geez, I imagine the old man's a bit nervous back at home.
Yeah, I think Micah might just need to pick a better wave on his next one, and it looks like he's been catching a couple of insider ones that aren't quite as steep as some of the other waves, and yeah, I think he might need to just park up and pick a better wave.
So when you're on the Goldie, Ty, do you ever see the myth that is Margot? Does he still surf the well-known spots, or is he a bit of a enigma?
I live pretty close to both the Margisons. I live in Casuarina, and I think they're in the Cabarita sort of zone. See both of them around a fair bit. Definitely surf with Micah a lot at Caba and Kingy and around the area. But yeah, it's a great little spot on the coast there and not too busy, and yeah, quite nice.
All right, so close enough to the hub to be able to taste it, but not living right in it.
Yeah, exactly. It's 15 minutes south of the Gold Coast, but it feels like a bit of a different world just south of the border.
All right. So Thomas Carvalho, I know he's a student of Mark Richardson's high performance coaching. He's already in the lead. He got 3 waves really quick. He's even throwing away a 5. So burst out of the blocks. Surfer in blue, but he's got the second best number and a good backup. Here we go, White.
All right, this is Teddy looking like he was looking to get barreled at first, but then decides to go straight into that first hack, sets it up again into that second one. This is a much better wave for Teddy. Wraps it around again. So he will be getting rid of that 0.5 really soon. He was loving it. Look at how strong he's paddling back out. You can really tell from his body language that he liked that wave.
Yeah, he was pretty happy with that one. And he ought to be. That was a pretty nice turn. It would have been nice to see a front on angle to see the criticalness of it, but looked like he was right in the pocket there and attacking the critical section.
And when I interviewed him earlier, he said that he's really been putting the work in. He's been training. He's been doing the hard yards, really working closely with the CI team as well to nail his boards. In the past, you've seen him make errors in heats as a younger dude and kind of let himself down a lot of times in heats. Not anymore. He's stringing it all together and looking pretty strong here. So his turns and his tactics, he's competing way better with a bit of skill set. So good on you, Teddy.
Yeah, so actually Teddy's coming off an injury. I think not long ago he hurt his knee. I think that growth spurt really affecting his surfing, but he was working really hard. I saw him training a lot with Israel in close to the Uluwatu area. He has been really dialed in with his boards, spending a lot of time at the CI store, talking to Stambo and Chris. So it's good to see it paid off. But right now on screen is Jack Thomas, the man of the moment, trying to back up that 733, wraps it around again for her third time. So not nearly as good as maybe that first one, but he's going to be backing it up, only looking for a 0.07.
Yeah, I think that was a smart move to get another score on the board and move up the position and put a bit of board pressure on the others.
Yeah, so not a bad first move. Bit of a foam climbing move. He's currently dropped down into fourth because Teddy Billy went into the lead with his last number, which was a 6.47. So the judges are agreeing that his turns are much better. So what does JT need? A 3.77. I'm sure it was a floater to a maneuver. He moves into third, so he doesn't get all the way to second there, JT. The wave quality wasn't good enough. It was nowhere near the quality of the 733. So in hindsight, we're just saying, oh, that was a wise move. In hindsight, probably not.
No.
Anyway, it's hard, spur of the moment stuff. You don't know what everyone else is doing. You just see waves. It's been slow. Pulled the trigger. The good news, though, is he's got 7 minutes to get out there and track down a 3.77. It's Margot that's taken the big nosedive. Moments ago, he was in second. So now all the way into fourth.
Oh, I'm going to say I'm really happy to see Teddy, getting that 6.47. He's been working so hard for it. So he was a little nervous paddling out. I was down there with him and Kian Martin, and Kian was like, just surf, Teddy. You've put the hard work in. Now all you have to do is just show what you can do. So I'm happy to see it all really starting to pay off for him.
Keep the belief, right? What he's been doing is good enough. Really close when you look at the numbers there. There's only 0.6 separating Carvalho from Thomas there for the vacant second spot. Micah needs just over 7 points to get out of trouble here. He's got second priority. The waves are on offer, but here goes JT now, wave number 3. He's got to get the big backhand hanger going because that's his bread and butter. Whoa, 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 whoa. Brutal attack on that second bowl. Oh, my goodness. Ty, hang on, Carvalho. Oh, it's all going on.
Yeah, that was a nice tube from Thomas and a nice carve on the exit. Jack looked like he caught away from halfway out and just kind of tagged it enough. It probably looked better than his last wave, so it'll be very close to that 3.77 mark. But then Thomas probably got close to his best wave, so I'm sure there'll be some movement on the leaderboard after this exchange.
This turn here was so flat out, G.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. I can't believe he managed to flick his board back around just in time to actually land it. So just shows the type of quality surfing that Jack has on his backhand. And here we have Thomas Carvalho looking for shade. And again, big layback there. Almost a little bit maybe on the way down, but that was still really good nonetheless. So a couple scores to come through. I think Thomas Carvalho's last wave might be just under the requirement to go to first, and it comes in at 5.33, but it's all eyes on Jack Thomas now.
He's now chasing a 4.0, so wait and see what the judges decide to do. It's 4 minutes and 30 seconds left.
It's gnarly, eh? It depends on what sort of love they give that second move. It was pretty flat out. You don't see many people hit that section that late and are able to ride out with such control, so that was the highlight moment of Jack's wave. He still has time here, but he doesn't have any priority at this stage, so he's going to be last back to the peak. Teddy Billy could still improve by upgrading a 5.27. Things are getting gnarly here in Heat 11. If you're playing along at home, this is one of the better heats I've seen today when you're looking at all the numbers. Even Micah could respond and answer back with the wave of the heat.
Well, yeah, the conditions are there for an 8 to come through. Like the swell's building, the wind's getting more and more offshore and stronger.
And tide dropping.
Yeah.
Good things. So Jack's number is in, and it didn't get there. All right, so
357.
Yeah, so he just fell a quarter of a point under the requirement. He'll be like, oh, he's going to have to get out there, and the big fella's got to swing hard again. But we've got some movement here. The boys seem to have seen something here. Priority sits with green, so Micah is going to have to go big on this one, Ty.
He absolutely is. As he bottom turns and goes through the lip, attacking that pretty hard in a second carve. Just catches an inside rail there and goes down. He's going to have his work cut out now to get back out there and get another wave. We see a few lines starting to come through.
Yeah, so this is what the judges see, and it was a good start. And then he got another second bowl, and then a bit of a face plant and a bit of body surfing out. Not ideal when you're chasing the wave of the heat. Jack Thomas has gone so close on his last 2 efforts. The requirement just got pushed up a little by this fella, Carvalho.
All right, looking for a 5.75, and that is well on the way to it. Second one, giving variety. That's exactly what we want from the surfers today, and he needs that 5.75 to go to first. He currently is in a second position, wants to get rid of that 5.33. He wants to chip away at that score and create a little bit of distance from himself and Jack Thomas. What do you guys think?
I think he just sort of blocked Jack from going that wave. He did surf it quite well, but I don't know if it's going to improve on his situation with the 6 and the 5.33, but holding Jack off that wave, which did look like it was
It would have been Jack's requirement, but it's
sure.
probably not Thomas's requirement.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So it was probably a smart move there with 2 minutes to go.
Hang on, where's JT? Good wave
Ooh.
presents. They're caught inside. Look at that thing just going nuts out the back.
Be a bit frustrating. Duck diving one.
Scores coming in for Carvalho. Needs a 5.75. Suggestions are it's a little under. Yep, doesn't factor in, but it's another reasonable throwaway score. But here's Jack Thomas. He gets the wave he needs. It's got some frothy stuff on it. He needs a 4, so he's got to connect there. He's got to connect again. I reckon he hasn't got the number just yet. Probably still in doubt. Wow, jeez.
It's a tricky wave to surf when there's white water on the face. It feels like your fins can't really engage all that well, and kind of
just visually it doesn't look as spectacular either.
No, I didn't drive through it anywhere near like his first wave, but he did get through the lip on that one, and he surfed the wave amazing for what the wave was, but it was a tricky wave to surf, and it'll be right about the mark.
If the judges are feeling generous and they throw Jack a bit of love, it's still in debate. So they might be having a little look at some of his other rides. His last wave, we've got to remember, the brutalness of one of those hits there. There's a little thing going on. So I don't know whether Mike is upset or whether he's just having a bit of fun with Teddy Billy.
All right, last 35 seconds. It is Teddy with priority. He's currently in the lead, and it's looking like they're both paddling for something. It's looking like a good-looking wave here for Teddy Billy, and he decides to take off on this one. Last 20 seconds. Big first turn, and he holds on. He's going to have to do a second one. Wow, Teddy Billy is looking like he's unstoppable in this heat right now.
What a display. That's what we're talking about. We said it before. At times he's looked a little flaky. I see Green take off on a wave with 3 seconds remaining, but there's nothing flaky about that first hit and that whole performance from the man in white, the Grom in white. That was so good.
He's definitely happy with that ride and that heat, and so he should be. That was a big heat win for Teddy.
How good was this hit here, eh? Look at that.
Yeah, that was a big, hard section to hit. Even though the wind's gone more offshore and is making a few more barrels, it's probably making it a little bit harder to do turns and hit the lip with the wind getting under your board there, but he managed to ride out of that amazingly.
For me, G, I reckon that was one of the biggest free falls out of a turn I've seen all day.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was pretty insane, but we're still waiting for the last score of Jack Thomas to come through, so this is a pretty crucial moment right now in this heat. We're going to stick with it. see if Jack gets his score. I'm pretty sure Teddy's going to be getting rid of that 527 just
So
with that one
Teddy
turn.
wins, all right? It's about second place. Carvalho has the surfer with his neck on the chopping block. The judges are still probably debating, is it a 4? The heat is done, so we'll just stay with these results to just confirm who joins Teddy in the round of 64. Carvalho surfed a great heat. Jack Thomas started off on fire, but just couldn't kick into top gear from that point.
Yeah, it's going to be right there. The judges must be looking over all the waves of the heat and seeing which ones.
I reckon they're looking at his other three plus rides, right? Because he needs a 4. They've got to go, okay, do you guys reckon it's better than these waves? If so, by how much?
Yeah, so a really crucial moment here for Jack Thomas. The
Yeah.
highest wave of the heat,
Yeah. and then-
733. It just wasn't able to back it up.
All right. So for all the crew playing along in West Oz, I'm sure all the Yelling Up fans down there are pretty nervous as well. Still no indications of either white or red's waves. So the next heat, heat 12, are on standby. They're probably a bit itchy to get going. Come on, boys, what's up?
It's nothing worse than having to wait for your heat to start and you're just sitting there and waiting.
Oh, Jack Thomas gets it, a 4.27. You West Aussies at home, your boys through along with Teddy Billy. That is the official result. Super close. Look at that. There was just 0.4 or so separating. White from red from Carvalho in blue, and green will have to settle for 4th. Sorake, that was good fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And I'm going to go and have a chat with Teddy Billy. So we'll throw it on out and we'll be back with Heat 12 in a moment.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 2. We are up to heat 12 today. In the water right now, Luke Brumby, Saint Fujimoto, Sol Gwendling, and Kevin Wow. Welcome back. True.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, oh my goodness, that last heat was so crazy. So close between first, second, and third, all on 11 points. Are you kidding? Literally 0.41 between them all. That was crazy.
It was pretty insane. It was Teddy taking the win. Then Jack, he got the 733. That was the best score of the heat, but he just kept trying to back it up until the very last minute he was able to get that score. So
wow.
Now, Saint Fujimoto on your screen right now. Some good looking turns right there. Whew, what an exciting way to end our day.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And we still have 2 more heats left as well. Takuto Ota in the next heat taking on Ash Jenner, Riley Munro, and Kayla Tancred. And this guy, Sane Fujimoto, that was a really strong first turn connection. Finds a second one there as well. And driving through that third, I mean, Sane, he's looking in form. It's definitely super fun out there. And oh my goodness, there's definitely some good waves coming through. That last heat looked like it was crazy. Hopefully this heat we see it start to fire up again.
Yep, and I think it's exactly going to do that. The wind is super onshore. Here we have it. Luke Brumby looking for the barrel. Does he make it out? Unfortunately, not looking like it, but it's pulsing right now. We're seeing way more waves than this morning. and a bit of a storm coming through, but this isn't stopping us. The surfers are still charging at it. So an exciting Heat 12.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be good. Seoul's just locked in a small score of a 1. Luke Brumby gets a 1.27. You can see Seoul on his first wave. Unfortunately, he gets a bit of travel time but doesn't find the exit. And this is Luke Brumby's 1.27 as well. You can see basically the same thing just happening to Luke, unfortunately. But yeah, wow, we've got 2 heats left. It's 5 o'clock local time here, and we still got heaps of surfing to go.
Yep, that's exactly right. So while we have a rare stop in the action, we're going to head over to a quick post-heat interview with Mark and Teddy.
All right, well, there's some real stoke going on down here because Teddy Billy has nailed his 2 biggest heat wins in the same day. How much joy are you feeling right now?
Unbelievable. Beyond psyched. Yeah, 2 of probably my best heats back to back. And yeah, I'm in a good headspace. I feel it. I feel the momentum. And yeah, that was amazing heat.
All right, well, you held firm in critical moments. You got big numbers. You got to the top of the leaderboard and then just blew the back out of that last wave for the biggest free fall out of a turn all day. You're just going so sick.
Yeah, I knew it was a stacked heat. And I told myself just before the heat, and even when I was dropping into the bottom turns, that I have nothing to lose. These are boys that have been doing comps for years, and I'm just coming up now. And yeah, I told myself to go as hard as I can, and I did, and I'm happy the way I performed.
All right, so you're saying you've been doing training at home, you've been pushing it really hard. What exactly has got you to this new level?
Yeah, I've been training with my coach, Israel, back at home. And I'm coming back from a couple injuries, but I've never felt more strong in my life. And yeah, I feel solid. Everything feels 100%, maybe even 110.
Confidence is such a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's the best thing in the world.
All right, well, for the first time today, obviously we're doing the Bang Bang thing, but I went and got you a Bang Bang Max. All right, so it's the only time today I've given one of these out, so there you go. You deserved it. I'm loving your work. Let me shake your hand, Teddy. That was such a sick.
Let's go. Let's keep it going. And yeah, thank you to my family back at home, mom, dad, sister, sponsors, everyone. Let's keep it going till tomorrow. Let's get it.
Woohoo! Pure stoke, guys. Pure stoke.
That is so exciting. I'm so stoked to see Teddy get that last heat win. I know how much this means to him. I know how much he's worked for it. He came out of an injury. He has been really putting the time in, and I'm hearing a lot of hooting out there, so I'm sure this is Kevin Wow right now looking for some tube time, and unfortunately just gets taken out by the foam ball right there. So this is a great afternoon.
Wow. Yeah, lots going on. Luke Brumby right now. He's on his 3rd wave, and Luke sees this section. Big first turn, air drops down, drives through that second one. Luke, once again, hits it. He's got a pretty good looking number to come from that last wave. You can see the caddies, they're clapping in the channel. And yeah, that was a good wave from Luke Brumby.
Yep, so here is the replay from the beach. Big first blast out there. Sets it up, wastes no time to wrap it around here again. He gets one more solid vertical turn in. So Luke Brumby looking like he's on the way to a solid score right now.
Wow, lots going on in this heat already. 4.83 for that last wave of Seoul Gruntling. His second score is just a 1. Sane Fujimoto getting a 3.83 and looking for a 2.01 to go to first. Scores for Luke Brumby to lock in. He only needs a 3.27. Kevin Wow chasing a 4.53 with just under 18 minutes to go. It's been an exciting day of surfing. We have one more heat to go. We'll be finishing pretty much at around about 6 o'clock, I'd say, or just before 6 o'clock our time here. And there's been some great waves all day. 4.77 for that last wave of Luke Brumby takes him to the lead.
Yep, so now it is Seoul Gruntling 4.83 as well. Shane Fujimoto a 3.83. Wow, what an afternoon. It's a lot of energy in the air right now. Everyone's really excited. I'm hearing a lot of action, not only out in the surf, but as well on the coastline. It's a Sunday afternoon here in Nias, so everyone's down here watching what's happening. There's lots of markets open, and Even of a storm rolling in, nothing stopping us from being down here.
Oh, no way. There are so many locals around at the moment. They're excited to be here. This is a replay of Seoul's 4.83. So far, the best wave of the heat. And that second turn was so strong for Seoul, part of that Northern Beaches high performance program. Duke Kelleher is over here supporting them. And then Luke Brumby, a 4.77. That was a great first turn. Air drops down. He finds a beautiful carve. And Luke just really opening up once again here to get his best wave of the heat locked in. Big things to come tomorrow, hopefully, Giada.
Yep. So, the forecast does say we're going to be seeing a bit of a bump in the swell. So I'm really, really excited to hopefully wake up when we're having our morning coffee at Beibas to hear some
the
of
ritual.
Yes, our morning ritual that, I'm sure is the reason why we have great waves right now.
Yeah.
That while we're having our morning coffee, we hear that rumbling of those 6 to 8 footers coming down. That would be ideal.
Yes.
It's
going to happen.
Definitely going to be having another huge day of competition tomorrow. With the size increase, we want to take advantage of that and make sure we give the best conditions for these surfers because this is a huge event, a QS 6000. That's a lot of points on the line.
Yes, so many points. And, we're going to be heading over to Korea for the next 6,000, which is going to be in July. This is Kevin Wow, though, the local lad. That was a beautiful carve. Straight up into it, but he goes over, unfortunately, for Kevin. But that first turn was really strong.
Yeah, so Kevin, a little bit of a crowd favorite here. We are actually at Hash Family, where his family owns and works, and you can see him here in between heats helping out with the family, getting orders in. So it's great to see him out there. Kevin, wow, on your screen right now. Big layback, unfortunately isn't able to ride it out. That's a little bit of Kevin's star move there. He tends to go to that pretty early on in the heat and has dropped some huge scores in the past years. So I'm sure the whole Hash family is probably watching him right now and really cheering him on.
Yeah, you can hear them, they're all pretty loud here at Hash, and they're excited for Kevin and to be in this round of 96 and hopefully move through to the round of 64. He's so switched on out here. I'm sure he knows what waves are the good ones, what ones aren't, but you throw priority into that and it kind of messes up the mojo a little bit, right? He can't just go out there as a free surf and just attack it and be like, yeah, this is going to be my wave. I'm going. Sane has the priority. He gets to go whatever wave he wants. So maybe adjusting to that might be a little bit frustrating, especially when you're so used to getting all the good ones.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what you say. And you're right. And maybe on a normal day, Kevin probably won't even be surfing these conditions.
Yeah.
I've seen him drop some pretty crazy clips over the past couple months. And usually it's all when it's 6 foot plus. So he's used to the big stuff. I'm sure he really wants to pass his heat and get himself into day 3, where we're going to be seeing it get a little bit bigger, hopefully.
Yes, hoping so. We've got a bit of a storm brewing this evening. But that is promising for tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see, as you said, some bigger waves, some more barrels. We have the men's round of 64. This is a replay of Luke's last wave. Great first turn. Drives through that second one. I mean, he's just smooth on rail. Unfortunately, just kind of has to go down on that last turn. I mean, it was a great wave, a pretty big one at that too.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely one of the biggest ones we've seen this afternoon, and you can really tell that offshore is blowing so hard. So even though that's the type of wind direction you're looking for, when it's really this strong, it can actually sometimes make it a little bit difficult to kind of get into those waves and when you're doing those turns to get back down the face. So really well done from all these surfers out there. It's looks perfect, but it's not that easy.
Yeah, it seems like the wind is creating a little bit of chatter as well. And I mean, a lot of these Australian surfers have surfed many windy conditions back in Oz for a bunch of QSs as well as the Japanese, and I'm sure a few Indonesian surfers as well. And, sometimes that's what we're dealt with. We don't get to have these perfect waves here like we're seeing at Lagundri Bay today, but hopefully we'll get another opportunity tomorrow to just see some of those clean lines. With that storm brewing this afternoon, the wind is definitely picking up. But so are the waves, which is, it's always nice to surf bigger waves, maybe even though it's a little bit windy.
Yep, and the storm was holding off. I did say it was going to come at the very end of the day, so maybe I should start with the weather forecast. So it is the very end of the day here in Nias. We will be finishing off day 2 with heat 13 of the round of 96. Another huge heat in our hands. We have Takuto Ota in red, Ash Jenner in the blue, Riley Monroe in white, and Caleb Tankard in the green.
Yeah, that is going to be a really good heat. Takuto Ota is a great surfer. Ash Jenner as well. I'm excited to see him in the Rashi. Riley and Caleb have already surfed a heat. Caleb's actually surfed 2, and this is going to be his second heat of the day, so his 3rd heat overall, starting in that round 1. And I saw him before. I think he was pretty excited to be heading back out there in good waves. He's like, wow, it's kind of cooking out there. I was like, yeah, go hard. It's exciting to watch everyone just really lean into their rail or find the opportunities where they can just get absolutely barreled. So fingers crossed this last heat of the day ends in fireworks.
So this right now is Sein Fujimoto cashing in his priority. Needs to get rid of that 0.7. Big first opening carve here. Sets it up again. Goes a little more critical here and manages to stick through it. That's what we were saying earlier about that wind just making it hard to come back down to face. So good surfing there from Sein Fujimoto. He will be looking for a 2.01 to go into second, and it's looking like he's well on the way for me.
Yeah, this was a really nice first turn. Drives through it. You can see him just leaning into the rail and gets that second turn connection. Maybe a little bit hung up, but does really well to recover as he gets out of there. And yeah, 2.01, not a big score. He'll probably move up into second. And Sol currently has the best wave of the heat, being a 4.83. One thing that I know about Sol is he's not really that scared. He's quite happy to just go for it. Especially in heats when, making that next round is on the line.
Yeah, so I think I had a quick post-heat interview with Sol earlier today, and he looks like he's really well composed and really relaxed and a calm young man, and the maturity in his competitive surfing is actually quite incredible. So I'm excited to see him get a couple more chances here in this heat.
Yeah, he's definitely a very humble guy. He's still quite young. He's still part of the Pro Junior series as well, and giving it a nudge here in the QS is it's great for Soli, and having Duke Kelleher here as a coach would be a really good support team. Last wave of Sein, though, locks in at a 3.5, so he moves up into second. Sol chasing a 2.5 to go back into second place. Kevin Wow looking for a 4.76. He's having a good look at this one, Giada.
So this is the local favorite right now. Kevin Wow, big opening wrap. He sets it up a little more critical this time, and unfortunately just can't ride of that one. So Kevin really struggling to kind of find his rhythm in this heat, and he's been finding a couple on the inside when he should know which ones are the best ones. Maybe a bit of nerves coming in.
Yeah, definitely potential. And Sol straight off the bottom into a nice opening arc. Gets a solid second turn in. Wow, that one was really strong and just ties the bow with that third turn. I really liked that first to second turn combination from Sol. That was strong. Really committed surfing. I think it'll be a good score.
Yeah, so here is the replay. You're right. I really enjoy these first 2 turns. Wraps it around and practically sets it up straight away for the second one. Blasts that lip. So, we've seen it time and time again. The best scores are when all the job is done out the back. You're either doing some 2 or 3 really big turns or you're getting drained.
Yeah.
And that's how you get scores out here in Nias.
Yeah, for sure. It's a simple recipe, but kind of hard to execute.
It's easy to say it from the book.
Yeah, just go out and get really tubed and do good turns. And I mean, we've seen that a lot actually, so can't really complain too much. It's been such an exciting day. 5.43 for that last wave of Sol locks in. Looks like Kevin Wow, he's done a bit of a board change, deciding that board's not what he's been liking out there. Maybe that's just been the kicker in this heat. So he'll get back out there and regain that priority rotation, and hopefully we'll see him on a better wave so that he can showcase how good his surfing is.
Yeah. So if I'm not wrong, Kevin Wow is riding the Studi surfboard. So Luke Studer is out and about. I've seen him a few times with his daughter Jazz. He brings boards over for Kevin, and Kevin has been absolutely shredding on them. So it's probably great to have your shaper out here checking your heats out and watching you surf. So, you know, you can come back straight in and be like, okay, I think we need to adjust this and that. And so that's a great opportunity for Kevin Wow.
Yeah. That's really cool to have Luke Studer here for him. It's great to be able to work so closely with your shaper as well, and like refine things where needed, or kind of just see how you can get the best out of your equipment. So yeah, that's a big ups for Kevin Wow. Hopefully this board feels a bit smoother underfoot. That last of Seoul, a 5.43, goes to first. He's having a look at this one. Currently in the lead, Seoul Grundling. Nice opening carve for Seoul. It's a smaller wave, but gets a good second turn in, gaining some speed as he has to pull through the back of that one. Doesn't look like he was going to get around it anyway, with 5.5 minutes to go in this heat. Wow, Sane Fujimoto chasing a 3.72, and it's Kevin Wow looking for a 4.97. All the locals here, I'm sure, are supporting Kevin.
Yep, and I agree. Just a quick replay of the last of Seoul Grundling. I don't think it's going to go into his top 20. There we have it, a 3.53. So a bit of a smaller wave, nothing too critical or crazy, but just getting some rounds in. He's in first place, but if you look at the scores, you know, the requirements for red, blue, and green are not that high. So it's still anyone's heat, and with 5 minutes remaining, we've seen it time and time again. You can get those scores in the last minute.
Yeah, especially looking at how stacked that last heat was towards the end of it. It must have been like a big change up in first and second. And so great to see Teddy get the win. You know, you were mentioning before that you've literally watched him grow up as a Grom over in Bingen, and it would be pretty special for you to see him just come out on top of that. Was, in my opinion, a really tough heat.
I mean, to me, that's a finals day heat right there. You know, Jack Thomas and Thomas Carvalho, Micah Markuson as well. They're all such incredible surfers. And yeah, Teddy, just I watched him grow up surfing Bingen, and I've seen him put the hard work for the past couple of years, and he came out of an injury. And so he's been really, really putting the time and effort in. I'm so happy to see him come out. He's out with an incredible crew. He's here with Kian Martin and Rafa Castro, and Kian Martin was his caddy. He was telling me earlier that his previous heat, he was kind of trying to help Teddy, you know, keep his head noise down and stay calm, and just telling him, you know, you've got the surfing ability. You just got to string it together.
Yeah.
And it's all coming together right now. Teddy getting himself into the next round is huge, especially in a heat like that.
Yeah, it'd be giving him a lot of confidence as well, moving into that next heat with some more seeded surfers. So, yeah, big ups to Teddy for taking the win in that last heat. There was, the vibes were high literally throughout all of Hash, and I'm sure all along the beach as well. With 3.5 minutes to go in this one, will Seoul get the win over Luke Brumby and Sane Fujimoto? It's Sane up and riding on this one. He needs a 3.72, bit of a bumpy wave. Unfortunately, he goes down, just a wind maybe causing a little bit of havoc as he was going up into that turn.
All right, Luke Brumby now with priority gets around this section. Unfortunately, just falls off. I was going to say a 5.49 to first. He needs to get rid of that 2.77 if he wants to give himself the best chance of getting into that next round. Sane Fujimoto and Kevin Wow are close behind.
Yeah, they are so close. A 3.72 and a 4.97 is not a lot. They're not big scores, and Luke would not be feeling safe right now, especially seeing as Kevin Wow has priority. He's up and into this one as well. The change of equipment, so far so good. A 4.97. Driving through a big turn there, really laying into it. Just a 2-turn combination for Kevin. Will it be enough? And if not, will he have enough time to get another wave in this heat? He basically needs a 5. What are your thoughts, Giada?
I don't know. I feel like maybe the wave selection was good, but he just took off a little deep. He had to really get around that first section. This turn was great, and he managed to kind of ride out of it. It just shows the power in his surfing, but you know, a 5 is I think it's a bit of a. I think it'll be just under.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, it comes in at a 2.77, so it's his best wave of the heat so far. Only needs a 4.77 now to go to second. A minute and a half to go. Luke Brumby looks like he's going to just paddle, shadow Sane and shadow Kevin, and see if he can stop them from getting any waves and give them the opportunities to get those scores, because they're not big requirements right now with a minute 20 to go.
Yeah, I mean, Shane only looking for a 3.72. He could do that in one turn. You know, in a good wave, he could do that in one turn, and Luke knows that. So with second priority, he's gonna be having to stay super close to Shane and Kevin.
Yeah, he needs to be their best friend, basically. Stick to them like glue. And you can see Kevin is paddling back out, trying to get in the spot for another wave with 1 minute to go. This is the second last heat of the day. We will see heat number 13 as well. But with 45 seconds on the clock, is Sol going to take this one? Looks like he will. Sol up and riding, looking for some cover. He's in the tube on this one. Wow, he's traveling. Makes it out for Sol Grundling.
That was pretty epic, actually.
That was really well done.
A bit of a victory lap for Sol Grundling. That was not a big wave, but a beautiful tube. Nonetheless, he was in there for so long, managed to just weave through section after section. And with 10 seconds left, a bit of a replay here. Wow, I actually really enjoyed this wave from Sol.
Oh, that was crazy. He spent a lot of time in the tube just now on that wave. And yeah, as you said, bit of a victory lap there for Sol. Doesn't look like anyone got an opportunity before that hooter went. I think this wave was caught after the hooter.
Or maybe, oh yeah, sorry, Sane did catch a wave before the hooter, but it's looking like it won't be a big score. So congratulations, Sol and Luke Brumby, going into the next round. And we'll see you guys again after a quick break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We are back with the last heat of the day for day 2 of the Nias Pro, heat number 13 of the men's round of 96. Takuto Ota out there in the red, Ash Jenner in the blue, Riley Munro in the white, and Caleb Tancred out there in the green. Wacko, what a heat to finish off the day.
Definitely what a heat to finish off for day number 2 of the Nias Pro. So it was a biggest day. I mean, really big day today.
Yes. But a good day.
Yeah, definitely. We saw some, huge actions, barrels, big turns. So everything was on today. So it was a great day to watch all the great actions. But this is a very last heat of the day. Excited. I'm excited to see some great actions, especially Caleb Tancred.
Yes.
Definitely he's the one to watch.
I think so as well. Riley Munro, though, he's also been a dark horse. Beautiful opening carve to start his... Oh, my goodness. That was such a strong turn.
Wow.
What a great combination from Riley Munro. That was smooth.
Great surfing and great wave choice as well.
there's not many waves that allow you to do 3 turns in actually. So it was a great wave selection there. Nice fast opening curve. Gets the layback turns in and then gets the third one in. So it was a great surfing and great start of this campaign. Really great surfing.
Yeah, I love that wave from Riley. That was just great flow in between turns there. And it'll lock in at a good score. It's a 3.67 to start off for Riley Munro.
Right. So it's not a huge score, but still, it's a good way to start. Just getting in the rhythm with the ocean.
Yeah. With the likes of the waves that we've seen, especially in the last couple of heats, we've seen some big tubes coming through, and that's definitely playing a part in the scoring for this afternoon. Of course, this is going to be the last heat of the day. It's exciting. Caleb Tancred, he's surfed 3. This is his 3rd heat in the event.
Already 3rd heat.
Uh-huh.
So he surfed once yesterday, and this is his 2nd surf today. Wow.
Yeah, huge. And he was not feeling too great yesterday. He was saying that, just feeling a bit under the weather. So we saw a different version of Caleb yesterday to what we saw from him today in that heat with Diego. So I wonder what kind of Caleb Tancred we're going to see in this one. I mean, Ash Jenner is also a great surfer from the Sunshine Coast. I'm pretty sure he's definitely one to watch as well in this heat. And
グとオーラ、太田選手1本目の波にテイクオフしていきます。さあ、ここからセクションが張ってくるが、少しタイムが合わなかったようです。Takuto is from Japan and originally from Sendai. It's like a north of Japan, but now I'm pretty sure he lives in Chiba. Not
the Gold
too sure.
Coast of
Japan.
Japan. Yeah. Gold Coast of Japan. That's pretty cool. Yeah, he's done a fair few events, right?
Right. Yeah, he's been competing on the QS quite a long time now, and yeah, he's surfing great actually. Yeah. So yeah, can't wait to see his surfing in this event. So this is his first surf actually. He's second seeded surfer. That's why he wearing the red jersey. So 20 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat.
Yeah, and we also had a pretty strong heat from Sol Grunling in that last one for heat number 12 of the day. He is going to have a chat with Giada Lagundri.
Big smile on your face. Tell us about the conditions out there. Oh. No. All right, we're back. You came in with a big smile on your face. Tell us about the conditions out there right now.
Yeah, it's pumping. It's getting bigger. That swell's filling in, and that offshore started howling. There's a big storm coming, and I was like, might be a chance to snag a little barrel with the wind. And luckily, on my last wave, I got a little one. So yeah, I'm frothing.
So, tomorrow we might be seeing a change in the forecast. It might get bigger. There's going to be hopefully some barrels. Are you going to be riding the same board, or is there going to be a change?
Depends how big it gets. If it's like a bit bigger than that, I might ride a little step up because it'll just be tubes. But I don't know. This board's going pretty well. It's doing the job and everything. So we'll see.
All right. Congratulations. Here is your Bang Bang as tradition. And I'm sure there's people you'd like to thank back at home.
Yeah, I'd love to thank my mom, my dad, my whole family in Brazil as well that's watching me. And my coaches, Duke, that's over here, and Bowie, that's supporting me. And yeah, I'd like to thank all my sponsors as well for helping me out. And yeah, let's go.
You're looking like you're in great form, so I'm excited to see you tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Giada, thank you, Sol. And I think Sol's awesome. He's so funny to talk to. He's such a good kid. So yeah, so stoked to see him take out that last heat. And this was his last wave of Takuto Ota during that interview. Couple of really strong
Wow.
connections there, Di. Wow, that was a smooth turn.
Wow.
Just great loading up off the bottom there.
Beautiful surfing from Takuro. I was kind of curious what Seoul got for the last two in the last heat. That was a really long tube that he got.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a long tube, and I think he got a 4.43.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think it was the size of the wave. It
Right.
wasn't a big wave. I mean, the tube, he had some travel time in it for sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that it was the wave size. That was
Right.
unfortunately just a capping Seoul at that 4-point range. All right, here we go. Caleb Tankred scratching into this one. We've seen him in a couple of heats already in this event. Unfortunately comes unstuck on that first turn, so I think maybe he wasn't liking the look of that wave, and a bit of frustration there from Caleb.
Right. The offshore kind of gives a little bit of a texture on the face now, but the last wave for Riley comes in at 3.67, and Takuto's last wave comes in at 3.80. So no major score yet.
Yeah, no big scores on the board. Takuto's best wave, and which is the best wave of the heat, is a 3.8. So there's still time. Everyone has the ability to get themselves back into this heat. We've seen so many changes here and there with the leaderboard, and so many
Right.
especially the last 8 minutes of heats. Things have changed so much.
Can change so quickly. With
Yeah.
one wave, you can go fourth place to straight into the first.
Yeah.
But looks like there's a wave coming through to the lineup. So this is Ash Jenna in the barrel, traveling, comes out clean and gets the big roundhouse cut back, and right out of it's clean. So pretty much this is a really great wave.
Ooh.
But looks like
Riley Munro. Wow. Also grabs a rail on that one. A little bit more dynamic in Riley. Oh my goodness. That was such a great back-to-back waves there from Riley and Ash.
Yep, they had a higher priorities when the set comes. So definitely great strategy for white and blue. So we're still waiting for the last of blue and white, but wow, the beautiful tube ride from Ash Jenna, and it gets the big roundhouse cut back, gets the rebound, and also at the back, this is a replay of Riley Munro, gets covered, and also he gets another bonus cutback section. Looks like at the back, a little bit of actions.
Yeah, you can see a few people surfing up at
Oh,
indicators.
right.
Wow. Couple of people out there, maybe just a bit of a expression session after their heats. So yeah, we got these scores for Riley and Ash to lock in. 14 and a half minutes to go. This is the last heat of the day. It's been a huge day of surfing, but a good one at that. And it is looking like Ash Jenna's score is going to come in at a pretty healthy number. It was a good wave, a clean exit. It locks in at a 5.5. So Ash goes straight to first. We have scores to come through for Riley Munro's last wave as well. He'll probably go to first with it.
Definitely, he's already locked in 3.67, and probably it's gonna be a best score for him. So, well, yeah, last wave will put him into the lead. But Ash Jenna start his campaign with 5.5 is a really good way to start. So last waves for Riley Munro comes in at 3.83. So not a huge score, but enough to put him into the lead now. So now Takuto needing 1.71 to go into second. Caleb needs 4.94 to go into second. So still, close heat. It's pretty much anyone's heat so far. 13 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Yep. We are almost done with this last heat of the day, and we're going to start with heat number 14 tomorrow for the round of 96 of the men. Matty Job, Justin Buolo, Diego Cordero, and Toi Tanaka.
Another exciting heat from the morning.
Cannot wait. We've heard whispers. We're expecting it to be same size as this, maybe a little bit bigger tomorrow, hopefully. And look at these waves coming through up at indicators. Potential for maybe some sets to roll through. It is Takuto Ota with that first priority. He's having a look at this one.
太田選手3本目のライディングになります。1.71 で2位のポジションに上がってきます。1発目は大きなターン、そして2発目も大きなターンを入れてきて、ここはしっかりとメイク。そしてサードターンでカービングをしてこの波を終えます。That's a beautiful wave from Takuto Ota.
Yeah, that was so well served. That second turn was so critical. That airdrop from the drone angle looked insane. Let's take another look at the replay here. Takuto, that was a great first turn, just driving down the face of the wave, gets that second one in, just free falls and stomps it.
Right, he just sticks to the landing so clean and straight into the next turn. So that was a beautiful ride from Takuto. It's gonna be a nice number for him.
Yeah.
And just looking for 1.71 to go into the second. And definitely he's done the job. It's gonna meet the requirements. But question is how much? So 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go up there. So now Caleb Tancred holds first priority, needing 4.94. Which is not a big score for him. He is more than capable of getting those scores.
Yeah, I agree. He is we've seen him doing so well already, and that was a great first turn for Riley Munro from the Gold Coast. Wow, love that second connection there for Riley. Driving through the third turn, just pushing harder, knows he needs to lift in these, this round of 96. He's made it through the round of 128 in each heat. You just need to bring a little bit more, and exactly what Riley's doing.
So he was under priority and getting this wave. This wave turned into the great wave, actually. Just, a lot of steep sections to work on for him. But this is Caleb. Big, solid layback turn. And the wave didn't really offer too much after the first turn, but that was a solid first turn.
Yeah, that was really nice from Caleb Tancred. And let's take a look at the Kemenpora flight cam. Oh, big first turn. Gets a second one in. Wow, that was really, really strong surfing from Caleb Tancred, just leaning into the rail, pushing on that back foot. That was pretty strong.
So we missed the first section on the live action, but he did manage to put 2 solid turns. So definitely it's going to be a healthy number for Caleb. But last of red comes in at a 3.90. That puts him into the first place. But Riley Munro, yes, Takuto Ota is in first at the moment. We're still waiting for the last of white and green.
Wow, these scores are pretty important. Riley needs a 3.88 to go to first. Caleb right now looking for a 6.97 with just under 9 minutes to go. Sorry, 6.93 with 9 minutes to go. This is pretty tight.
Well, healthy numbers for Caleb are looking...
Wow, okay, 5.93 for Caleb Tancred has locked in, and he goes to third place. Last of Riley Munro, a 4.8. He takes the lead, so it's Riley out in front, Takuto Ota in second, needing a 4.74 to go to first. Caleb Tancred has the best wave of the heat so far, 5.93, only needs a 1.77 to go to second. And Ash Jenner chasing a 2.2. He's got the second best wave of the heat, being that 5.5.
So it's getting a really close heat so far. Ota is up and riding. さあ、4本目のライディングになります。これは少し波が速かったか、セクション抜けてきましたが、 ここはキックアウトします。Wow, that was unfortunate for Takuto, but this is Riley Munro up and riding. Nice, beautiful open curve with a lot of spread and gets the solid vertical off the top and gets another one. Wow, that was great serving from Riley Munro. Just looking for a way to get rid of the 3.83 and got a feeling that he's done that job.
Yeah, I think so too, Di. That was really strong. I loved this wave from Riley. I mean, he's just looking really on point right now. Great first carve that he opens up with. Gets a second one in, throwing heaps of spray. And tags it once again. 3 big turns for Riley is pretty huge. And I think we may have just seen someone go down out the back. I think it was Caleb Tancred, unfortunately. And he'll get back out there with enough time to get one more wave, as well as Ash Jenner holding first priority.
Well, he has, Ash has second best score in this heat, needing only 2.20. So Caleb Tancred last wave comes in 0.67, so probably he just went down. And the last of Riley comes in at a 4.93. He's extending his lead. Now he's sitting in the first place. There's a little bit of a space in between white and red now.
But not much between green and blue.
Right.
Really, basically 2.2 in between second, third, and fourth. It's Ash Jenner that holds a priority, needing a 2.2, and we have just over 6 minutes to go. Wow, a 5.93 for Caleb Tancred. That's the best wave of the heat so far. Let's take a look at these two scores for Riley Munro, 4.93 and a 4.8. This is, I believe, his 4.8. Great arc there for Riley. He's just looking really in form right now.
And his wave choice is just on point. Every wave he took kind of, gave him like a 3 turns combo. So definitely the wave selection is on point. Wow, that second turn was solid and tags it on the third turn. So that was a 4.80 and 4.93 from Riley Munro.
Wow. Riley's looking really... he's looking pretty good right now.
Right. Look at the crowd just waiting for the, heat finish.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
So
that's just the start of it, probably.
Right.
All right, we've got 5 minutes to go. And,
unfortunately, everyone's sitting far inside for that set. Looks like.
Wow, it is. Oh, Caleb using third priority on this one. Scratches into it. It looks like it's one of the smaller waves. Only needs a small score to get to second, though.
Wow.
Gets a good connection there.
He's played this game really well. I think, 1.77 is a small score. So he probably wants to put more pressures on everyone. So that was a great smart move from Caleb.
Yeah, that was well done. But it's Ash Jenner right now that can really change the tides. He needs a 2.2 and he was having a look at that one, and Ash comes out of the tube. Wow, we're gonna have to catch up with that one. Just really lays into a strong carve there, grabbing his rail, and he kicks out.
Wow, Ash Jenner needing 2.20 and he's done the job with the barrel.
Okay, well, last of Caleb Tancred locks in at a 3.07. He goes to second place. This last one of Ash Jenner is definitely going to change it.
Wow, that is a clean exit and with a lot of trouble in the barrel. So definitely it's going to be a pretty healthy number for Ash Jenner. And this way will put him in the lead. So now Caleb and Takuto need a little bit of work to do with 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Wow, this score for Ash is going to be a good one. There's 3 minutes on the clock. I feel like Riley could go. I feel like Riley could go into second because I think this last of Ash Jenner is going to be a healthy number. Wow, Caleb Tankred up and riding. Strong carve there. He only needs a 3.8 to go to first. Makes that second turn.
And he likes it. He definitely claims it.
Yeah, definitely claims it. Ooh.
But he needed that score. So he needed the 3.80 to go into first.
Yeah.
Definitely Ash Jenner will get the requirement and go into the lead. So Caleb, to me, he did a great job to maintain his, position in this heat.
Yeah, I agree. That was really smart from Caleb Tankred just now. There's just over 2 minutes to go. We'll see what this score comes in. Whoa, Ash Jenner's is looking like a big number. It's 6.73 for Ash Jenner. He goes straight up into first place, and right now it's a battle for second. Caleb Tankred has a score to lock in with 2 minutes to go. Needs a 3.8 to get into second. Takuto chasing a 5.83. Oh my goodness, Di.
And Takuto has fast priority now. So if he gets us, one of the sets and get into the barrel, then 7.26 isn't the big score.
Yeah.
But last up, Caleb comes in at 5.23. Now he is in a second.
Wow.
So Riley needs now 6.23 on the next set.
Oh my goodness. Riley has been surfing so good this whole heat. I mean, I've been loving watching him surf in this one. You can see he's splashing the water a little bit, maybe recentering himself, chasing a 6.23, and Takuto looking... Takuto?
Yes.
Takuto, sorry. Looking for a 7.26 with a minute to go. Holds priority. How are the free surfers? Oh my goodness, that is so crazy.
So we're about reaching the... What time is it? It's 5:45. We probably have like 45 minutes before it gets dark.
Yeah.
So everyone trying to get one wave in, but looks like there's a set coming into the lineup with 40 seconds to go. This is Caleb up and riding.
Oh.
Going for it.
Wow.
The eyes on the other back. So Takuto is on hand. So Ota Senshu.
Oh my goodness. 30 seconds to go. It looks like Takuto was up and into a big one. Does he make it out? We can actually see the waves from where we're at. And I don't think Takuto made it out of that one, unfortunately.
That was a really crucial moment for Takuto with the 5 seconds remaining.
Wow. Yeah, well, it is going to be Ash Jenner and Caleb Tankred moving on through to the men's round of 64. That's the last heat of the day. Done and dusted, Di.
Done and dusted. So we'll be coming back tomorrow morning with the remaining heat of round of 96. And it's going to be a huge another day tomorrow. So I'm just so excited to see all the actions.
Yeah, me too. Agreed. It's going to be a great day of surfing tomorrow. It's been an amazing day today. Lots of heats. We have Maddie Job, Justin Buolo, Diego Cordero, and Toy Tanaka being the first heat of the day tomorrow. We'll see you bright and early.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. That is incredible.